Miss Chu Xiluo of the Prime Minister's mansion in Xuanyun Kingdom, agir l'abandon beherfamil yandrazade se discarded wastes in secultude. Timid and inept, unable to cultivate, and possessing an unappealing appearance. Yet, upon her unexpected transmigration, she transforms into her truest self. From wasted genius, she effortlessly wields the exorbitantly priced elixirs of the outside world, and those legendary artifacts and sacred treasures, often deemed unattainable, but meretriful stohurus afforges them herself. I citrato besummoner? Our seventh young gladius not only a seminara 5 elemental affinidius beautils an alchemist and a master craftsman, possessing gan unparalleled super sacred artifact to Nequitoth world. Hayes Prince Chen of Xuanyun Kingdom, Jun Mo Ran, with a captivating visage and a millennium of brilliance. With Amarlaw, he can reduce shipstoshes exuding an air of confidence, cunning, and ruthlessness, utter lie indifferent to women. What sparks will lignit when her scheming prince encounters our seventh young lady? Chapter 1 Keeping up with trend. Upon meticulously surveying her surroundings, dim light filtered through two windows, and she found herself lying on an ancient bed, with only a plaintive and a future syntherum nothing else. It appeared to be an exceedingly ordinary household. Chu Xiluo tempted and ascertain her location, only to realize that their hands resembled those of a child. Immediately, she sprang up to scrutinize the heroine form, discovering she was strapped in the frail but 15-year-old child emaciate dan feeble, akin to Amarite. Chu Xiluo settled in toe chair, recalling that she had been slicing vegetables in the kitchen, she accidentally like other finger. While reaching for abandade, she had suddenly felt his yanless consciousness. How called she can hear? Had Shun wittingly been swept into the tide of transmigration? The original owner of this body was named Chu Xiluo, this event the young lady of Prime Minister's family in Xuanyun Kingdom. Although she hailed from a prestigious family, even an unloved child would not typically be neglected o thextant of being grazed in a body that appeared merely to 9 years old, with a frail constitution. Yet, this Chu Xiluo was deemed a waste inherently incapable of cultivation, bearing a birthmark that obscured half her face, rendering her ominous and fearsome. After all, Akildwo could neither contributed o thefamilin or forgi advantageous alliances was scarce larger did within Chu household. Following her mother's disappearance at the Agofivi and their father's mysterious fate, the head of Chu family her grandfather Raid entrusted her to Autners, sending her to the countryside of fornituring. In Ruth the so-called nurturing was my abandonment, since she had been sent away from Chu family, they had left her to fend for herself, providing no support whatsoever to had been raised to a wet nurse. Reflecting on her life in the modern world, where her biological father was unknown and their mother had passed away, she at least had a good stepfather. Although she was not this biological daughter, Hetriated rashes and even after divorcing her mother, he continued to care for her, and when her mother eventually passed, Henover abandoned her, nurturing her to become a happy little risabug. Alas, it seems that on Sioninter's theorem of transmigration, life becomes astipasthesia, and the joyous days off being gacker forever lost. Well, since I am here, I shall accept my fate. From now on I am Chu Xiluo and Chu Xiluoism. With this thought, Chu Xiluo felt a sensio for relief. Rising, she made her way to the door, exclaiming, "Ah! Thesky is just beginning to brighten, I am so hungry." She decided to investigate the kitchen only to discover that the pantry held but a scant handful of fris. Very well, according to her memories, there was a small stream to the south of the village. Surely a stream should harbor fish. Herr Wetner's Isla needed nourishment, she would catch some fish to mix up. Thus, Chu Xiluo ordered Nadansa Tafito towards the south, walking for about Balthulfon hor before finally arriving at the stream. By this time, she was panting heavily. Alas, the frailty of this body way strulia paling what should have taken but a quarter of an hor had taken heron and tarafhour. It seemed that Tansha had ten her fill. She must devise a long-term plan to diligently strengthen herself. Chapter 2 The injured man won. Fortunately, the creek's current was gentle. Chu Xiluo retrieved a branch to fashion into a fish spear. Having once been fond of traveling and participating in numerous outdoor excursions, she now possessed the necessary skills to catch fish with the branch in hand. She aimed at the fish lurking beneath the water's surface, but it swiftly evaded her grasp, realizing her inadequacies in speed and strength after several attempts. She adjusted her approach, thus she proceeded homeward, fish in tow, when suddenly an indistinct figure appeared not far ahead. It appeared to be gravely injured. Staggering as if on the verge of collapse, Chu Xiluo quickened her pace and approached. Inquiring, "Hey, how much longer can you walk?" The man, barely lifting his gaze, coldly retorted, "Get lost," as he raised his eyes to observe the frail silhouette before him, a girl who seemed no older than 10. He noted her delicate frame. As if a mere gust of wind could topple her, her movements were labored and slow, likely due to her poor constitution that he was acutely aware of his own injuries, having experienced this situation countless times before. All he needed was to sit quietly and recuperate for half an hour. Yet, he found himself inexplicably compelled to follow Chu Xiluo. "Nanny, are you feeling any better?" Chu Xiluo hurried to Sun Huiyin's side, supporting her and gently patting her back. "Miss, are you hungry? I shall prepare something for you." Upon seeing the sun had risen, Sun Huiyin, assuming Chu Xiluo was famished, hastily attempted to rise. Chu Xiluo quickly grasped her hand, saying, "Nanny, please remain still. You are unwell and ought to rest. I will prepare food for you." She gently laid Sun Huiyin back down, tucking her in snugly as she prepared to venture out to make fish soup. "Miss, your health has always been fragile. How can you do this for yourself? If you tire yourself out, what shall I say to the madam?" Sun Huiyin's heart raced with concern upon hearing Chu Xiluo's intentions. While others may not know their household circumstances, she was acutely aware that preparing a meal required finding ingredients, which meant venturing outside. Given Chu Xiluo's already frail state, she feared that searching for food would surely exhaust her. Chapter 3. The Injured Man to Nanny. You have always worried for me since childhood, and now that you are sick, you must prioritize your rest. I assure you, I will take care not to fall ill myself. For if I do, it would only add to your burdens. With a smile, she stepped outside. Upon hearing Chu Xiluo's words, Sun Huiyin sensed a change in her demeanor since yesterday's fall. However, after a glance at the girl she had raised since childhood, she could not quite articulate what felt different. Thus, she chose to dismiss it and continued resting in bed. Half an hour later, Chu Xiluo entered Sun Huiyin's chamber, carrying fish soup. Observing that Sun Huiyin had fallen asleep, she realized that the nanny, now a patient, could not skip breakfast. She gently roused her, saying, "Nanny, please wake up for breakfast." She approached, propping Sun Huiyin up with a pillow before turning to retrieve the fish soup from the table. "Miss, how did you manage to catch fish so quickly? Where did you find them?" Sun Huiyin, surprised by the sight of the soup, asked incredulously. "Nanny, I caught this morning and we have another fish for dinner. Since you are unwell, you should start with the soup. You can rest before eating the fish later." Chu Xiluo prepared to feed Sun Huiyin with a spoon. "Miss, did you injure yourself while catching the fish? Please let me check." Sun Huiyin, now anxious, recalled how Chu Xiluo had hurt herself while foraging for wild vegetables the previous day and attempted to rise. Chu Xiluo quickly set down the soup, grasping Sun Huiyin's hand. "Nanny, I'm perfectly fine, truly. Just take a look." As she spoke, she began to twirl about. "Now can you rest easy? Please drink the soup while it's hot." Chu Xiluo sat down, ready to continue feeding Sun Huiyin. "All right, good. You've grown up. And I'm relieved. But what about you?" Sun Huiyin noticed there was only one bowl of soup and worried that Chu Xiluo might not have enough. "Nanny, please drink. I still have more in the kitchen." Chu Xiluo insisted, eager to feed Sun Huiyin. Upon hearing this, Sun Huiyin felt reassured. She took the bowl from Chu Xiluo's hands and said, "Miss, I've had enough. You should drink yours too before it gets cold." "Nanny, I'm not in a hurry. I'll feed you first, and then I'll drink mine. That tea will warm up nicely." Chu Xiluo attempted to reclaim the bowl to feed Sun Huiyin. "If you want tea, go. Then I want tea, drink either," Sun Huiyin declared, attempting to hand the bowl back to Chu Xiluo. Faced with Sun Huiyin's insistence, Chu Xiluo relented. "Fine, I'll do as you say. That I'll go now. Just drink up, and if you need more, let me know. There's plenty in the kitchen." With that, she headed toward the door. Upon entering, Chu Xiluo noticed the man still meditating to heal his wounds. She set down the fish soup and pondered whether to awaken him for a taste. Suddenly, she looked up and was startled to find him standing right before her. "Why didn't you say anything? You nearly scared me to death. Such a timid heart, yet you seem to have survived," he replied, nonchalantly sipping the soup. Chapter 4. The Injured Man 3. His enchanting peach blossom eyes scrutinized Chu Xiluo, and upon noticing the birthmark on her face, a glimmer of recognition flickered in his gaze. You intend to frighten me to death for your own amusement, don't you? Do you know how ungrateful that is? And since when did I say this was for you?" Chu Xiluo glared at him with her lively eyes, incensed that he would presume to frighten her. Unbeknownst to her, her current demeanor exuded a captivating charm that rendered her birthmark nearly unnoticed. Observing her, Jun Mo Ran was momentarily taken aback, his lips curling into a teasing smile. "You brought 2 bowls, did you not? Surely one is for me. That it wouldn't be right to deny your generosity. Your assumptions are misguided. The fish I caught was for my own sustenance. You are merely an incidental beneficiary." She huffed. "You appeared gravely wounded earlier, yet now you seem capable of moving freely. That if that's the case, then you should leave. You are no longer welcome here." If he remained, she feared he would drive her to madness with his antics. Despite Chu Xiluo's brusque words, Jun Mo Ran felt no anger. Rather, he found her fierce spirit utterly endearing. "How could I leave so soon?" he drawled, raising an eyebrow languidly. "And when do you plan on departing?" Chu Xiluo, sensing his reluctance to leave, grew anxious. Jun Mo Ran continued to tease her. "You brought me to your home, providing me with a tranquil space to recuperate, and I've already partaken of your fish soup. Surely, I must repay my debt before I take my leave." Observing Chu Xiluo on the brink of exasperation, he decided to relent, aware that this little wildcat might resort to unpredictable actions. So this is all about repaying a debt. Even in your disheveled state, you appear to be of noble lineage. In that case, how about a mere 10,000 gold coins? 10,000 gold coins? I don't have that on hand. I only possess a purple gold card. I don't carry such quantities of gold. Is that so? How unfortunate. Then perhaps you could offer yourself as payment. 10,000 gold coins is a staggering sum. Chu Xiluo remained oblivious to the true value of such an amount, which she would later learn was not a trifling figure. "Very well, my name is Jun Mo Ran." With that, he departed, leaving Chu Xiluo momentarily bewildered as his silhouette vanished. She had just urged him to leave, yet he had been so reluctant, and now he was gone in the blink of an eye. His speed was uncanny. Did all cultivators possess such abilities? Jealousy and admiration stirred within her. Chapter 5. The luscious bracelet. It appeared that in this world strength reigned supreme. The cultivation system was divided into two paths, Xian Qi and Ling Qi. Typically, individuals unable to cultivate Ling Qi would pursue Xian Qi, which could lead them to become martial artists. Those who cultivated Ling Qi could ascend to become spiritual masters and potentially summoners. Martial artists boasted enduring combat prowess and excelled in close-quarters combat, while spiritual masters possessed explosive power and high damage output, specializing in long-range attacks, albeit with average physical strength. Summoners, too, shared explosive power and high damage output, capable of summoning spirit beasts to fight alongside them. Consequently, 95% of the population could aspire to become martial artists, while only 30% could become spiritual masters, and a mere 1 in 10,000 could attain the status of summoner. As rarity begets value, those who could become summoners were the pride of their respective families. The rankings for martial artists are Martial Artist, Grand Martial Artist, Martial Master, Martial Spirit, Martial Sovereign, and Martial God. The rankings for spiritual masters are Spiritual Master, Grand Spiritual Master, Spiritual Sovereign, Spiritual God, Spiritual Saint, and Super Spiritual Saint. The rankings for summoners are Summoner, Grand Summoner, Summoning Master, Spirit Summoner, Divine Summoner, and Saint Summoner. Each rank is further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, with each level containing 10 tiers. 1,000 copper coins equate to 1 silver coin, and 1,000 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. Amounts exceeding 10 million gold coins are stored in purple gold cards. It seems that demanding 10,000 gold coins was somewhat excessive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to produce such a sum. Ordinary households typically expend merely 100 silver coins annually. Had I known, I would have certainly spent less, which would have been preferable to my current state of absolute poverty. Chu Xiluo couldn't help but exclaim. She began to consolidate the memories of this body, glancing at her present self, and sighed. This body is so frail. I must first engage in some exercise. Rising to her feet, she intended to step into the courtyard, planning to lay a solid foundation there, and of course that meant starting with a horse stance. Master. A voice echoed in Chu Xiluo's mind. Who is speaking? Chu Xiluo looked around, realizing she was still alone and could not locate the source of the voice. Master, it is I, the spirit of the Linglang bracelet upon your wrist. We are currently communicating through mental energy, so you cannot see me yet. Chu Xiluo quickly raised her left hand and indeed discovered a bracelet. Oh, this design looks quite familiar. I ascend to this. The bracelet I instantly fell in love with at an antique stall during my travels in Huaxia. I recall the vendor saying it would be sold to a fated person. I had thought it merely a sales pitch to enhance his merchandise's appeal, but could it be true? Realizing this, Chu Xiluo inquired, Are you implying that my arrival here is due to your influence? Yes, master. The last time you accidentally cut your hand, your blood flowed onto the Linglang bracelet, thus we formed a contract. The spirit said weakly, sensing Chu Xiluo's unfriendly demeanor. Even if a contract was formed, why did you bring me here? Are you not aware that this place lacks basic human rights? It is a world where strength reigns supreme? Chu Xiluo coldly questioned. Chapter 6. Transformation 1. Master, I lack such power, however you can cultivate. You are merely suffering from blocked meridians due to poisoning. Once the poison is removed, you shall be fine, master. Now use your mental energy to enter the Ling Lang bracelet. You should see the heavenly spirit spring inside, retrieve a small vial of heavenly spirit water, and on the first day add 1 drop for your bath. Continue this for 7 days, doubling the amount each day to detoxify. Though the process may be somewhat painful, is this truly heavenly spirit water? Chu Xiluo asked, holding a small vial of the liquid in confusion. Indeed, master, this is heavenly spirit water, a supreme treasure for the cultivation of both humans and spirit beasts, as well as magical beasts. If it is for cultivation, how can it detoxify? Master, it cannot detoxify others, but your poison is unique. It has been with you since birth, that I do not know the exact reason. But the spiritual energy in heavenly spirit water can forcibly expel your poison. Understood. Then I shall focus on detoxifying these next few days. After their exchange, Chu Xiluo exited her room. It was already noon. And as she prepared to cook, she discovered that Sun Huyin had already prepared the meal and brought it to her. Chu Xiluo hurriedly stepped forward to take it. Nanny, you are still unwell. Why are you not resting properly? Allow me to handle this. Miss, I am aware of my own condition. It is nothing serious, merely a bit of wind chill. After resting for 2 days, I just went up the mountain to gather some herbs to brew and drink. I am already well. Sun Huyin replied gently. Reflecting on this, Chu Xiluo conceded that, indeed, for cultivators, a wind chill is hardly a grave ailment. Although Nanny's cultivation level is merely that of a junior martial artist, she is considered an ordinary person in this martial-centric continent. After dining, Chu Xiluo said to Sun Huyin, Nanny, starting tomorrow for the next 7 days, please prepare bathing water for me each morning, and you need not cook for me during the day. Miss is still Miss, how can I not address you accordingly? It is my fortune to care for you. My life was saved by the madam. Without her, I would not exist, Sun Huyin exclaimed, flustered by Chu Xiluo's words. As she believed a master should never be addressed by name. Chapter 7. Transformation 2. Nanny, please yield to me. I know you have no children of your own and have always regarded me as your daughter. Why not call me Sierra from now on? Otherwise I shall become quite upset. Chu Xiluo said, playfully linking her arm with Sun Huiyin's. With no alternative, Sun Huyin nodded in acquiescence. Sierra, you must be tired from fishing today. Go rest and I shall call you for dinner. She turned and left Chu Xiluo's room. After Sun Huyin departed, Chu Xiluo scrutinized her surroundings. It was truly a bare abode. She lamented, aside from providing shelter from the elements. There is merely a table, a few chairs and a bed, nothing else. From her original self's memories, she understood that she resided in a small village called Anyang. The villagers were generally honest and kind-hearted. To the north of the village lies a forest known as the Demon Peak Forest, where low-level magical beasts and a few low-level spirit beasts roamed. As for what lies deeper within, she was unaware. However, the meat, hides, fur, and cores of magical beasts are valuable, leading many villagers to form hunting parties. Spirit beasts, on the other hand, are captured directly for sale. The reason for this remains unknown to her. But it seems that spirit beasts possess inner cores, although not all spirit beasts have them. Only a select few do. Having gained a general understanding of her surroundings, Chu Xiluo began preparing for her detoxification process, recognizing the importance of selecting a suitable training ground once she was free of poison. 7 days later, as the pain caused her to faint in the bath, Chu Xiluo awoke to the soft light of dawn. At that moment, she felt her entire body brimming with strength, a warm current flowing gently within her dantian. Exiting the tub, she observed that the once clear water had turned black and emitted a pungent odor. Evidently, this poison was quite formidable, prompting her to quickly refill the tub and wash again. Is this truly me? Chu Xiluo gazed into her reflection, touching her face in disbelief. The birthmark was gone, revealing an enchanting visage. How stunning she appeared at such a young age. In a few years, should she fully blossom, how breathtakingly beautiful she would become. Admiring her exquisite face, Chu Xiluo procured some ink to redraw the birthmark's design. Without power, such beauty could only be a curse. Once completed, she sought out Sun Huyin, succinctly explaining that her inability to cultivate was due to the poison causing meridian blockage. On the day she went fishing, she fortuitously encountered a sage who provided her with detoxifying medicine and methods. Thus, after 7 days, she had successfully removed the poison and could now cultivate. Sun Huyin was overjoyed and immediately began to examine her. Discovering that she indeed could cultivate, she embraced Chu Xiluo, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, Sierra, you have suffered so much these years. Now you can finally cultivate. This is truly wonderful, truly wonderful. Seeing Sun Huyin in such a state, a warm current flowed through Chu Xiluo's heart. Nanny, these years have not been difficult for me at all, for you have treated me with such kindness, allowing me to live happily. Sierra, I know you say this to comfort me, but I am genuinely happy too. Due to Sun Huayan's modest abilities, individuals like her generally led frugal lives, so upon hearing Chu Xiluo's words, she assumed it was merely a form of consolation, considering that for many years, she had only been able to provide for Chu Xiluo's basic needs, and often, even that was a struggle. Chapter 8, Transformation 3. Nanny. Sometimes happiness cannot be filled with material wealth. It is your love that has made me feel truly happy. Thus, my happiness these years has been a gift from you. Although Sun Huayan did not comprehend some of the words, she understood Chu Xiluo's sentiment and was deeply touched. Suddenly, realizing that since Sierra could now cultivate, they needed to act promptly. As Sierra had fallen behind others for so many years, she urged Chu Xiluo to enter seclusion for cultivation. I shall begin my seclusion now, Nanny. Do not worry about me, Chu Xiluo said. Releasing Sun Huayan's arm. That it was not that Chu Xiluo did not trust Sun Huayan, which is why she refrained from telling her about the Ling Lang bracelet. She simply felt that this bracelet was no ordinary item. The principle of an innocent man should not be guilty of possessing jade applied here. Until she had the ability to protect herself and those she wished to safeguard, it was better for fewer people to know. This would be beneficial for both herself and others. Spirit, do you have a name? Please bestow a name upon me, Master. In that case, from now on, you shall be called Lang Lang, Chu Xiluo declared without hesitation. Thank you, Master, for the name, Lang Lang. Now that I have detoxified, can I begin my cultivation? Chu Xiluo asked excitedly. Yes, Master. First focus your energy and feel the surrounding spiritual energy to discern how many colors you can perceive. Do you sense it? Lang Lang guided Chu Xiluo as she commenced her cultivation. Wow. So you are a 5-element summoner. How impressive, Master. The 5 colors you just perceived signify the 5 elemental energies. Red for fire, yellow for earth, green for wood, blue for water, and gold for metal. Those who can sense spiritual energy can cultivate as spiritual masters, and if one comprehends the contract array, they become summoners, Lang Lang exclaimed with excitement. Your talent is astonishing. Well, according to your assessment, I should only be a spiritual master for now, as I have yet to comprehend the contract array. How could the comprehension of such a trivial matter stump my master? Who is my master? She is unparalleled, both in the past and the future, Lang Lang replied proudly. All right. Since my Lang Lang holds me in such high regard, I shall not disappoint you. You just mentioned that anyone who comprehends the contract formation can become a summoner. Yet why are there so few summoners on this continent? Chu Xiluo inquired with curiosity. Not every spirit master can grasp the contract formation. Many spirit masters go through their entire lives without comprehending it. Very well. How should I begin to comprehend the formation now? Chu Xiluo asked once more. The comprehension of formations is something that can only be understood intuitively and cannot be conveyed in words. For now, calm your mind and begin to feel the elements within your body, slowly communicate with them. Under the moonlight gracing the treetops, Chu Xiluo's room was enveloped in silence. She seemed to meld into the darkness. Not a sound escaping her lips that if one were to observe closely, they would notice beads of sweat dotting her forehead. 3 days later, at dawn, a formation materialized beneath Chu Xiluo's feet, lasting for a quarter of an hour before vanishing. Only for a small formation to appear in the palm of her right hand, merging with her. Chu Xiluo opened her eyes, glancing at her palm where the formation emerged at her will. This was the summoner's contract formation. What time is it now, Lang Lang? Chu Xiluo, unsure of how much time had passed, inquired. Master, only 3 days have gone by. That I never expected you to comprehend the contract formation in just 3 days. To grasp the contract formation in merely 3 days is indeed quite challenging. Chu Xiluo pondered to herself. If others, be they summoners or spirit masters, were to hear this, they would surely be inclined to strike her down with a brick. It's one thing to possess extraordinary talent, but to utter such words is simply asking for hostility. Lang Lang, can I now begin to cultivate my spiritual energy? Yes, Master, you can commence your cultivation of spiritual energy now. Once you reach the level of a Grand Spirit Master, or a Grand Summoner, you will be able to enter the space of the Lin Lang bracelet. But can't I enter now? Chu Xiluo asked in confusion. When I say enter, I mean that you can fully enter the Lin Lang bracelet space, not merely your spiritual consciousness. Moreover, once you are within the Lin Lang bracelet, you can transform it into any object and manipulate it. Furthermore, once you achieve the rank of Spirit Sect or Summoner Master, you will be able to bring others into the space. The greater your abilities, the greater mine will be. Consequently, the functions of the space will increase. Wow, that's astonishing. A treasure for escaping. I must begin my cultivation immediately. Chu Xiluo exclaimed with joy. Thus, Chu Xiluo promptly resumed her seated meditation for cultivation. At that moment, the spiritual energy around her began to surge, continuously pouring into her. She felt her dantian rapidly filling, then being emptied, only to fill again, followed by another emptiness. This cycle continued for approximately a week. Chu Xiluo sensed her impending breakthrough. The breakthrough formation appeared beneath her feet, and the laws of heaven and earth descended upon her. Junior summoner, intermediate summoner, senior summoner, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh like a rocket launch, and it seemed she was still on the verge of advancing to Grand Summoner. This progression is remarkably swift. Just like that, she ascended through 4 levels in a flash. This is far too easy. If others were to hear this, they would surely exclaim, please, do you think everyone else is as monstrous as you? It takes at least 5 years to reach Grand Summoner, while you achieved it in merely 1 day. Of course it seems easy, Master. Your rapid advancement is not only due to your talent but also because your cultivation physique had been suppressed by toxins. And now that it has been liberated, your absorption of spiritual energy is accelerated. The later stages of advancement will indeed become increasingly difficult. That's true. If cultivation were as simple as rocketing through levels, it wouldn't be regarded as so challenging. Last time you mentioned that once I became a Grand Summoner, I could enter the Linlang bracelet space, correct? Yes, Master, you can enter it now. Chu Xiluo thought to herself and promptly entered the space, which seemed significantly larger than when she had entered with her spiritual consciousness previously. Master, the space of Linlang will expand as you advance. Chu Xiluo curiously asked, how large will it ultimately become? You will discover the size once you continue your cultivation. That was essentially a non-answer. Chapter 10. Apprenticeship 1. Chu Xiluo carefully examined the space. Indeed, an extraordinary treasure. Why is there a house here? I didn't notice it during my previous hurried entrance. That was left for you by the previous master. You should go in and take a look. There are surprises awaiting you. Really? Upon hearing of the surprises, Chu Xiluo beamed and walked toward the house. Wow! So many items. Is this what they call elixirs? This is a weapon, this is a cultivation technique, and this is a book on alchemy, among other things. Wow, wow! And there are gold coins. What are these beautiful crystals? Chu Xiluo's heart soared upon seeing so many items. All of these things belong to me. They are not yours yet. At that moment, a voice echoed within the house. Who are you? These items are within my Linlang bracelet space. They are mine, how could they not be? Let me tell you, if you wish to take them, you shall not. Chu Xiluo, like a treasure hoarder, clutched her newfound riches tightly. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared before her, one could say it was more of a spectral image, for the person had no physical form. Actually, if you desire these items, it is not impossible. All you need to do is become my disciple, and I shall grant you all of these treasures. You're merely intending to leave these items for a fated individual, aren't you? I am that fated individual, so they are mine. I shall not be fooled into becoming your disciple. So he seeks to take on a disciple, thought Chu Xiluo, now composed. You little brat, do you know who I am? I am Yushenzing. Countless individuals have wished to become my disciples. How has it come to this, where you view it as a trick? Yushenzing said helplessly. That is Yushenzing renowned? I have not heard of you. Judging by your current state, even if you were once formidable, time has moved on, and now that you are in this position, what benefit is there in becoming your disciple? Not a chance. The dark orbs of his eyes spun in their sockets, as if calculating something. Indeed, there is no loss at all. Very well. If you become my disciple, I shall pass on my legacy to you. Yushenzing grew increasingly fond of Chu Xiluo and resolved to take her as his disciple. What legacy? Chu Xiluo perked up at the prospect of additional benefits. The legacies of the elixir god and the weapon god. If one were to ask which profession is the most lucrative, it is undoubtedly that of an alchemist or a weaponsmith. Chu Xiluo's face lit up with a smile at the thought. Master, I bow to you thrice, straightforward and without hesitation, as if the previous haggling had never occurred. Yushenzing chuckled softly at the swift change in Chu Xiluo's demeanor. He found himself increasingly satisfied with this disciple. Now I shall impart my legacy to you. With that, a beam of white light shot into Chu Xiluo's forehead. At that moment, a wealth of knowledge regarding alchemy and weapon crafting flooded her mind. Disciple, you have now accepted my legacy. Additionally, I must inform you regarding the matters of cultivation. Although you are now a Grand Summoner, your physique remains too weak. Therefore, I hope you will first cultivate the Xian Qi, and contrary to popular belief, warriors are not as weak as you may think. They are quite comparable to spirit masters in the early stages. However, warriors can only reach the rank of martial god, and whether there will be further advancements remains uncertain. Moreover, in battle, if a spirit master's spiritual energy is depleted, they can easily fall prey to a warrior's attacks. I hope you avoid such a scenario and do not expose your weaknesses to your enemies, especially this well-known vulnerability. Second, cultivation itself is a defiance of the heavens. You must follow your heart and remain unconcerned with the rights and wrongs of the world. Chapter 11. Apprenticeship 2. Yushenzing gently ruffled Chu Xiluo's hair and continued, "Alright, Master S, time is drawing to a close. Do you have any questions for me?" Upon hearing Yushenzing mention his departure, Chu Xiluo felt a surge of anxiety. Though she had not intended to take on a master initially, she now truly regarded Yushenzing as her mentor, understanding that he genuinely wished the best for her. "Master, are you leaving? Where will you go? Will we meet again?" "So my disciple now feels reluctant to part with me? I truly do not wish to leave, so please do not go. If possible, Master would also like to witness your growth and guide you through any future challenges. However, it is unavoidable. You know the Linlang bracelet is bound by a soul contract. Only while the soul endures can it belong to you in all lifetimes. Now that it has changed hands, it signifies that I have lost my soul, leaving only this fragment of consciousness, which will soon vanish." Yushenzing spoke with a gentle smile. "Master, surely there must be another way. I do not wish for you to leave. I have only just found you as a mentor. Can you truly bear to depart so soon?" Chu Xiluo's bright eyes shimmered with tears. She understood that retaining her master was impossible, yet she felt an overwhelming reluctance. "My dear disciple, having you as my apprentice is a fulfillment of my life's wish. The Linlang bracelet was crafted from my own soul and the Kunlun stone. The Kunlun stone is a rare treasure nurtured by heaven and earth. I devoted my life to the arts of alchemy and weapon crafting. Upon acquiring the Kunlun stone, I knew that I must sacrifice my soul to forge it, and I willingly succeeded in creating the Linlang bracelet, leaving behind a fragment of consciousness to collect a fated disciple. Do not grieve. As long as the Linlang bracelet exists, so shall I. When it is gone, I will always remain in your heart." With that, Yushenzing's spectral form gradually faded away. As she watched Yu Tianqing vanish from sight, tears flowed uncontrollably down Chu Xiluo's cheeks. Reflecting on his words, she raised her head to smile in the direction he had disappeared. Clutching the exquisite bracelet tightly, though her master had departed, he had left her with an abundance of cherished memories. He remained forever in her heart, never truly gone. Now, she resolved to first cultivate her mystical energy and solidify her physical foundation. The essence of cultivation lay in consolidating one's strength, which necessitated real-world experience. Only through the trials of combat in a brutal environment could she truly grow. The northern region, known as the Demon Peak Forest, was an ideal place for such trials. Having chosen her destination, Chu Xiluo set out to find Sun Huin. "Sire, be cautious as you step outside. Take good care of yourself." Although Sun Huin was reluctant to see Chu Xiluo leave her side, she understood that her own abilities could not shield her forever. For Chu Xiluo to grow, she needed to engage in constant practice and experience. As Chu Xiluo entered the courtyard, she noticed the sun just beginning to rise. If she departed promptly, she could reach the Demon Peak Forest by noon and perhaps catch some wild game. The thought of food spurred her into the kitchen to gather seasonings. Regrettably, the ancient era offered no barbecue spices, so she settled for some salt instead. Tying sandbags to her feet, Chu Xiluo commenced her journey northward. Chapter 12. Capturing a pet. After walking for an hour, Chu Xiluo finally arrived at the edge of the Demon Peak Forest. Indeed, the ancient environment was splendid. The towering trees loomed around her, likely reaching 20 meters in height. They must have taken centuries to grow. Gazing upon the forest, she couldn't help but marvel. Just then, she noticed a creature resembling a rabbit hiding behind a tree. Without hesitation, she unleashed a golden elemental attack, swiftly capturing it and tossing it into her spatial pocket before departing. Chu Xiluo was aware that the scent of blood would attract other beasts. Although this was merely the periphery and posed little danger, her hunger necessitated that she find a place to process the rabbit to alleviate her hunger. Half an hour later, Chu Xiluo had successfully prepared the rabbit and began to roast it. Fortunately, her past experience with outdoor grilling and her passion for food ensured her technique was commendable. Though she had only salt, her grilling skills compensated for the lack of seasoning, resulting in a delectable aroma that wafted through the air. After 15 minutes, the enticing scent filled the surroundings. As soon as it was ready, she tore off a leg and began to eat. However, when she turned to tear off another leg, she discovered that 3/4 of the rabbit had mysteriously vanished. At that moment, a sound of bone crunching emanated from her right. Turning her head, she spotted a small, palm-sized, fluffy black creature resembling a ball, devouring the remaining rabbit meat at an astonishing speed. It was hard to believe that such a tiny beast could consume so rapidly. Chu Xiluo scrutinized the creature as it feasted, but it soon sensed her unfriendly gaze looking up. It hastily buried its head in the remaining meat and devoured it in a few swift bites. Have you finished? Was it delicious? Chu Xiluo asked with a gentle smile. Despite her soft tone, the creature perceived her unkind intentions and shrank back, nodding timidly. Very well, since you are full, go wash yourself in the creek and pluck your fur. Then feed me. Upon hearing this, the small furball gazed up at her with a pitiful expression, as if to say, I haven't eaten in ages. Having consumed her food and left her hungry, it would have to prepare itself to become her meal. Don't give me those watery eyes. Your attempts to look adorable will not change my resolve to eat you, even if you appear small and meager. After all, you still possess meat. Seeing that its charms and pleas were in vain, the small creature attempted to flee, but as soon as it lifted a leg, Chu Xiluo caught it in her grasp. Oh no, you cannot escape. Since you are so oblivious, I shall take matters into my own hands. With that, she carried the little furball towards the creek. The creature struggled, but its efforts were futile against Chu Xiluo's grip. As it twisted its eyes in desperation, Chu Xiluo felt her cultivation level rise from a primary Great Summoner 1-star to a primary Great Summoner 5-star. Could it be that contracting a spirit beast led to such rapid advancement? Surely, even with a cheat, it wouldn't be this swift? Chapter 13. Capturing a Pet, Part 2. Master, I am now your spirit beast. Our lives are shared, so you mustn't eat me. After saying this, the small furball leaped from Chu Xiluo's hand to her shoulder. The contract seemed to require one to be above the level of a divine beast. Yet she was uncertain about the specifics of this spirit beast. It must be quite formidable. But if it were so powerful, how could she have easily caught it? Chu Xiluo inquired, astonished. Master, I am still quite small. The little furball replied innocently. What kind of spirit beast are you then? Chu Xiluo cradled it in her hands, inspecting it closely but failing to discern its type. Master, I don't know what kind of spirit beast I am. The little furball blinked innocently. All right then, since you are so clueless, what shall I call you? Chu Xiluo decided to pose a simpler question. I don't have a name yet. Please bestow one upon me. The little furball said timidly. Very well, from now on, you shall be named Furball. Chu Xiluo gently rubbed its soft fur, finding great comfort in the name. Upon hearing her bestow a name, Furball understood that it had been accepted by its master and promptly kissed her cheek. Chu Xiluo then placed Furball in her palm for a closer inspection. Furball, didn't you grow a bit larger after our contract? Does the contract benefit spirit beasts too? Indeed, master. I just advanced from a primary spirit beast to a mid-level 9-star spirit beast upon our contract. Some contracts do influence the spirit beast's growth. If the contractor possesses high energy and potential, the spirit beast may advance more significantly. Otherwise, it may advance less or not at all. Furball said contentedly from Chu Xiluo's hand. Ah, I see. There is so much I don't understand. Chu Xiluo mused, realizing she needed to delve into the books left by her master. Despite her inability to cultivate, she possessed an exceptional memory. After chatting with Furball, she began her training in the Demon Peak Forest, focusing on strengthening her physique and every battle against the magical beasts. She refrained from using her mystical energy, relying solely on her physical strength and mystical chi. Thus, she spent her days in combat and her nights resting on trees, fortifying her energy before repeating the cycle anew. 1 year later, over the course of the year, Chu Xiluo had significantly enhanced her physique. Now comparable to her current self, her mystical energy had risen to a mid-level Great Summoner 1-star, while her martial prowess reached a high-level Great Warrior 5-star. The only disappointment was that Furball had not advanced at all. Spirit beasts faced far greater challenges in cultivation than humans. And the higher the beast's rank, the more difficult it became. Don't be disheartened, Furball. This simply means that my Furball is no ordinary spirit beast. I'm quite proud to have such a formidable guardian like you. Chu Xiluo consoled while stroking Furball's fur. Master, I understand. I will protect you well. Furball assured, puffing out its chest confidently. Chapter 14. Leaving Anyang village. By the way, Furball, besides relying on my advancement in your own cultivation, are there other methods for you to level up? As she continued to pet the adorable creature, Chu Xiluo couldn't help but adore it. Heavenly treasures and elixirs can also be beneficial. Furball relaxed in her palm, relishing the attention. Can elixirs help spirit beasts level up? Chu Xiluo asked, astonished. Yes, master, some can. What kind of elixirs aid in your advancement? I'm not sure. I only know that some elixirs can help spirit beasts level up. But I don't know which ones. Alright, I understand. Once I discover the right elixirs, I'll concoct them for you as treats. Now we're almost at the village, so Furball, please return to the spatial pocket. I don't want others to know I'm a summoner just yet. With that, Chu Xiluo placed Furball back into her spatial pocket. Initially, her spatial realm allowed only her to inhabit it. But since Furball's contract, it had grown reluctant to enter the spirit beast space in the past. Due to her frail health and inability to cultivate, her wet nurse had to care for her at home, preventing her from hunting in the Demon Peak forest like the other villagers. Instead, she relied on gathering ordinary herbs to earn a living. Now that she could cultivate, she realized she wouldn't be able to stay by her wet nurse's side as often, causing her concern. Although the villagers were simple folk, the proximity of the Demon Peak forest meant that adventurers frequently traversed their area. Better safe than sorry. Thus, Chu Xiluo resolved to move with Sun Huyin to Lingyang City. Wet nurse, I can now cultivate. I won't be able to stay by your side often, which worries me. Let us settle in Lingyang City, where we can find some reliable servants to care for you. Alright, Sheer, we simply do not possess the funds to purchase a house in Lingyang City. Sun Huyin understands that Chu Xiluo wishes for her to thrive, and she is also aware that Sheer will grow up. Perhaps unable to remain by her side for long, however, Lingyang City is one of the 5 major cities of Xuanyun Kingdom. If Sheer were the young lady of the Chu family, there might be a chance for her to settle there. But how could the Chu family assist a discarded lady like her? Chapter 15. Departing from Anyang village. Nanny, so your concern lies with finances? There is no need to fret. We are now wealthy and can easily afford to spend gold coins. Nanny can begin preparations now, as we shall head to the town tomorrow to procure essentials for our journey. And then we can set off. After saying this, I retrieved 1,000 gold coins from my space to give to Nanny. Chu Xiluo was hesitant to take too much, for 1,000 gold coins equate to 1 million silver coins. And 100 silver coins suffice for 100 people to live for a year. Haha, what a tycoon throwing gold coins around. Seeing Chu Xiluo present Nanny with 1,000 gold coins, Sun Huyin realized that Sheer must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. However, since Sheer did not bring it up, she chose not to inquire further. Though Lingyang City is the nearest city, traveling by carriage would still take approximately 3 months, so it is essential to prepare supplies for the journey. The original body, being timid and frail, seldom ventured beyond the village, thus few people recognized her. Yet, Nanny had lived here long enough to be aware of certain matters. Moreover, Chu Xiluo's intention to settle in Lingyang City was deliberate. Aside from its proximity, the headquarters of the Alchemist Association is situated there. Since she intends to begin her studies in alchemy, it would be prudent to be in a place abundant with alchemists. Chu Xiluo cradled a fluffy ball, gently stroking its fur as she carried it into the house. Gazing at the plethora of items within, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Her master was truly remarkable. It was worth every bit of her affection. She picked up a beginner's alchemy book and commenced reading. With her photographic memory, she rapidly finished the book. Crafting beginner potions only required some basic herbs. Yet none were available in her space. Thus, she planned to visit the town's apothecary tomorrow to purchase the necessary materials before beginning her alchemical endeavors. Just as Chu Xiluo was about to leave her space after putting down the fluffy creature, she noticed that the spiritual energy within was significantly stronger than that outside, prompting her to sit down and cultivate for a while longer. Sheer, are you there? Sun Huyin, glancing at the clock, noted that it was already afternoon. And since Chu Xiluo had not yet emerged, she feared something might have happened. She knocked on the door, for Chu Xiluo was usually quite punctual when matters arose. Hearing Nanny's call while cultivating, Chu Xiluo realized she had lost track of time and hurriedly exited her space, donning a veil as she opened the door. Nanny, I'm here. I was cultivating inside and lost track of time. Have you finished with the village matters? Chu Xiluo inquired. All is well, Sun Huyin replied, relieved upon seeing Chu Xiluo. Good. Then Nanny, let us set off to the town now that we should be able to reach it before dark. I have never been to a town before, she said, her excitement palpable as she took Nanny's arm in preparation for their departure. Previously, Chu Xiluo had harbored insecurities due to being deemed useless and unattractive. Seldom stepping outside, let alone visiting a town. However, now that she had just arrived in this world, she had yet to seize the opportunity to explore. Reflecting on her year here, aside from her time spent honing her skills in the Magic Peak Forest, she had not ventured beyond that. As a travel enthusiast and a lover of fine cuisine, how could Chu Xiluo refrain from fully experiencing her current life? Chapter 16. The Ghost Marriage in This World. Containers like storage spaces are not uncommon, however, for individuals like Chu Xiluo, who struggle to meet basic needs. Such items are nothing short of a luxury. Thus, Sun Huyin is left to rely on mere bundles. Furthermore, Chu Xiluo dared not expose her Linlang bracelet, for while numerous storage containers exist, very few can accommodate living beings or facilitate cultivation. Finally, as dusk approached, Chu Xiluo and Sun Huyin arrived at Chuling town. Upon entering, Chu Xiluo hurriedly sought information regarding inns, for the two of them had traveled all afternoon and were utterly famished. "Waiter, bring us your signature dishes, and do so swiftly," she called out upon seating herself in an inn. "Certainly, esteemed guest, please hold on for a moment. I've heard that tomorrow the Wang family will be holding a wedding," one patron remarked. "Indeed, it's a pity for the poor girl," another added. "Though the Wang family is one of the 3 prominent families in this town. Who would willingly marry a corpse in a ghost marriage? Sure, speak quietly. Do you not fear the Wang family's wrath? Do you wish to ruin your reputation in town?" A third cautioned. Yes, keep your voices down. The Wang family is ruthless, we should refrain from gossiping." "Ah, a ghost marriage. In a world where strength prevails, one would think such customs had vanished. Although I have heard of them, I have yet to witness one. What a fortunate coincidence to arrive just in time for some spectacle." Chu Xiluo listened to their conversation, not out of a desire to rescue the girl but rather to ponder the multitude of unfortunate souls in the world. If she were to attempt to save each one, she would be perpetually occupied. Moreover, she was unaware of the Wang family's true nature or the validity of the girl's predicament. Regardless, she was not one to meddle. She typically adhered to the principle of not provoking others unless provoked herself. Suddenly, the raucous sounds from outside jolted Chu Xiluo from her reverie. Deciding to join Nanny for breakfast, she rose and headed downstairs. "Guest, you must be new here, for you are unaware that today is the wedding of the head of one of the town's 3 prominent families." The waiter informed her. "Is that so? Then I shall go take a look. I have never witnessed a ghost marriage before," Chu Xiluo replied, tipping the waiter 3 silver coins before returning to her meal. "Nanny, let us also venture into the streets," Chu Xiluo suggested, looking up at Sun Huyin. Chapter 17, The Ghost Marriage continued. "Very well then, Nanny, I am full now, so I shall take my leave." After finishing her meal, Chu Xiluo bid farewell to Sun Huyin and stepped out of the inn. Making her way toward the Wang residence, the sound of celebratory music and drumming filled the air as the bridal procession approached the Wang family's home. At that moment, Chu Xiluo spotted a petite girl garbed in male attire, stealthily slipping away from the procession. This wedding seemed to be in jeopardy. Following the wedding entourage, Chu Xiluo arrived at the Wang family's entrance, where the welcoming of the bride was already underway. "Please, bride, step down from the carriage," the matchmaker called out. "Please, bride, step down from the carriage," the matchmaker repeated, yet after 3 calls there was still no sign of the bride. Sensing trouble, she rushed to lift the curtain, only to find it empty save for a solitary wedding gown. Chu Xiluo had learned that the Pinnacle auction house was the only auction house in town. However, she remained uncertain if they sold storage containers. Concealing her Linlang bracelet was imperative. She needed to procure a storage container to obscure its presence and prevent others from discovering its existence. "Make way! Make way!" A person driving a horse-drawn carriage rushed toward her. With little time left to evade, she could only minimize the potential damage. "Lo Luo, how careless of you! What would you have done if you had been struck?" A gentle voice resonated in her ears. Chu Xiluo looked up to see a strikingly handsome face looming before her, evoking a sense of déjà vu. Was it merely an illusion? If she had encountered such a captivating man before, she would surely remember. It seems Lo Luo is quite taken with my looks," he teased, noticing how she gazed at him and not if any other woman looked at him so, he would have dismissed her immediately. But her admiration lifted his spirits. Do we know each other? How do you know my name is Lo Luo?" Chu Xiluo inquired, tilting her head upwards, aware of her own youthful stature of 158 centimeters compared to his imposing height of over 180 centimeters. "Lo Luo, have you forgotten me? Wait a moment. I must first check on the person you nearly knocked over," Chu Xiluo replied, turning toward the injured individual beside the carriage. "Isn't that the runaway bride?" It appeared she had attempted to flee the town in haste, which led to the near collision. "Miss, are you all right?" Chu Xiluo asked as she crouched down beside her. "Miss, you must be mistaken. I am a man, not a woman. Why do you call me Miss?" Lu Su flatly responded. My apologies. It seems you are in quite the predicament. If all is well, you should hastily rise and leave," Chu Xiluo whispered softly in her ear. Chapter 18. Rescuing Lu Su. It became evident that her injuries were quite severe. Chu Xiluo couldn't help but marvel at the power of high cultivation. By the way, didn't her master provide her with healing potions? In ancient times, a girl could defy her family's arrangements to escape marriage. It seemed she truly did not wish to wed. Since fate had brought them together, she decided to lend her assistance and handed her a beginner's healing potion. "Take this." Lu Su gazed at the healing potion. Though it was a beginner's potion, the scarcity of alchemists meant that even basic potions were highly sought after. A girl like her, who was generally overlooked in her family, would never receive such a potion for healing. At most she would be given some herbs which would be far less effective. If not for her remaining value, no one would have bothered with her well-being. Upon this realization, Lu Su's eyes suddenly brightened. I, Lu Su, vow to serve my lady for eternity, prioritizing her above all else, and I shall never betray her. With that declaration, a celestial decree enveloped Lu Su, solidifying her oath. Chu Xiluo could hardly fathom that a mere elixir had compelled Lu Su to pledge her allegiance. Lu Su had been neglected in her family, lacking maternal affection. Had it not been for her modest beauty, which could facilitate a strategic marriage, her so-called relatives would not have regarded her as family but merely as a tool for their own ends and a convenient scapegoat. Yet, when she encountered the unassuming Chu Xiluo, whom she nearly collided with, the latter did not treat her as others had, harshly and unjustly. Instead, she bestowed upon Lu Su a precious elixir, a remedy she would not even share with those who had mistreated her. This act ignited a fervent desire within Lu Su to remain by her side, pledging her loyalty, albeit with a tinge of apprehension regarding Chu Xiluo's belief in her sincerity. Thus she swore an oath. After consuming Chu Xiluo's elixir, Lu Su was instantly healed. As a novice spiritual practitioner, the basic healing elixir sufficed for her recovery. "Lady, my name is Lu Su," she exclaimed, kneeling before Chu Xiluo in a fit of excitement. "Rise," Chu Xiluo commanded, still perplexed as to how Lu Su had so suddenly recognized her as a mistress. Nevertheless, now that Lu Su was hers, she resolved to treat her well. Observing that Chu Xiluo had ignored him and departed, Jun Mo Ran felt a pang of frustration. Just moments ago, she had gazed at him with rapt attention, yet now she had completely forgotten him. Over the past year, he had not forgotten her for a single moment. As soon as he resolved his affairs, he sought her out, yet she seemed oblivious to his presence. This was unacceptable. She must remember him, and not just in passing. Our Lord Jun was not one to simply be a fleeting thought. He swiftly pursued Chu Xiluo, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Luo, have you truly forgotten me? Are you leaving me alone in the streets?" Upon seeing Chu Xiluo's hesitance, a knowing smile graced Jun Mo Ran's lips. He was acutely aware that he had triumphed in his initial endeavor, and was determined to continue his efforts. "Luo, I have so much more to say." He feigned reluctance, hoping to pique her curiosity. "Luo, how heartless you are. Have you truly forgotten me? I have devoted myself to you, yet you would have me seek others. My affections are solely for you. I have no interest in other women." As he spoke, Jun Mo Ran tightened his embrace around Chu Xiluo. "Humph. You dare suggest I seek companionship elsewhere? Wait, what do you mean by devotion? When did I become yours?" Chu Xiluo intended to inquire further, but upon realizing they had arrived at the inn, she refrained from questioning any further. As Chu Xiluo and Jun Mo Ran entered the inn, all eyes immediately fixated on him, completely overlooking Chu Xiluo. They had never before witnessed such a strikingly handsome man, his aura so formidable that it deterred direct gazes. Many hastily lowered their heads, yet a few remained oblivious to the situation, and no sooner had they settled into their private room than there was a knock at the door. "Come in," Chu Xiluo called, assuming it was merely an attendant. "Esteemed sir, I am Mei Jilan, a member of the Mei family from Chuling Town. May I inquire about your identity?" Before she could finish, Jun Mo Ran casually waved his hand, sending her flying out the window. "Such a display of might!" Lu Su exclaimed, marveling at Jun Mo Ran's effortless dismissal of Mei Jilan, a renowned prodigy who, at the tender age of 15, had already achieved the rank of advanced spiritual practitioner, oblivious to the fact that Mei Jilan had just landed upon the very Lu family heir, who was on her way to summon Lu Su. The incident momentarily averted potential trouble. "Luo, now that we are undisturbed, let us continue." Jun Mo Ran seemed to disregard Lu Su entirely. Another knock interrupted him, inciting his irritation, but before he could express his frustration, Chu Xiluo interjected. "Come in." The innkeeper hurriedly entered. "Dear guests, you should leave at once. The lady you just cast out was the most favored third miss of the Mei family. They will surely be sending someone after you." The innkeeper's expression turned grave, indicating the urgency of their departure. Chu Xiluo, her face veiled, concealed her features, though her attire appeared rather ordinary, despite the imposing presence of the man beside her. Could he truly withstand an entire clan's wrath? After all, the Mei family was one of the 3 prominent families in the town. Understanding the innkeeper's good intentions, Chu Xiluo reassured him, "Fear not. It was not I who cast her out. It was he. I do not know him." and we are in no way connected. We will part ways shortly should any damages occur due to this incident. I shall compensate you, for he only entered this inn because of my presence. With that, she pointed at Jun Mo Ran and retrieved a pouch of gold coins from her attire to hand to the innkeeper. Seeing that Chu Xiluo was resolute, the innkeeper accepted the pouch and departed, hoping they could resolve the matter amicably. Lu Su, sensing that this gentleman must have something to discuss with her lady, hurriedly excused herself. In a fleeting moment, Jun Mo Ran pressed his lips against Chu Xiluo's, catching her off guard. Though she roused from her stupor, her mouth was sealed, and as she sought to speak, he seized the opportunity, entwining his tongue with hers. Despite her attempts to resist, she found her body yielding, responding to his advances. After a while, Chu Xiluo felt her breath becoming labored until Jun Mo Ran finally released her. Gasping, she struggled to regain her composure. Observing her flushed countenance, he could not help but smirk in satisfaction. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as Chu Xiluo struck Jun Mo Ran across the face. In truth, with his cultivation level, he could easily have dodged the blow, but he chose not to. After all, it was his Luo who had struck him. He would endure anything for her, even if she were to stab him with a dagger. After delivering the slap, Chu Xiluo turned and fled, forgetting her veil. Realizing she had left without it, Jun Mo Ran frowned, recalling her unparalleled beauty, and pursued her. Upon reaching the door, he noticed Lu Su lingering outside and inquired, "Where is your lady? Isn't she still inside?" Lu Su replied, puzzled as to why this gentleman was inquiring about her mistress's whereabouts when she had clearly just exited. "The one who just ran out was indeed your lady," Jun Mo Ran clarified, prompting Lu Su to point toward the guest room. Her surprise evident as she recognized that the enchanting figure she had glimpsed earlier was indeed her mistress. As Jun Mo Ran headed toward the guest room, he felt a sense of relief. Lu Su, eager to follow him in search of her lady, hurried after him. Chu Xiluo, still seething, became even more incensed upon Jun Mo Ran's entrance. Hearing her words, Lu Su immediately opened the door again. "Sir, please leave. My lady does not wish to see you." Although Lu Su was acutely aware that if he wished to dismiss her, he could do so with a mere wave of his hand, loyalty to her lady compelled her to protect Chu Xiluo from his advances, even at the risk of injury. "You may leave. Luo and I have matters to discuss. Do not make me cast you aside." Jun Mo Ran's voice was cold and commanding. In response, Lu Su stood her ground firmly before him, resolute in her determination to shield her mistress. "By what right do you demand my lady's departure? You shall not cast her aside." Chu Xiluo stepped forward, pulling Lu Su behind her. Luo, I was wrong to be harsh with her. If you do not mind her presence, I would not object to her staying. I would gladly let the world know you are mine." Seeing Chu Xiluo's anger, Jun Mo Ran quickly sought to appease her. Realizing that he would not be leaving anytime soon and unable to overpower him, Chu Xiluo decided to send Lu Su away for the moment. She retrieved a pouch of gold, offering it to Lu Su. "Please find yourself a room." Once Lu Su departed, Chu Xiluo quietly approached a nearby stool. Sitting down, Luo, you look so adorable when you frown. I long to hold you close," Jun Mo Ran mused, moving to embrace Chu Xiluo. Despite her struggles to escape his grasp, she could not break free and eventually surrendered. Luo, have you forgotten that morning a year ago? You pledged yourself to me and I accepted. Thus you are mine and you cannot evade your responsibility. A year ago? Which morning? How am I to remember every morning of the year? Chu Xiluo replied in confusion. Luo, you cannot evade your responsibilities, Jun Mo Ran lamented, feeling wronged. How could it be that he was left with the burden of responsibility? Wasn't it customary for the woman to hold the man accountable? What was this world coming to? Upon seeing Chu Xiluo, Jun Mo Ran still could not recall the appearance of Jun Mo Ran, leading him to feel rather helpless. Reflecting on his own charming demeanor, he pondered why this girl consistently forgot him. That day you prepared a bowl of fish soup for me, and when I expressed my desire to repay you, you asked for gold coins. When I replied that I had none, you suggested I offer myself instead. To which I consented. Chapter 22. Jun Mo Ran's confession. So, have you remembered now, my silly girl? Jun Mo Ran remarked with exasperation. It dawned on her that it was indeed him, Jun something, though she regretted not having observed his features clearly at that moment. His face had been soiled. Now that he was clean, he appeared extraordinarily handsome, yet he seemed far too dangerous to engage with. It would be prudent to keep her distance lest trouble befall her. You must be that Jun something, right? It's been so long that I've forgotten your name, so please don't take offense. To be honest, I merely said that out of whim, and I did nothing more than offer you a bowl of fish soup. There's no need for any repayment. You saved me today, so we're even. After saying this, Chu Xiluo attempted to break free from Jun Mo Ran's embrace, only to find him tightening his grip, causing her to hesitate in her struggle. Luoluo, are you abandoning reason? You tease me and then declare we're even? How naive. You belong to me, and I to you. My name is Jun Mo Ran. Remember it as that of your future husband for now. I'll let you off the hook, but should you forget again, I shall have to punish you. Jun Mo Ran, please let me go. This is rather uncomfortable. Chu Xiluo protested, her struggles indicating her discomfort. Luoluo, you must start getting accustomed to your husband's embrace. Be good. Don't resist. Seeing that gentle persuasion was ineffective, he decided to take a firmer approach. If you do not release me now, you needn't show your face to me again. Ha, it seems Luoluo has already acknowledged me. Jun Mo Ran finally loosened his grip. Feeling the release, Chu Xiluo promptly sprang up, distancing herself from him by 3 feet. Knock, knock, knock. Sierra, are you in? I am. Nurse, I shall open the door right away. Chu Xiluo turned quickly to answer the door. Young master, how can you appear in an unmarried lady's room alone? Do you wish to tarnish my Sierra's reputation? Hearing the nurse's words warmed Chu Xiluo's heart. In ancient times, parents typically scolded their daughters upon finding a man in their room, deeming them shameless and careless with their reputation. Yet, the nurse entered and reprimanded Jun Mo Ran, showcasing her boundless affection for Chu Xiluo. Do not worry. I will ensure Luoluo's reputation remains intact, and she will not be without a suitor. For I shall marry her. Sun Huyin observed Jun Mo Ran closely, sensing he spoke truthfully, yet she wondered if Sierra reciprocated his feelings. After all, this man clearly exuded an exceptional charm, while her Sierra was equally remarkable. Although Sierra had previously been unable to cultivate due to her birthmark, she was now free of it and capable of training, making this man a potential match for her. With this thought, Sun Huyin refrained from further comment. Jun Mo Ran, what is it that you like about me? I adore everything about Luoluo, both past and future, regardless of your ability to cultivate or the birthmark on your face. I love you all the same. Jun Mo Ran gazed at Chu Xiluo with profound affection. Jun Mo Ran, are you jesting? We've only met twice, and you profess such feelings? Do you truly believe in love at first sight? Surely your judgment isn't that poor. I once bore a prominent birthmark on my face. Chapter 23, Jun Mo Ran's identity. Luoluo, you must have more confidence in yourself. Believe in fate. Our meeting was destined. Fate, you say? I find that hard to believe. Now, kindly exit my room. I have matters to attend to. Chu Xiluo insisted, dismissing him with indifference. Had others witnessed this scene, they would surely be infuriated, for many would seek a glance from Jun Mo Ran. While she was pushing him away, Jun Mo Ran, unfazed, rose and began to leave, knowing that no matter what he said, she would remain skeptical, especially since she had indeed borne a birthmark upon their first encounter. It appeared his pursuit of her would be a long journey, yet he resolved that even through trickery, he would win her heart. Once Jun Mo Ran departed, Chu Xiluo exhaled in relief. The intensity of his sudden confession had overwhelmed her. To claim she felt nothing in response would be disingenuous, reflecting on her mother, who loved a man her entire life yet never saw him before her demise, and considering her stepfather, who devoted himself to her mother. While her mother's heart lay elsewhere, she vowed to guard her own heart fiercely. Who was that man just now? Sun Huyin inquired after Jun Mo Ran had left. Upon hearing the name, Chu Xiluo realized that the Crown Prince of Xuanyun Kingdom was also named Jun Mo Ran. Miss, you are unaware of the Crown Prince? Lu Su, looking astonished, exclaimed as if discovering a new continent. Are you both truly from Xuanyun Kingdom? Well, Lu Su, the nurse and I have lived in a small village since childhood. And we rarely ventured out, thus we are not well informed. Please, tell us about the Crown Prince. Is it not strange for someone from Xuanyun Kingdom to be unaware of the Crown Prince? Lu Su remarked, ready to share stories for days on end. Seeing Lu Su's enthusiasm, Chu Xiluo quickly interrupted. Lu Su, please, keep it brief and provide a concise introduction. Alright then, the Crown Prince is the most talented and handsome man of Xuanyun Kingdom. The fifth son most favored by the current emperor. Notably, he remains unmarried, without concubines or even a warm bed to share. It's not that no one wishes to wed him. Rather, he is known for being cold and ruthless, having sent away any woman who dared approach him. There are even rumors that he might be dead unmanly. Lu Su's excitement slowly deflated as she shared about Jun Mo Ran. Oh, is there any possibility of another person sharing the name Jun Mo Ran? Chu Xiluo inquired curiously. Miss, that is highly improbable. It would be a blatant disrespect to the royal authority. Besides, who would dare share a name with the Crown Prince? That would be tantamount to courting death. Chapter 24. Liji Pavilion 1. Having learned of Jun Mo Ran's identity, Chu Xiluo suddenly recalled that she had yet to eat. Nurse Lu Su, are you both hungry? We were interrupted earlier and haven't eaten. Shall we go find something to eat? Lu Su, you're from the town, so you must know where to find delicious food. Oh, and Lu Su, please change into a different outfit before joining us. I'll assist you with your makeup before we head out. Chu Xiluo noticed Lu Su was still clad in the male attire from earlier. Miss, I have no other clothes. This is the only one I possess. Lu Su replied helplessly, explaining that she had fled from a marriage. Not gone out for leisure, and thus had not brought multiple garments. Very well. I only brought a few dresses and no male attire myself. In that case, let us first purchase some clothes before we eat. She then turned to Sun Huin to relay the plan before donning her veil and stepping outside. Lu Su, take me to the finest clothing shop in town. If we are to shop, we must seek the best, and I certainly have the means. Certainly, miss. Let us head to Li Ji Pavilion. It's the best in town, frequented by the families of prominent households. Lu Su replied as she guided Chu Xiluo toward Li Ji Pavilion. Lu Su, is there a place in town that sells spatial containers? Chu Xiluo remembered her desire to acquire one and asked, I'm not sure, Mississippi in the Lu household. I'm merely an unvalued member. I've never had the opportunity to encounter something like a spatial container. If you're interested, you might try the Pinnacle Auction House. It's south the most likely place to have such items. Very well. We shall first procure a few outfits, dine, and then visit the Pinnacle to see if they have spatial containers. It would be quite troublesome without one. Lu Su viewed Chu Xiluo's interest in a spatial container with some skepticism, yet upon noticing her exquisite attire, she felt compelled to caution her. Miss, spatial containers are generally quite expensive. If it's unnecessary, perhaps we should forego the purchase. Understanding Lu Su's concern, Chu Xiluo smiled gently. Are spatial containers truly that costly? How much do they typically cost? I'm not entirely certain, miss, as I've never used one myself. However, I've heard that a 1-square spatial bag costs about 10,000 gold coins, a 5-square bag around 50,000, and a 10-square bag approximately 100,000. Beyond that, I cannot say. Chu Xiluo contemplated this. Realizing that in town, a typical family's profit for a year would amount to around 10,000 gold coins, while the 3 major families would earn between 50 to 100,000. Lu Su's assessment of the expense seemed reasonable. Gazing at the substantial amount of gold coins within her possession, Chu Xiluo felt inclined to indulge a little. Miss, we have arrived at Li Ji Pavilion. Lu Su announced at last. Let us enter and take a look. Chu Xiluo raised her head to observe the sign welcome. Please feel free to browse. Upon spotting the customers, Yin Yang promptly led Chu Xiluo and her companions inside. May I inquire how this shopkeeper is addressed? Chu Xiluo, upon seeing Yin Yang, did not express disdain for their attire, indicating that this establishment must be quite respectable, at the very least, possessing excellent service. Everyone calls me Yin Yang, she cheerfully replied to Yin Yang. I am here to purchase clothing for my younger brother and my mother. My brother's physique is similar to hers and mine, while my mother's stature resembles yours. Yin Yang, could you possibly recommend a few styles for me to consider? Chu Xiluo gestured towards Lu Su and herself as she spoke. Chapter 25. Li Ji Pavilion 2. Please follow me. Ladies, these new arrivals are the latest men's garments. Do take a look and see if any meet your satisfaction. Just then, a female voice echoed from the hall. Yin Yang, is the outfit I reserved last time ready? Please take your time. I must attend to that young lady. My apologies. If you find something you like, you may call Xiao Lu to assist you with the fitting. Yin Yang instructed as she walked away. Yes, Yin Yang, do attend to your matters. We will browse for now. Chu Xiluo smiled at her. Tsuer, pick out a few pieces you fancy, but let's limit it to 2 for now. We currently lack a spatial bag, making it cumbersome to carry too much. Once we acquire a space bag, I shall bring you back to purchase more clothing, both men's and women's. It would be quite unfathomable for my people to lack proper attire. Chu Xiluo indicated the garments ahead for Lu Su to select from. Hearing these words, Lu Su felt a warmth in her heart, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. No one had ever treated her with such kindness before. At home, she often wore hand-me-downs from her sisters, and new clothes were a rare occurrence, merely procured from ordinary tailor shops. Chu Xiluo turned to see Lu Su's moist eyes and teased. Suer, are you so moved that you might weep? That simply won't do. If the mere gift of a few garments can elicit such tears, I shudder to think how you might react in the future. She continued, you must remember, you are now under my protection, that I shall never allow my people to suffer indignities. Only I have the privilege to tease them. Yes, miss, I understand. Thank you, miss. I have my eye on these 2 sets. Lu Su stifled her tears. All right, Xiao Lu, please pack these 4 outfits in our sizes. Chu Xiluo called to Xiao Lu. Noticing Yin Yang had not returned, after selecting the men's attire, Chu Xiluo escorted Lu Su to the women's section and chose 2 outfits for their nurse before departing from Li Ji Pavilion. Sewer, is this place close to the shop for cosmetics? Chu Xiluo recalled that she seemed to lack some essential beauty items. Miss, it's not far, just 50 meters ahead. Lu Su pointed out. Nurse, here are the clothes I bought for you. I wasn't sure of your preferences, so I chose 2 sets for you to change into. Chu Xiluo then presented 2 outfits to Sun Huiyin. But I still have clothes to wear. Why spend so much on me? As an elder, I need not dress so splendidly. You young ladies should treat yourselves instead. Nurse, just look at the coarse fabric of the clothes you wear. How uncomfortable they must be. Now that we are financially stable, you too deserve to wear something nice. If you persist in this line of thought, I shall become quite cross. Chu Xiluo feigned anger as she regarded Sun Huiyin. Alright, Sheer, do not be angry. I shall change at once. Sun Huiyin quickly reassured her upon witnessing Chu Xiluo's mock displeasure. Chapter 26. Drunken Immortal Tower 1. Knock. Lu Su thought it was Chu Xiluo come to find her. The young lady had instructed her to change clothes and wait in her room, but upon looking up, she was startled to find a stranger. A young man, may I inquire who you seek? Young sir? Lu Su asked cautiously. I am looking for Lu Su. May I ask if you are she? Upon realizing Lu Su did not recognize her, Chu Xiluo decided to tease her a bit. Lu Su, upon hearing her name, grew anxious. Had they discovered her and come to pursue her? She resolved to mislead him to protect her mistress. Young sir, you are late. Before I arrived, a lady did indeed reside here. But she has since departed. I happened to encounter her as she left, which is how I know the previous occupant was a lady. However, I cannot ascertain if she is the one you seek. Chu Xiluo, amused by Lu Su's earnest fibbing, chuckled. Sewer, it is I. Upon recognizing the voice of her mistress, Lu Su hastily pulled Chu Xiluo into the room and closed the door. You frightened me to death just now. Sewer, why are you so startled? You didn't even recognize me. I shall have to disguise you as well. I promise you will transform in an instant. Chu Xiluo comforted Lu Su. Knowing her appearance was undeniably striking. Even in male attire, she decided to don a more ordinary visage. It was no wonder Lu Su had failed to recognize her. One could hardly expect a stunning beauty to be mistaken for a plain man. Lu Su, observing Chu Xiluo's current appearance, felt a surge of confidence. Miss, your makeup skills are extraordinary. It's like witnessing a miraculous transformation. Chu Xiluo guided Lu Su to sit and began applying her makeup while teaching her the techniques. After a quarter of an hour, Chu Xiluo had finally completed Lu Su's makeup. Miss, is this truly still me? Lu Su gazed incredulously at her ordinary reflection in the mirror. Lu Su was originally a delicate beauty. And even in male attire, she resembled a handsome young gentleman. Of course, do not forget who you are. Furthermore, with our current appearances, should we venture outside, we would blend in with the crowd. Our unremarkable attire would allow us to remain inconspicuous. Let us go find Nurse and enjoy a meal together. Nurse, we are ready. May we depart? When Chu Xiluo and Lu Su, clad in men's attire, appeared before Sun Huiyin, she nearly failed to recognize the sheer she had raised since childhood. Sewer, lead us to the finest dining establishment. We must indulge our palates. For Chu Xiluo, who cherished gourmet food, her stomach could never be neglected. Miss, the best place should be Drunken Immortal Tower. I have heard their signature dishes are unparalleled. Moreover, they are available in limited quantities, though I am uncertain if any remain. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten our departure. Sewer, lead the way. Hearing about food made Chu Xiluo nearly salivate, prompting her to urge Lu Su to set off. A quarter of an hour later, they finally arrived at Drunken Immortal Tower. It seemed they had missed the lunch rush. Nonetheless, the establishment was still bustling with patrons, indicating a thriving business and delightful flavors. Do you have a reservation? Upon their arrival, the server promptly approached them. Chapter 27. Drunken Immortal Tower 2. Not yet. Are there any private rooms available? Lu Su knew her mistress preferred to dine in private quarters, as she disliked being disturbed during meals. Luckily, we have a room available. Please follow me. The server led Chu Xiluo and her companions to a private room on the second floor. Young gentlemen, what dishes would you like to order? Once in the room, the server handed the menu to Chu Xiluo. Please bring us a full table of your signature dishes. Chu Xiluo glanced at the menu and spoke decisively. Dear guest, we can only serve you 8 dishes as our signature items are limited in quantity. Currently, only 8 of the signature dishes have been pre-ordered, leaving 2 available. They will be gone soon. Very well, in that case, aside from those 8 dishes, please recommend a few of your specialty items for us. Certainly, dear guest. Please wait a moment while I prepare your order. The server, noting the fine attire of the guests, realized they were affluent patrons, and the dishes they had just ordered would likely total no less than 90 gold coins. Sewer, do come and join us at the table. There is no need for you to stand. Chu Xiluo beckoned Lu Su to take a seat. Miss, how can this be? You are the master, and I am but your servant. It would be improper for me to dine alongside you. Lu Su gently shook her head, believing it improper for a servant to share a table with her mistress. What master and servant? Do not view yourself in such a manner. If I ask you to sit, you shall sit. Remember, in my presence such rules do not apply. Come, take a seat. Chu Xiluo insisted, waving Lu Su over. Seeing her mistress was resolute, Lu Su had no choice but to sit down, although their time together had been brief. She understood that once Chu Xiluo made a decision, it was seldom altered. Before long, the server began serving the dishes. Dear guests, these dishes are among our most popular. Please enjoy while the signature dishes are being prepared. Very well, you may attend to your duties. Chu Xiluo waved the server away. As she beheld the array of dishes before her, she recalled that her beloved pet, the gluttonous ball, was still in the Ling Lang bracelet. Seizing the opportunity when her companions were distracted, she discreetly stowed away a portion of the food into the bracelet for her pet. Let us eat, do not hold back with that. Chu Xiluo picked up her chopsticks and began to feast upon the offerings laid before them. Just as Lu Su was about to suggest that her mistress eat first, she noticed the dishes before her disappearing at an astonishing rate. As she eating at lightning speed, she glanced up to find Chu Xiluo savoring her meal with elegance. Exchanging glances with Sun Huiyin, they both picked up their chopsticks and began to devour the remaining dishes, knowing that any delay might leave them with mere scraps. The waiter re-entered just as the dishes were being served. Noticing the plates on the table gleaming with cleanliness, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. Had they not eaten for an extended period? Esteemed guests, this is our signature dish, the 8 delicacies grilled fish. I hope you find it to your liking. Quietly, she placed the dish down and retreated as the food arrived. Everyone eagerly began to eat. After the previous lesson, Lu Su and the others understood that lingering would result in missing out on the meal. So they swiftly picked up their chopsticks to join in. Shower, I'm still hungry, but the flavors here are delightful. Your recommendation was excellent. Chu Xiluo remarked contentedly as she savored the exquisite taste. Chapter 28. Duan Hongyu 1/2 of the newly served dishes had already been consumed by the young lady, yet she claimed to still be hungry. It was astonishing to witness how such a petite figure could consume so much. After half an hour, Chu Xiluo and her companions finally felt satisfied. Waiter, the bill, please. Lu Su called out. Esteemed guest, the total is 98 gold coins, the waiter replied with a gentle smile. Lu Su produced the coins and handed them over. And the waiter confirmed the amount was correct. Is there anything else you require, esteemed guest? If not, I shall take my leave. How many portions of your signature dishes are available each day? Chu Xiluo inquired. Each dish is limited to 5 portions per day, the waiter explained. I see. Then I shall order every signature dish for tomorrow. Chu Xiluo declared boldly. Esteemed guest, that is not permissible. We can only reserve up to 60% of our offerings. We must leave some for tomorrow's patrons. If you reserve everything, those who come without a reservation like today will be disappointed, the waiter clarified. Indeed, for those who cherish culinary delights, arriving only to find everything sold out would be disheartening. Then I shall reserve 3 portions of each dish. Additionally, I would appreciate your recommendations for 10 more dishes to complement my order. Here is a deposit of 100 gold coins. Is that sufficient? That will do nicely. Please wait a moment while I prepare your receipt, the waiter said, accepting the deposit and turning to descend the stairs. Once outside the Zuixian building, Chu Xiluo and her companions made their way directly to the Pinnacle auction house. I am going to take a look. You and your wife can wait for me here, she said, moving ahead. Oh, are they competing? What is their strength? She pondered, realizing it was a fight if their abilities were evenly matched. It could be worth watching. I see. Let us go and observe. It is still early, and there's no harm in visiting before heading to the auction house. As Chu Xiluo approached, she heard a brash voice and looked up to see a young man clad in a dark green coat. His delicate features juxtaposed with a menacing aura. Chapter 29. Duan Hongyu 2, have you resigned yourself to this fate? Chu Xiluo spoke softly. Duan Hongyu opened his eyes, unable to believe that this ordinary-looking young man had come to his rescue. Was he truly risking offense to the Mei family to save him? He had thought that even if someone in the crowd could assist him, they would hesitate to act out of fear of the Mei family. One of the 3 great families in town, whose wrath could spell disaster for his own kin. Yet here stood this seemingly frail boy, no older than 14, standing before him, deflecting Mei Zihua's attack. Duan Hongyu was about to speak when Mei Zihua interjected. Chapter 30. The wealthy Xiao do not worry, we will not linger here for long. By the way, Xiao, I must leave. Will you accompany me or remain here? Wherever you go, I shall follow. I cannot bear to be away from you. Lu Su replied resolutely. Is there anything troubling you in town, or someone you are concerned about? Since he had decided to let Lu Su accompany him, he hoped she had no lingering worries. No, my lord. My mother passed away during childbirth due to excessive bleeding, Lu Su said, her eyes dimming at the memory. I am sorry, Xiao for bringing up such painful memories. Rest assured, from now on my nurse and I will be your family. Would you like to become my nurse's goddaughter? Having such a well-behaved daughter as you would be a blessing I could hardly wish for. Of course I would agree, Sun Huyan responded eagerly, having grown quite fond of Lu Su, especially given her loyalty to Chu Xiluo. Xiao even my nurse agrees. When I am not around I shall entrust you to her care. My lord, thank you. Even if I am not the lady's goddaughter, I will look after her well. Lu Su expressed gratefully. No need to call her lady, just call her godmother, Chu Xiluo said with a bright smile. Godmother. Lu Su sweetly addressed Sun Huyan, who beamed with joy as she patted Lu Su's head. With Xiao looking after you, I feel at ease. My nurse has endured much for my sake. Now it is time for her to enjoy life, Chu Xiluo said joyfully to both Sun Huyan and Lu Xu as they conversed and walked. They soon arrived at the Pinnacle Auction House. My lord, we have arrived at the Pinnacle Auction House. Shall we enter? Lu Su suggested. Yes, let us go inside. I hope we can find what we seek, Chu Xiluo replied, stepping forward. Welcome. I am Mu Ji, the steward of the Pinnacle Auction House. May I inquire if you are here to buy or sell? We are here to make purchases. Do you have any spatial containers for sale? Chu Xiluo inquired. Upon hearing she was interested in spatial containers, the steward realized they had a significant customer and led them to the lounge. My lord, you have come to the right place. Our auction house is the only one in town that offers such items. However, as you know, the materials for crafting spatial containers are quite rare, and thus the prices tend to be steep, Mu Ji explained, observing Chu Xiluo attentively. I am aware of the prices. Please tell me which types of spatial containers you have available. Chu Xiluo replied calmly, sensing the steward's concern over pricing. We have 1 cubic meter, 5 cubic meters, and 10 cubic meters of spatial bags. Which type do you require? I need all of those, and I am also looking for spatial rings, spatial bracelets, or any other large area spatial artifacts you might have, Chu Xiluo stated with a tone of affluence. My lord, the items you mentioned are considered high-grade or top-tier spiritual artifacts, which are quite rare in our town. However, you might find them in the city. Ah, I see. Then I would like 10 of each type of spatial bag. Without hesitation, Chu Xiluo produced a large bag of gold coins. The steward was momentarily taken aback by the quantity Chu Xiluo wished to purchase. Yet he was not surprised by the large sum of coins she produced. After all, it would be odd for someone of her wealth not to possess a spatial container. The total comes to 160,000 gold coins. The amount is correct. I shall fetch your spatial bags. The steward collected the coins and turned to retrieve the bags for Chu Xiluo. My lord, I see you already possess a spatial bag. Why then do you need to buy so many? Lu Su asked, having noted the significant amount of gold Chu Xiluo had just produced. Xiao, do you wish to know? My current spatial bag is too small. As for the reason for buying so many, should I tell you or keep it a secret? Chu Xiluo teased playfully. My lord, you tease me, Lu Su replied, feeling somewhat flustered. Xiao, you are too easy to tease. A little playful banter hardly counts as bullying. I shall have to train you better. Otherwise life would be rather dull. Here are the spatial bags you requested, 30 in total. This is all we have in stock. If you require more, I regret to say we cannot fulfill that, Mu Ji informed, handing over the bags. Chu Xiluo inspected the bags and declared, this is perfect. Exactly what I needed. After examining them, she hung one on her waist and stored the others in her ling lang bracelet. Steward, do you have any other items for sale? She inquired. Given the 3-month journey to Lingyang City, and with her ling lang bracelet, she knew she could not afford to be careless, especially with her nurse and Lu Su accompanying her. Yes, indeed. Please take a look at the items we have for sale, Mu Ji said, presenting a list of available goods. Upon reviewing the price list, Chu Xiluo noted, basic spirit nourishing pills 500 gold coins. Basic vitality pills for 100 gold coins. A single basic pill ranged from 10 to 500 gold coins. Chu Xiluo calculated that she had approximately 1,000 bottles of basic pills, each containing 100 pills. The total cost would be staggering. Steward, I will take all the medicinal herbs you have here, Chu Xiluo stated, exuding her usual lavish demeanor. Certainly, my lord. Are you a pill refiner? Mu Ji inquired, intrigued by her boldness. My dear young master, please do not misunderstand. What I meant to convey is that if you are indeed an alchemist, the potions you refine can be sold to us at a 10 discount. As you are aware, the market typically offers an 20 discount, but since you are a valued regular customer, I am willing to provide you with a higher price. Chapter 32. The beginning of the alchemical journey 10. I see very well, I shall come to you next time I have potions to sell. Chu Xiluo refrained from mentioning whether the potions were crafted by her or obtained from elsewhere. She simply stated that she would sell them to him when she had stock. Yes, indeed. Here is our esteemed auction house's gold card that as long as you present this card at the appropriate time, you will enjoy privileges whether you are purchasing or selling items. And here are the medicinal materials you requested, totaling 20,000 gold coins. Please confirm if this is correct. Elder Mu handed a spatial bag and a gold card to Chu Xiluo. After accepting the spatial bag from the elder and scanning it with her spiritual sense to ensure its accuracy, she transferred the materials into her linglong bracelet, returned the spatial bag to the elder, and handed over the 20,000 gold coins. She then departed the esteemed auction house with Sun Huiyin and Lu Su. Young master, where shall we go now? Once outside the auction house, Lu Su inquired. Miss, you are indeed quite wealthy. You didn't even blink while purchasing. Upon returning to the inn after seeing Sun Huiyin and Lu Su leave, Chu Xiluo eagerly entered the space of her linglong bracelet. Master, I missed you so much. When will you bring me something to eat? The fluffy creature leapt into Chu Xiluo's embrace, gazing at her with its big, glistening eyes looking pitiful. Seeing such an adorable creature melted Chu Xiluo's heart, and she promptly kissed it and playfully poked its fluffy body. Are you missing me? Or are you yearning for delicacies? Well, master, I am indeed missing you more. My heart is the witness of heaven and earth. You are my utmost longing. I just happened to think of food as well. It stretched out its two fluffy paws, as if to swear that it was telling the truth. This immediately amused Chu Xiluo, who chuckled softly. So the latter part of your statement is the crux, is it not? Very well, for the next few days I shall enter seclusion to begin alchemy. When I emerge, I will procure some delicious treats for you. Yes, master, please go ahead. After saying this, it hopped down from Chu Xiluo's embrace. Once the fluffy creature left, Chu Xiluo made her way towards the Zijie, the name she has given to the house within the linglong bracelet. As it was her first attempt at alchemy, Chu Xiluo decided to start with the simplest primary speed enhancement pill. The primary speed enhancement pill. After consumption, it increases one's speed by 1% for 15 minutes, including movement and attack speed. However, the primary speed enhancement pill is considered somewhat of a useless concoction. Chapter 33. The beginning of the alchemical journey 2. This is because it is only beneficial for practitioners at the beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. A 1% increase in speed is only useful during rare critical moments, which is why few people are willing to spend money on such pills. Alchemy first requires a cauldron. Observing the 5 cauldrons before her, Chu Xiluo knew that what her master had left for her was generally of good quality, so without hesitation, she casually selected one and recognized it with a drop of blood. A beam of white light enveloped Chu Xiluo and the cauldron. At that moment, Chu Xiluo felt as if a force was rapidly invading her spiritual space and body, attempting to tear her apart. She understood that this was the spirit of the tool recognizing its master, and only by overcoming this force could she become its owner. Failure would lead to physical harm or mental injury, even resulting in idiocy. Thus, she summoned all her strength and spiritual energy to resist this force. Finally, the white light faded, and Chu Xiluo opened her eyes, drenched in sweat and weariness, having successfully subdued the cauldron. She held the cauldron in her hands and observed it closely, discovering that it was adorned with 9 vividly depicted dragons. Just as she opened her eyes, a purple aura seemed to envelop the cauldron. Since her master had not recorded what type of cauldron this was, she decided to name it the Purple Flame 9 Dragon Cauldron. As soon as she named the Purple Flame 9 Dragon Cauldron, she sensed its joyful spirit, revealing that it possessed sentience, and oh wonder, it was so difficult to subdue earlier. Realizing this, Chu Xiluo communicated with the Purple Flame 9 Dragon Cauldron using her spiritual energy. Do you like the name I have given you? Instantly, she received a feeling of affirmation in her mind, confirming that the Purple Flame 9 Dragon Cauldron could communicate with her. Chu Xiluo added, then henceforth, your grand name shall be Purple Flame 9 Dragon Cauldron, and your nickname shall be ZZ. Thus it was joyfully decided. Now let us begin preparing for alchemy. Chu Xiluo set down the Purple Flame 9 Dragon Cauldron and conjured a cluster of colorful flames. Directing them towards the cauldron as she controlled the flames with her spiritual energy, she meticulously added the medicinal materials and eliminated impurities. Speed cloud grass, hairpin flower grass, and thyme leaf. After removing the impurities, she proceeded to fuse the materials together, carefully managing the heat with her spiritual energy. Time passed incrementally, and at last the fusion was complete. The final step was to refine the pills. If the pills were taken out too early, their efficacy would be compromised. If left too long, they would char. Thus, refining was a crucial step that required constant attention and the use of spiritual energy to keep the pills rolling within the cauldron. The pills were completed, and a fragrant aroma wafted from the cauldron. Chu Xiluo hurriedly stood up, eagerly opening the lid, only to find 3 pristine pills nestled inside. 3 at once? Hadn't she heard that usually alchemists could only produce 1 at a time? Inspecting the primary speed enhancement pill, she found all 3 to be of excellent quality. She casually took a bottle and stored the pills inside. As it was her first experience in alchemy, even the simplest primary speed enhancement pill had consumed a considerable amount of her spiritual energy. Moreover, having just subdued the purple flame 9 dragon cauldron had also drained her energy. Therefore, she decided to rest for a while before continuing her alchemical endeavors, stepping out of the Zyge and raising her head to see a pool of heavenly spirit water. Isn't heavenly spirit water a heavenly treasure for cultivating spiritual energy? Chapter 34. The 4 directions in motion 1. Thus, she fetched a cup of heavenly spirit water and drank it down, instantly feeling her spiritual energy rejuvenated and her fatigue dissipating. The heavenly spirit water truly is a remarkable elixir. By the way, since the heavenly spirit water has such excellent effects, would adding some to the pills yield different results? Without hesitation, Chu Xiluo turned back to the Zyge to begin alchemy once more. She once again took out the materials for the primary speed enhancement pill, meticulously removing impurities, and then added the heavenly spirit water to begin the fusion. The speed of this alchemical process seemed swifter than the last, indicating her improvement. Eagerly, Chu Xiluo opened the cauldron's lid. To her astonishment, this time she had successfully produced 5 pills, a significant improvement. She examined them. All were of perfect quality. This was truly remarkable. To note, the ordinary speed enhancement pill offers a 1% increase. The excellent variety provides a 2% increase, while the perfect quality boasts a 3% increase. Should it be a patterned pill, the increase would be 5%. While the ordinary speed enhancement pill is quite lackluster, those of excellent quality and above could be game changers in combat. Holding the finished product of perfect primary speed enhancement pills, Chu Xiluo gazed at the heavenly spirit water beside her in delight. She had achieved such results merely by adding a single drop of heavenly spirit water during the fusion process. Not only had the quantity increased, but the quality had also improved. Although her alchemical ability played a role, this was only her second attempt, so that it must be the effect of the heavenly spirit water. Unbeknownst to Chu Xiluo, much of the credit was due to her own outstanding alchemical talent. As for the effect of adding heavenly spirit water, it was far more than she realized. She would later exclaim that she had priced her products too low. Moreover, such a treasure as heavenly spirit water, even a small vial from outside, is considered precious. Who would be extravagant enough to use it for refining these basic pills? With this revelation, Chu Xiluo became even more motivated in her alchemical pursuits, continuously refining. When she grew weary, she would drink some heavenly spirit water before resuming. Thus, Chu Xiluo became engrossed in her alchemical endeavors within the Linglong bracelet, oblivious to the fact that many outside were already searching for her tirelessly. Jun Mo Ran, have you not found her yet? Jun Mo Ran asked weakly. Your Highness, we have searched every corner of Chuling town, yet there is still no trace of Miss Chu. Search, continue to search. Expand outward from Chuling town as the center. If you fail to locate her, you shall face punishment. Yes, Your Highness. Xiaozhu nodded in affirmation and went out to continue searching for Chu Xiluo. He knew that his master was genuinely concerned this time. Thus, to put him at ease, he needed to find Chu Xiluo promptly. Luo, where are you now? It has already been 3 days. Jun Mo Ran gazed blankly ahead before setting off once again. 3 days prior. An hour later. That maid and her wet nurse were in their room, but where is his Luo? Jun Mo Ran quickly arrived outside Lu Su's room. Knock knock. Chapter 35. The 4 directions in motion 2. Who is it? Lu Su cautiously approached the door and opened it. Did I greet Your Highness? May I inquire if Your Highness has business with us? Where is your young mistress? Jun Mo Ran inquired coldly. Oh, your young mistress is in seclusion. Is she? No wonder she is not in her room. You say she is in her own room? It is impossible. There is no trace of Luo in her room. Could it be that something has happened to Luo? Otherwise, she would have no reason to deceive her maid and wet nurse into thinking she was in seclusion while sneaking away. Your Highness, has something transpired? Is the young lady not in her chamber? Lu Su, sensing from Jun Mo Ran's tone that the young lady might not be in her room during her seclusion, hastily made her way to Chu Xiluo's quarters. There is no need for alarm. I merely have not seen Luo for a single night. And thus I miss her, she exclaimed. It is only natural to be surprised that if she is indeed in her room in meditation, then she must be in her own sanctuary. Rest assured. With that, Jun Mo Ran turned and departed the inn. Searched the entire town for Luo Luo. He commanded casually, Lu Jiao, what did you say? You mentioned you saw Su'er leave with a masked woman. Inquired Lu Hui, the head of the Lu family. My lord, if Su'er does not wish to marry the prince, why did she not inform me sooner? Had I known of her reluctance, I would have conveyed this to you. And we could have rescinded the marriage proposal to the Wang family. Now the bridal sedan has already been carried out, and that child has actually fled from her wedding. What shall I do? Mei Ruyan lamented, her voice quavering, Madam, this is not your fault. It is that ungrateful daughter who does not appreciate her fortune. You wished for her well-being. Marrying into the Wang family, though she would face widowhood, would have ensured she was cherished as a beloved daughter due to the prince's affection. That ungrateful girl dares to elope instead. Father, that wretched girl has the audacity to escape from her wedding. We must capture her and bring her to the Wang family to apologize, in hopes that they will still entertain the notion of a familial alliance. Lu Ling declared vehemently. Linger, do not speak ill of your sister. Your father will find her. We must not disturb him now. Let us go. Mei Ruyan urged as she led Lu Ling away. Fangzi entered. My lord Xiao Chui, go summon the madam to make preparations. We shall be going to the Wang family to apologize shortly. Understood, my lord. Chapter 36. The four directions unite. 3 Fu Hua, go to the storeroom and fetch 2 primary spirit beneficial pills. Very well, my lord. Fu Hua replied, turning towards the storeroom. Yu Pui, upon hearing her daughter's teasing, felt her cheeks flush crimson. Yuana, you jest. Yet your antics nearly terrified your mother to death. I have only just regained my composure. I am not privy to the details, but I heard that Yuer was injured during a duel with Mei Zihao. My lord, the medicine has arrived. You are well, then. Is there any lingering discomfort? Speak to your mother. Mother, I am fine now. It is all resolved. I apologize for causing you worry. I acted impulsively this time, and I will refrain from such recklessness again. Chapter 37. The four directions unite. For since he has deliberately initiated this challenge, how could he let you go so easily? This is a fortuitous opportunity for him to eliminate you. Father, I recognize my own impulsiveness this time. I nearly faced disaster. He saw that I had lost my fighting spirit yet still provoked me, wishing to bring about my demise. Just at that life and death moment, a young gentleman appeared and defended me against Mei Zihao's assault, saving my life. Do you know the identity of the gentleman who rescued you? What does he look like? We must send someone to find him. Since he saved you before Mei Zihao, the Mei family will surely seek retribution. Father, my savior left immediately after aiding me. It seems he was also heading towards the Pinnacle auction house. Oh, you should have some description of him, do you not? It appears he is shrouded in mystery. If that is the case, he should be safe for now. We will search discreetly and keep an eye on the Mei family's movements. Additionally, Winder, you are in charge of locating our benefactor. You are assist your brother, understood? Yes, father. My lord, it seems the Wang family and Mei family have formed an alliance. Yu Pui expressed her concerns. Indeed, we must prepare for the worst. If it comes to that, take the children and flee. My lord, are you abandoning me? Am I the sort to leave on my own? Have you forgotten our vow to face all trials together? If it comes to that and you choose to confront this alone, I shall never forgive you. At this moment, Yu Pui was in tears. Very well, do not weep. It is my fault. I spoke thoughtlessly. We will remain together, and should the worst come, I shall not abandon you. Now you have had a long day. Rest for now. I will call you for dinner shortly. I must go and arrange matters with the Mei and Wang families. Chapter 38. The four directions unite. 5 Humph, look at you. If only you possessed half of your elder brother's composure, we would not be in this predicament. Go, reflect on your actions. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Mei Zihao's eyes flashed with a cold light before it vanished, unnoticed by those present. As he exited earlier this morning, your sister was injured by a masked woman, and now a mysterious man has appeared. It seems the prominent families have come for that treasure. Which side should we align with? We cannot retain that treasure. We all understand the saying, commoner is innocent, but one who covets the jade must bear the blame. Very well, father. Rest assured I know what to do with that. He took his leave. Wang family, my lord, the Lu family is utterly ungrateful. That Lu Su dares to elope, and you must uphold justice for Tsonger. Lady Wang exclaimed in fury. Madam, do not worry. If the Lu family does not provide us with an explanation, they shall face our wrath. Go and summon Howard. I have matters to discuss with him. Lady Wang complied and exited. Father, you called for me? Yes, sit. Now that your elder brother is no longer with us, Our Wang family depends on you. Father, I will not betray your trust. I shall lead our Wang family to new heights. Indeed, it is only now that your elder brother is gone that we can hope for success. In the coming days, several powerful factions will send representatives to the Magic Peak Forest in search of treasure. You must engage with them wisely. Additionally, find that mysterious man from the street today, who effortlessly countered Mei Zihao's attack, and attempt to bring him into our fold. Wang Qiyun instructed earnestly. Understood, Father, that I shall take my leave. Go ahead within the Linglang bracelet at last. I have completed the refining. How exhausting. I did not realize I had produced so many, at least 1,000. It seems my dantian is slightly unstable. Before Chu Xiluo could ponder further, a radiant white light enveloped her, ascending from intermediate summoner to high-level summoner, progressing from 1 star to 5 stars. Until the brilliance dissipated, rising to the status of a 5-star high-level summoner so swiftly. Upon entering for alchemy, she was only a 5-star intermediate summoner. She ascended 10 stars in a flash. Should outsiders learn of Chu Xiluo's progress, they would surely exclaim in disbelief at her prodigious talent. If they were to discover that she was simultaneously refining pills while consuming heavenly spirit water to replenish her energy, they would surely accuse her of extravagance. Oblivious to the fact that a single vial of heavenly spirit water could elevate the cultivation of martial spirits, spiritual gods, and summoners by 1 to 5 stars. Chapter 39. Spirit Refining Pill. Though each level may only utilize heavenly spirit water thrice, it is crucial for progression, and the fact that she uses it merely to restore her energy is nothing short of ostentatious display of wealth. The transition from primary to intermediate requires a 10-star progression, as does the leap from intermediate to advanced, and similarly from advanced to the next tier. It is only during advancement that the heavens rules manifest. Thus, while one may progress within the Linglang bracelet, ascending in rank necessitates exposure to the heavenly light of the world's rules outside. Having lost track of time amidst her alchemical endeavors, she decided to venture out to check on her wet nurse and the others. Mao Qiu, I am heading out. You stay here and play for now, master. When will you bring me delicacies? Mao Qiu, perched by the heavenly spirit spring, hastily rose and scampered after Chu Xiluo upon hearing her intent to leave. You only think of food. Do you not treasure me? Chu Xiluo feigned sorrow. Master, please believe that I love you most. It matters not if you do not bring me treats, just remember me. Seeing her feigned sadness, Mao Qiu quickly reassured her. You are the best, Mao Qiu. Here, take this newly refined spirit refining pill. I wonder if it will be of use to you. Consider it a sweet treat. With that, Chu Xiluo handed Mao Qiu a large vial of spirit refining pills. Yea, master, I adore you. The spirit refining pill is beneficial for me. With that, Mao Qiu joyfully embraced the vial and set off to cultivate. Should anyone witness Chu Xiluo bestowing a large vial of spirit refining pills upon Mao Qiu as if they were mere candies, they would surely be left in shock. After all, the spirit refining pill holds immense value for spiritual beasts. The cultivation of spiritual beasts generally progresses at a slower pace than that of humans. Therefore, once a summoning beast is contracted, its owner typically wishes to feed their spiritual pet a spirit pill. A single spirit pill can elevate a primary level spiritual pet by 1 to 3 stars, enhance a mid-level spiritual pet by 1 to 2 stars, and even with a stroke of luck, increase a high-level spiritual pet by 1 star. Remarkably, this process has no side effects, and one can ascend to the earth rank solely by consuming spirit pills. Achieving such effects typically requires a perfect formulation of the spirit pill. Even high-quality variants can only raise mid-level spiritual pets by 0 to 2 stars, while ordinary ones may only enhance primary pets by 0 to 1 star. In truth, the materials needed to concoct spirit pills are not particularly rare. However, the probability of producing a perfect spirit pill is exceedingly low. Most alchemists can only manage to create high-quality variants, and on rare occasions, they may succeed in crafting a perfect one. It is only at the level of a master alchemist that one might achieve an 80% success rate for perfection. Yet even that is not guaranteed. As for Chu Xiluo, her ability to consistently produce perfect spirit pills is unprecedented. This can be attributed to her extraordinary mental strength, the 5 elements fire, the Zihuang 9 dragon cauldron, and the unique alchemical techniques and experiences passed down from her master, all of which are one of a kind. Moreover, the addition of celestial spirit water during the refining process inherently enhances the quality. If she were unable to produce a perfect spirit pill under such conditions, it would indeed be remarkable. Upon witnessing the fluffy creature embracing a spirit pill for cultivation, Chu Xiluo decided to take a moment to craft a beautiful bracelet for herself. As dawn broke, she realized it was still early, and having not slept for several days, she thought it was the perfect time to catch up on rest. With that in mind, Chu Xiluo went to bed. Chapter 40. Chu Xiluo vs. Jun Mo Ran. Who are you? How did you end up here? Chu Xiluo woke to find an unfamiliar figure beside her and instinctively kicked him out of bed without a second thought. Jun Mo Ran, feeling as though he had just fallen into slumber, was bewildered to find himself unceremoniously thrust from the bed. Luo. It's me, Jun Mo Ran exclaimed, his frustration palpable. He was not one to easily fall into a deep sleep. Even in his own residence, he had never been caught off guard like this. Yet, lying beside Luo had provided him with an unusual sense of security, causing him to doze off unexpectedly. You, Jun Mo Ran, the Prince of Chen. Why are you lying in my bed? Chu Xiluo demanded, her voice rising in indignation as she recognized him standing there. Realizing she must have been in a deep slumber to have not noticed his presence, she shuddered at the thought of what might have happened had he been an enemy. It was not entirely Chu Xiluo's fault. First, Jun Mo Ran's cultivation level was significantly higher than hers, making it natural for her not to detect his arrival. Second, subconsciously, she had categorized Jun Mo Ran as a safe individual, a fact she herself was unaware of. Luo, I haven't seen you in 7 days. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. In truth, it has been 21 years since I last laid eyes on you, and now that I've finally seen you, you were sleeping so deeply that I couldn't bear to wake you. Yet my longing for you grew weary, so I rested beside you. But how could you be so cruel as to kick me out of bed? Jun Mo Ran gazed at Chu Xiluo with an expression of exaggerated grievance. Resembling a forsaken little wife, hearing Jun Mo Ran's words, Chu Xiluo felt exasperated. His words were far too sentimental, compounded by that insufferable expression. Jun Mo Ran, you are indeed the Prince of Chen, aren't you? Luo, in your presence. I am no prince, I am merely your future husband, Jun Mo Ran replied. What of your bloodthirsty demeanor? Were you not indifferent to women? Chu Xiluo retorted, suspicion lacing her voice. I assure you, I am genuine. My indifference pertains to others, but certainly not to you, my dear Luo. My affection for you is genuine, devoid of coldness, he said, his eyes filled with adoration as he gazed tenderly at her. Chu Xiluo raised her head, her brow furrowed in concentration, searching for any hint of jest or insincerity on Jun Mo Ran's face. Yet, after an extended scrutiny, she found only profound affection reflected in his gaze, compelling her to relinquish her skepticism, just as Chu Xiluo prepared to respond. A knock at the door interrupted. Sir, please wait a moment. Initially intending to sleep in until naturally awakened, Chu Xiluo found her mood disrupted by the shock of Jun Mo Ran's presence, leaving her no desire for further slumber. Jun Mo Ran, why are you still here? She exclaimed, rising to don her clothes only to discover him staring intently at her, though she was clad in sleepwear. Changing in front of an unfamiliar man felt utterly awkward. Luo, since I am here, where else would you have me? Jun Mo Ran inquired, fully aware of her intent to dress but remaining steadfast in his place. Having just been kicked from the bed, Chapter 41, Chu Xiluo vs. Jun Mo Ran continued, I couldn't care less where you are. You need to leave now, I must change. Chu Xiluo insisted, her cheeks flushed with irritation, making her look adorably fierce, which caused Jun Mo Ran's heart to race with longing. Jun Mo Ran, what are you doing? Let go of me. Chu Xiluo struggled against his grip, but the disparity in their strength rendered her efforts futile. As she gazed up at Jun Mo Ran's increasingly imposing visage, her protests were stifled. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, he seized the opportunity, capturing her lips in a fervent kiss. Chu Xiluo found herself at a loss for words, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at him with her sparkling gaze. Breathing became a struggle. Would she suffocate from this kiss? How embarrassing! In that moment, Jun Mo Ran reluctantly released Chu Xiluo, his gaze lingering on her now swollen lips, a satisfied smile gracing his features. You silly girl, how could you almost suffocate yourself just from a kiss? You re so careless. How can I trust you to be alone out there? Thus, it's best if you remain by my side with that. He looked at her with a mixture of amusement and admiration as her expression shifted from shyness to anger. Not allowing her to retaliate, he added, Luo, while you appear utterly adorable and enticing in this state, I wouldn't mind you venturing out like this. I would be delighted for everyone to know that you, Chu Xiluo, are mine. However, I am aware you would not agree to that, so that he then placed a small vial in her hand before turning and exiting the room. Greetings, Prince of Chen. Lu Su entered, startled to see Jun Mo Ran emerging from Chu Xiluo's room. She wondered when the prince had been in the young lady's quarters. However, she soon dismissed her surprise, recognizing that it was entirely normal for someone of his caliber to be undetected. Stepping into Chu Xiluo's chamber, she exclaimed, Miss, you have emerged from your seclusion. What of my Chu Xiluo began, But upon noticing Lu Su's flushed cheeks and hesitant demeanor as she glanced at her lips, realization dawned on her with a swift motion. She leapt from the bed and rushed to the mirror. Jun Mo Ran, you scoundrel! Pervert! Upon seeing her swollen, kissed lips, Chu Xiluo felt an overwhelming wave of frustration. How was she to face anyone like this? Wait, didn't that rascal just give me this? She muttered, grabbing the vial and opening it, only to be greeted by a fragrant rush of snow lotus essence. Recalling Jun Mo Ran's parting words, she deduced that this vial was intended to reduce the swelling, and she poured a drop onto her lips as she approached the mirror. Lu Su, noticing her actions, hurried over. Miss, that is snow lotus essence, she exclaimed in surprise. Snow lotus essence? What is it and what does it do? Chu Xiluo inquired, preparing to apply another drop. A single drop is sufficient for your lips, miss. I have only seen it once at home. It is renowned for enhancing beauty, scar removal, and reducing swelling. Truly a precious item. Chapter 42. The Wet Nurse and Lu Su, seeing that Chu Xiluo intended to apply more, quickly interjected that it was clear that the young miss was unaware of the rarity of snow lotus essence. After all, even a person like Lu Su, who had witnessed its value during her sister's boasting, knew its significance. Such luxury was exclusive to noble families, hence ordinary folk would be unfamiliar with it. Just one drop is enough, we shouldn't waste it. Lu Su insisted, recalling her own limited exposure to the essence. By the way, how did you know what it was? Chu Xiluo asked, intrigued by Lu Su's ability to identify something she had only seen once. I am not boasting, miss, but I have always been particularly sensitive to scents. Generally, if I encounter a fragrance once, I can recall it. Wow! It has already reduced the swelling. In the blink of an eye. It is miraculous, truly a fine product. Chu Xiluo exclaimed, gazing at her reflection and marveling at the remarkable transformation of her lips. By the way, Lu Su, you can remember scents? What a skill! But why didn't you recognize me last time? Miss, will you be dressing as a man or a woman today? Last time the situation was unusual. I was caught off guard by your masculine appearance, and when I heard someone was looking for me, I became quite nervous. Then she took out a spatial pouch and handed it to Chu Xiluo, which contained the garment she had purchased for her at Li Ji restaurant. Last time, I offended the Mei family by dressing as a man. I wish to avoid trouble, so today I shall don women's attire. Suer, why were you so anxious that day? When you came to the inn with me, no one should have recognized you after all. You were disguised as a man, and those who weren't well acquainted with you would hardly spot you. Chu Xiluo accepted the pouch, transferred her own clothes inside the Linglang bracelet, and returned it to Lu Su. If that is the case, let us prepare to depart from here. Suer, go summon the nurse, and then turn around to start applying the birthmark to her face. As for Suer, I had taught her various makeup techniques when I helped her with her makeup last time. So her current appearance is quite fitting, leaving no cause for concern. Monsieur, nurse, how has your training been these past few days? Upon seeing Sun Huyin approaching, Chu Xiluo grasped her hand and inquired. The nurse possesses limited aptitude, however. It just so happens that she has recently broken through her bottleneck, and now only awaits an opportunity to advance to a junior martial artist. Sun Huyin spoke while tidying Chu Xiluo's attire, a gentle smile gracing her face. Miss, I am now a level 1 intermediate spirit master. Lu Su exclaimed joyfully, as she had not advanced during her time at home, yet after merely 8 days following Miss, she had achieved a breakthrough. Who wouldn't he be thrilled? Chapter 43. A gathering of talents. One in truth, Lu Su's advancement is primarily attributed to her mindset. Previously, in the Lu family, lacking parental affection, enduring the bullying of siblings, and the cold gazes of servants instilled a sense of indifference towards life within her, resulting in stagnation in her cultivation. Now, having followed Chu Xiluo and experienced warmth, her heart has opened, making her advancement inevitable. Here, take these. Let us all drink together. Chu Xiluo casually retrieved several bottles of celestial spirit water from her Linglang bracelet and handed them to Sun Huyin and Lu Su. She understood the principle that innocent bystanders may suffer for the sins of others, thus allowing them to consume it here is the safest option. Upon receiving the celestial spirit water from Chu Xiluo, Sun Huyin and Lu Su drank it without a second thought. Although they were already aware of their trust in her, witnessing their unwavering faith warmed her heart. At that moment, having consumed the celestial spirit water, Sun Huyin and Lu Su felt an abundance of spiritual energy in their dantian, and soon 2 strands of heavenly rules enveloped them. Half an hour later. Miss, what did you give us? After drinking it, we advanced. Celestial spirit water. Chu Xiluo replied nonchalantly. Celestial spirit water, the revered treasure for cultivation and alchemy. Am I dreaming? Miss Lu Su exclaimed, her face filled with astonishment, followed by overwhelming gratitude. The miss actually gifted her such precious items. And to think she received 9 bottles at once, allowing her to leap from a level 1 intermediate spirit master to a level 5 intermediate great spirit master. Hearing it was celestial spirit water, Sun Huiyin was equally astounded but said nothing, as there was no need for pleasantries between them. Chu Xiluo glanced at them with satisfaction, pleased with the outcome. Now Lu Su had become a level 5 intermediate great spirit master. And the nurse had reached level 3 intermediate martial artist. Very well, you have both completed your advancements. Let us take our leave. Chu Xiluo led the way out of the room and down the stairs. Miss, where are we headed now? Sun Huiyin and Lu Su hurriedly followed. Did you not mention that this place is no longer safe? We must change our location. Change location? What does that mean, miss? It's quite literal. By the way, did you visit the Drunken Immortal Pavilion today? Chu Xiluo inquired, for a foodie never forgets a meal. I intended to go, but upon passing your room I heard some commotion and assumed you had emerged. Which delayed me. Oh, there's no need to check out with the innkeeper now. We shall leave directly for the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. We've already paid the deposit. It would be a waste not to go. Miss, we also paid a deposit for the guest room. Are you certain we won't be wasting it by not settling the bill? Lu Su pondered but dared not voice her thoughts. Just as Chu Xiluo and her companions descended the stairs, they discovered that the number of patrons below had inexplicably multiplied several times, with numerous individuals brandishing portraits inquiring about the innkeeper. Chu Xiluo and Lu Su exchanged glances and feigned nonchalance, lowering their heads as they made their way outside. Innkeeper, is this person here? Innkeeper, have you seen this individual? We demand that this person be brought down to meet us. Wait, you there, halt! A voice called from behind Chu Xiluo. Furrowing her brows, Chu Xiluo ignored it and quickened her pace towards the exit. Upon seeing that Chu Xiluo showed no sign of stopping and even hastened her steps, Mei Zhilan rushed to block her path. Chapter 44. A gathering of talents too. I command you to stop. Why do you continue to walk away? As she beheld Chu Xiluo's stunning right visage, a flash of jealousy flickered in her eyes. May I inquire what the young lady wishes to discuss? Chu Xiluo raised her head, regarding Mei Zhilan with composure. At that moment, the crowd in the hall turned their attention towards Chu Xiluo. As they beheld her right face, they marveled at the beauty before them. Her fair complexion, delicate skin, elegantly arched brows, and eyes that twinkled like stars. A petite nose adorned her small mouth, with thin lips curling slightly upward, creating a visage so refined and ethereal that it seemed untouched by the mundane world. I commanded you to halt, and you dare to walk away. Mei Zhilan glared furiously at Chu Xiluo. When her gaze met Chu Xiluo's eyes, it was as if a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Just as she sought to grasp it, Chu Xiluo spoke. Why, dear lady, your words are quite ludicrous. Firstly, you did not call me by name, so I have no knowledge of whom you speak. Secondly, who do you think you are? To demand that I stop, how embarrassing that would be for me. Chu Xiluo replied coolly. You this vile woman dares to retort. Seeing the onlookers gawk at her as if she were a spectacle, Mei Zhilan's face flushed crimson with rage, her almond-shaped eyes glaring at Chu Xiluo. Noticing that Mei Zhilan obstructed her path, Chu Xiluo frowned and spoke. A good dog does not block the way. Step aside. How dare you insult me as a dog? Very well. With that, she drew her long sword from her waist and swung it towards Chu Xiluo's face. As the blade approached, Chu Xiluo prepared to dodge when suddenly a man intervened, blocking Mei Zhilan's attack. Hearing his sister's words, Mei Zi frowned slightly. Third sister, have you not caused enough trouble? Do you see how you present yourself? You no longer resemble a refined young lady. It seems I have spoiled her too much, allowing her to forget that I am her elder brother, and no matter how talented she is still a woman. And eventually, she must marry. Mei Zhilan, upon hearing her brother reprimand her, glared at Chu Xiluo with tear-filled eyes, her fury evident. She had never been scolded in her life, and now her elder brother was chastising her for this despicable woman, merely because she possessed a beguiling appearance that ensnared men. Slap. While all the attention was on the Mei siblings, Chu Xiluo swiftly slapped Mei Zhilan across the face. Mei Zhilan covered her cheek, incredulous as she stared at Chu Xiluo. Chapter 45. A gathering of talents. Many men, witnessing this scene, mentally prepared themselves to act as gallant saviors, waiting for the moment Mei Zhilan made her move to spring into action and leave a favorable impression on the beauty. In truth, Chu Xiluo had anticipated that Mei Zhilan would refrain from retaliating. Moreover, she cast a quick glance around, noticing several men poised to act as knights in shining armor. Indeed, being a beauty has its advantages. Whenever one faces injustice, countless others are ready to uphold their honor. However, she wondered how they would react upon spotting the birthmark on her left cheek. As expected, before Mei Zhilan had the chance to strike. Mei Zi had already restrained her hand and pulled her aside. He then turned to Chu Xiluo, cupping his hands slightly in apology and said, "My lady, my third sister's behavior was inappropriate just now. She has already received a slap from you, so I hope you can overlook it. I bear no grudge. Such trivial matters are easily settled on the spot, that I merely hope she will exercise greater wisdom in the future." With that, she stepped past them, leading Lu Su and Sun Huin onward. As Chu Xiluo walked, she contemplated her next move. Estimating the crowd, there were roughly 30 to 40 people present, many of whom possessed higher cultivation levels than her own. While she had only 3 companions. If a confrontation were to arise, she pondered how to extricate herself. She was unconcerned for her own safety. In a life-or-death situation, she could retreat into the Ling Lang bracelet. Yet what of Lu Su and the nurse? Just as Chu Xiluo was about to step out the door, "Did I remember you? You are that masked woman. I recognize those eyes." Mei Zhilan once again rushed to block Chu Xiluo's path. Thus, it is true that a woman's capacity for vengeance can be remarkably potent. After all, that day Jun Mo had embraced Chu Xiluo as they entered the private room and had only released her afterward. Meanwhile, Mei Zhilan had not taken her eyes off them since Jun Mo's arrival. Witnessing him holding another woman, jealousy consumed her, for she had presumed that Jun Mo would take notice of her beauty and her family background. Yet she was instead dismissed. To say that she had encountered Chu Xiluo would be somewhat misleading, as Chu Xiluo and Mei Zhilan had merely exchanged a fleeting glance, hardly enough to be considered a proper meeting. Yet, that brief moment had left a lasting impression on her, to the extent that she had even attributed her own misfortune of being knocked aside to Chu Xiluo. At that moment, many in the hall had heard Mei Zhilan's voice. Drawing a considerable crowd towards the entrance, uncertain of what was being said, Chu Xiluo felt a flicker of surprise within. Though her exterior remained impeccably composed, initially concerned about being recognized, she found herself the subject of attention instead. A quick glance around revealed that people had gathered once more after having just dispersed, causing her brows to furrow slightly. Had her masked presence offended so many? Chapter 46. A gathering of all unbeknownst to Chu Xiluo. The majority of those converging were merely spectators, a small faction intending to play the role of gallant rescuers, while only the Lu and Wang families sought the identity of the masked woman. The Wang and Lu families were inquiring about her for the sake of Lu Su, while the Mei family was there because Mei Zhilan had accused the masked woman of injuring her. Upon hearing Chu Xiluo's words and observing her composed demeanor, the onlookers began to question whether Mei Zhilan had indeed misidentified her. Amidst Mei Zhilan's frustration, a figure emerged within her line of sight. "Shopkeeper, come here." Upon seeing the shopkeeper, Mei Zhilan felt as if she had encountered a lifeline after drifting for ages in turbulent waters. "Miss Mei, how may I assist you?" The shopkeeper approached respectfully. "You must tell them that this woman is the masked one who dined here that day." Mei Zhilan instructed eagerly. However, the greater the expectation of an individual, the more likely the outcome is to lead to disappointment. The shopkeeper's subsequent response only deepened Mei Zhilan's sense of disillusionment. "I am afraid I cannot confirm that." "Miss Mei," he replied calmly. "What do you mean you cannot confirm? It is clear that those women just came down from your guest rooms." Mei Zhilan retorted, her anger flaring. Chu Xiluo, witnessing the shopkeeper's behavior, felt a surge of amusement within, nearly applauding him for his reticence. Yet, she maintained her serene facade, recognizing the importance of the moment. Any misstep could be dire, and she needed to leave promptly. "Miss Mei, if the matter is clear, I shall take my leave. I hope you will not obstruct my path again," Chu Xiluo stated as she attempted to bypass her. "Miss, please wait a moment, I have some inquiries to make," spoke Lu Jie's voice, the eldest son of the Lu family. Chapter 47. A gathering of all 50. "May I ask what you wish to inquire about, sir?" "I must clarify that we are not locals and possess little knowledge of the matters concerning this town," Chu Xiluo replied, her brows slightly furrowing as she regarded the man before her, whose features bore some resemblance to Lu Su, confirming his connection to the Lu family. "Miss, have you ever encountered this person?" Lu Jie asked, producing an image of Lu Su dressed in male attire from the day she fled her marriage. Noticing Chu Xiluo's reaction, Lu Jie assumed she had indeed seen Lu Su but had simply forgotten, and he pressed further, "Have you recalled when and where you met her?" No, sir, you misunderstand. What I intended to convey is that I have not met this individual at all," Chu Xiluo exclaimed in a flurry. Waving her hands in a gesture of denial, feigning embarrassment over his misunderstanding, Lu Su, observing her demeanor, silently commended Chu Xiluo's adeptness. Had she not known the truth, she would have believed her claims of never having met Lu Su. Lu Jie, realizing his impatience had clouded his judgment, quickly apologized. "Miss, forgive my haste. I was simply overly concerned for my sister. Since you are worried for your family, I can understand." But how can you refer to your sister as family when the image depicts a male? Chu Xiluo pondered, eager to exit the situation, yet feeling compelled to feign interest in Lu Jie's explanation. Miss, my sister is rather playful and often dresses as a man. I hope you do not find it amusing. Lu Jie replied, attempting to justify the situation, as he would not publicly disclose the scandal surrounding Lu Su's escape from marriage. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, Chu Xiluo smiled warmly. It seems your sister is quite the spirited young woman. Lu Jie felt his heart skip a beat at her enchanting smile, momentarily lost in thought as she continued. Since there is nothing further, we shall take our leave with that. She gracefully led Sun Huyin and Lu Su away from the inn. Miss, where shall we go now? Lu Su inquired softly. Just as I mentioned earlier, we shall first head to Zui Xianlu, Chu Xiluo responded. Lu Su, puzzled, looked at Chu Xiluo, but miss, they have already discovered our location. We will soon be found, shouldn't we leave the town immediately? Noticing Lu Su's bewilderment, Chu Xiluo refrained from explaining, believing certain experiences were necessary for her to grasp the underlying truth. Little Lu, hasten your pace, your mistress is quite famished, Chu Xiluo called out, raising her voice as she quickened her steps towards Zui Xianlu. Having been raised in a prominent family, Lu Su recognized the urgency in Chu Xiluo's demeanor and quickened her pace to follow suit. Chapter 48. The importance of a meal. Thus, Chu Xiluo and her companions maintained an air of nonchalance as they proceeded to Zui Xianlu. Greetings, esteemed guests. Will you be dining in the main hall or in a private room? The attendant promptly welcomed them to a private room. Please, Chu Xiluo replied languidly. Right this way, please. The attendant gestured, momentarily transfixed by the exquisite beauty of Chu Xiluo's profile, forgetting to lead them. Lu Su, noticing the attendant's dazed stare, stepped forward to block his gaze, glaring at him. What are you staring at? Hurry up and show us the way. My mistress is hungry. Yes, yes. Right away. The attendant stammered, lowering his head in embarrassment as he resumed leading them. Esteemed guests, please take a look at the menu, the attendant offered, presenting a menu to Chu Xiluo. No need. We made a reservation yesterday, she replied, returning the menu to him. Lu Su produced their reservation confirmation for the attendant. After a quick glance at the document, the attendant responded, understood. Please wait a moment, I will arrange everything for you. Miss, what should we do now? Lu Su's unease grew as she recalled the several individuals trailing them. Sewer, remain calm. Even if the sky were to fall, there will be someone tall to hold it up. Your anxiety will only raise their suspicions further. But miss, I truly feel quite unsettled. Despite Chu Xiluo's reassurance, Lu Su could not shake her apprehension, knowing they were outmatched in strength, 3 against dozens. Sewer, trust in your mistress. Do not overthink. Let us fill our stomachs first. Your mistress is genuinely hungry. The essence of all matters lies in a good meal. Upon hearing this, Lu Su could only suppress her unease as they awaited their meal. Meanwhile, Sun Huyin, who had remained silent, held faith that Chu Xiluo would navigate them through this crisis. Even if danger loomed, she would protect Sewer with her life. Knock, knock. Enter. Esteemed guests, here are the dishes you ordered. The attendant set down the food and slowly retreated. All right, do not overthink, let us eat. Otherwise you will only be left staring at the plates. Chu Xiluo declared, casually waving her hand to store several dishes into her storage bracelet for the little furball. Sun Huyin and Lu Su assumed she was simply preparing for herself, saving some for later. Now let us enjoy our meal. With that, Chu Xiluo picked up her chopsticks and began to feast, with Sun Huyin and Lu Su quickly joining in. Having learned from past experiences, they knew to eat swiftly alongside Chu Xiluo. Or they might end up with nothing. Young master, they have departed that I have adhered to your instructions and shared no information with them. Chapter 49. The Duan family. By the way, Uncle Zhong, since the Wang, Mei, and Lu families have all inquired, how is it that the masked woman who was staying at our inn was not found later? That lady was with the woman who was masked. They checked in together 8 days ago at dusk. At that time, our inn was relatively empty, and I distinctly recall a woman with her face covered arriving. Chapter 50. Departing Zui Xianlu. One, was she wearing an embroidered green patterned purple robe over a smooth silken cream-colored garment adorned with delicate floral embroidery? Yes, indeed. That man was dressed precisely like that when he left. Fourth, young master, is she the one you are searching for? Rest assured, gentlemen, I know what to do. Miss, we have finished eating. What shall we do next? Lu Su's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she awaited Chu Xiluo's next directive. Finally satiated, she beckoned him to come closer. And just like that, off you go. Very well, my lady, I shall attend to it at once. Truly, the young lady is exceptionally astute. So Sierra, what shall the two of us do now? As they watched the willow catkins drift away, Sun Huyin inquired. Nurse, let us first take a moment to admire the scenery. I have yet to truly behold the charm of Chuling town. With that, Chu Xiluo approached the window, opened it, and sat to gaze outside. Candied hawthorn on a stick, both sour and sweet, young master. Take a look at these trinkets, perhaps buy one for the lady you admire. Miss, come this way and see. These are the latest blush powders. The sounds of street vendors calling out filled the air. Chu Xiluo sat by the window sipping tea while observing the world beyond. Uncle, please give me 3 skewers of candied hawthorn. A cart halted before the vendor selling the treats. Here you go, miss, your candied hawthorn. Be sure to hold on tight, that will be 100 copper coins. Here. A delicate hand reached out from the carriage, offering the coins in exchange for the sweets. Go on. The carriage resumed its slow journey forward. Nurse, let us prepare to leave. Chu Xiluo closed the window and retrieved 2 sets of clothing, handing one to Xuanyun waiter. My young lady has had a bit too much to drink. Could you please guide me to your kitchen? I wish to brew her some sobering tea. Xuanyun approached the waiter. Madam, leave this to me. We shall prepare it for you. My young lady has been under my care since childhood. She is somewhat unique. If I do not brew the sobering tea, she will not drink it. Oh, I see. Then please follow me. The waiter led Xuanyun to the kitchen. Madam, you may begin brewing. I shall attend to other matters. The waiter left Xuanyun in the kitchen. Thank you for your trouble. Xuanyun politely acknowledged the waiter before finding an excuse to exit the kitchen and headed towards the back. Give me 3 skewers of candied hawthorn, my child loves these. Here are your 3 skewers totaling 100 copper coins. You are truly a wonderful father, the vendor remarked to a man who appeared to be around 30. Chu Xiluo gazed outside and spoke softly. Waiter. Yes, esteemed guest, how may I assist you? Did that lady not mention that this young lady was intoxicated? Why does she appear unaffected? Indeed, let us settle the bill. Chu Xiluo produced a bag of gold coins and handed it to the waiter. Very well, esteemed guest. Before the waiter could finish, he felt a sudden wave of dizziness and lost consciousness. Swiftly, Chu Xiluo changed into the waiter's attire, completed her disguise, and made her way from the private room towards the kitchen. Although Chu Xiluo could have escaped using the Ling Lang bracelet, she feared the presence of skilled individuals nearby. After all, this was not a life-or-death situation, and there was no need to reveal her trump card. Boss, watching her like this is not a solution, said Adat. You fool. Do you think we are the only ones keeping watch? When she was at Yuan Lian, many admired her beauty. How many could resist such allure? Surely, others are also watching her now. B replied. So, how long must we wait? I inquired. Wait a moment, that waiter. Come here. B suddenly spotted the waiter emerging from Chu Xiluo's private room and called out to him. Chu Xiluo looked up and recognized them as 2 of her pursuers, quickly lowering her head and saying, Greetings, esteemed guest. How may I assist you? You mentioned sobering tea. Does that mean the young lady is drunk? B's eyes brightened at the thought, realizing the implications. When I entered, I sensed that the young lady was somewhat inebriated. Though she remained unaware and continued to drink, I must quickly find her nurse. Oh, then go ahead, take your time in searching, understood? B handed the waiter a silver coin and instructed him softly. Understood, I shall take my leave. The waiter retreated slowly, hastening towards the back. Elder brother, I think I just spotted that wretched Lu Su. Lu Ling exclaimed. That little wretch must have seen us and fled. Elder brother, let us pursue her. Lu Ling spoke with indignation. Meanwhile, Lu Jia was preoccupied with thoughts of Chu Xiluo's enchanting visage, scarcely considering Lu Su's situation, believing it unlikely they would encounter her. Thus, he instructed Lu Ling. Very well, Linger, you take a few people to chase that carriage. Ascertain whether it is Lu Su, while I investigate elsewhere. Lu Ling agreed to the plan and departed to pursue Lu Su's carriage. Watching Lu Ling depart, Lu Jia also made his way towards the drunken immortal tower. Pray tell, how can that beauty take so long to dine? A remarked. Indeed, beauties are always so refined, even in their dining. B added. Have you not noticed a certain issue? C interjected. What issue? The others inquired. At that moment, the individuals tracking Chu Xiluo, growing impatient, gathered together to chat, for their task was merely to observe the beauty, whose beauty it ultimately belonged to, depended on their young master's prowess. They then rose to report their observations to their young master. Chapter 52. Lu Su's Crisis. 1 Coachman, please stop here for a moment. Lu Su instructed the driver. She glanced outside at the sun hanging high, observing the small vendors with their wide umbrellas lining the streets, a mix of all walks of life. Occasionally, the sound of a horse's neigh would break the silence. While some walls were draped with lush green ivy, anxiously awaiting the arrival of Chu Xiluo and the others, she alternated her gaze between the red cloth banner hanging from the carriage and the street. Suddenly, a figure entered her line of sight, prompting Lu Su to quickly drop the curtain and say to the coachman, Please go and help me tie this item to that corner of the wall. And then we shall set off for Lingyang City. Had Lu Su been dressed as a man, she might have evaded detection more easily. However, that disguise would have hindered her exit from the drunken immortal tower. For if she were discovered leaving, those pursuing her would realize Chu Xiluo's attempt to evade them and might eventually conclude that she was the masked lady. At this moment, Lu Su dared not linger any longer. Fearing for Chu Xiluo's safety, she instructed the driver to leave the hairpin that Chu Xiluo gifted her, so that Chu Xiluo would know she had urgent matters to attend to and would wait for her on the road ahead. Elder brother, I think I just spotted that wretched Lu Su. Lu Ling exclaimed that it must be that little wretch who spotted us and fled. Elder brother, we must pursue her. Lu Ling spoke with fervor. Yet Lu Jie was lost in thoughts of Chu Xiluo's beauty, paying little mind to Lu Su's plight, believing it unlikely they would encounter her. Thus, he instructed Lu Ling, very well Linger, you take a few people to chase that carriage. Ascertain whether it is Lu Su while I investigate elsewhere. Lu Ling agreed to the plan and set off to pursue Lu Su's carriage. Watching Lu Ling depart, Lu Jie also made his way towards the drunken immortal tower. Pray tell, how can that beauty take so long to dine? A remarked. Indeed, beauties are always so refined, even in their dining. B added, have you not noticed a certain issue? C interjected, what issue? The others inquired at that moment. The individuals tracking Chu Xiluo, growing impatient, gathered together to chat, for their task was merely to observe the beauty, whose beauty it ultimately belonged to depended on their young master's prowess. They then rose to report their observations to their young master. Chapter 53. Lu Su's Crisis 2. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. With a creak, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a man clad only in undergarments, collapsed on the floor upon seeing the scene inside the room. Mei Zi, Lu Jie, and the others exchanged knowing glances, each silently acknowledging their expectations of such a scenario. Mei Zi addressed the man as he stirred back to consciousness. Now that you are awake, I must ask, who are you? What brings you here? And where has that young lady who was dining gone? You say you fainted upon entering to settle the bill. Mei Zi pressed. Indeed, I recall that just before I lost consciousness, the young lady handed me a bag of coins to settle the tab. The waiter replied, producing the pouch that Chu Xiluo had given him. Mei Zi turned to his subordinates in this half hour. Did any of you see anyone leave? Lu Jie, angered by the response of one of his servants, approached and slapped A on the back of his head, scolding, you fool! The real waiter lies unconscious here. And you claim to have seen him? Whoever left must have been someone else, likely the young lady disguised as the waiter. You must have been discovered while tracking her. A silently cursed in his heart. Young master, you know very well that the young lady's cultivation surpasses ours. It is only natural she would notice us. He could only grumble internally, not daring to voice his thoughts, for voicing them could lead to dire consequences. As others witnessed Mei Zi leading the charge, they exchanged farewells and departed, for without the beauty present, there was little reason to linger. You all go and contact the eldest young lady, ascertain her whereabouts and whether she has found Lu Su. Return to inform me so that I may provide support. Lu Jie instructed as he settled into a private room at the drunken immortal tower. Chapter 54. Lu Su's Crisis 3. Waiter. Bring me a pot of Biluakun tea. Lu Jie called out as he awaited news from Lu Ling in the private room, hoping for tidings of Lu Su. The beauty had vanished without a trace, and he prayed for news from Lu Ling, lest yet another day be wasted. At this moment, the attendant had changed into a fresh outfit and soon brought over a pot of Bai Luochun tea. Young Master Lu, here is the Bai Luochun you requested. Please enjoy. After placing the tea down, she gracefully withdrew from the private room. Driver, please stop here. I've suddenly remembered that I have other matters to attend to. So I will not be going to Lingyang City today. Thank you for your trouble. I'll seek you out next time. Here is your fare. With that, Lu Su stepped out of the carriage and handed the driver 20 gold coins. The driver, noticing Lu Su's male attire, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Why would this young lady choose to disguise herself as a man? He accepted the coins, only to be taken aback by their quantity. This is far too much, miss. You need not pay so generously. We agreed on 100 gold coins for the journey to Lingyang City, and we haven't even left Chuling town yet. He attempted to return 19 coins to Lu Su, for 1 gold coin equated to 1,000 silver coins, which could sustain a family for 4 to 5 years. The high fare to Lingyang town was primarily due to Lu Su's request. Coupled with the lengthy and perilous journey, understanding that the driver was a decent man, and recalling that she had received 1,000,000 gold coins previously, which she had scarcely spent, Lu Su reassured him. No worries, this is rightfully yours. Take it. With that, she made her way to the tea house. It was the afternoon, and the establishment was bustling with patrons enjoying tea, engaging in conversation, and listening to music. Lu Su found a discreet corner to sit. Stop the carriage. Just as Lu Su entered the tea house, Lu Ling arrived, blocking the driver. Excuse me, miss, how may I assist you? The driver, upon seeing Lu Ling's attire and the people accompanying her, realized she was a lady of high standing and hesitated. Fear evident in his voice. Step aside. Lu Ling pushed the driver aside and leaped onto the carriage, pulling back the curtain. Where is the person who was in the carriage? As the driver knelt in fear. He stammered, Miss, I do not know who you seek. There was no one in the carriage. Lu Ling's temper flared at his words. You dare mock me? I clearly saw someone in your carriage earlier. And now you claim there is no one. You must be courting death with that. She lashed out with her whip at the driver. The driver, enduring the blow without protest, could only grovel. Miss, please, I assure you there was no one in the carriage. Very well, then tell me, where did the person who was in your carriage go? Lu Ling, sensing the driver's ignorance regarding Lu Su's whereabouts, opted not to strike him further and pressed for answers. As a crowd gathered, murmurs spread among the onlookers. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Lu family? One asked. Indeed, it is her. Another confirmed. I wonder what that poor driver did to incur her wrath. I was watching closely. It seems the eldest daughter was looking for someone in the carriage but became furious upon finding it empty, remarked a third. The Lu family daughter is quite unreasonable. Striking the innocent for her own failures, someone commented. Lu Ling, hearing that a woman was involved, felt certain it was Lu Su. The longer she took, the further Lu Su would escape, making it increasingly difficult to find her. Where did she get off? Lu Ling pressed urgently. She exited at the previous intersection and headed southwest. Beyond that, I do not know, the driver replied, hoping to buy Lu Su some time, recognizing her kind nature. You had better not be deceiving me. If you are, Lu Ling threatened ominously. Miss, rest assured, I would not dare to deceive you. The driver hastily assured. Begone. You are of no further use. Realizing the driver was no longer helpful, Lu Ling dismissed him. The driver, nursing his injuries, drove away, relieved that he had only sustained minor wounds that would heal with rest. He had witnessed the eldest daughter of the Lu family confronting a carriage driver, striking him with a whip in search of someone. Lu Su, upon overhearing their conversation, felt a surge of anxiety. She hadn't anticipated Lu Ling would pursue her so swiftly, and now she had inadvertently implicated the driver. Recognizing the danger, she decided it was best to leave. You three check inside here. You two look over there. You two see if anyone is in that shop, Lu Ling commanded her entourage upon their arrival. Miss, you're here. Where is elder brother? Lu Ling asked upon seeing Lu Jia's companions, mistakenly believing he had come as well. Young master did not accompany us. He sent us to see if there was any news regarding eldest sister and to inform him. They replied, since you are here, come with me to search this area. I have already sent someone to summon elder brother. Lu Ling led them toward the tea house. After searching the tea house and its back courtyard, Lu Ling found no trace of Lu Su and, thinking she had left, noticed the back door slightly ajar. An idea struck her, and she headed toward the back door. Meanwhile, Chu Xiluo left Xianlu and promptly went to the designated meeting place to find Lu Su. However, upon arrival, she found no sign of Lu Su or her carriage. She later discovered the hairpin she had gifted Lu Su in a corner, and seeing no signs of struggle, realized Lu Su must have been forced to leave. Now, without encountering her nurse or Lu Su, she resolved to stroll through the streets, hoping to catch wind of news. Thus, people soon noticed an extraordinarily handsome man at the entrance of the spirit pet shop. Spirit pet shop? Wasn't it said that only summoners could possess spirit pets? How can they be sold? Chu Xiluo pondered before stepping inside. Welcome, young sir. Please come in and take a look. This is the only spirit pet shop in town. And we have all sorts of pets, big, small, fat or thin, sure to have something to your liking. The attendant warmly greeted her as she entered. After browsing the shop, Chu Xiluo inquired, is it true that I can own these spirit beasts even though I am not a summoner? What is the difference between the tamed and untamed spirit beasts? There is indeed a profession called beast tamer. Tamed spirit beasts retain only 10% of their original combat strength and can recognize you as their master without a contract. Beyond that, they are quite similar, the attendant explained, promoting the pets as ideal companions and mounts. Unbeknownst to Chu Xiluo, her presence had drawn attention, and many young ladies flocked to the shop, eager to catch a glimpse of her. He just smiled at me. A girl in green exclaimed. No, he was clearly smiling at me. A girl in red retorted, that's absurd. He was smiling at me. A girl in yellow chimed in, you shameless hussy. He was obviously smiling at me. You're the shameless one. Just look at yourself. How could you think he would smile at you? The altercation escalated and Chu Xiluo, witnessing the commotion, shook her head. They say beauty brings trouble. And it appeared that was true for handsome men as well. A mere smile had nearly incited chaos. Lovely ladies, please calm down. I have something to say. Chu Xiluo called out. Quiet. The young sir has something to say. Someone shouted, and the previously rowdy girls fell silent. The attendant and shopkeepers marveled at Chu Xiluo's charm, quickly arranging chairs and tea for her. Once silence fell, Chu Xiluo introduced herself. Esteemed ladies, I am Chu Fu-luo. Visiting Chuling town for the first time. Did I enjoy lively company and wonder if any of you could share intriguing tales from this town? I'll go first. Several voices clamored, eager to capture his attention. For tales from Chuling town were limited, and they all wished to stand out. Chapter 58. The beautiful face is also a source of trouble to everyone. Please be quiet that if you continue to chatter like this, I shall be at a loss as to whom to listen to. Let us start with this young lady here. Please form an orderly queue, and each person may share but one matter. For what has already been discussed need not be repeated. However, subsequent speakers may add their insights. For those who speak well, I shall reward them with a spirit pet of their choosing from the spirit pet shop. Let us confine our discourse to recent happenings, Chu Xiluo proclaimed, pointing to the first lady on her right. Young master, a pastry shop opened on East Street just yesterday. The pastries there are my dear. I presume you must be parched after such an account. Would you like a cup of tea? Next. Chu Xiluo interjected, cutting off the speaker as her time was limited. Young master, on my way here, I overheard that this morning, the young lords and ladies from various families in town gathered at the Yuan Lai Inn in search of a masked woman. Unfortunately, they did not find her, but they did encounter a stunning beauty. It is said that this enchanting lady, allow me to supplement what the previous young lady mentioned, another chimed in later. They learned that this captivating beauty had gone to the Zuixian Lu for a meal, prompting them to hasten there, yet they failed to encounter her. Oh, a captivating beauty, and one who is intriguing at that. I wonder where one might locate her. Chu Xiluo mused lightly. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a surge of jealousy, casting disdainful glares at the two ladies who had spoken of the enchanting beauty, silently cursing. Fools! How could they mention her beauty before the young master? Are they not inviting competition? Now look, the young master is intrigued by her. Very well, I trust that if fate permits, I shall surely cross paths with this enchanting beauty. Next, please proceed. You two may go and select your favored spirit pets. Young master, on my way here, I observed members of the Lu family seemingly pursuing someone, with the eldest daughter leading the charge, accompanied by many skilled members of the Lu clan. Upon hearing the mention of the Lu family, Chu Xiluo's interest was piqued. Could it be that Lu Su had been discovered? Eager to learn more, she urged, this matter intrigues me. Go choose your spirit pets. Many had shared their tales, yet Chu Xiluo had not promised them spirit pets. However, upon hearing the mention of the Lu family, she decided to reward the speaker. It seemed the young master had a penchant for tales regarding the Lu family, prompting others to share their accounts. Young master, 8 days ago, the Wang family wed their eldest son to the third miss of the Lu family. However, the wedding turned out to be a ghost marriage, leading the Lu family's third miss to flee on her wedding day. Her name is Lu Su, and it is said she is rather uncherished in the Lu family, which is why she was arranged for a ghost marriage with the Wang family. Chapter 59. The beautiful face is also a source of trouble. 3 Young master, I just saw the eldest daughter of the Lu family in the north, blocking a coachman, seemingly searching for someone. When she failed to find the person, she struck the coachman. Hearing this, the crowd joyfully rushed to select their spirit pets. It is well known that spirit pets are typically the cherished companions of the affluent, and most cannot afford them. Furthermore, even those of noble birth must be favored to have the opportunity to acquire spirit pets. Thus, not only had they conversed with the enchanting young master, but he had also gifted them spirit pets, a source of immense joy for them. Noticing the excitement, Chu Xiluo produced a pouch of gold coins, handing it to the shopkeeper. Here, for their spirit pet purchases. Is this sufficient? The shopkeeper accepted the pouch, peered inside, and realized the sum was enough to purchase every spirit pet in the shop. Oh yes, this is more than enough. In fact, there is excess. I shall return some to you. No need for that. Consider the surplus as payment for the tea you have just served me. With that, Chu Xiluo exited the spirit pet shop. The ladies watched her leave, their gazes following her until she disappeared from sight. Miss, it is I, the shopkeeper of Yuan Lai Inn. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiluo breathed a sigh of relief. What could the shopkeeper want at this hour? With curiosity, she rose to open the door. What brings you to seek me at this hour? Chu Xiluo inquired. Miss, my young master wishes to see you. Your young master? Could it be yet another admirer captivated by my beauty? It seems I have leapt from the frying pan into the fire. Not that Chu Xiluo was vain, but the events of that morning were still fresh in her mind. Had she not managed to evade capture, she might have been unaware of the trouble brewing, especially since they had not noticed the birthmark on her left cheek. Chapter 60. The Duan family. 1. Li Zhong, seeing that Chu Xiluo did not trust him and was reluctant to accompany him, whispered something in her ear. Realizing she had misunderstood, Li Zhong hurried to explain, "Miss, you are truly mistaken. We are here to invite your wet nurse. She has willingly agreed to come with us. We did not force her." "Miss, we have arrived," the coachman announced after a quarter of an hour. Sometimes, not all matters require personal strength. After all, men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. For cultivators, elixirs that aid in their training are the most valuable treasures. And at this moment, Chu Xiluo was not in need of elixirs. "Very well, lead the way," she replied, following the steward slowly. Young master, the young lady has arrived with that." The steward withdrew. Duan Qianyu and the others observed Chu Xiluo's expression of bewilderment and began to explain. "May I ask how to address you, fair lady? I presume you are puzzled as to how we recognized you as the benefactor who saved you." Chapter 61. The Duan family. 2. My surname is Chu, and my given name is Xiluo. Indeed, she was perplexed, for on that day she had disguised herself as a man, and her appearance was vastly different from now. I see to be why the way. The shopkeeper informed me that my wet nurse is here. May I inquire about her whereabouts? Oh, I nearly forgot to mention Madame Sun. Allow me to summon her. Sierra, you have arrived. Are you well? Upon entering, Sun Huin grasped Chu Xiluo, examining her closely. Once satisfied that she was unharmed, she released her grip. "Greetings, Miss Chu, Sister Chu. Now let us feast." The fluffy creature on Chu Xiluo's shoulder, upon sensing the meal, leapt down to the table, ready to eat. Chu Xiluo swiftly scooped the creature up into her palm. For if it were to eat, there would soon be nothing left for her but a meager share. Thus, she decided to let everyone eat first before she and her companion dined later. At that moment, everyone finally noticed the spirit pet perched on Chu Xiluo's shoulder. Due to its small size and its remaining still, they had assumed it was merely a decorative accessory, not realizing it was, in fact, a spirit pet. Chapter 62. The Duan family. 3. Little do you know about my sister's left cheek. Here, this is a token of our meeting, Chu Xiluo said, producing a spatial pouch measuring 10 square feet. Filled with elixirs. Since you have called me sister, you must accept this. Otherwise, I shall not acknowledge you as my younger sister. Thank you, Sister Chu. The girl reached out to accept the pouch, since we now refer to each other as sisters. You need not call me Miss Chu any longer. Simply use my name. Very well, Xiluo. Chu Xiluo picked up her chopsticks and took a symbolic bite, not because she was not hungry or the food was unpalatable, but rather because she understood that if she truly began to eat, others would be left with mere scraps. Adding her fluffy companion to the mix would leave others with nothing at all. Xiluo, why do you not eat more? You seem so thin. Please indulge yourself. Yu Puai, noticing that Chu Xiluo only took a small amount, kindly served her some dishes. From the moment she saw Chu Xiluo, she had taken an instant liking to her. After all, she had saved her son, and now they were calling each other sisters, further endearing her to Chu Xiluo. Chapter 63. The Duan family. For a quarter of an hour later, the servants had set the dishes on the table, and Sun Huin remarked, Sierra, please eat. Do enjoy. She then served food into Chu Xiluo's bowl. Seeing the dishes replenished, the fluffy creature jumped down to the table. Chu Xiluo pointed at the food and instructed. This, all of it is for you. With remarkable speed, the food on the table began to vanish, causing the onlookers to raise their heads in astonishment at the sight of Chu Xiluo and her pet, who were consuming their meal with an elegance that belied their swift pace. And 15 minutes. Chu Xiluo and her fluffy companion had finished eating. We are quite full. Your dishes are delightful. After finishing, Chu Xiluo noticed the astonished expressions directed at her and felt no embarrassment, instead speaking with grace. The members of the Duan family glanced at the plates on the table, their eyes involuntarily twitching. They were astonished at how immaculate they appeared. Had they not known that Chu Xiluo had already dined at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion today, they might have thought she had gone without food for quite some time. Now they understood why Sun Huin had urged them to eat earlier. Otherwise, they might have been left merely gazing at the plates. Yes, my lord, Fu Hua replied, promptly retreating from the room. Chapter 64. The people of the Duan family. 5. The third young lady of the Lu family. Lu Su. After all, Lu Su was not favored in the Lu household, so few knew or were familiar with her. Yes, it is she. I must rescue Su'er no matter the cost. Chu Xiluo declared resolutely. Very well. I appreciate your assistance. Chu Xiluo expressed her gratitude. She was aware that undertaking a rescue alone would prove to be quite challenging. What are our odds of victory should we engage in battle? Chu Xiluo inquired. What is our current strength compared to theirs? She further asked, we possess approximately 500 individuals, 230 are primary martial artists and primary spiritual masters, 200 are intermediate martial artists and intermediate spiritual masters, 100 are advanced martial artists and advanced spiritual masters, and there is one primary spirit lord. And what about the strengths of the other two families? She questioned, incredulous that a single family could boast such numbers. Particularly with 100 advanced martial artists and spiritual masters, not to mention a spirit lord. It was fortunate she had refrained from impulsively attempting to rescue Lu Su. The strengths of the other two families are roughly equivalent to ours, which has resulted in a stalemate situation. We must devise a thorough strategy, she concluded. Chapter 65. Once again unable to find anyone. Since I have given it to you, keep it for your use. Otherwise, Xiluo might think you dislike the gift she bestowed upon you. How could I possibly dislike the items gifted to me by Sister Chu? I shall make use of this, she replied, transferring her belongings into the space pouch provided by Chu Xiluo. Duan Tianyu and the others gazed at the array of pills on the table. 20 primary spirit enhancing pills, 20 primary vitality pills, 20 primary spirit energy pills, and 20 primary defense pills, totaling 100. Such a quantity was notable, as their family's inventory consisted of merely 100 pills. Remarkably, Sierra had gifted Yenner 100 pills upon her arrival, along with a space pouch of 10 square feet, valued at approximately 120,000. Very well, let us all take our rest for now. We shall discuss matters tomorrow, as it is quite late. Upon entering her room, Chu Xiluo began conversing with the ball of fur. Furball. How much did you advance after consuming the spirit pill last time? Chu Xiluo inquired curiously, uncertain of the pill's efficacy. Master, I consumed just one, and upon refining it, I successfully advanced to a 1-star level just as you entered. Then I accompanied you out. However, an unexpected incident had occurred. Her Luo was missing. Fearing that Chu Xiluo might vanish unexpectedly as before, he had dispatched Xiuzhu to protect her. Yet, an hour and a half ago, Xiuzhu had informed him that he could not locate Luo, and that he had lost track of her since morning. Chapter 66. Once again unable to find anyone. Luo was currently a high-level great spiritual master at 5 stars. While Xiuzhu had reached a 6-star level as a primary spirit lord. It was truly remarkable that Luo had vanished right beneath his nose. Jun Mo Ran thought proudly, reassured that Luo should not be in any danger. However, those who hindered her enjoyment would soon learn that certain thoughts were best left unentertained. Xiuzhu, incapacitate the individuals who surrounded my Luo at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion yesterday, removing one of their arms. Jun Mo Ran commanded with a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. At this moment, Chu Xiluo remained blissfully asleep, unaware of the punishments meted out to the young masters from Chu Ling Town who had tracked her during the day. Miss Chu, you are awake? Allow me to assist you with your garments, a maid exclaimed, setting down a basin and approaching Chu Xiluo. The head of the household had instructed the servants to treat Miss Chu as a lady of high standing. What is your name? I shall manage my own attire from now on. Simply leave the water for washing, as I am not accustomed to others dressing me. Chu Xiluo interjected to halt her actions. I am called Xiaohong. I shall take my leave now. With that, Xiaohong turned and exited Chu Xiluo's chamber. Just as Chu Xiluo finished adorning herself, a knock echoed at the door. Please enter. Miss Chu, your breakfast. A maid in green entered, carrying a tray of food. Very well, set it down. What is your name? Chu Xiluo observed the breakfast, her mouth twitching slightly at the sight, realizing they must be aware of her hearty appetite to have prepared so much for her. I am called Lu Zhao. With that, she began serving Chu Xiluo her meal. I do not require assistance. Please attend to your own tasks. I cannot abide waiting for someone to serve me while I eat. She pondered whether to call Furball out for breakfast, wondering how its advancement was progressing. Deciding to check, Chu Xiluo entered the space and found Furball sleeping soundly with its eyes closed. Upon seeing her, it did not awaken. Could it be that Furball was able to cultivate while asleep? Normally, it would rush to greet her the moment she entered, since it was in the midst of training. She opted not to disturb it and exited the space. My apologies, master. I have an elderly mother to care for at home, thus I must depart. I am sorry, master. My son is still young and cannot be without me. I apologize, master. In total, about 30 individuals exited. Beyond the Earth stage, each level is divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced tiers, ranging from 1 to 9 stars. Note: the highest level for magical beasts is Earth stage, advanced at 9 stars. Beyond that, a beast must develop sentience to become a spiritual beast, and its magic core will transform into an inner elixir, Chapter 67. Once again unable to find anyone. 3 Everyone, please quiet down. I have something to discuss. A melodious voice resonated among the crowd, prompting them to collectively look up at an enchanting beauty addressing them. In truth, these pills were left behind by Chu Xiluo's master, Yu Qianqing, who had previously concocted them. Upon completing the Linglong bracelet, just before his soul was to dissipate, he placed his entire dwelling within the space, leaving behind a trace of his consciousness in anticipation of a fated disciple to inherit his alchemical and crafting skills. As the crowd received the advancement pills, they promptly seated themselves to consume them. At that moment, various heavenly rules began to descend upon them, as many were already at the pinnacle of 9 stars, allowing the advancement pills to facilitate their breakthroughs. Indeed, why are so many suddenly advancing? Yes, there are at least 100 individuals advancing together. Chapter 68. Advancement pills. 1 Your Highness, it is not yet complete. Then let us speak no more. I have already accepted Yener as my sister, so we are all family now, Chu Xiluo replied with a light-hearted smile. Father, eldest brother Xiluo, reports have come in from the various families stating that the young masters who followed Xiluo to the drunken immortal pavilion yesterday morning lost an arm during the night. It is not as you imagined. That I shall refrain from discussing my background. The reason I possess these items is that I encountered a high-ranking individual who deemed us fated and gifted me a space pouch. With that, Chu Xiluo gestured to the pouch hanging from her waist. Chapter 69. Advancement pills. 2 Duan Hangfeng and the others remained somewhat skeptical, questioning how a high-ranking individual could bestow such a bounty upon her. Chu Xiluo, observing their disbelief, felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Being wealthy is not as simple as it seems, yet it does feel rather pleasant indeed. Having money does have its advantages. Enough of speculating whether I am a lady from a noble family. Please share the current situation, she interjected, noticing their continued deliberation. Cough, cough. Hongyu, remain calm. All of these were given to me by a high-ranking individual. I felt I had more than enough, so I shared them. Do not get overly excited, Chu Xiluo said innocently. At that moment, Duan Hongyu appeared to be on the verge of throwing something in frustration, exclaiming, how can one remain calm in such circumstances? Please enjoy your meal. Your cultivation has improved, which is a positive outcome. Our chances of success have increased. At summon the ladies and the Madam and Yener are still intermediate spiritual masters, he noted. Tianyu, father, did you call for me? Chapter 70. Advancement pills. 3 Indeed. Tianyu, let these be given to the children first. Yan Pui added her voice to the discussion. Are there not second brother and third brother? What of them? Although advancement pills are not exceedingly precious, they do hold considerable value. From the look of father, it seemed he intended for her and mother to consume advancement pills to elevate to advanced spiritual masters. Yet, she was only a 2-star intermediate spiritual master, while her mother was at 8 stars. Both would require 5 to 10 advancement pills for their ascension, and their household stock only amounted to 10. Please summon the head of the Mei family. Wang Qiyun suggested after some contemplation. She is your sister. Refrain from referring to her as a lowly wench. Look at yourself. You hardly present the demeanor of a refined young lady, Lu Huiying remarked disapprovingly as she observed Lu Ling. Chapter 71. The fate of Lu Ling. 1 Father, you have never scolded me like this before. I too once referred to her as a wench, yet you never admonished me, Lu Ling lamented. Tears brimming in her eyes. As Lu Su stepped inside, she was taken aback to hear Lu Ling's sobs. She thought to herself, I can't believe Lu Ling could ever be scolded to the point of tears. After all, she has always been the most talented among us sisters, and being the legitimate daughter, Lu Huiying has never reprimanded her, always holding her in high regard. Approaching Lu Ling, she asked, Sister, what has happened to you? Upon seeing Lu Su, Lu Ling's anger intensified. If it weren't for her, she would not have faced their father's rebuke. In a fit of rage, she raised her hand and slapped Lu Su across the face, exclaiming, You wretched girl, this is all your fault. Had I known, I would have dealt with you yesterday. Lu Su could have easily evaded the slap, but she understood that if she did, Lu Ling would only escalate her fury. Moreover, Lu Huiying had never intervened when Lu Ling struck her. Realizing that she was still within the Lu household, and knowing that Lu Ling had been doted on since childhood, she knew it would ultimately be herself who would bear the consequences. The slap landed squarely on Lu Ling's face, leaving her in disbelief as she looked at her father, who sternly said, Linger, did I not tell you? She is your sister. Refrain from calling her a wretched girl. Furthermore, do not resort to violence against her. Another slap struck Lu Ling's face, and her father's voice continued, Linger, it seems I have spoiled you too much, allowing you to disregard my words from now on. Cease your physical assaults on her. Lu Ling's tears flowed incessantly as she covered her face and fled the room. Observing Lu Ling's haughty demeanor and contrasting it with Lu Su's understanding nature, Lu Huiying felt an increasing sense of disappointment in his daughter that he feared that if she were to marry in the future, she would only act according to her own temper, neglecting to support the family. With this thought, he found Lu Su more agreeable and promptly ordered someone to take her to apply medicine. Before long, Lu Huiying arrived at Lu Su's chamber, inquiring, "Suer, are you comfortable in your current living arrangements? Is there anything you find lacking that I should have your mistress send for you?" Acknowledging his previous shortcomings towards Lu Su, he sought to demonstrate his genuine goodwill towards her without haste. Chapter 72. The conclusion of Lu Ling 2. However, some matters are destined to remain unfulfilled. Mei Ruyan tidied up and sought out Lu Huiying. "Master, there you are. What troubles you today?" she softly inquired. "It is nothing but Linger. This child is indeed spoiled by our indulgence today. When I scolded her, she dared to retort, 'Please speak to her about avoiding trouble with Suer in the future.'" Upon seeing Mei Ruyan enter, Lu Huiying reflected on how he had cherished this child since her youth. He decided to overlook this incident, hoping she would learn from her mistakes in the future. "Very well, master. You are aware that Linger has been coddled since childhood. It is only natural for her to be somewhat spoiled. Do not let it upset you too much, for what if it affects your health? I shall speak with her to ensure the sisters get along harmoniously." Mei Ruyan felt a pang of concern at Lu Huiying's words, realizing he was beginning to favor that little wretch, and she resolved to prevent it from happening. Yet, she feigned agreement, saying, "Indeed, that would be best. Suer is different from before. You should pay her more attention. Just now Linger struck her, so please send her some medicine and prepare some nourishing food." "Very well, I will go and deliver the items to Suer." After speaking, Mei Ruyan exited, eager to uncover the reason behind Lu Huiying's newfound regard for Lu Su, which seemed to overshadow his concern for his own children. "If you truly wish to thank me, then treat me to a delightful meal at noon," Chu Xiluo remarked with a smile. "Sister Chu, don't mention just one meal. Even if you stayed at our home, we would ensure every meal is to your liking." Lu Yenner replied, affectionately linking arms with Chu Xiluo. "You have my word. If I stay at your home, I shall expect delicious meals daily," Chu Xiluo teased, playfully pinching Lu Yenner's nose. Chapter 73. The conclusion of Lu Ling 3. Xiluo. "Why not join us for dinner today? I have asked the kitchen to prepare extra dishes," Yu Puai suggested, concerned that Chu Xiluo might wait for them to eat first, as she had the previous day. "By the way, Sister Chu, why haven't I seen your spirit pet today?" Lu Yenner inquired, noticing the absence of the fluffy creature that had eagerly joined them for meals in the past. "Oh, my mother prepared a special meal for it today." Lu Yenner lamented. "Next time, it can eat the same as you." As soon as Chu Xiluo finished speaking, the servants began to bring the dishes to the table. "I shall not hold back, so you all better eat quickly, or you will only have soup left." Chu Xiluo half-joked, half-seriously warned, "The disguise pill. A common one lasts 3 days, a premium one lasts 5, and a perfect one can last 7 days. You can choose to disguise yourself as either male or female. With the appearance being random, only one can be used in a month." Seeing Chu Xiluo's excitement, it quickly faded when she realized that only a high-level alchemist could concoct it, and she was still a novice. Having only just begun her training, it appeared that she would not be able to create it anytime soon. Perhaps she would inquire if her master had any of this pill remaining. This is the formula for the color-fast potion, which does not fade when exposed to water, and can only be removed with a special solution. It can create 81 different colors. Most importantly, any junior alchemist can concoct it, meaning I won't need to use ink daily to draw my birthmark, nor worry about it being discovered. This mark, once applied, will appear as natural as can be. Should one question why Chu Xiluo was so intent on having a birthmark, it was undoubtedly due to her striking beauty. She felt unable to protect herself and did not wish to invite unnecessary trouble because of her looks. Chapter 74. The conclusion of Lu Ling 4. "Very well, you may go," she replied. "A practitioner can indeed go a day or two without food during meditation, but prolonged fasting is not advisable unless one consumes a fasting pill." Chu Xiluo retrieved the colorful bellflower, yellow dew, dwarf cherry blossom, and anzu flower, 4 types of herbal materials. This colorful bellflower has 9 colors and requires 10 years to grow. The 9-colored variety is rare due to its unpredictable growing conditions. Only found by chance. Chu Xiluo separated the 9 colors of the colorful bellflower and refined them into liquid, setting them aside. She then continued to refine the other 3 herbs and began the fusion process. Adding heavenly spirit water to enhance the mixture. At last, she completed the final potion, placing it alongside the 8 bottles she had just prepared, satisfied with her work as she exited the enchanting bracelet space. Chapter 75. The conclusion of Lu Ling 5. It has already grown dark. I must have lost track of time while engrossed in alchemy. No wonder I feel so famished now. Regardless, I shall eat first. Miss Chu, have you finished your meditation? Xiao Hong's voice called from outside the door. Yes, are you still awake? Chu Xiluo opened the door and glanced at the sky, noting the absence of the moon. It must be quite late. The master said that since you did not eat dinner, I was to take turns with Lu Zhao to watch over you, so please wait a moment while I fetch your meal from the kitchen. Xiao Hong replied, heading off to the kitchen. Uncle Duan and the others are indeed considerate, knowing I would be hungry at this hour, and they sent someone to heat my food. Chu Xiluo settled back into her room, awaiting her meal with peace of mind. Moments later, Xiao Hong returned with a steaming plate of food. Miss Chu, please eat this. If it is not enough, there is more. Chu Xiluo surveyed the table, filled with 8 dishes and a soup, and replied, this is sufficient. You need not trouble yourself further with that. She began to eat, finishing everything on the table in a mere quarter hour. Xiao Hong then began to clear the dishes before departing. With the night dark and the winds howling, it was the perfect time for mischief. It had been a day since she last heard from Lu Su. She wondered how she was faring. Having just eaten, she felt the need to exercise and aid digestion, so she decided to investigate the Lu household. First, Chu Xiluo washed the ink from her face, then used the newly concocted black color fast potion to redraw her markings. Donning a night outfit before heading towards the Lu residence, arriving swiftly at the Lu household, she suspected that Sewer was now a prisoner, confined somewhere. Should she capture someone to inquire about it? Wasn't that how they always did it on television? What television? What script? Jun Mo Ran's voice interrupted her musings, curious as to why he had not heard of such things, startled by Jun Mo Ran's sudden inquiry. Chu Xiluo turned to find him seated on her bed, the very person she had previously kicked off. Chapter 76. Jun Mo found her Chu Xiluo, once again incensed, vented her recently bottled up frustrations upon Jun Mo, exclaiming, why are you always appearing and disappearing like a ghost? Are you not aware that this could frighten someone to death? Or do you intend to scare me to death? And how dare you just sit on my bed? Surely you know that one should not sit on a lady's bed casually. She rambled on, attempting to push Jun Mo away with all her might. Yet despite her utmost effort, he remained as immovable as a mountain. Even when angry, she was still undeniably adorable. With a gentle tug, Jun Mo responded, Luo Luo, you were just so fervently holding my hand that it would be difficult for me not to embrace you. With that, he ensnared Chu Xiluo in his arms. Jun Mo, release me. She struggled to escape his embrace, but to no avail, as she had forgotten that she could never extricate herself from his grasp. Resigned, she settled quietly in his hold. Noticing her cessation of struggle, a subtle smile crept upon Jun Mo's lips as he leaned closer, whispering into her ear, what was it that made my Luo Luo so anxious just now? You didn't even notice my presence in your room until now. A rush of warmth from his breath caused Chu Xiluo's cheeks to flush. Jun Mo, speak properly. Luo Luo, how am I not speaking properly? Please enlighten me on where I have erred. Jun Mo replied with calm composure. You Chu Xiluo stammered, unable to form a coherent response, her embarrassment palpable. Understanding that Jun Mo would never harm her, she recounted the earlier events, concluding with a fierce retort, that servant was utterly detestable for not adhering to the script. With a tender smile, Jun Mo gazed at her and said, if you merely wish to inquire about Lu Su's whereabouts, even if he told you, you would still be unable to find him due to your unfamiliarity with the Lu family. All you need to do is ask him to lead you or point you in the right direction. There is no need for him to speak. Chu Xiluo pondered for a moment, realizing the truth in his words. It seems I've indeed watched too many dramas. By the way, how did you find me here? It's as if you can locate me wherever I am. Of course, I came to find my Luo Luo. What else would I be doing here? Jun Mo replied matter-of-factly, contemplating how to keep her close, for he was not at ease with her wandering off. What do you mean by coming to find me? Chu Xiluo rolled her eyes at him. Do I even need to ask? I missed you. So I came. Jun Mo glanced at the birthmark on the left side of Chu Xiluo's face, his brow furrowing slightly. This fleeting expression did not escape her notice, and she internally scoffed, recalling how he had previously claimed not to mind her birthmark. Now seeing it, he frowned. Men are indeed superficial, she thought, and coldly remarked, Jun Mo, I do not like you, so I will not accommodate your preferences by removing my birthmark. You need not force yourself. Chapter 77. Only you cannot leave me. Perceiving the shift in Chu Xiluo's demeanor, Jun Mo felt a pang of helplessness. Why was his Luo Luo so sensitive? He gently turned her face towards him, compelling her to meet his gaze. Luo Luo, what are you saying? How could I possibly dislike you? Every word I've spoken to you has been sincere. I was merely reflecting on how my Luo Luo has to bear the burden of a birthmark to avoid unnecessary trouble. You are mine. How could I allow you to suffer such indignities hiding your brilliance? Chu Xiluo stared intently at Jun Mo, his eyes filled with earnestness, a smile of indulgence playing on his lips. Had she misjudged him? Perhaps she had. Noticing her silence, he asked, "Does Luo still not trust me? What shall we do?" Even the mighty Jun Mo, who could face formidable adversaries with ease, found himself somewhat flustered under her gaze. Seeing his face shift through various expressions, Chu Xiluo could not help but laugh. Had he truly feared she would doubt his words? Adopting a serious tone, she replied, "Even if what you said is true, that you do not mind my birthmark, I am not your woman, so please refrain from intertwining our fates. Luo, I can agree to anything you ask, but allowing you to leave me is not one of them." As Chu Xiluo smiled, Jun Mo felt an immediate warmth envelop his heart. "All right, Jun Mo, now that you've said your piece, may I finally leave my room? I need to rest. I am utterly exhausted from my earlier outing." Jun Mo's words dripped with emotion, as if he were attempting to charm her, and she was determined to send him away. "Jun Mo, you scoundrel, how dare you attempt to ensnare me? Watch as I deal with you." She playfully swatted at him. "Dada Luo, sleep well, and next time, do not leave." Without a word before she could respond, he had already claimed her lips in a satisfying kiss and exited her room. Had she just been kissed by Jun Mo again? And what did he mean by not leaving without notice? Did he have someone following her? She dismissed the thoughts, resolving to inquire later, and instead succumbed to slumber. Chapter 78. Chu Lingtown Exchange Meeting. One. Could it be that he had discovered something of great value concerning Lu Su? After years of indifference, he suddenly began to show concern for his daughter, even going so far as to reprimand his cherished daughter for Lu Xu. It seemed like a case of ulterior motives. Chu Xiluo mused. That is not the case. He would sacrifice his daughter for the family's interests. And after Lu Jie was maimed, he did not seek vengeance, knowing the power of those who had harmed his son. Then it's settled. Chu Xiluo began to elaborate, but Yenner interrupted. "Sister Chu, why are you looking for me?" Chu Xiluo inquired curiously. "Sister Chu, many people have come to Chu Lingtown today for an exchange of rare treasures." Rare treasures? The three major families in this town earn only about 100,000 gold coins a year. Can they truly afford such things? Wouldn't those treasures be better suited for auction? Chu Xiluo asked, intrigued. Chapter 79. Chu Lingtown Exchange Meeting. 2. Meeting with prominent figures is not something just anyone can do, which makes gift-giving rather complicated. Additionally, one cannot ascertain whether the recipients will appreciate what they receive. Thus, many have tacitly organized this exchange meeting. However, some come to sell their wares as well. You know how auction houses take a commission. And many of these items were obtained through perilous endeavors, so they naturally wish to maximize their value. That makes sense. It could be worthwhile to take a look. Perhaps we will encounter some treasures. Yes. We might just stumble upon something valuable. Father, brother, I'm heading out with Sister Chu. With that, she seized Chu Xiluo's hand and dashed off. As they strolled through the streets of Chu Lingtown, Chu Xiluo observed the myriad of faces around her. Some aged, some graceful, some fresh, and others worldly. The streets bustled with the sounds of carriages and the throng of people. In the distance, the penetrating calls of vendors echoed, occasionally accompanied by the neighing of horses, creating a vibrant tapestry of life. Chu Xiluo feigned reaching into her pocket, producing a small furry creature. "Look, it's sleeping." "Ah, so it has been sleeping. I thought I hadn't seen it these past few days," Chu Xiluo remarked, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at her companion's spirit pet. "Miss, that red cloud wolf is priced at 200,000 gold coins or 100 high-grade pills," the vendor announced. Chapter 80. Chu Lingtown Exchange Meeting. 3. In response, Chu Xiluo produced a spatial pouch, extending it to the vendor. "Here I have 200,000 gold coins. Please count them." "Very well, miss. This is indeed 200,000 gold coins. Here is the spirit beast contract jade tablet." The vendor returned the spatial pouch along with the jade tablet. "Sister Xiao, look. This red cloud wolf is a mid-level 9-star spirit beast. Have you not always wanted a good mount? What do you think of this one?" Chu Xiluo raised her head to see a girl in pink, around 12 or 13, elegantly dressed in a pale yellow top embroidered with white daisies and a flowing crescent-colored skirt. Her hair was adorned with a unique 7-colored glass hairpin, her natural beauty captivating. "Hey, how much is this red cloud wolf?" the girl in pink asked the vendor, noticing her companion's nod. "Miss, you have arrived too late. This young lady has already purchased the red cloud wolf. Would you like to consider my other spirit beasts?" The vendor gestured to Chu Xiluo. The girl in pink and her companion turned to face Chu Xiluo, their eyes flashing with jealousy upon seeing her stunning beauty. "I will pay double the price for that red cloud wolf." She believed that the vendor had yet to deliver the jade pendant to Chu Xiluo, especially since the Qiyun wolf was still confined within the merchant's iron cage. "Miss, I have already concluded the transaction with that young lady, and the Chiyun wolf now belongs to her. If you wish to purchase it, you may negotiate with her. I offer you double the price for that Chiyun wolf, the woman in pink remarked dismissively, glancing at the attire adorning Chu Xiluo. Although Chu Xiluo was clad in the finest garments from Chuling town, it was merely a reflection of the town's standards. Much like wealth, where the prominent families here earned only a mere 100,000 gold coins a year, the woman had just proposed a price of 4 million, claiming to offer double. You are merely a young lady from a family in Chuling town, and you dare to refuse me? This Chiyun wolf is worth at least 200,000 gold coins. I presume, surely, that amount cannot represent your family's entire savings? I advise you to sell it to me. Otherwise, your family may find themselves in dire straits. She sneered at Chu Xiluo. Chapter 81. Chuling Town Exchange Meeting 4. Do not trouble yourself about my family's affairs. I kindly ask you to step aside. Uncle, please release the Chiyun wolf to me, Chu Xiluo retorted coldly. Then how much gold do you require for its sale? The woman in pink inquired, her frustration palpable. Just as Chu Xiluo was about to respond, the woman in yellow interjected, Miss, how about this? We will offer you double the price and provide you with 10 high-grade elixirs as well. I truly have a fondness for this spirit. At that moment, anyone who beheld her delicate demeanor and gentle tone would undoubtedly soften. Yet who was Chu Xiluo? She had witnessed many performances, having seen countless historical dramas on television, spanning various dynasties. I truly apologize, but if I were a young master, I might indeed feel sympathy for your appearance. However, as a young lady, I do not entertain such inclinations. Therefore, I kindly ask you to step aside. Many surrounding Chu Xiluo could not suppress their laughter at her words, the sound causing the woman, Sister Xiao, to gaze at Chu Xiluo with tears in her eyes before departing. Miss, here is your Chiyun wolf, the vendor announced as he released the creature into Chu Xiluo's care. Yenner, let it recognize you as its master now. Chu Xiluo had not forgotten the malicious glint in Sister Xiao's eyes as she left. Despite her tears, it was better to have the Chiyun wolf acknowledge her as its master here. Let us name it Lihua, shall we? She proposed. Yenna, where is Lihua? Can this jade pendant house a spirit beast? Seeing the Chiyun wolf vanish into the jade pendant, Chu Xiluo felt a surge of astonishment. Could it be that the pendant served as a living space or a contract space? It was known that once a summoner formed a contract with a spirit beast, the creature could reside in the contract space, allowing for easy summoning at any time. In truth, the little fluff ball was encountered by me in the Demon Peak Forest, and I have yet to send it for training. Hence the absence of a jade pendant at all. So that is the case. Each trained spirit beast possesses a jade pendant. This pendant not only regulates the spirit pet but also contains the information of the beast trainer alongside a teleportation array. Oh, I see that the jade pendant has such functions. Chu Xiluo expressed her surprise at the myriad of purposes the pendant served. Indeed, and one more thing. Do not lose the jade pendant. For if the teleportation array within it is lost, you will be unable to summon the spirit pet. Moreover, if someone else finds it, they can summon your spirit pet for their own use. Does that not mean that if the jade pendant is taken by another, the spirit pet would belong to them? And where is the teleportation array intended to go? Chapter 82. Chuling Town Exchange Meeting 5. That seems excessively unsafe. After all, this world respects the strong. As long as you possess strength, no one can truly harm you. Moreover, the summoner's contracted beasts inherently come with a contract space, regardless of how far apart the spirit beast and its master may be. As long as they can establish contact, the summoner can immediately call upon their spirit beast. Is that not the case? Without the jade pendant, the master cannot summon the spirit pet, but since the contract remains, they can still determine its life or death. The master can grant it freedom or command its demise. If the master does not wish to keep the spirit pet by their side, they can use the teleportation array to send it to the Pet Collection Institute. Trained spirit pets are no longer suited for the outside world, as their combat abilities are too low, and they would easily become prey to other spirit beasts or magical beasts. Hence, the Pet Collection Institute serves as a sanctuary for raising spirit pets. Yenner, are not the signature dishes of the Drunken Immortal Tower all limited? We did not make a reservation. How do you know they will be available? Sister Chu, you are unaware? Since yesterday, the signature dishes at the Drunken Immortal Tower have been unlimited for a few days. Many outsiders have visited Chuling Town recently, leading to increased sales and hence greater procurement. Moreover, this occurs only once every 300 years. Miss, here are the dishes you ordered. Please enjoy. With that, the waiter hurriedly retreated. I have yet to ride a spirit pet. With that, Chu Xiluo leaped into the air and landed upon the Chiyun wolf's back. Sister Xiao, that Chiyun wolf. Go find out which young lady they are. Her gaze remained fixed on the direction in which Chu Xiluo had departed. Chapter 83. A visit to the Lu family. Xiluo. Why do you keep giving things to Yenner? The last time you gifted her the elixirs, that was already quite generous. Very well, go ahead. You may focus on your cultivation. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Xiluo had already read through 10 books covering topics such as elixirs, geography, notable figures, and history. She rose and walked toward the elixir cabinet. Earlier, she had come across a type of elixir called the pill of abstinence, where a low-grade one could sustain one without food for 3 years, a mid-grade for 5 years, a high-grade for 10 years, and a special grade for a century. She wondered if her master had left her some of these elixirs, as they would be beneficial for her seclusion and cultivation. Chu Xiluo began perusing the initial grade of elixirs. Here is the pill of abstinence. My master indeed left me some. A large vial containing 100 low-grade pills of abstinence caught her eye. Let me check for others of higher grades. She continued her search and found a large vial for each grade. Mid, high, and special. How wonderful! With so many pills of abstinence, I can cultivate in peace. She took a special grade pill and consumed it, preparing to sit down and begin her training. Oh dear, I almost forgot about my plans for tonight. Chu Xiluo hastily changed into her night attire and exited the Linglong bracelet space. Heading to the Lu family to investigate Lu Su's situation. Before long, she arrived at the Lu family estate. This time, Chu Xiluo heeded Jun Mo Ran's advice and decided to find someone to ask for directions. Jun Mo Ran, what are you doing here? Are you following me? Just as Chu Xiluo was about to grab someone for directions, she turned and bumped into Jun Mo Ran's chest. Luo, is it not simple for you to find someone here? I could resolve it in an instant. What need is there for you to be out in the middle of the night? Really? Then why do you not change into different clothes before coming? What if someone recognizes you? You are sneaking around without even disguising your face. Hearing Jun Mo Ran's words, Chu Xiluo recalled that he was the esteemed prince of the Xuanyun Kingdom, with a profound cultivation level. Given her current abilities, she could not ascertain his exact level. Chapter 84. Lu Huiying's visit. Jun Mo Ran, may I ask you a question? Luo, what do you wish to inquire about? I shall answer you without reservation. What is your current cultivation level? Luo, is that what you wish to know? Take a guess. Jun Mo Ran continued to embrace Chu Xiluo, and she did not request him to release her, which pleased him greatly. Initial spirit realm. Chu Xiluo guessed. She herself was a high-grade great summoner at 5 stars, as well as a great spirit master at 5 stars, but compared to Jun Mo Ran she felt inadequate. Although the difference between a great spirit master and a spirit realm was merely 1 level, the disparity in combat strength could be overwhelming. Since Jun Mo Ran was the Xuanyun Kingdom's most talented individual, he must have reached the initial spirit realm by now. Luo, do you truly see me as merely at the initial spirit realm? Jun Mo Ran raised an eyebrow regarding Chu Xiluo. Then what is it? Mid-level spirit realm? Chu Xiluo exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Jun Mo Ran was likely only 22 or 23 years old. I knew my Luo was the smartest. You would surely guess it. I am currently at mid-level spirit realm with 2 stars or a summoner master with 2 stars. Jun Mo Ran recognized that Chu Xiluo felt a bit awkward at this moment. So he gently released her, kissed her lightly on the lips, and then departed. As she entered her room. Upon arriving in her room, Chu Xiluo immediately climbed onto her bed to sleep. It was quite disheartening. One truly could not compare individuals. After resolving Lu Su's matters tomorrow, she needed to focus on her own cultivation. Lost in thought, Chu Xiluo soon drifted off to sleep. Chapter 85. Lu Huiying's visit. To what? Miss Chu, I believe the head of the Lu family has made an error. There is no such person in my family. It was indeed a search for Xiluo, and under no circumstances could they allow him to discover that Xiluo was present. Otherwise, it would lead to complications below. That is not the case. We currently have only one Miss Chu in our household. Well, that I cannot make that decision. How about this? I shall send someone to inform you. Please wait a moment. Someone go check if Miss Chu has awakened. Inform her that the head of the Lu family is waiting for her in the hall with his daughter Lu Su. Yes, sir. The servant promptly made his way to Chu Xiluo's room. Chapter 86. The visit of Lu Huiying. 3 Lu family master Lu Su. It appears that Jun Mo Ran has already taken action, and his movements are indeed swift. As nothing. Let him wait a while longer. Please bring my breakfast to me after I finish eating. We shall proceed to the hall. Although I have already consumed a fasting pill and no longer feel hunger, it would be a transgression against the heavens to forego exquisite delicacies. Haha, Master, Miss Chu has arrived. Greetings, Lu family master. I wonder what brings you to seek my company today. After taking her seat, Chu Xiluo raised her head and inquired of Lu Huiying. Lu family master, there is a matter I wish to clarify. Today marks my first encounter with your daughter, Lu Su. What else did that esteemed individual you mentioned convey? Why did he instruct you to entrust your daughter to me? Chu Xiluo's expression darkened as she spoke. Realizing that it was too late to leverage Lu Su for familial connections. Chapter 87. The visit of Lu Huiying for Miss Chu. You have misunderstood. That esteemed individual instructed me to bring Su'er here to present her to you. I presumed that you and Su'er were acquaintances, hence my reference to you as friends. He simply asked me to deliver her to you. Without any further instructions, I had initially hoped to utilize Lu Su's connections to benefit the Lu family. But now I find myself devoid of both the esteemed individual behind Lu Su and the favor of Miss Chu. Since he left no further instructions, I absolutely cannot accept this arrangement. Consider this. First, I do not know the esteemed individual you referenced. What if having Lu Su by my side brings me trouble? Second, Lu Su is, after all, a person that I must provide her with sustenance and shelter, which entails expenses that I cannot bear such a loss. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Chu Xiluo's eyes. Since Su'er harbors no affection for the Lu family, it would be best for her to sever ties with them, and subsequently to receive the alimony from the Lu family. Oh, Miss Chu, you must accept Su'er quickly plead with Miss Chu to take you. Upon hearing Chu Xiluo's reluctance to accept Lu Su, Lu Huiying's heart raced. If she refused, the Lu family would face dire consequences. Miss Chu, I implore you to accept me and I promise to serve you diligently. Lu Su, aware that Chu Xiluo was merely playing a part, immediately knelt in cooperation. Lowering her head as though weeping, Miss Lu family master, please rise. Your actions place me in a most difficult position. Chu Xiluo frowned, feigning distress. Anyone present who was unaware of the circumstances would have been convinced by her performance. Thus, Lu Huiying hastily interjected, Miss Chu, if you are willing to accept my daughter, I shall comply with your wishes. That's precisely what I was waiting to hear, Chu Xiluo replied. Pretending to deliberate, I do not favor entanglements with unclear individuals. And I only keep loyal companions by my side. Furthermore, I do not possess extra funds to support anyone. Therefore, you must first sever your daughter's ties with the Lu family and then provide me with some gold coins to sustain her. Very well, go now, finalize the family tree, and bring the money here. Your daughter shall remain for the time being. Also, I dine on delicacies and reside in exquisite accommodations. Since your daughter wishes to accompany me, you should provide me with a sum of 100 to 200,000 gold coins. I do not wish to burden you with the expectation of supporting her for a lifetime. This amount will only sustain her for about 10 years, and I shan't hold it against you. Chu Xiluo generously waved her hand. 100 to 200,000 gold coins. Miss Chu, is it possible? Raising Lu Su to adulthood would not require such a vast sum. You seem to find it insufficient. Perhaps you should come up with 100 or 80,000 more. Chu Xiluo squinted her eyes. Teasingly. Chapter 88. Resolving Lu Su's situation. 1. Miss Chu, the Lu family master has requested an audience. While Chu Xiluo and Lu Su reminisced in the pavilion of the rear courtyard, Xiaohong approached with the news. Let him in to see me, Chu Xiluo instructed. Miss, what are your plans for later? Su'er, I ask you, when I mention severing ties with the Lu family, do you harbor any resentment towards me? After all, I made that decision without consulting you. Despite Lu Huiying's mistreatment of Lu Su, he was still her father. How could I resent you, miss? The people of the Lu family are merely familiar strangers to me. You and my godmother are now the ones closest to my heart, Lu Su comforted, fearing that Chu Xiluo might think she was distressed. Chu Xiluo could see that despite the Lu family's treatment of Lu Su, she still wished to spare Lu Huiying any undue hardship. Very well, for Lu Su's sake, I shall not make things too difficult for him. Simultaneously, she felt relieved that Lu Su's matters were being handled by Jun Mo Ran, preventing the situation from spiraling out of control. Miss Chu, I have complied with your instructions by expelling Lu Su from the Lu family and striking her from the family tree. Please take a look. Is this acceptable? Lu Huiying promptly presented the family tree to Chu Xiluo for her review. Chu Xiluo accepted the family tree and upon inspecting it, confirmed that Lu Su had indeed been removed. Yes, this is satisfactory. Tomorrow, draft a notice and post it to declare that Lu Su is no longer a member of the Lu family. If we are to sever ties, let it be done thoroughly. Understood. Here are 100,000 gold coins for Miss Chu. Please see if this is acceptable. Lu Huiying once again produced a bag of coins and offered it to Chu Xiluo. Just right. Although it is somewhat less than expected, I shall not press you further. Chu Xiluo accepted the coins without examining them, trusting that Lu Huiying would not deceive her. My dear sister, this is still insufficient. 100,000 gold coins is merely the Lu family's revenue for 2 years without expenses. Upon hearing this, Lu Huiying was on the verge of tears. realizing the vast disparity in wealth between them and the affluent. Seeing Lu Huiying's expression resembling that of someone who had swallowed a fly, Chu Xiluo felt elated and decided to let him off the hook. Lu family master. Just now Lu Su spoke highly of you. She mentioned that the Lu family has little surplus with so many mouths to feed. She has older brothers and sisters as well as younger siblings, all of whom require financial support. However, I, on the other hand, am quite fond of wealth. It is utterly impossible for me to part with what I have in hand. Yet, in light of Lu Su's filial piety, I shall grant you something else as a final token of her devotion. With that, Chu Xiluo retrieved a spatial pouch from her waist, rummaging through it until she finally produced 2 vials and placed them on the table. Here is a vial of evolution pills and another of primary spirit-enhancing pills, each containing 20. Take them. These 20 evolution pills were the last of Chu Xiluo's stock. After all, she had previously dispensed 400 in one go. Even the wealthiest would eventually run out of provisions. Initially, Lu Huiying assumed that Chu Xiluo's offer of a small gift would be something ordinary, but to his astonishment, she presented him with pills, evolution pills and spirit-enhancing pills, each with a substantial quantity of 20. The value of these pills far exceeded that of the 100,000 gold coins. Chapter 89. Resolving Lu Su's situation too. Thank you, Miss Chu, I shall take my leave. Having said that, he collected the pills from the table and departed. Miss, why did you suddenly decide to gift him pills? Earlier, Chu Xiluo's talk of filial piety and pleas were mere pretense, for she had done nothing for the Lu family. It was not that she was unfilial. She simply understood how the Lu family had treated her over the years better than anyone else. While she might not be able to harm them, she would not plead for them either. Miss Chu, Miss Lu, dinner is ready in the living room. Chu Xiluo and Lu Su continued their conversation. It was time for dinner. Come, Sewer, let us go have a meal. With that, she led Sewer alongside Xiaohong to the dining hall. Sewer, now that you are the goddaughter of the wet nurse, that makes her my sister as well. You cannot address her in the same manner as I do. As Chu Xiluo made her way toward her room, her steps felt light, as though she were walking on cotton. Why does the ground feel so soft today? Has it been covered with cotton? She mused, grumbling to herself. Chapter 90. A fool and a drunkard make the perfect pair. Handsome. This is my room. You've taken a wrong turn. Chu Xiluo waved her hand dismissively and pushed the door open. Lolo, have you been drinking? Jun Mo Ran, with a hint of exasperation, swept Chu Xiluo into his embrace and carried her inside. How much had she imbibed that she could not even recognize people? What if she mistook another man for him in the future? It seems he would need to train her tolerance or prevent her from drinking in his absence. How do you know? Have you been secretly watching me? Chu Xiluo exclaimed in a tipsy daze. The scent of alcohol is overwhelming. Even a fool could discern that you are intoxicated and have gotten yourself quite drunk, Jun Mo Ran remarked, his patience wearing thin. You're the fool. Your whole family are fools. Chu Xiluo pouted, indignant. Indeed, I am the fool. A fool and a drunkard make the perfect match. Jun Mo Ran continued to humor Chu Xiluo. His affection unwavering. At that moment, should Xiuzhu have been present, he would have been astonished to see the one who gently coaxed others was their notoriously cold and ruthless prince. Perhaps he had been swapped with someone else. That's more like it. Before she could finish her sentence, Chu Xiluo had already succumbed to slumber in Jun Mo Ran's embrace, blowing bubbles in her sleep. As he carried her to the bedside, he looked down to find her fast asleep, bubbling away. How utterly adorable! Jun Mo Ran gently placed Chu Xiluo onto the bed, intending to extricate his arm from her tight embrace. However, he found it quite challenging to do so. After a careful and gradual effort, he finally managed to free his arm after a brief while, and then proceeded to cover Chu Xiluo with the quilt. With a sudden turn, Chu Xiluo grasped Jun Mo Ran's hand again, this time holding on even more tightly than before. No matter how Jun Mo Ran tried, he could not withdraw his hand, leaving him with no choice but to lie beside her and settle into a light sleep. As the night progressed, the alcohol began to take its toll on Chu Xiluo, causing her to feel warm. She released Jun Mo Ran's hand and started kicking off the quilt, inadvertently targeting him with her legs. Fortunately, since Jun Mo Ran was already in a light slumber, he was prepared for her playful kicks and managed to remain on the bed. Chu Xiluo's habit of kicking in her sleep was troublesome and needed to be addressed. Otherwise, they would find themselves married and frequently at risk of being kicked out of bed. Who could endure a constant state of light sleep beside their beloved wife without feeling utterly exhausted? After several kicks, realizing the warmth beside her was still present, she perhaps grew tired, rolled over, and continued to sleep peacefully. Jun Mo Ran, once again, adjusted the quilt for her moments later. As Chu Xiluo began to feel cold, she instinctively leaned towards the warmth beside her, blissfully snuggling into Jun Mo Ran's embrace. finally finding a comfortable position to continue her slumber. Jun Mo Ran felt as if he had traversed a century. His blood coursing through his veins in agitation, while the very source of his turmoil, Chu Xiluo, lay contentedly in his arms that he contemplated splashing cold water on his face, yet she clung to him stubbornly. Chapter 91. The aftermath of intoxication. Jun Mo Ran spent the night in a bittersweet blend of sweetness and discomfort. When Chu Xiluo awakened, the sun had already risen significantly, her head throbbed painfully, and she realized there was someone lying beside her. As she opened her eyes, she was greeted by Jun Mo Ran's enchanting, smiling eyes. Jun Mo Ran, why are you here? She asked, bewildered. Luo, you pulled me in here. Look, you're still holding on to me tightly, he replied, feigning a sense of grievance, as if insisting she was responsible for his innocence. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiluo immediately glanced down, and to her shock, she discovered she was indeed embracing Jun Mo Ran like a koala. Jun Mo Ran, this is a misunderstanding. Please don't overthink it. I must have been drunk last night, she said, feeling embarrassed as she released him. Actually, Luo, if you wish to take advantage of me, I wouldn't mind. Just say the word and I would lie down, ready for your delight. However, it cannot happen while you are intoxicated. Otherwise, how would I know who you have taken advantage of? How could I hold you accountable? He teased, his eyes sparkling playfully at her. That would never happen. I'm saying that I wouldn't assault you. She stammered, feeling increasingly flustered as her explanation seemed to invite more misinterpretation. There's no need to explain. Luo, I understand. You don't need to force anything. Just a word or a hint from you, and I would willingly devote myself to you, Jun Mo Ran replied with a cheerful grin, admiring her charm. I won't discuss this any further. Please get off me. That I need to rise now, she declared, realizing the futility of trying to reason with him. With a soft kiss on her forehead, Jun Mo Ran gracefully slid off the bed and made his way outside. Ah, Your Highness! Liu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Jun Mo Ran emerge from Chu Xiluo's room, wondering if the prince had indeed spent the night with the young lady. Given the prince's high cultivation, it was not surprising that no one had noticed his presence. Seeing Jun Mo Ran leave, Chu Xiluo got out of bed, though her head still felt somewhat hazy. I wonder if a drink of heavenly spirit water would help. She mused. Since the thought crossed her mind, she decided to give it a try. For others, heavenly spirit water was a treasure, but for Chu Xiluo it was akin to cabbage. Grabbing a cup from the table, she poured herself a glass of heavenly spirit water from her storage space. Instantly, she felt the throbbing in her head subside, and her entire being seemed to awaken, revitalized. Truly, heavenly spirit water was a miraculous remedy for hangovers. With it, her mother need not worry about her drinking excessively again. Miss, you are awake. Would you like to wash your face? I have already prepared porridge in the kitchen. Once you are ready, I will bring it to you, Liu informed her. Liu, I want meat, not porridge, Chu Xiluo declared, her love for food evident. She could never settle for just porridge without meat. If it were only plain porridge, she might as well skip the meal entirely. After all, she had consumed a fasting pill, ensuring she wouldn't feel hunger for 100 years. Eating was merely a matter of satisfying her cravings. Miss, that won't do. You were intoxicated last night. You cannot eat greasy food right now. First, have some plain porridge to settle your stomach, and then you can have something else later, Liu admonished her seriously. Chapter 92. Departing from Chuling Town 1. Is this what they call the aftermath of intoxication? First, she had inexplicably pulled Jun Mo Ran into bed with her and clung to him tightly, and now she couldn't indulge in her culinary desires. Miss, I cannot indulge you in this matter. What if your stomach starts to hurt? Seeing Chu Xiluo's pained expression, Liu felt sympathy but remained steadfast in her decision for Chu Xiluo's well-being. All right, I understand. Please bring me the porridge soon. Yes, miss, I will head down now. With Chu Xiluo agreeing to eat porridge, Liu happily made her way to the kitchen. Not particularly fond of porridge, Chu Xiluo hurriedly consumed only a small portion before deciding to join Liu in visiting Sun Huin. Nanny, I haven't come to see you these past few days. How have you been? Are you adjusting well? Chu Xiluo expressed her regret for not visiting sooner, feeling guilty for leaving Sun Huin alone. Not at all, Sierra. I am doing wonderfully. You needn't worry, I have adjusted quite well. Sun Huin reassured her, recognizing the guilt in Chu Xiluo's demeanor. Nanny, thank you for your unwavering support. Chu Xiluo said gratefully. Foolish Sierra, we are simply here to support you from behind. You are the one enduring the hardships alone. Sun Huin said tenderly, embracing Chu Xiluo. Very well, Sierra miss. Let us proceed as you wish. Both Sun Huin and Liu chimed in unison. Then it's settled. Let us venture outside for a while. You two go ahead. I, as an elder, will remain here and wait for you, Sun Huin said. knowing that it was unnecessary for her to accompany Chu Xiluo, not out of dislike but rather from a deep concern that she might bore her during their outing. All right, Nanny, please rest well. Liuxiu and I will be off. Miss, where shall we go first? Due to the impending ripening of zhu fruits, many visitors had flocked to the town, creating a bustling exchange market. Let us go take a look at the market. If we pass through the Demon Peak Forest, we will need to prepare adequately. As the danger level is uncertain, it is always wise to be prepared. I had no idea there was an exchange market. Let us hurry and see. Liuxiu exclaimed excitedly, having never experienced such an event before. Wow, miss, this is the exchange market? It's so lively. Look, that's a blood leopard. How impressive! The blood leopard, a golden tier aggressive spirit beast, is known for its high combat abilities and bloodthirsty nature, making it a fearsome creature. However, due to its speed, it is often difficult to capture. Seeing Liuxiu so excited, Chu Xiluo approached to take a closer look at the blood leopard, noting its impressive 6th level cultivation. Really? How much of a discount can you give me? Chu Xiluo inquired, adhering to her principle of seizing every opportunity for savings. I can offer a 95 discount for you. Miss, the vendor, surprised that such an ethereal beauty would inquire about discounts, realized he could not afford to refuse her 0.95. Could you possibly lower it even more? Chu Xiluo continued to negotiate, determined to minimize her expenses. Ah, miss, this is already the lowest price. I traveled a long way to bring these spirit beasts. It wasn't easy, the vendor pleaded with a pitiful expression, hoping she wouldn't press further. How about this? I will take both spirit beasts. But please give me a 90 discount. After some consideration, the vendor reluctantly replied, very well, the blood leopard is 1.7 million gold coins, and the firefox is 1.5 million gold coins. With the 90 discount, the total comes to 2.88 million gold coins. Very well, here are 2,800,000 gold coins for you to count. Chu Xiluo produced a spatial bag and handed it to him. By the way, miss, here are the jade tokens for these 2 spirit pets. Please keep them safe. As she spoke, she passed both the spatial bag and the contract jade tokens back to Chu Xiluo. Sewer, do you prefer the blood leopard or the firefox? Now that we have 2 mounts, it's perfect to give one each to Sewer and the wet nurse. As for myself, being a summoner, I can simply contract another one when the time comes. Miss, are you planning to gift me an intermediate spirit pet? Lu Su was once again moved by Chu Xiluo. A spirit pet. The miss actually bestowed such a gift upon her. A mere servant, although the miss had never regarded her as a servant, the fact remained that the miss would always be her master, a bond that would never change, and she had no desire for it to change. Haha, are you touched? I intend to make you so that you will wholeheartedly follow me, charging into battle by my side. As for tears, fret not. They will come in due time. After all, it is said that women are made of water. So you can rest assured. Chu Xiluo continued to jest that I won't chat with you any longer. I know you're just teasing me. Then miss, I shall choose the firefox. Lu Su assumed that one was for her while the other was for Chu Xiluo, so she opted for the one with the lower cultivation level. The firefox, a spirit pet of the fire attribute, inherently cunning. Its combat capability is average, but it possesses exceptional escape skills and an extraordinarily keen sense of smell. Chapter 94. Departing from Chuling Town 3A, the firefox's appearance suits my sewer perfectly. Here, take this jade token for the firefox and contract it. At this point, the vendor had already opened the iron cage, allowing the 2 spirit pets to wait beside Chu Xiluo. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Su successfully contracted the firefox. Miss, please give it a name. Dressed in red with a face as beautiful as jade. Let us name it Chiyu, Chu Xiluo pondered before stating. Very well, it shall be called Chiyu. Sewer, did you find anything else appealing at the fair? Chu Xiluo glanced around. Aside from those selling spirit herbs and spirit pets, which were all rather adorable, there were also vendors peddling equipment and various miscellaneous items, none of which she required. It seemed her master had left her about 10 weapons in her spatial bag, which she could distribute to the wet nurse and Sewer later. Nothing more, miss. Where shall we head next? Let us go buy some essential supplies. Chu Xiluo turned and began to gather items with Lu Su. Shopkeeper, bring me 30 tents. Shopkeeper, give me 10 of each size and also give me all of these. Shopkeeper, I need this wine. Shopkeeper, to be by the end of the day, Chu Xiluo had filled 2 spatial bags of 10 square meters each. Miss, do you think we've bought too much? We've filled 2 10 square meter spatial bags. Lu Su looked at Chu Xiluo in disbelief. After all, there are only 3 of us setting out. Isn't this a bit excessive? Not at all, it's just right. I believe in being prepared for any eventuality. We can divide the goods into 3 portions, 1 for each of us. This way, if we encounter any unforeseen circumstances and become separated, At least we can rest assured that we have supplies. Indeed, miss, your foresight is commendable. After saying this, they took the spatial bags that Chu Xiluo handed over. Miss Chu, Mrs. Sun, Miss Lu, our master has sent me to inform you that dinner is ready. Oh dear, another day has passed without us realizing it. Come, let us dine. We shall all take a few days to rest before departing from Chuling town. With that, she led the way toward the dining hall. Yenner, do not be so sorrowful. I am not leaving just yet. I will remain for a few more days, Chu Xiluo said helplessly. Isn't that still the same? But I will miss you dearly, Sister Chu. Agreed. I second that. I concur with Brother Hongfeng's sentiment. However, you should rejoice in having met me, rather than lament my departure. Chapter 96. Departing from Chuling town 5. It matters not, as long as Xiluo is content. They could be taken away to serve as your loyal subjects without issue. They would never dare to refuse. Very well, off you go. Rest early, time flies swiftly. I shall retreat to cultivate and refine some pills in the coming days. Sewer after breakfast, I will enter seclusion for a few days. Chu Xiluo remarked as she noticed Lu Su entering with water to wash her face. Understood, miss. I will fetch your breakfast now. This was not Chu Xiluo's first time entering seclusion. For practitioners often engage in such practices. Chapter 97. Setting off 1/2 an hour later, after having breakfast, Chu Xiluo entered the space of the Linglong bracelet to begin her seclusion. This time, she intended to refine some spirit elevation pills. Previously, she had only produced a bottle containing 100 pills, which she had given to Mao Qiu. Now that Yenna, Lu Su, and the wet nurse all had their spirit pets, it was the perfect opportunity to refine some spirit elevation pills to enhance their pets' levels, saving a few for her own use. Aside from the pills she had for Lu Su and the wet nurse, she had sufficient stock of other types, thus she need not refine those, as she could not yet create pills above the primary level. Chu Xiluo retrieved the medicinal material she had purchased with Lu Su a few days prior, along with the Zihua Jiulongding and Tianling water, and began the process of refining the pills. Having previously prepared spirit elevation pills, she was now quite adept, allowing her to work slightly faster this time. A fragrant aroma wafted from the Zihua Jiulongding, signaling that the pills were ready. Chu Xiluo instinctively lifted the lid, and to her satisfaction, she found 5 perfect grade pills. She then took a bottle to store them. Although her speed in refining primary pills had improved somewhat, it still took her nearly 2 hours to complete this batch. By the time she finished refining all the materials she had purchased, 7 days had passed. Few finally done. Looking at the more than 200 spirit elevation pills before her, Chu Xiluo felt that these 7 days had not been wasted. Such a quantity of spirit elevation pills should suffice to elevate the levels of those 3 spirit pets. She promptly retrieved several empty bottles to divide the pills into 4 containers, approximately 50 pills in each. Miss, you've emerged from seclusion? Lu Su would check on Chu Xiluo every few hours during the day. Nothing much. Oh, by the way, Prince Chen has visited twice seeking you, Jun Mai. He's simply bored, so he keeps appearing out of nowhere. It's probably nothing important, so there's no need to concern ourselves. Chu Xiluo replied dismissively upon hearing that Jun Mai was looking for her. Miss, it seems that in your eyes the prince is merely a nuisance. He is the most handsome man in Xuanyun country. Also, what does bored mean? Of course I care. I come to check on Sister Chu every day. Lu Su exclaimed, almost forgetting her previous thoughts. Yenner, what have you forgotten? Chu Xiluo asked, perplexed that at that moment, 3 lines appeared on Chu Xiluo's forehead, realizing that this little girl had indeed remembered her notable appetite. Could it be that I truly have such an insatiable appetite? Chu Xiluo glanced at Lu Su, her gaze seemingly inquiring. Chapter 98. Departure to Lu Su, upon noticing the question in Chu Xiluo's eyes, nodded honestly and naturally expressed in her heart. Miss, you truly do possess a remarkable appetite. You can consume the equivalent of 4 to 5 individuals' portions, and at an impressive speed. Chu Xiluo looked at Lu Su, feeling somewhat indignant. Did she really eat that much? Wasn't it merely that she ate a bit faster and consumed slightly more than the others? After exchanging countless glances with Lu Su, Shui Ping approached. Dear ladies, it is time to dine. Upon hearing that they could eat, Duan Yenner stood up, linking her arm with Chu Xiluo's, and they made their way to the living room. Xiluo, you've emerged from seclusion. You must be exhausted after these past few days. Come eat more. Yu Puai, noticing Chu Xiluo's arrival, hurriedly invited her to sit and began serving her dishes. Do make sure to eat plenty, Xiluo. Yu Puai's warmth towards Chu Xiluo stemmed from the fact that she was about to depart after this visit, leaving her feeling somewhat reluctant. As they dined and chatted, an hour passed swiftly. Just then night fell, and the flickering candlelight cast an eerie glow upon Chu Xiluo's face, causing a chill to run down one's spine. Duan Tianyu and the others were taken aback upon seeing Chu Xiluo's face, their hearts filled with sorrow. The birthmark was something one carried from birth. Thus, had Xiluo endured such suffering since childhood? How much pain had she borne? Now they began to believe Chu Xiluo's words. Perhaps she truly was not a young lady from a prominent family but rather had achieved her current status due to her own fortuitous encounters. Chapter 99. Departure 3. Upon hearing this, especially Yu Puai felt even more heartbroken. Xiluo, due to the birthmark on her face, had to endure solitude at home, unable to grow up joyfully like other children. Noticing their expressions, Chu Xiluo continued, I believe I am quite fortunate as it is, for my wet nurse has cherished me like a treasure since childhood. Unlike those from affluent families who engage in treachery and schemes, one could never know when they might be betrayed by their own kin. How many families can we rely on for support? The Wang and Mei families are far stronger than us. Yener, come to my room tomorrow, I have a surprise for you. What is it, Sister Chu? Why isn't Sister Chu giving it to her now? Nurse Lusu, let us rise early tomorrow and set off. Here, take this. It should help your spirit beasts advance to the earth level. Saying this, Chu Xiluo produced 2 spirit enhancement pills and handed them to Sun Huyin and Lusu. Miss, this is a spirit enhancement pill. I am so thrilled. There are over 50 of them. Having a lady like you is indeed a blessing. Chapter 100. Departure 4. Indeed, how exciting it is to have such choices. Quickly, hand them over to Qiyu. I shall retire for the night. With that, Chu Xiluo pushed open the door to her room and entered. Once inside, she used her spiritual energy to delve into the space within the Linglang bracelet, searching for any pills left by her master that might be more advanced than the advancement pills. The advancement pill, as described in the pill book, stated, this pill is effective for martial sovereigns, spiritual sovereigns, summoning masters or lower levels, allowing for an advancement of 1 to 2 stars per pill. However, one may consume a maximum of 5 throughout their lifetime. More than that would be futile, and only pills of perfect quality would suffice. Her master was indeed ingenious, knowing precisely what she desired and preparing it all for her. After inspecting the bottle, she found a total of 80 advancement pills. Quite sufficient. She extracted 10 and stored them away. Alongside a bottle of primary spirit enhancement pills, a bottle of primary defense pills, and a bottle of primary vitality pills. In total, Chu Xiluo collected 10 bottles each of primary and intermediate pills and, in addition to the previously mentioned advancement and spirit enhancement pills, placed them all into her spatial pouch. Not to forget the gold coins, she also withdrew 5 million coins. After this, Chu Xiluo still had a remaining 40 million coins in her space. With all preparations complete, Chu Xiluo lay down to sleep. As the wet nurse awake, your godmother is already up. I dislike the atmosphere of parting. Exiting Chuling town, Lusu summoned Qiyu, and the 3 of them mounted its back, setting off towards the Demon Peak Forest. Upon their arrival at the Demon Peak Forest, Chu Xiluo instructed Lusu to stow Qiyu away, and the group began walking deeper into the forest. Zhugua, what is Zhugua? Lusu inquired, for she was not a pill master and had little knowledge of medicinal materials, thus her curiosity blossomed. Zhugua. It is a rather rare medicinal material. Consuming Zhugua directly allows martial spirits, spiritual gods, and summoning masters of lower ranks to advance 3 stars instantly. Moreover, it is a sacred item for maintaining one's appearance, preventing changes in beauty for a decade. Most importantly, it is a primary ingredient for enhancement pills and beauty pills. It is essential to note that although practitioners live longer than ordinary individuals, they still age, albeit at a slower rate. Only upon reaching martial sovereign, spiritual saint, or summoning deity can one retain their youthful appearance. Yet, beauty pills allow one to maintain their appearance for 30 years, while enhancement pills enable martial spirits, spiritual gods, summoning masters or lower ranks to advance 2 to 4 stars directly. A person may consume only 3 throughout their lifetime, and only those of perfect quality will do. Wow, Zhugua is indeed incredibly useful. Many will surely covet it. Lusu, initially excited, suddenly felt disheartened upon realizing this. In truth, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The primary concern lies in the growing environment of Zhugua. Its habitat is unpredictable. Encountering it in the same location is not guaranteed. And it takes a millennium to bloom and bear fruit, with 100 years for flowering, 100 years for fruiting, and 100 years for ripening. Thus, the Zhugua in the Demon Peak Forest is already over 1300 years old. Once harvested, the Zhugua tree will wither and die. Miss, why does the Zhugua tree wither after its fruit is picked? Can't it wait for the next cycle to bear more fruit? Zhugua is actually the fruit born from a Zhugua tree that has undergone 1,000 years of cultivation. A crystallization of a millennium spiritual essence, is also essential for maintaining the spiritual energy of the entire Zhugua tree. If harvested, it can no longer sustain the tree's spiritual needs, leading to its inevitable decay. I see. So where are we headed now, miss? Let us head to the middle area first. The outskirts pose little challenge for us. We shall begin in the middle area. Chu Xiluo surveyed the map of the Demon Peak Forest, pointed out a route, and led Lu Su and the others onward. Let us use this as our center. We'll split up and venture outward, avoiding straying too far. If any dangers arise, signal promptly. Let us regroup before sunset. With her instructions given, Chu Xiluo also ventured westward. Thus, the three of them trained in the middle area of the Demon Peak Forest for 5 days. Today, let us explore elsewhere. The spiritual energy has been intensifying these past few days. It seems Zhuguo is ripening soon, and we should check it out. Before we go, let us advance first. Miss, advancing isn't as simple as just deciding to advance. Haha, fret not. Here, this is the advancement pill, effective for martial sovereigns, spiritual sovereigns, summoning masters, or lower ranks, allowing an advancement of 1 to 2 stars. You may consume a maximum of 5, so here are 5 for you and the wet nurse. And I shall take 5 for myself. Chu Xiluo produced 10 advancement pills for Lu Su and Sun Huyin, then sat down to consume her own. Sun Huyin and Lu Su took the pills and also sat down to begin their consumption. Half an hour later, a surge of heavenly rules enveloped Chu Xiluo. A quarter of an hour later, everyone successfully advanced. This moment, Chu Xiluo had reached the intermediate spiritual sovereign 2 stars or intermediate summoning master 2 stars. Sun Huyin had advanced to advanced martial master 1 star, although she had only consumed 4 pills, as advancing from martial master to martial spirit serves as a crucial breakthrough, and she intended to save the last pill for when she reached advanced martial master 9 stars. Lu Su also advanced to advanced great spiritual master 1 star, having consumed 4 advancement pills as well. Now that Chu Xiluo had leveled up, she could continue consuming heavenly spirit water to advance. But she opted to hold off for now, preferring to hunt magical or spiritual beasts to solidify her foundation. Moreover, the heavenly spirit water had usage limits, so she decided to save it for a later time when she needed to rush her advancement. Having all successfully advanced, they began to pack their gear and set off toward the Zhuguo. Miss, didn't you mention that many come to the Demon Peak Forest to harvest Zhuguo? Why haven't we encountered anyone during our 5 days of training? Lu Su asked, somewhat astonished. Chapter 102. Zhuguo 2. Because we chose a location quite distant from the Zhuguo, and it has only ripened in the past few days. Naturally, those individuals would be training near the Zhuguo. Miss, how do we reach the Zhuguo now? No one is guiding us and there is nothing on the map. Is there? However, we need not rely on anyone for directions. We merely have to head towards the area in the Demon Peak Forest where the spiritual energy is currently most concentrated. The Zhuguo will begin to release spiritual energy a month prior to its ripening. And as time progresses, the energy will intensify and expand its reach. Once it has matured, the Zhuguo will cease to emit spiritual energy. Thus, as Chu Xiluo and her companions continued their journey, they engaged in conversation while simultaneously battling the magical beasts they encountered along the way. Since they were in a hurry to reach the Zhuguo tree, Chu Xiluo decided against letting them train individually against the magical beasts, opting instead for the 3 of them to fight together, resulting in swift victories. I wonder if Luo has already emerged from her seclusion. If she does not come out soon, the Zhuguo will be ripe. However, it may be just as well. I can simply pick some for her later. Xiaolin, please contact Xiaozhu and inquire about Luo's whereabouts. With that, she made her way towards the Demon Peak Forest. According to the map, we only need to walk another 100 meters to reach the inner perimeter. Yes, we must now exercise caution. There are quite a few high-level magical beasts within the inner perimeter. While speaking with Lu Su, Chu Xiluo noticed a few individuals ahead of her and signaled for Lu Su to be on alert. Young master, it seems we may not secure a favorable position now, remarked a man in his 50s among them. Rest assured, Uncle Li, there are only 3 Zhuguo. It will surely lead to chaos. We just need to seize the opportunity amidst the turmoil. Just then, Yu Haoyuan noticed Chu Xiluo and her companions approaching from the left and chose not to continue speaking, motioning for his subordinates to slow their pace. Chu Xiluo observed that the group ahead had suddenly decelerated, but she paid it no mind and continued forward, brushing past them. Miss, please wait a moment. Yu Haoyuan called out just as Chu Xiluo was about to pass them. Are you heading inwards to collect the Zhuguo? After all, most who have passed this way in recent days are after the Zhuguo, he inquired, which was a reasonable question given the circumstances. At that moment, Chu Xiluo turned her head and replied, our cultivation is quite low. We are not foolish enough to covet the Zhuguo, we merely wish to witness it, especially since the spiritual energy surrounding the Zhuguo has become exceptionally rich these past few days, an invaluable opportunity for us practitioners. As she passed by, Yu Haoyuan initially perceived only the exquisite profile of Chu Xiluo, thinking her to be a stunning beauty. However, when she turned to face him, revealing a birthmark on her left cheek. A flicker of distaste crossed his eyes, yet, upon glancing at Lu Su behind her, he was struck by her round, egg-shaped face, dark eyes and rosy cheeks, exuding a vibrant youthful aura. He mused that while the woman before him might not be to his taste, the one behind certainly was a beauty. Suppressing his disdain for Chu Xiluo, he suggested, "Miss, since we are all heading in the same direction, might we not journey together?" His gaze fixated intently on Lu Su. Chu Xiluo noticed the disdainful glint in his eyes as well as his lingering gaze on Lu Su, suspecting that his desire to accompany them stemmed from an interest in Lu Su. Now that they had entered the inner perimeter, where the magical beasts were more formidable, should they encounter any, they might miss the ripening of the zhugua. Having free fighters join them was an opportunity not to be missed. "Allow me to discuss this with them first." Chu Xiluo feigned reluctance. The saying goes, a graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. Yu Haoyuan, upon seeing Chu Xiluo's hesitance, felt anxious that she might decline, thus jeopardizing his chance to accompany the beauty. He continued, "Miss, you must realize that you have entered the inner perimeter of the Demon Peak Forest, where high-level magical beasts reign. Given your relatively low cultivation, it would be wise to have us accompany you for mutual protection." "Ah, that is precisely what I was waiting to hear," Chu Xiluo thought to herself with a smirk. "Then on our journey, I hope you will take good care of us, young sir. You see, our dear Lu Su here is quite delicate. It would be unfortunate if she were to sustain any injuries along the way." As she spoke, she playfully pulled Lu Su forward. Having been brought to the forefront, Lu Su's beauty was even more apparent to Yu Haoyuan, surpassing his previous impression. While she might not belong to a prestigious family worthy of being his legitimate wife, she could certainly serve as a concubine. "Naturally. My name is Yu Haoyuan," he declared. "That I am Chu Xiluo. And this is Lu Su and Sun Huiyin." She introduced her companions. "Then shall we set off?" Yu Haoyuan suggested gallantly, leading the way with Chu Xiluo and her companions following behind him. "Miss, how can we walk alongside them? Did you not see the ill intent in his eyes?" Lu Su whispered to Chu Xiluo from behind. "That was directed towards you, my dear. Who could harbor ill intentions towards someone as enchanting as you?" Chu Xiluo teased. "Are you intending to throw me to the wolves? You cannot do this to me." Lu Su feigned sadness. "How could I bear to part with you? Should any battles arise, just act a little weak. After all, we have free fighters at our disposal." Chu Xiluo replied slyly, "Da-da, so this is your plan, miss? Very well, I shall play along and sacrifice my beauty for our cause." Lu Su conceded with a hint of resignation. "Everyone be alert. There is movement ahead. It is an ice-cold serpent." Someone shouted at that moment. A massive serpent, 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, its body a pale blue, emerged 20 meters ahead of Chu Xiluo and her group. This was a high-level, first-tier ice-cold serpent. "Miss Lu, please move to the back. We will handle this beast first." The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress was a perfect opportunity to win a beautiful heart. And Yu Haoyuan was determined not to let this chance slip away. "Thank you, young master Yu." Lu Su responded sweetly, which only fueled Yu Haoyuan's desire to protect her. High-level magical beasts, like spirit beasts, possessed powers akin to martial masters or summoners, and Yu Haoyuan himself was a 9th-tier high-level spirit master, while the others were at least 1st-tier high-level spirit masters. The man beside him, Uncle Li, was of such a caliber that his cultivation was indiscernible, suggesting he was at least a spirit master or higher. Chu Xiluo had no concerns about their capabilities and swiftly retreated to a safe distance with Lu Su and Sun Huiyin, seeking a secure vantage point to observe the battle. At that moment, the ice-cold serpent raised its tail to strike at Yu Haoyuan and Uncle Li. "Stand back. This creature is merely a high-level first tier. Uncle Li and I can handle it. You all must protect Miss Lu." With that, Yu Haoyuan drew his sword, aiming for the serpent's vulnerable spot, while Uncle Li did the same. The ice-cold serpent, feeling the sting, abandoned its attack on the others, instead directing its wrath towards Yu Haoyuan and Uncle Li. As the serpent's tail swept toward them, both men leapt aside, but by the time they landed, the massive serpent had opened its gaping maw to lunge at Yu Haoyuan. Given that Yu Haoyuan's cultivation was slightly inferior to that of the serpent, he was caught off guard as the colossal head lunged toward him. "Young master, be careful," Uncle Li shouted, aiming for the serpent's eye with his sword. The blade pierced the serpent's left eye, blinding it and inciting its fury. The serpent redirected its aggression towards Uncle Li. Seeing the change in target, Yu Haoyuan resumed his assault on the serpent's vulnerable spot. Soon, the ice-cold serpent began to falter, realizing it stood no chance of victory, and attempted to flee. "You wretched beast. You will pay with your life. Both Uncle Li and Yu Haoyuan shouted in unison, relentlessly pursuing the serpent. Moments later, with a resounding crash, the serpent's massive form collapsed. You are truly remarkable, young master Yu. Lu Su exclaimed as she approached him, her eyes filled with admiration. The admiration from the beauty swelled Yu Haoyuan's pride, and he replied, I am relieved that Miss Lu has emerged unscathed. Otherwise my heart would ache. Inwardly, Chu Xiluo applauded Lu Su for her quick wit. The young woman was truly adept at playing her role. Young master Yu, you are indeed a hero in your youth. To express our gratitude, why don't you check if the ice-cold serpent has a magic core while I gather the serpent meat? We can prepare a delicious serpent stew during our rest. Then I shall rely on you. Miss Chu. Yu Haoyuan instructed his men to examine the magic core. Meanwhile, Chu Xiluo observed as they extracted the core, promptly placing the ice-cold serpent into her spatial bai. In truth, both she and Sun Huyin possessed cultivation surpassing that of Yu Haoyuan. But Uncle Li's prowess was greater than theirs, hence their role as fighters was primarily for him. As for the high-level magic core, while it was indeed a valuable item, since her group had not participated in the battle, they would not claim the core for themselves soon. The group tidied themselves up slightly and continued their journey. Let us rest here for today, instructed Yu Haoyuan. We shall resume our travels tomorrow, since young master Yu has said so. Let us take a break as well, replied Chu Xiluo. Let us set up the tents. With that, Chu Xiluo produced 3 tents and began to work alongside Lu Su. Seeing Lu Su taking the initiative to pitch the tent, Yu Haoyuan hurried over to stop her. Miss Lu, such laborious tasks should be left to us men. You should rest properly. Having said that, he summoned a few people to assist Chu Xiluo and the others with the tents. Then thank you, young master Yu. Lu Su shyly expressed her gratitude. Since young master Yu is helping us with the tents, we ought to contribute as well. By the way, don't we have the meat of the ice-cold serpent with us? Let us prepare some serpent soup for them. After speaking, Chu Xiluo took out the ice-cold serpent from her spatial bag. Then she also retrieved 2 swords from the Linglang bracelet space for Lu Su and Sun Huyin. Unfortunately, the 10 weapons left to Chu Xiluo by Yu Qinxing were all exceptional items. To avoid causing trouble for Lu Su and the others, she had already given them the 2 least valuable swords, which were still of earth-grade quality. The grading of weapons includes ordinary, mortal, earth, heaven, divine, and sacred. In truth, forging weapons is even more challenging than alchemy, as the materials are far harder to procure, and high-quality forging materials are exceedingly rare. Thus, the value of weapons tends to be quite high, with some being unattainable even for the wealthiest. This is an earth-grade weapon, Lu Su accidentally exclaimed. Do you want everyone to come and fight over it? Chu Xiluo quickly covered Lu Su's mouth. Exasperated, however, it was too late. Yu Haoyuan and the others had already heard and were making their way over. It should be noted that although Yu Haoyuan was a direct descendant of the Yu family, his talent was rather average, and he was not favored within the family. His presence in the Magic Peak Forest was secured by his father through the family head, hoping he might achieve merit during this expedition. An earth-grade weapon was something only his grandfather possessed, so upon hearing about it, how could he not be excited and come over? Seeing Yu Haoyuan approaching, Chu Xiluo signaled for Lu Su and Sun Huyin to stow the weapons away in their spatial bags. Miss Lu, Miss Chu, Mrs. Sun, greetings. I just heard Miss Lu mention something about an earth-grade weapon. Chapter 106. Zhugua 6. Upon hearing Yu Haoyuan's words, Chu Xiluo realized she could not keep it a secret any longer. Who could say whether they might need to use the weapons later? If they brought them out, he would still find out. Young Master Yu, you heard correctly. It is indeed an earth-grade weapon, but it is a dowry for Shuer. Yu Haoyuan, who had already harbored intentions to pursue Lu Su, became even more eager upon learning that the weapon was a dowry. He questioned why he didn't simply resort to violence. Firstly, Lu Su was a beauty. Killing her would be a great loss. Secondly, the 3 of them were not weak, and a confrontation would lead to mutual destruction, which was not desirable given that they still had tasks ahead. Thirdly, even if he managed to seize it at that moment, with so many people in the Magic Peak Forest, it would only invite trouble for himself. Oh, I see. Then the man who marries Miss Lu will indeed be fortunate. Only a genuine love for Shuer will bring her happiness. By the way, young Master Yu, could you send a few of your people to help us peel this serpent's skin? You see, we are just a few women, and it's quite difficult for us. Yes, you are right, Miss Chu. I will go find a few people to assist you right away. With Chu Xiluo's confirmation, Yu Haoyuan walked away contentedly. Miss, by saying that, he seems very eager for that weapon. Precisely because he desires it, I mentioned it to him. We cannot guarantee whether we will need to act later. If we do, we will need the weapons. If we don't clarify now, he might try to seize it later. Although their cultivation levels are not high, Uncle Li's skills are formidable. Mutual destruction is not what I want. Besides, he has intentions towards you. So as long as I say it is your dowry, he will strive even harder to pursue you. Miss, you jest. I intend to stay by your side for a lifetime and have no intention of marrying. We shall discuss this matter later. Tomorrow we must reach our destination, and then we can find an excuse to part ways with them. Lu girl, Chu girl, we have finished preparing the serpent. Is there anything else you need? Oh, let's do this. Please cut them into pieces of this size. Chu Xiluo gestured to indicate the size she desired. All right, we'll get to it now. After speaking, they resumed their task with the serpent meat. Nai Schwer, let us set up the pot and start cooking the serpent soup. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Chu Xiluo took out a pot from her spatial bag and set it up. Gurgle. Lu Su, are you hungry? Why didn't you say so earlier? Oh. By the way, here is something for you, and Nai, this is for you. Miss, what kind of elixir is this? After taking it, I no longer feel hungry. Can elixirs really satiate hunger? Lu Su asked in confusion. Sierra, this should be a feeding elixir. Though Sun Huyin was a servant, she once stayed in the Chu family. During that time, some members would consume feeding elixirs when entering seclusion, remaining in that state for years or even decades. However, feeding elixirs were only available in larger families. Yes, this is a special grade feeding elixir. With it, you won't feel hunger for 100 years. As Chu Xiluo spoke, she began placing the serpent meat into the pot while explaining the cooking method to Lu Su and Sun Huyin. Wow, it smells so good. At that moment, the serpent soup was nearing completion, and a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Chapter 107. Zhugua 7 Miss Chu, your serpent soup smells wonderful. Yu Haoyuan remarked as he approached. Thank you for your compliment. It will be ready to eat in about the time it takes to incense a stick. Nai, let us go over there and invite them to join us. After speaking, Chu Xiluo and Sun Huyin went to call the others. Sierra, are you alright leaving Schwer alone with young master Yu? Sun Huyin asked with concern. Everyone, you may now follow me to dine. Chu Xiluo announced as she reached the camp. Thank you, Miss Chu. With that, everyone followed Chu Xiluo to the dining area. Lu girl, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. This serpent soup is becoming increasingly aromatic. Miss, did you just say that young master Yu is your master? Yu Haoyuan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, indeed. She is my master. Initially, he had thought that Chu Xiluo and Lu Su were merely friends or sisters. Never suspecting that they were in a master-servant relationship, should he continue pursuing Lu Su? She was merely a servant. Did she deserve his attention? Yet, he had only intended to take her as a concubine. So a lower status was not an issue. Moreover, a lady who could casually gift an earth-grade weapon to a servant. What kind of family was she from? Could it be if that were the case? Even if she were somewhat unattractive, he would still want her for the power behind her. May I ask which family Miss Chu hails from? I cannot disclose that. Otherwise my lady would be displeased. Lu Su replied, appearing quite troubled. Seeing Lu Su's expression, Yu Haoyuan became even more convinced of his suspicions. She must be from the Chu family and likely favored within it. As for why he had never heard of such a lady in the Chu family, it was likely due to the family's protection. Given her appearance, if others learned of her, many would mock her. What were you all discussing? You seem to be enjoying your conversation, Chu Xiluo teased. Miss. Chu Xiluo walked over to examine the serpent soup. Alright, it's done, we can eat now. Young master, you go first. How could that be? Since Miss Chu worked so hard to cook, you should taste it first. Yu Haoyuan insisted humbly. Miss, I just told him that you are my master. Noticing Lu Su's gleeful expression, Chu Xiluo realized the girl was being playful. In that case, there is no need for anyone to refuse. Let us all eat together. Lu Su, serve young master Yu a bowl of serpent soup. Sun Huyin also served a bowl for Chu Xiluo. Chapter 108. Zhugua 8 Then, young master Yu, let us dig in. Everyone, please join us. With that, Chu Xiluo began to eat. Miss Chu, this serpent soup is truly delicious. Indeed, it's exquisite. Yes, I have never tasted such delightful serpent soup in my life. Since everyone enjoys it, please eat your fill. We are grateful for the care everyone has shown us along the way. It is only right that we treat you to a feast of serpent soup, so there is no need to be courteous. What a fragrance! What an enticing aroma! It seems to be coming from over there. Let us go take a look. Captain, it's over here. Gurgled. I will go over and ask if we can purchase some food. Brothers, may I inquire if you would be willing to sell some of your serpent soup? Chu Xiluo looked up to see an ordinary-looking man in a dark blue outer garment in his 30s. Speaking to her, you should ask these young ladies. They are the ones who cooked the serpent soup. Yu Haoyuan indicated towards Chu Xiluo and the others. Excuse me, is this young lady available? In the world outside, Where encounters are rare, if this gentleman does not mind, let us sit together and share a meal. Seeing his honest demeanor, Chu Xiluo felt reassured and spoke freely. Could it be that you are facing some difficulties? Noticing his hesitation, she inquired again. Well, it's not really a difficulty. It's just that I'm not alone, that I have many brothers who have yet to eat. Ah, is that all? No worries. Please go and fetch them, we have prepared plenty. But I would feel too embarrassed. Nonsense. Just make sure they don't mind our culinary skills. Brothers, it was this young lady who graciously offered to treat us to snake soup, so be sure to express your gratitude. Thank you, miss. Everyone chorused in appreciation. And no need for such formality. Please take a seat and enjoy. Chu Xiluo welcomed them to sit. I am Yu, the vice captain of the Tianhe mercenary group. May I know how to address each of you? I am Chu Xiluo, and this is Lu Su, along with my nurse Sun Huiyin, she introduced, gesturing towards Lu Su and Sun Huiyin. I am Yu Haoyuan, a member of the Yu family. Observing the lively conversation between Chu Xiluo and Yuan, he felt a twinge of annoyance. This was the perfect moment for introductions, and he decided to mention his background too. A mere vice captain of a small mercenary group dares to show off in front of me? Had I known this would happen, I would have outright refused his invitation. Ah, the esteemed son of the Yu family. Yu Zion flattered, and Yu Haoyuan's pride swelled. He straightened up, then glanced at Chu Xiluo and the others, only to find them utterly unfazed, maintaining their previous expressions. He lowered his head in dismay, realizing that Chu Xiluo was a lady of the Chu family, and would certainly not be interested in someone from his lesser family. However, this only reinforced his belief in her high status. She had not boasted about her identity, for otherwise, anyone from a second-tier family like the Yu family would have rushed to her side. Chapter 109. Zhuge 9. In truth, Chu Xiluo was unfamiliar with the Yu family. Naturally, since he bore the Yu surname, he was indeed a member of that family, rather than belonging to the Li or Wang family. I am Li Hongba. I am Zhao Yang. Qian Wu Jiyuan. As everyone sat in a circle, feasting and introducing themselves, Chu Xiluo observed one of the men speaking. Sewer, do you recognize that man? He seems familiar. Miss, I too feel he looks somewhat familiar. Initially, we were commissioned to hunt 20 high-grade magical cores in the Magic Peak Forest. We've been here for over a month, and just as the zhugua is about to ripen, the spiritual energy is overflowing. We decided to train nearby, as tomorrow marks the ripening of the zhugua, which will undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle. Hence, we withdrew from the vicinity of the zhugua. According to the map, it should take about half a day to reach the zhugua. How come you took a whole day to arrive? Chu Xiluo asked, puzzled. The zhugua attracts not only humans but also magical beasts and spirit beasts. We needed high-grade magical cores, so we hunted a few lower-tier magical beasts in the area. That explains why we encountered an ice-cold serpent on our journey. It must have ventured into the zhugua's vicinity. Miss Chu, are you intending to go there? Please don't call me Miss Chu. I call you Big Brother Yu, so why not acknowledge me as your little sister? Very well, since you insist. Are you all planning to go to the zhugua's center? Yu Zion, now treating her like a true younger sister, inquired. Yes, I've never seen the zhugua before, so I would like to witness it. Sister, I advise against going. You see, there are many people gathered there now. Although your cultivation is commendable, numerous powerful experts from various families are vying for it. There are also many magical beasts and spirits lurking around. Rest assured, Big Brother, the three of us simply wish to take a look and will leave promptly. Well, in that case, do take care not to overestimate your abilities. I had intended to accompany you, but I must guide my brothers out of the Magic Peak Forest, so I can only remind you to be cautious. Yu Zion expressed his concern. Yes, Big Brother, worry not. I value my life above all. By the way, was the person who fetched water earlier part of your group? Chapter 110. Zhugua 10. Actually, I too came from Chuling Town. Someone there entrusted me with a message for his son, who is also in the Magic Peak Forest, that if I encounter him, I'm to assure him that all is well at home. Although the promotion pill is the lowest tier of advancement pill, useful only for those at or below intermediate levels, no one present knew if their families had any needs. It's for Miss Chu. Could you let me see it? This seems to resemble the jade pendant from my family. Here, take a look. I assure you it's genuine, no deception here. Chu Xiluo handed him the pendant. This is an advancement pill, and there are as many as 6. He knew his family only had 10 reserved for himself. His elder brother, second brother, fourth brother, and younger sister, with 6 more, wouldn't they be out of stock? Indeed, these are all for you. Take them as soon as possible. And don't worry about your elder brother. Second brother, fourth brother, and Yenner, they have all taken theirs and have successfully advanced. Chu Xiluo, noticing his concerns, provided reassurance. They have all advanced. Did something happen in your family? Ah, since you possess our family's jade pendant, I naturally trust you. That's wonderful. Now please eat first. Here, take one more. Remembering his famished state when he arrived, Chu Xiluo handed him a high-grade fasting pill, ensuring he wouldn't starve before the next meal. This is a high-grade fasting pill. I noticed you looked quite hungry when you arrived, so I thought you might need this. You won't feel hunger for at least 10 years. Chapter 111. Zhugua 11A fasting pill? Yuzion exclaimed in surprise. Yes, what of it? Are fasting pills particularly rare, big brother you? My master left me 100 of each tier. Low, intermediate, high, and even special ones, and once you reach a certain level of cultivation, you won't feel hunger even without consuming fasting pills. So I will never exhaust them in my lifetime. Indeed, they are rare, for on Qiyun continent, the formula for fasting pills is no longer available. I've heard that refining them is exceedingly difficult. Without a formula, does that mean each fasting pill consumed diminishes the total supply on Qiyun continent? Chu Xiluo was taken aback, as her master's compendium certainly contained the formula for fasting pills. Yes, that's what I've heard. A renowned alchemist invented the fasting pill, but for reasons unknown he vanished and thus the recipe was lost. Moreover, fasting pills are universally beneficial. As you've seen, when we first arrived, we were starving. If we had taken a fasting pill, we wouldn't have felt hunger. When meditating, if one goes without food for 7 or 8 days, it may not be an issue initially, but prolonged fasting would necessitate a break for meals during cultivation. I never realized fasting pills had such advantages. Chu Xiluo's eyes sparkled with excitement, envisioning heaps of gold flying towards her. By the way, big brother you, here are some fasting pills for you and your brothers. Although I have none left in the high-grade tier, I still possess some lower-grade ones. Please take them. Trusting in Yuzon's integrity, she presented him with several lower-grade fasting pills. This said I cannot accept something without merit. Yuzion was taken aback upon seeing the fasting pills. Mercenaries like them had a greater need for fasting pills, often facing erratic meal schedules. Big brother, by refusing, you deny my kinship. Chu Xiluo feigned anger. How could that be? If so, I shall graciously accept. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Seeing Chu Xiluo's insistence, Yuzion accepted. I will certainly not be polite when the need arises. Chu Xiluo wished to discuss more with Yuzion, but at that moment Yu Haoyuan approached. Miss Chu, it's getting late, we should rest early as we have a journey ahead tomorrow. In truth, Yu Haoyuan had been observing Chu Xiluo from a distance. Upon witnessing her engaging in light-hearted conversation with Yuzion, and having just handed him an item, a surge of anger welled up within him, as if something of his had been snatched away. Moreover, considering the precious nature of Chu Xiluo's identity, the item she gifted must undoubtedly be of significant value. She was to become his bride in the future, and thus whatever she gave away now would rightfully belong to him. The mere thought of it was enough to cause him discomfort. Consequently, he decided to intervene and separate them. Fortunately, no one was privy to his thoughts. Had Jun Mo Ran caught wind of them, it would spell disaster not just for him but for the entire Yu family as well. Well then, brother Yu, I shall take my leave to rest, Chu Xiluo remarked, glancing at the time and realizing it was getting late. Anticipating the challenging day ahead, she stood up to bid farewell, leading Liuxiu and Sun Huiyin toward the tent. Chapter 112. Zhugua 12 Gugu. I'm quite hungry too. This labor is truly beneath human dignity. Watching others savor their meals while she could only inhale the enticing aromas, Xiaozhu resigned herself and began nibbling on some dry rations. After a night of tranquility, Chu Xiluo rose early. However, when she stepped outside, she discovered that others had been waiting for her for quite some time. Isn't it's still quite early, Sewer? Why are you all up so soon? Liuxiu sighed, exasperated. Miss, while you have risen earlier than usual, it is no longer early. Dawn has already broken for half an hour. All right, I suppose it is a bit late then. Have you all prepared? Yes, everything is ready. Very well, I shall go inquire with young Master Yu. With that, Chu Xiluo turned to approach Yu Haoyuan. Young Master Yu, I apologize for rising late. Are we ready to set off? It is Miss Chu. Yes, we can depart now. He commanded the preparations to commence. Duan Hangxian, observing Chu Xiluo's actions, felt a sense of helplessness. Despite being older than her, it seemed as though she were a big sister giving advice to her younger brother. Soon they were back on the road. Yu Haoyuan approached Chu Xiluo again. Miss Chu, may I inquire about your plans upon arriving at our destination? Being from a second-tier family, he was acutely aware of the presence of the 4 great families there. Along with disciples from various sections, he feared he would be unable to protect her, yet letting her go felt like a waste, especially considering the power she had behind her. Seeing his pensive expression, Chu Xiluo devised a strategy and replied, I am not a distinguished young lady, I am merely from the vicinity of Chuling Town. My purpose here is to observe the Zhuge and then depart immediately. We do not wish for what does not rightfully belong to us. Miss is truly not a daughter of the Chu family. Yu Haoyuan asked in astonishment. The label of Chu family daughter is broad. I bear the surname Chu, thus I am indeed related. Yet I believe I am not the Chu you envision, for my household consists solely of myself, my nurse and sewer. If she were not a Chu family daughter, how could she possess such valuable items and boast a cultivation level surpassing his own? Though he was not favored at home, he still had access to ordinary elixirs, which accounted for his current level of cultivation. Could she truly be an unparalleled genius, achieving her prowess without relying on pills? He glanced at Liuxiu and Sun Huiyin, pondering that Liuxiu likely possessed commendable potential, and that Sun Huiyin was not lacking either. It must be said that Yu Haoyuan began to realize the truth. Chu Xiluo was indeed an extraordinary talent, yet she had also consumed elixirs and had managed to cultivate to her current level in just over a year. Chapter 113, Zhuge 13. Noticing Yu Haoyuan's lingering confusion, Chu Xiluo reiterated. I merely had good fortune. During my training last year, I encountered a wise individual and experienced some fortuitous events. By the way, the earth-grade weapon on sewer was purchased cheaply from an unknowledgeable vendor in Chuling Town. She mentioned this to preempt any future entanglements, hoping to convey that she was devoid of wealth and influence. To deter any ill intentions after all, she could hardly defend herself, especially against Uncle Li. However, if he were wise, he would refrain from causing harm, as it would lead to mutual destruction, yielding no advantage once the Zhuge ripened. Yet, if they encountered her after the Zhuge was harvested, the outcome could be uncertain. In fact, Yu Haoyuan was contemplating nefarious deeds, as that weapon was indeed an earth-grade one. Moreover, he sensed that Chu Xiluo possessed even more valuable items. Noting that the elixir she had given Yuzhen yesterday seemed to be a pill. Sewer, do you still possess any beginner blood chi pills or beginner defense pills? Yesterday, brother, you mentioned they had run out. So I gave him the last 20 or so that I had on me. Chu Xiluo caught a glimmer of cold light in Yu Haoyuan's eyes. She realized the precariousness of the situation and quickly interjected, leading him to believe that her possessions were almost depleted and that the items she had bestowed upon Yuzhen were merely ordinary elixirs. Indeed, miss, I have 10 of each, Liuxiu replied, handing Chu Xiluo 2 vials. Why only 10? That seems rather scant. Chu Xiluo expressed disbelief, pouring out the pills to count them. Yu Haoyuan observed that they were indeed only beginner blood chi pills and beginner defense pills. It appeared that the Chu Xiluo before him truly lacked valuable items, leaving only the earth-grade weapon on Liuxiu as the most valuable asset. However, as she was a servant of Chu Xiluo, should he wish to take her as a concubine, he would first need to gauge her willingness. As coercion was best avoided. Miss Chu, I find that Liuxiu is exceptionally beautiful. Does she have any suitors? Upon seeing the evasive glint in his eyes, Chu Xiluo understood his intentions. Not yet. Are you perhaps intending to introduce her? Young master Yu? Indeed, I wonder what sort of conditions would be deemed suitable. As long as Sewer herself is content, that suffices. Really? Then may I marry Liuxiu? It seemed that as long as Liuxiu consented, Chu Xiluo would not oppose. Very well, as long as Sewer is willing to marry young master Yu, I shall not object. You are nearing the central area of the Zhuge, Mississippi. Will you accompany us? As they approached their destination, Yu Haoyuan felt a pang of regret. He had yet to converse with the enchanting woman. Note, we shall not trouble young master Yu further. We will part ways here. You may proceed, and we shall observe from a distance before taking our leave. Understood. Miss Chu. Liuxiu, do come visit the imperial city sometime. Remember to seek me out at the Yu residence. He then led the others away, feeling disheartened yet realizing that his hesitation had cost him the opportunity. Very well, young master Yu, farewell. With that, Chu Xiluo instructed Liuxiu and Sun Huiyin to remain behind as they watched him depart. Miss, where shall we head next? The spiritual energy here is tenfold that of the outside world. You both should continue cultivating. I will venture ahead to investigate. Chapter 114. Zhuge 14. The center of Zhuge was approximately 3,000 meters away. Yet Chu Xiluo had already sensed several probing spiritual energies scanning the area, indicating the presence of many formidable experts. What about you, miss? Liuxiu inquired with concern. To be cautious, miss. Both Liuxiu and Sun Huiyin recognized that Chu Xiluo had made up her mind to proceed alone. Though they were worried, they agreed to her wishes, resolving to avoid being a burden to her. After walking about 1,000 meters, Chu Xiluo felt another wave of spiritual energy sweep over her. Lingering for a moment before moving on, seemingly dismissing her due to her lower cultivation level, continuing forward for another 500 meters, Chu Xiluo spotted numerous tents erected in the vicinity, estimating over 200 of them, indicating at least 200 individuals. She adjusted her aura, striving to minimize her presence and avoid drawing attention as she cautiously advanced. Thankfully, they had not felled all the ancient trees, otherwise she would have been at a loss for cover. Soon Chu Xiluo found a tree suitable for concealment and gently ascended into its branches, perched atop the tree. She surveyed the scene ahead and beheld a towering tree 10 meters high, its trunk a vivid red devoid of leaves. With 3 fist-sized green fruits hanging from its bare branches, emanating a rich spiritual energy, was that the Zhugua tree and its fruits. How peculiar it was that the tree bore no leaves and stood out so vividly, with no other flora within a 10-meter radius. After inspecting the Zhugua, she surveyed her surroundings. She was perched about 10 meters high, with a cluster of tents 50 meters ahead. It appeared to be a gathering, while another cluster of tents lay 20 meters further in. Tents surrounded the Zhugua within a 50-meter radius, making it clear that getting closer to the fruits would prove challenging. Thus, she resolved to wait for an opportune moment. With that thought, Chu Xiluo settled comfortably on the tree, suppressing her aura as she patiently awaited the right time to accede. As dusk descended, the spiritual energy emanating from the Zhugua intensified. Many individuals began to stir. Elder Mu, the spiritual energy of the Zhugua is becoming more potent. When will it reach maturity? Approximately 1 hour remains. Once the Zhugua turns fully green, it will be ripe. However, it must be harvested within a quarter of an hour. Otherwise, it will spoil. Chapter 115. The maturation of Zhugua 1. Why must it be harvested within a quarter of an hour? And you must refrain from wandering about carelessly. The Zhugua is nearing ripeness, and the surrounding magical beasts and spirit beasts are becoming restless. Chu Xiluo could only hear Elder Mu cautiously advising the young man. The Zhugua must be thoroughly green to be considered ripe. Chu Xiluo opened her eyes to observe the Zhugua and indeed noticed that the bottom, roughly 1 square centimeter in size, was tinged with red, a detail she had previously overlooked in her cursory glance. With a sudden roar, a multitude of magical and spirit beasts surged around the Zhugua. Elder Mu, the magical beasts are starting to riot. What shall we do? Let us retreat inside. The voice of the young man resounded once more. Chu Xiluo glanced down at the figure nearby. His black, tousled hair danced in the wind, exuding an untamed beauty. His eyes, akin to translucent black gems, shimmered with a haunting brilliance reminiscent of the starry sky, exuding a serene yet heart-wrenching gentleness. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Perhaps having been overly sheltered by his family, now found himself in a state of panic. Young Master Ku, do you not understand why we, the second-tier families, are stationed outside? It is because there exists a high-tier earth-grade spirit beast within. If we venture in, we would be annihilated in mere moments. What? A high-tier earth-grade spirit beast. What are we to do? We have many high-tier magical beasts on our side as well. Have the beasts from the Demon Peak Forest come? Of course not. If the magical beasts from the Demon Peak Forest had all arrived, we would be mere fodder for them. Chu Xiluo noticed that Elder Mu seemed poised to speak again. But at that moment, attention everyone, the magical beasts are approaching. Prepare for battle. A voice resonated, infused with internal energy. Chu Xiluo realized this individual must be a martial sovereign, spirit saint, or summoner. No wonder they dared to provoke a high-tier earth-grade spirit beast. Chu Xiluo wished to eavesdrop for further information when she felt the tree beneath her swaying. Turning to look, she saw a dark pig colliding with the tree, and not far off, another blazing pig was exhaling flames towards her. Heavens, they intend to incinerate me. In less than a minute since she had left, the tree was already ablaze. In the blink of an eye, it had turned to ashes. Chu Xiluo glanced back at the pigs, only to find them lifeless. That was far too swift. In just 2 minutes, the tree had been destroyed and the pigs slain. Miss, are you unharmed? That voice sounded familiar. Chu Xiluo looked up to find it was the young man who had just spoken. Chapter 116. The maturation of Zhugua 2. I am fine, thank you. Chu Xiluo replied, bowing her head in gratitude. It was but a small act. There is no need for thanks. However, the magical beasts have commenced their attack on us humans, rendering this place quite perilous. Take care. With that, he once again raised his weapon and charged towards the approaching magical beasts. Before them stood a horned rhinoceros, a water element magical beast with tough skin and formidable defenses. Chu Xiluo noticed that the young man was struggling in battle, while the others around them were preoccupied with their own fights. After all, he had avenged her by slaying those pigs, so she decided to assist him. With that thought, Chu Xiluo retrieved the finest weapon left to her by Yutianxing from her spatial pouch. Harnessing the fire element, she launched an attack, but the magical rhinoceros nimbly dodged her flames. Frustration mounted within her. She had intended to assist the young man, yet now the rhinoceros was solely focused on her. transforming her into bait. Glancing at herself, she realized she bore several injuries, although both she and the young man were at the junior spirit realm. They still found it challenging to contend with a high-tier 5-star magical beast. Indeed, the combat prowess of magical beasts of the same tier surpassed that of humans. Thank you for your assistance. Miss. I am Xuanyun. May I ask for your name? Once the battle subsided, Xuanyun approached Chu Xiluo. I am Chu Xiluo, young Master Chun. You have aided me as well. This is not a time for individual heroics. If we do not unite, we may not escape the Demon Peak Forest. After a brief exchange, yet another magical beast charged toward them. It appears, Miss Chu, that we must battle together once more with that. He raised his sword and charged at the magical beast. Chu Xiluo observed that it was yet another high-tier 4-star beast. Knowing that leaving him to fight alone would be taxing, she joined the fray. Thus, Chu Xiluo and Xuanyun collaborated to vanquish one magical beast after another. However, Chu Xiluo's thoughts drifted. In just a quarter of an hour, the zhuguo would ripen. How could she approach the zhuguo tree? Listening to the sounds of battle emanating from that direction, she understood that several individuals were engaged in a fierce confrontation, making it perilous to approach, yet, without getting closer, she could not obtain the zhuguo. She did not wish for more than one. There were 3 zhuguo, and one would suffice. Watch out. A massive paw lunged toward her. Mere centimeters from striking, startled, Chu Xiluo attempted to evade, but it was too late. She could only muster her spirit energy for defense, as Xuanyun immediately attacked the paw of the brown bear, causing it to redirect its assault toward him. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xiluo concentrated her spirit energy on her dagger and lunged for the bear's heart. Chapter 117. The maturation of Zhuguo 3. Xuanyun evaded the bear's attack and struck at its back. With a resounding crash, the bear collapsed. Young Master Chun, thank you once more for saving me. I have friends in another location, and with the magical beasts growing increasingly frantic, I fear for their safety I must take my leave. Chu Xiluo nodded her thanks to Xuanyun and hurried off towards another area. Noticing her preoccupation with the battle, Xuanyun understood her concern for her friends and did not press further after she departed. He turned back to the fray. Chu Xiluo maneuvered past the others. Making her way towards the zhuguo point 100 meters, 200 meters, and another 100 meters, she halted. Finding a concealed spot, she observed the ongoing battle. Elder Hua, the zhuguo is on the verge of ripening. Yet we cannot approach the zhuguo tree, let alone harvest it. Upon hearing that the zhuguo was nearing maturity, Chu Xiluo felt a surge of urgency. She watched as the group relentlessly besieged the fierce wind leopard, preventing anyone from nearing the zhuguo tree at that moment. She sensed that the fluffy ball in her spatial pouch seemed to awaken. What level are you at now? Having given the fluffy ball 100 spirit-enhancing pills, it should have reached the earth-grade as expected. It had indeed attained the earth grade, filling Chu Xiluo with delight. She quickly summoned the fluffy ball and pointed towards the zhuguo, asking, Fluffy ball, do you see those 3 zhuguo? They are engaged in battle, and I cannot reach them. Is there any way you can retrieve one for me? Chu Xiluo gazed at the fluffy ball with anticipation. Boom! Another wave of battle erupted, and a large tree collapsed 20 meters ahead, startling Chu Xiluo. Goodness, this is too dangerous. Perhaps it would be best not to send the fluffy ball into harm's way. If it were injured, she would be heartbroken. It was her lifeline. I can do it. The fluffy ball observed the battle for a moment before responding. Fluffy ball, it's too perilous. You should not go. Wait, what did you just say? You can do it. Really? Is there danger involved? Though Chu Xiluo felt a surge of joy at the fluffy ball's words, she still wished to protect it from danger. Rest assured, I can indeed help my master obtain the zhuguo. I truly wish to assist you, even if it entails a bit of risk. I have confidence in my ability to retrieve it. Then you must prioritize your safety. Here, take this. Once you have collected the zhuguo, place it directly into the spatial pouch to prevent any spirit energy from leaking, or others will take notice. And remember, just one is enough. Your safety is paramount. With that, she affixed a spatial pouch around the fluffy ball's neck. They had been keeping a close watch on the zhuguo. If it managed to retrieve just one, it would raise suspicions, and if it attempted to gather more, the beasts could potentially converge upon it. The zhuguo has matured! Someone exclaimed in the blink of an eye. The fluffy ball dashed into the combat zone, evading attacks as it sprinted towards the zhuguo point 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Watch as the fluffy ball leaped, effortlessly plucking a zhuguo from the tree and swiftly depositing it into the spatial pouch before making a hasty retreat. Chapter 118. The maturation of zhuguo. For the little creature has successfully harvested a zhuguo. Just as the fluffy ball was on the verge of escaping the battle zone, an ominous voice rang out from 100 meters away. Chu Xiluo noticed the impending danger for the fluffy ball and rushed forward without a second thought to assist it. Almost there, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The fluffy ball leaped into Chu Xiluo's embrace, and without a moment's hesitation, she activated her spatial pouch, pulling them both inside to safety. In the next moment, a vast pit measuring 20 square meters abruptly manifested at the spot where Chu Xiluo had gone to assist Miss Chu. The exquisite bracelet transformed into a palm-sized leaf, which was swept away by the residual shockwave, drifting 50 meters away. Had they been attentive, they would have noticed that the area within a 20-meter radius had turned to ashes. However, astonishingly, a single leaf remained unscathed, floating to that distance. Yet, none of them paid it any heed. They merely gazed at the gaping chasm, and although they were mindful of their comrades outside battling the magical beasts, they only exerted a mere 10% of their power. Now, witnessing the lackluster combat prowess before them, they regretted not sending someone to pursue. Surely the fruit on that beast had been reduced to mere fragments. In truth, the moment Chu Xiluo dashed to aid Miss Chu, they sensed another presence, but it vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leading them to believe that both the intruder and the magical beast had been obliterated by the recent attack. However, were there not still 2 remaining in the trees? Time was of the essence. Otherwise, the fruit would soon lose its efficacy. Meanwhile, Chu Xiluo, observing from within the space, felt a twinge of fear. It was fortunate she had come to retrieve Miss Chu. Otherwise, the creature would have been reduced to a mere pulp. She intended to scold Miss Chu, but upon seeing its pair of glistening, tearful eyes, her heart softened. The recent danger must have frightened it terribly. Chastising it now might leave a lasting scar. Moreover, she felt responsible for what had transpired. Before Chu Xiluo could finish her thoughts, another disturbance erupted outside. Wait, look! There's only one fruit left. One of them, who had been paying attention to the fruit, screamed. There had been 2, and now only one remained. How were they to divide it? For the sake of 3 fruits, the eminent families of Xuanyun Kingdom and Xianqi sect had mobilized, intending to harvest the fruits for refining into enhancement pills to distribute among the various factions. Even if they did not receive enhancement pills, they had hoped to substitute them with other resources. But now, with only 1 fruit left, how were they to allocate it? Upon hearing this, the others looked up at the fruit, realizing it was indeed the last one. Anger surged among them. They had battled these magical beasts for so long, only for another beast to seize the opportunity, and now 1 fruit had vanished, leaving them with but a single remaining. They were determined to claim it. At that moment, the light-winged leopard was also furious. It had guarded this place for 3 centuries, intending to use the fruit to ascend to the heavenly rank, but now another beast had snatched one away, and another had gone missing. The last fruit was something it must obtain. The atmosphere grew tense as 5 minutes had already passed since the fruit ripened. A quarter of an hour, 15 minutes. Chapter 119. The ripening of the fruit. 5. Evidently, the 5 individuals and the beast had developed a tacit understanding. They knew that if they unleashed their spiritual energy with full force, the entire area within a kilometer would be reduced to ashes. Would the fruit still exist then? Would those outside, including the magical beasts and humans, survive? They were all within that kilometer radius. Thus, the 5 of them grasped their weapons, channeling their remaining spiritual power into them, forming a circle and launching an assault on the light-winged leopard at the center. The beast, in turn, summoned the fire element to create a protective fire circle. Seconds ticked away, and in what felt like a year, the 5 and the beast persevered. Knowing this was their final strike, the outcome would be decided here. With a resounding crash, the light-winged leopard's defenses shattered, sending it flying 10 meters away. The 5 also suffered. As the leopard was thrown back, the rebound of its power sent them staggering 5 meters back, leaving them feeling as if their very organs had been displaced. Although they managed to regain control, the area within 300 meters was still affected, injuring several individuals and beasts. However, at the epicenter of the battle, they quickly regained their composure, producing high-grade healing pills, each bottle containing 10, and consuming them in haste to absorb their medicinal properties for recovery. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation swiftly consumed an ordinary special-grade healing pill. Healing pills are classified as primary, intermediate, advanced, and special, with qualities being ordinary, exquisite, and perfect. Primary ordinary pills heal and replenish spiritual energy for primary warriors at 100%, for intermediate warriors at 50%, for advanced warriors at 20%, and have no effect on higher ranks. Primary exquisite pills heal and replenish for primary warriors at 100%, intermediate warriors at 55%, and advanced warriors at 25%. Also ineffective for higher ranks, primary perfect pills do likewise with varying percentages. Intermediate healing pills work for primary great warriors or lower at 100%, and so forth. Advanced healing pills function similarly. And special healing pills do likewise for primary spirit warriors or lower. As they were all spirit deities, even the advanced healing pills could not restore them entirely. The 10 healing pills restored the 4 primary spirit deities by 50%, while the ordinary special grade healing pill restored the mid-level spirit deity by 50%. Just as the last minute of the fruit's ripening approached, the mid-level spirit deity leaped into the air and plucked the fruit, stowing it away in their space. Chapter 120. The Lie-Wind Leopard won now, regardless of which side emerged victorious. Their presence was no longer needed. Remaining would only heighten their peril. They had sensed the recovery of the human strength within. Outside, the battling individuals finally breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Hua, what shall we do about this Lie-Wind Leopard? The others approached. Capture it. Although we have only obtained 1 fruit, with this Lie-Wind Leopard, our losses will not be too great. They shared this sentiment, and upon hearing Elder Hua's words, they swiftly produced a large iron cage, preparing to confine the Lie-Wind Leopard for transport. The leopard, seeing the last fruit plucked and its own grievous wounds, realized escape was futile. The humans, having consumed healing pills, had regained some strength and were now intent on capturing it. How could it willingly submit to such a fate, to be bound or tamed? As a spirit beast, its dignity would not allow such indignities. It resolved to self-destruct its core, aiming for mutual destruction. No. It intends to self-destruct. Everyone stop it or we shall all perish, Elder Hua cried out in horror. The self-detonation of a high-tier 8-star spirit beast would exceed the power of their final strike by at least double. After all, they had only retained 1/3 of their power. If they had fully recovered, they might have been able to erect a barrier to withstand it, but now they had only regained 50%. Any barrier they could muster would be insufficient against the leopard's explosive might. Meanwhile, those outside had heard that a high-tier 8-star spirit beast was about to self-destruct and rushed in to assist. Quickly! Everyone unleash your powers and attack its back, preventing it from detonating in the blink of an eye. A kaleidoscope of spiritual energy surged towards the Lie-Wind Leopard's back, sending it crashing several dozen meters away. Seeing it fail to rise, they collectively exhaled in relief, those with healing pills settling down to consume them for recovery. The 5 experts had just exhausted their finest pills and now had to resort to higher-grade blood replenishing and spiritual energy pills for healing. Coincidentally, the Lie-Wind Leopard landed right beside Chu Xiluo. As Miao and Chu Xiluo shared a life bond, it sensed her desire to rescue the Lie-Wind Leopard and form a contract. Master, you can save it. What? I can save it, but it's gravely injured, and I have no healing pills to aid it. Chu Xiluo replied, perplexed by Miao's words. This master, as long as it consumes this, it can ascend to a heavenly tier spirit beast, and all its wounds will heal. Chapter 121. The Lie-Wind Leopard 2. Miao produced a spatial pouch hanging from its neck and handed it to Chu Xiluo. The fruit was something they had painstakingly obtained together, capable of allowing her to refine enhancement pills. Once she ascended to the rank of summoning master, her burdens would be lessened. Yet, now rescuing the Lie-Wind Leopard was the only option out of selfishness. It was reluctant for its master to use the fruit for that foolish leopard. There would always be another chance to form a contract, yet this fruit was lost, and who knew when another would appear? As Miao pondered, Chu Xiluo found herself in a state of inner turmoil. Ultimately, she discreetly extended her right hand from the Linglang bracelet, summoning the contract array, which then enveloped the Gale Leopard in a radiant glow. I wish to establish a master-servant contract with you. You must remain eternally loyal to me. I wish to establish a master-servant contract. I vow to be forever devoted to you. Given that the Gale Leopard was gravely injured, Chu Xiluo found it effortless to bind it within 2 minutes. One might wonder why she chose a master-servant contract instead of an equal one. Chu Xiluo surmised that the creature's earlier willingness to self-destruct its inner core and resistance to capture by Elder Hua suggested its reluctance to be bound. A master-servant contract, however, did not allow the spirit pet to resist its master, and should the master perish, the spirit pet would follow suit. Conversely, if the spirit pet were to die, the master would remain unharmed. The only consequence of dissolving the contract was mutual injury. In contrast, an equal contract implied a friendship between master and spirit pet, where betrayal was impossible, yet the master could not compel the spirit to act against its will. Should the master die, the spirit would survive and vice versa. However, both parties would remain unscathed when the contract was dissolved. Once the contract was completed, Chu Xiluo retrieved the Gale Leopard into the space of the Linglang bracelet. In less than 3 minutes, she observed that the others were still engaged in their healing. It seemed none had yet noticed the Gale Leopard's disappearance. while she herself was gradually maneuvering it within the confines of the bracelet. Lang Lang, can the Ling Lang bracelet transform into something smaller? A palm-sized leaf is simply too conspicuous. It could easily attract attention during movement. Not at this moment, my master. It is not feasible now, but does that imply it will be possible in the future? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, as your cultivation level rises, the capabilities of the Ling Lang bracelet will expand correspondingly. Oh, how much cultivation do I require for that? You will be able to do so once you reach the level of a summoning spirit master. Ah, a summoning spirit master. I am currently only a junior summoning grandmaster at 2 stars. Advancement becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses. How long might that take? Chu Xiluo's earlier exhilaration was abruptly overshadowed by dejection. Do not lose heart, my master. As your cultivation improves, delightful surprises await you within the Ling Lang bracelet. Surprises? What kind of surprises? Surprises must remain a secret for now. Come on, Lang Lang, share a little with me. It would provide me with some motivation to strive forward. No, that is non-negotiable. You will discover it in due course. Humph, Lang Lang is utterly insensitive to her master's feelings. I shan't speak to you anymore. Regardless of Chu Xiluo's entreaties, Lang Lang remained tight-lipped about the surprise, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 122. Gale Leopard 3. Under Chu Xiluo's guidance, the Ling Lang bracelet finally maneuvered several dozen meters away. Halting beside a large tree, Chu Xiluo then transformed the bracelet to resemble the leaves of this tree, allowing it to float above. Considering the time, the majority of those engaged in healing ought to have recovered by now, and they would soon realize the Gale Leopard's absence. Mao Qiu, please feed the Gale Leopard some celestial spirit water. I will monitor the situation from here. Yes, my master. Mao Qiu then leapt from Chu Xiluo's embrace and made its way toward the Gale Leopard. Look! The Gale Leopard is gone. Those still recovering from their injuries, hearing this exclamation, abandoned their healing and hastened to the spot where the Gale Leopard had previously rested. Step aside. Let me see. Elder Hua commanded. And the crowd parted to grant him passage. The place where the Gale Leopard had lain was now empty, with no signs of disturbance in the surrounding area, ruling out the possibility of the creature having left on its own or being dragged away by someone. Of course, it couldn't have walked away by itself. We all witnessed how severely it was injured, otherwise, we wouldn't have felt secure enough to sit and heal. As for being taken away, that seems even less plausible. With so many of us occupied with healing, we would have heard some commotion, unless we have all suddenly become deaf. This was the unspoken consensus among the crowd, none daring to voice their thoughts in front of Elder Hua. The most powerful among them, Elder Hua, what does this situation indicate? Someone asked, feigning an earnest demeanor. There can only be one conclusion. The Gale Leopard was killed and subsequently concealed within a spatial container. Elder Hua replied, his pride swelling as he observed their expressions of understanding. Yet, there were no signs of activity in the vicinity. Surely killing the Gale Leopard would have generated some noise, yet we heard nothing while we were healing. This implies that the perpetrator is an adept, someone capable of silently dispatching the Gale Leopard and taking it away without leaving a trace. Elder Hua regarded the individual who had questioned him, as if to say, how could you be so obtuse? The questioner was left momentarily disoriented, having merely voiced the collective sentiment. Yet you seem to appreciate our inquiries earlier, he thought, but ultimately, the crowd accepted Elder Hua's explanation. As none could provide an alternative interpretation of the situation, thankfully, the individual was only interested in the Gale Leopard. Otherwise, they would have found themselves in dire straits. This realization, a wave of dread swept over them. They could never have imagined that Chu Xiluo possessed a space capable of housing living beings, nor did they comprehend the existence of such extraordinary artifacts. Consequently, they had collectively concluded that the one who had taken the Gale Leopard was a formidable expert, one capable of effortlessly annihilating them all. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Ling Lang bracelet, Chu Xiluo nearly burst into laughter upon hearing their speculations, realizing that she had inadvertently become an object of fear and reverence. While they dealt with the Zhu fruit and the Gale Leopard, Jun Mo Ran had already reached the central area of the Zhu fruit. Chapter 123. Deployment of Can You One, my lord? We have yet to locate Miss Chu. Xiuzhu knelt before Jun Mo Ran. His head bowed at that moment. Xiuzhu recognized that Miss Chu had likely headed towards the Zhu fruit and had instructed them to leave this perilous place before nightfall without waiting for her. This meant he had lost track of her once again. The current locale was far more dangerous than Chu Ling Town, where battles could erupt at any moment. Miss Chu was merely a junior spirit master at 2 stars. Placing her in considerable jeopardy, Xiuzhu and his companions had scoured both the inner and outer areas, leaving only the central region of the Zhu fruit tree unexplored. However, considering the recent perilous battle. He worried for her safety, uncertain if she had sustained injuries. This thought caused a sharp pang of anxiety in Jun Mo Ran's chest. "Send out the signal," he commanded, pressing a hand to his heart. "Yes, my lord." Xiuzhu turned and retrieved a firework from his spatial pouch, launching it into the sky an hour later. "Greetings, my lord." 200 individuals stood before Jun Mo Ran, awaiting his orders. "Divide into 20 groups and search the Mofeng forest for this individual. You must find her at all costs." Upon finishing, Jun Mo Ran produced an image of Chu Xiluo for them to see. "Yes, my lord." The 200 individuals vanished in an instant, scattering throughout the Mofeng forest. "This is a failure on my part. I request your punishment, my lord." The fact that Jun Mo Ran had deployed his trump card, "Can you?" signified that his concern for Miss Chu extended beyond mere interest. As for Chu Xiluo, she remained within the space of the Linglang bracelet. "Mao Qiu, why haven't they left yet? It would make our escape much easier. Otherwise, a leaf drifting by might arouse their suspicion." Chu Xiluo felt disheartened upon noticing that the individuals outside showed no signs of departing. Hadn't they just speculated about the presence of a powerful expert? Why were they now so composed? Continuing their healing? Initially, they had been alarmed by the notion of an expert's presence and intended to leave the Mofeng forest immediately. However, Elder Hua had suggested that since the expert did not attack them while they were healing, it indicated a lack of interest in them. Thus, they decided to prioritize their recovery before leaving, recognizing the territory of magical beasts and spirit beasts. Chapter 124. Deployment of Kenyu to the group deemed Elder Hua's reasoning sound. And given that their supply of medicinal pills had dwindled during the battle, they consumed their remaining pills, knowing they would not fully heal but would at least alleviate their immediate predicament. Uncertainty loomed regarding Su Air and the wet nurse's well-being. There was no alternative. "Mao Qiu, I shall begin my cultivation. Please feed the gale leopard some celestial spirit water every half hour. Although it cannot heal its wounds, it will at least prevent its condition from worsening. Once they have departed, we will emerge and feed it the Zhu fruit to facilitate its advancement to a heavenly tier spirit beast." "Understood, my master." "Rest assured, you may proceed with your cultivation." With Mao Qiu's assurance, Chu Xiluo settled down to cultivate, grateful for the abundant spiritual energy in her space, which was tenfold that of the outside world, allowing her to progress rapidly. My lord, please take a moment to rest. Xiuzhu's guilt intensified. Had he not been negligent in watching over Miss Chu, she would not now be in such a precarious situation, and Jun Mo Ran would not be burdened with such distress at this moment. If one were not an acquaintance of Jun Mo Ran, they would certainly struggle to recognize him. Once a person of immaculate cleanliness, he now resembled a disheveled madman, his eyes bloodshot, and his once flowing hair now a chaotic mess akin to straw. The stubble adorning his striking visage proclaimed that its owner had long neglected his grooming. His opulent attire appeared as though it had withered like a flower, no longer radiant. "Luo Luo, where on earth are you now? Do you realize I have been searching for you? 7 days and nights have passed, and I have scoured the depths of the Demon Peak forest, yet still there is no word of you. The prominent families have already vacated the inner regions of the forest, but where are you?" With each passing day, Jun Mo Ran's heart ached more profoundly, as if something were viciously tugging at it. Although he had known for some time that he had developed feelings for this girl, he had never imagined that he would fall hopelessly in love with her. Now, his heart felt as if it were nearing suffocation from the pain. "Luo Luo, if something has truly happened to you, I swear I will annihilate the Demon Peak forest along with those prominent families and the Xuanqi sect, and then I shall join you. I will not allow you to be alone." Without a doubt, Jun Mo Ran was fiercely protective. He would not think ill of Chu Xiluo for coming to the Demon Peak forest by her own volition, nor for choosing to pluck the Zhu fruit. For it was her choice, and should misfortune befall her, it would be the consequence of her own decisions. In Jun Mo Ran's world, whatever caught his dear Luo Luo's fancy was a blessing bestowed upon them, and it should be offered to her with both hands. He did not fear that his indulgence would spoil Chu Xiluo. He only wished to shower her with affection, believing that the more he spoiled her, the less likely anyone would dare to vie for her. Even if they tried, they would have no opportunity, for he would not allow it. Simultaneously, he berated himself for his insufficient cultivation. Otherwise, he could have straightforwardly obtained all 3 Zhu fruits for her, and perhaps she would not have gone missing. "Xiuzhu, gather any news regarding Kenyu." Jun Mo Ran could only silently pray for tidings of Chu Xiluo. A quarter of an hour later. "Your Highness, there is still no news of Miss Chu." Xiuzhu could only report his disappointment to Jun Mo Ran once more. "Search again, and search meticulously. In truth, He knew that the Demon Peak forest had been thoroughly scoured. Yet he clung to a glimmer of hope that perhaps they had overlooked a corner where his Luo lay hidden. Chapter 125. Has it been several days already? Chu Xiluo inquired as she opened her eyes. Although she had not advanced in her cultivation this time, she sensed that the spiritual energy in her dantian had slightly increased. She understood that as one progressed in cultivation, it became increasingly challenging. Thus, she was already quite content with even a slight improvement. Fortune comes from diligence, does it not? There is ample time ahead. There is no need to rush. Moreover, hastening one's cultivation without a solid foundation could ruin a lifetime. Master, you have been cultivating for 7 days and nights. The little ball of fluff had originally intended to feed the windstorm leopard some heavenly spirit water, but upon seeing Chu Xiluo complete her cultivation, it rushed towards her, leaving the windstorm leopard behind. Nothing compared to its master. Seeing the little ball of fluff approach, Chu Xiluo did not mind its neglect, for it merely missed her, and thus she opened her arms to embrace it. Oh, all the people outside have already left? When did they depart? She asked, stroking the fluff's fur. They left approximately 6 days ago. The little ball of fluff tilted its head and replied. What? They left 6 days ago? Why didn't you wake me? If you had called me sooner, I could have departed earlier. Did I wonder how Xuanyun and the nurse are doing, master? You were in the midst of your cultivation. I did not wish to disturb you. The little ball of fluff said, sounding aggrieved. That I am not blaming you, my dear Fluff. I know you care for me the most. I was merely worried about Xuanyun and the nurse. Chu Xiluo quickly reassured it. Yes, I understand. Over these days I have been feeding it heavenly spirit water. Although it did not heal its wounds, its condition did not worsen, and it has now accepted the fact of being bound by the contract. So, master, shall we go out now and let the windstorm leopard consume the Zhu fruit to advance? The little ball of fluff, aware of Chu Xiluo's concerns for Lu Su and Sun Huiyin, urged her to leave. All right, with that, she took the little ball of fluff and the windstorm leopard out of the Ling Lang bracelet space. She presented the Zhu fruit for the windstorm leopard to eat, and upon sensing its spirit energy, the windstorm leopard opened its eyes only to find Chu Xiluo before it holding the Zhu fruit. You are now my contracted beast. I am quite generous with those I hold dear. So this Zhu fruit is yours to consume. Now open your mouth. The windstorm leopard gazed at Chu Xiluo in disbelief. Typically, when someone contracts a spirit beast, they treat them as mere tools and would never bestow such a precious item upon them. While the Zhu fruit could enhance a spirit beast's rank, it could equally elevate a human status, leading most to prioritize their own advancement over that of their spirit beasts. Thus, it was no wonder that spirit beasts would rather die than enter a contract. Who would willingly forsake their freedom to become a slave to humans? Noticing the windstorm leopard's hesitation to open its mouth, Chu Xiluo felt puzzled. Had it become so ill that it could not even open its mouth? Didn't you say its condition hadn't worsened? She looked questioningly at the little ball of fluff. Master, it's just too excited and forgot to open its mouth. Although the little ball of fluff was still small. As a spirit beast, it understood what the windstorm leopard was feeling at that moment. As that truly the case? Chu Xiluo turned to ask the windstorm leopard. The windstorm leopard managed a small nod and then opened its mouth. That's wonderful. Now let me feed you with that. She placed the Zhu fruit into its mouth. Chapter 126. Encounter. Seeing that the windstorm leopard had consumed the Zhu fruit, Chu Xiluo stepped back with the little ball of fluff. Awaiting its advancement after half an hour, the windstorm leopard finally finished refining the Zhu fruit. A manifestation of heavenly rules descended upon the windstorm leopard, and a quarter of an hour later, it roared. Haha, I am finally a celestial rank spirit beast. Thank you, master, for the gift. With that, it lunged towards Chu Xiluo. Alarmed, she quickly dodged. This is no ordinary cat or dog. This creature is a bona fide leopard. And not just any leopard, but a massive windstorm leopard measuring 5 meters high and 9 meters long. If it were to tackle me, I would surely be flattened. Once Chu Xiluo saw that the windstorm leopard had ceased its charge, she relaxed and, noticing it was deep in thought, decided not to disturb it, planning instead to wait nearby with the little ball of fluff. A melodious voice broke the silence. Master, doesn't the Zhu fruit tree wither after the fruit is harvested? Theoretically, yes. Why do you ask? You should uproot that withered Zhu fruit tree and place it into the space. Isn't a withered Zhu fruit tree useless? Besides, I don't even know if it's still there. I'll go take a look. Chu Xiluo turned to glance at the windstorm leopard, still lost in thought, and proceeded toward the withered Zhu fruit tree. Thankfully, the tree remained. When she had last seen it days ago, it had been vibrant red, but now it stood entirely withered, devoid of vitality. Channeling her spiritual energy, she struck the Zhu fruit tree, uprooting it with a resounding crash. Chu Xiluo approached and collected it into her space. After all, her space was expanding, and she could easily accommodate not just a single Zhu fruit tree, but even an entire Demon Peak forest. Captain, it seems there's been some movement over there. In truth, they were not very far from where Chu Xiluo was located. They had initially intended to investigate the heavenly rules that had manifested, but upon hearing the crash, they hastened their pace. Captain, look, that's the girl the prince instructed us to find. As the Canyu team arrived, they witnessed the windstorm leopard charging towards Chu Xiluo. Hurry! She is in danger. Quickly signal for assistance. Everyone, come with me to help that young lady with that. He brandished his weapon and charged at the windstorm leopard. They had not previously grasped the significance of this young lady in their prince's eyes. But after several days of events, they had come to understand that she held a remarkably important place in his heart. They dared not imagine the consequences if she were harmed by the windstorm leopard or faced any misfortune. Witnessing the scene unfold, Chu Xiluo felt overwhelmed. What was happening? Watching them launch untraceable attacks at the windstorm leopard, did they covet her windstorm leopard, intending to capture or kill it? Chapter 127. Encounter continued. However, the windstorm leopard was now a celestial rank spirit beast, equivalent to a martial arts master among humans, a spiritual sage, or a summoning master. Although these individuals were all mid-level spirit masters, they were mere trifles to the windstorm leopard, which could dispatch them in an instant. As anticipated, the windstorm leopard swatted its claws and sent them flying when they suddenly blocked its path, then resumed its approach towards Chu Xiluo. The Canyu team, having been knocked aside, saw the windstorm leopard continue its advance towards Chu Xiluo, who remained stationary. Was that young lady truly so frightened that she became paralyzed? Doesn't she realize we are desperately trying to buy her a moment to escape? They thought, and once more, they pressed forward to attack the windstorm leopard despite their injuries. As Chu Xiluo found herself in a state of discontent, she pondered the audacity of her brothers, who, despite their grievous injuries, dared to assault her windstorm leopard. Resolutely, she commanded the creature to refrain from tossing them aside once more, opting instead for a more leisurely game. Upon receiving her instructions, the windstorm leopard ceased its attacks. Recognizing that these insignificant humans were no match for its prowess, especially now that they were wounded. Thus, it decided to engage them in a slow game of hide dash and dash seek. At that moment, the Canopy Feather team also discerned the peculiar behavior of the windstorm leopard, which seemed to be toying with them. They realized that as long as they continued their assault, the beast would retaliate. However, the instant they ceased their aggression, it would saunter back towards Chu Xiluo. Fortunately, Chu Xiluo remained oblivious to their thoughts. Had she been aware, she would have remarked, "Did your eyes not see the windstorm leopard's intent to harm me? Have you not noticed my calm demeanor? You rushed in without a moment's hesitation, attacking indiscriminately. If my windstorm leopard had not reached the celestial rank, and had you managed to injure it, who would compensate me? And what of your intentions to overpower me?" With that, she gracefully dodged, evading the leopard's pounce. At that juncture, another squad from Canopy Feather arrived. Witnessing their fallen comrades on the ground as they glanced at the windstorm leopard, intending to assist their incapacitated allies. They noticed everyone pointing at the beast and gesturing towards Chu Xiluo, murmuring, "Save her," before succumbing to unconsciousness. The sight of 10 individuals fainting simultaneously was indeed a spectacle, though none had the leisure to appreciate it. As Chu Xiluo was preoccupied with evasion meanwhile, the other squad of Canopy Feather, hearing their plea, hastily gathered their spiritual energy and brandished their weapons in an assault against the windstorm leopard. The windstorm leopard, now thoroughly vexed, wondered why its master continued to evade its embrace, questioning whether perhaps its owner did not truly cherish it. Before it could ponder further, it sensed a murderous intent approaching from behind. Chapter 128. A fateful encounter. 3. Enraged, the windstorm leopard directed its frustration at the audacious humans who dared provoke it, swiftly turning and using its claws to send them flying one by one. Leaving those struck in dire pain upon impact. With the disturbances finally quelled, the windstorm leopard joyfully approached Chu Xiluo, convinced that the previous encounters had merely indicated a lack of familiarity between them, which was why she seemed hesitant to welcome its affections. Surely, that was the only explanation for her reluctance. Otherwise, it could not fathom why she so eagerly accepted the smaller creature every time it leaped into her arms. As Jun Mo Ran arrived on the scene, he witnessed the windstorm leopard launching its final assault upon a member of Canopy Feather. Although Luo's back was turned to him, he recognized that she was the person he had been searching for over the past few days. The windstorm leopard was now advancing toward his precious Luo, a delicate being not suited to contend with such a formidable foe. Without a second thought, He dashed towards Chu Xiluo, scooping her up and taking flight. Seeing its master being whisked away, the windstorm leopard pursued Jun Mo Ran. After several hundred meters, Jun Mo Ran realized that the beast continued its relentless chase. He sensed that the windstorm leopard possessed at least a high-level earth stage cultivation. Reminiscent of the one he had encountered during the previous battle against Zhuge, however, the latter had been injured, while this one appeared unscathed, leaving Jun Mo Ran uncertain of the situation regardless. He resolved that he could not allow his Luo to come to harm. "Shuju, protect Luo as she departs," he commanded, then turned to confront the windstorm leopard. The creature, noticing Jun Mo Ran was merely a mid-level spirit master at the 9th star, regarded him with disdain, raising its claws to strike, believing him to be no different from the earlier assailants. Yet, it was then that an unexpected pain pierced its back. Turning around, it was astonished to find that the very man it had underestimated had managed to evade its attack and had now thrust a sword deep into its flesh. In retaliation, it swung its claws, sending Jun Mo Ran sprawling, before preparing to strike again. "Perhaps I underestimated your capabilities," it mused upon hearing the windstorm leopard speak. Jun Mo Ran realized that it was undoubtedly a spirit beast of celestial rank. His expression grew serious and an aura of pressure emanated from him. The windstorm leopard suddenly felt an intense chill enveloping it, causing its very soul to tremble. How could a mere mid-level spirit master instill such fear? Nevertheless, it was determined to defeat the one who had abducted its master. "Hey, who are you? Release me at once," it demanded. Had she truly become a victim of abduction? Chapter 129. A Fateful Encounter. Wait a moment. The figure of that departing individual bears an uncanny resemblance to Jun Mo Ran. Chu Xiluo thought, growing increasingly convinced of the similarity. "You there, halt! I have inquiries for you," she called out. "Miss Chu, now is not the time for conversation. We must flee before the windstorm leopard catches up," Shuju urged, continuing to guide Chu Xiluo away from the ominous forest. Due to their bond, Chu Xiluo could communicate with the windstorm leopard from any distance. In that instant, she commanded it not to harm Jun Mo Ran. Upon receiving her directive, the windstorm leopard felt a wave of relief wash over it, realizing that confronting the man might not guarantee victory. His very presence was intimidating. "Hey, halt for a moment. My master has instructed me not to harm you," it declared. "Your master? Are you being controlled?" Jun Mo Ran's brow furrowed deeper upon hearing the mention of a master. Who could possess such a valuable spirit beast? Who was orchestrating its attempts to harm his Luo? "Yes, it is what my master commanded," the windstorm leopard replied, somewhat confused by Jun Mo Ran's inquiry. "I do not fully comprehend what you mean by controlled. Then tell me, who is your master? Otherwise we shall continue our confrontation," Jun Mo Ran insisted, determined to uncover the identity of the one who sought to harm his Luo. "My master is simply my master," the windstorm leopard retorted, oblivious to the fact that it did not know its master's name, having never been told or given one. Thus, the windstorm leopard and Jun Mo Ran stood facing one another, neither willing to make a move, locked in a stalemate. "Jun Mo Ran!" Chu Xiluo exclaimed upon seeing both him and the windstorm leopard. Though they were both wounded, she felt a sense of relief knowing their lives were not in immediate danger. She rushed towards him. Hearing Luo's voice, Jun Mo Ran felt the oppressive weight of the past few days lift from his heart, spotting the windstorm leopard charging towards Chu Xiluo once more. His expression hardened, and he summoned his spiritual energy to launch an attack. The windstorm leopard, witnessing Jun Mo Ran's advance, swiftly dodged, enraged by the perceived betrayal of their earlier agreement. "How dare you, you despicable human, to ambush me!" it roared, preparing to unleash a fiery blast. As Jun Mo Ran saw the windstorm leopard evade his strike, he gripped his sword tighter, readying himself for another assault. Chu Xiluo, realizing they had resumed their battle, quickened her pace and leaped into the midst of them. Seeing his master place herself between them, the windstorm leopard swallowed the fire it had been about to unleash, its mouth still emitting wisps of smoke. In that moment, it appeared rather comical. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Ran, taken aback by Luo's sudden intervention, abruptly halted his spiritual energy, resulting in a backlash that caused him minor internal injuries, with a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Chapter 130. A turmoil of emotions. As Chu Xiluo observed the smoke billowing from the windstorm leopard's mouth, she was reminded of the animated cartoons she had watched in her modern life, Tom and Jerry. She pointed and laughed heartily. However, upon noticing the blood seeping from Jun Mo Ran's lips due to his abrupt halt of spiritual energy, guilt washed over her. Had she not interposed herself, he would not have faced injury. Yet, witnessing their conflict, she felt powerless to intervene. With quick strides, she approached him, but before she could utter a word, Jun Mo Ran had fiercely embraced her. his voice tinged with anger. Luo Luo, how could you engage in such a dangerous act? By rushing into the fray, if either of us had failed to withdraw our energy in time, the consequences would have been dire. The mere thought of what could have happened sent a pang of pain through his heart, compelling him to hold her even tighter. Realizing he was upset for her sake, Chu Xiluo stiffly raised her arms to return the embrace. But I am unharmed, aren't I? I'm sorry for causing you worry. It won't happen again. Feeling her arms around him for the first time softened Jun Mo Ran's anger. Despite his initial irritation at her recklessness, the warmth of her embrace dulled his ire. Yet, he maintained a facade of annoyance. You dare to consider a next time. You nearly scared me to death. Promise me you will refrain from such perilous actions in the future. Buried in her soft hair, he inhaled her unique scent, relishing the moment. All right, I will do my best, but you must let me go. I'm struggling to breathe. Chuckling, he admitted, I simply forgot to manage my strength upon seeing you. With that, he loosened his grip slightly but did not release her entirely. Chu Xiluo understood that despite their brief acquaintance, she had already grasped the essence of his domineering nature if he chose not to let her go. She had no choice but to acquiesce to his embrace. The fierce wind leopard observed its master, who was engaged in an intimate embrace with that despicable human, leaving it feeling abandoned and quite displeased. Master, how long do you intend to linger in that embrace with that human? Look, your beast's back has been pierced by a sword and is still bleeding. Do you no longer care for me? It then cast a pitiful glance at Chu Xiluo. Upon hearing the wind leopard call Chu Xiluo master, both Xiuzhu and Canyun were momentarily taken aback. This wind leopard was the spirit beast of Miss Chu. Thus, their previous action seemed utterly meaningless at that moment. The 20 injured members of Canyun had already regained consciousness, and upon hearing the wind leopard's words, they could only think that their injuries had been in vain. Upon hearing the wind leopard refer to Chu Xiluo as master, Jun Mo Ran couldn't help but twitch his lips. His Luo Luo was indeed remarkable, having even contracted a heavenly tier spirit beast. Looking at his own injuries, he realized that he could never remain calm when matters related to Luo Luo arose. In hindsight, he should have known from the outset that even if Luo Luo and this wind leopard were not in a contractual relationship, it would at least not harm her. Upon her arrival, he only saw the wind leopard approaching Luo Luo, and seeing so many of his subordinates injured and lying on the ground, he mistakenly thought the wind leopard intended to harm Luo Luo, completely oblivious to the fact that Luo Luo had stood there for so long without a scratch, seemingly with no intention of fleeing. Chapter 131. A troubled heart. This realization left Jun Mo Ran feeling both frustrated and elated. Luo Luo truly was his nemesis. Hearing the wind leopard's words, Chu Xiluo immediately pushed Jun Mo Ran away and flew towards it, only to discover a sword wound on its back that was still bleeding. She quickly took out a blood coagulation pill from her spatial pouch, crushed it, and sprinkled it on the wind leopard's wound, then fed it several more pills. After tending to the wind leopard's injury, Chu Xiluo gracefully descended from its back and stored it within the space of her Linglang bracelet. Others, seeing the wind leopard vanish, assumed that Chu Xiluo had sent it to her contracted space. Unaware of the true nature of her Linglang bracelet's space, Jun Mo Ran approached Chu Xiluo after she had treated the wind leopard. Jun Mo Ran, what have you been up to lately? She inquired with genuine curiosity. Luo Luo, are you concerned about me? Yes, I am concerned about you. Hence, I'm curious as to when a jade tree like you, a peerlessly handsome man, transformed into a madman. Chu Xiluo circled around Jun Mo Ran and calmly spoke. In truth, I do not concern myself with your affairs, however, thank you. She sincerely appreciated his earlier concern. By the way, I must leave the Magic Peak Forest now to find Sewer and my wet nurse. You may continue. I shall not disturb you with that. She made her way towards the forest's exit. Miss Chu, our prince has been searching for you tirelessly for 7 days and nights without rest. Do you intend to leave after merely uttering a thank you? Observing that Chu Xiluo only offered a simple thank you before departing, they turned to look at their prince, who had been searching for Miss Chu for so long without uttering a word. It was clear that their prince was still pained. Perhaps it would be best for someone to intervene to ease the path of pursuit for the prince. What? Searching for me for 7 days and nights? Chu Xiluo turned her head to gaze intently at Jun Mo Ran. The once immaculate young man now resembled a madman, his eyes bloodshot, his hair a disheveled mess, and the stubble on his face signifying neglect. Glancing at his attire, which was already somewhat unkempt, she noticed it had become ragged from the battle with the wind leopard, with a few wounds still visible, though no longer bleeding, yet clearly indicating the severity of the injuries. He had truly searched for her for 7 days and nights, although she was uncertain why he had sought her for so long. It was no wonder he had whisked her away without a word of greeting upon seeing her. At that moment, he likely believed the wind leopard intended to harm her, disregarding his fatigue to carry her away. Chu Xiluo continued to gaze at Jun Mo Ran, who met her gaze in kind. He then moved closer to her, enveloping her in his embrace. Although he had always hoped that Luo would accept him and hold him dear, seeing the tears welling in her eyes made him waver. Luo, please don't be this way. Did I merely appear weary? I shall wash up shortly, and then I will once again be the charming Jun Mo Ran. You know, Jun Mo Ran, is this truly worth it? Is it really worth it? This question posed by Chu Xiluo to Jun Mo Ran was in essence one she was asking herself. Chapter 132. A troubled heart 3. In this world, where strength reigns supreme. She possessed little power, no family background, and nothing to her name. Was he, a child of destiny, truly deserving of such devotion for her? No one was more deserving than Luo. Jun Mo Ran turned Chu Xiluo's face towards him, gazing into her misty eyes as he spoke. Upon hearing such heartfelt words from him, Chu Xiluo felt her heart race uncontrollably. She realized that she was somewhat moved, yet his profound affection placed immense pressure upon her. Whether one deemed her an ostrich or overly sentimental, she felt incapable of offering him any promise at that moment. No need for Luo to feel indebted. I am simply following my heart, doing what I love and loving the woman I cherish. However, Chu Xiluo wanted to say something more, but Jun Mo Ran interrupted her. If Luo truly feels a debt to repay, then let it be with your body. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiluo's earlier emotions dissipated in an instant. Indeed, this fellow was as he always was. She raised an eyebrow and retorted, in truth, Jun Mo Ran feared that Chu Xiluo might agree to his proposition. He could sense that her feelings for him were currently limited to gratitude. Yet what he desired was her genuine acceptance of his affection. Luo, such a transaction is not right. I offer my body to repay you, and you offer yours to me. In doing so, we become each other's, rather than remaining in a state of mutual debt. Humph. You are merely being unreasonable. Yes, it is my fault. As long as we are not in a state of mutual debt, you may calculate it however you wish, for I have already become yours. Luo, let us first go and freshen up. Look at how disheveled I have become. Caught up in his concern for Luo. He had neglected his own appearance, and now that he had found her, he felt utterly uncomfortable with his own state. Very well. The wind leopard is familiar with this place. I shall ask it to lead the way. Chu Xiluo knew that Jun Mo Ran was usually fastidious about cleanliness, and that he had maintained this state for so long was indeed a miracle. She then summoned the wind leopard from her Ling Lang bracelet. After calling forth the wind leopard, she took Jun Mo Ran's hand and flew onto its back, gently stroking its head as she said, I have contracted with you, yet I never named you. Let me bestow a name upon you now. Let it be Qifeng. Thank you, master, for the name. For spirit beasts that had been contracted or tamed, receiving a name from their master was a privilege and a manifestation of their master's acknowledgement. Now, Qifeng, please lead us to a place with a water source. Let us find a hot spring, Jun Mo Ran suggested. While he frequented the Magic Peak Forest, it was the spirit beasts that were truly familiar with it. You have high standards, just having a place to wash is already good enough. You even wish for a hot spring. Chu Xiluo rolled her eyes. Luo, I am currently feeling quite fatigued, so I am akin to a patient. Should you not cater to the demands of a patient? Chapter 133. A troubled heart. For he continued, moreover, bathing in cold water can easily lead to illness. Can you bear to see me suffer further injury? Jun Mo Ran gazed at her with innocent eyes. Looking rather pitiful, Chu Xiluo, upon witnessing those innocent eyes, felt her resolve crumble. Yet, we must ascertain whether there are hot springs within the Magic Peak Forest. Otherwise, even if I wish to have Qiyun find one for you, it would be impossible. As long as Luo wishes for it, we shall certainly find it. Though the Magic Peak Forest was not as familiar as the spirit beasts, he had noted earlier that approximately 10 kilometers to the west, there was a misty area suggesting warmth, and thus a hot spring might be present. Are you so certain? Then let us inquire with Qifeng. Qifeng, did you hear Jun Mo Ran's words? Are there hot springs in the Magic Peak Forest? Hot spring? What is a hot spring? As a beast, it was not human. It generally lingered within the confines of the Magic Peak Forest, as humans rarely ventured there, so it naturally had no knowledge of what a hot spring was. A hot spring is simply water that is warm. Chu Xiluo explained it. Oh, so water that is warm is called a hot spring. Now I understand. There is one 10 kilometers to the west. Then lead us there. Indeed, there was one. Chu Xiluo glanced at Jun Mo Ran, wondering if he had known about the hot spring all along, which was why he had made such a suggestion. Luo, the way you are looking at me makes me think you have developed feelings for me. And I did say that as long as Luo Luo wishes for a hot spring, it will surely be found. Do cease with the self-adulation. Tell me, did you already know there was a hot spring there? Do you want the truth or a lie? Jun Mo Ran raised an eyebrow and inquired. Needless to say, of course, I want the truth. Indeed, I have long been aware. Heaven must surely be touched by my plight and grant me a hot spring nearby, allowing Luo Luo to feel concern for me. Chu Xiluo. By the way, Jun Mo Ran, may I inquire why your subordinates rushed to confront Qifeng upon first sight, even when they knew they were no match? Chu Xiluo understood that there must have been a misunderstanding for the conflict to arise, but what exactly was misunderstood? They were sent by me to find you, and upon discovering Qifeng nearby. Or perhaps Qifeng had charged towards you without prior warning. They mistakenly believed Qifeng intended to harm you, prompting them to fiercely protect you. Jun Mo Ran pondered for a moment, recalling that he had just engaged in a similar action. So that was the case. However, it seemed true, for when the confrontation began, Qifeng truly appeared to be rushing towards me. I had thought them foolish and reckless, attempting to capture Qifeng despite their evident lack of strength. I even let Qifeng play with them leisurely until they were exhausted. It's nothing, just a bit of fatigue. As long as Luo Luo is happy, that's all that matters. Jun Mo Ran gazed at Chu Xiluo with affectionate indulgence. Speaking of which, I must admit, I felt a bit embarrassed when I later learned they were your people. But they were rather foolish, weren't they? They could have simply communicated. Since they intended to rescue me, upon seeing me standing there without fleeing, they should have at least urged me to escape that way. I would have realized they meant no harm to Qifeng but were there to save me. If the members of Cunning were present at this moment, they would surely exclaim their innocence, claiming it was not their folly, but rather their belief that you had been so frightened that you forgot to flee. Chapter 134. The hot spring. Yes, they were indeed a bit foolish. Jun Mo Ran readily concurred with Chu Xiluo. Precisely, in truth, you are not any wiser than they. After all, you too rushed to pick me up without asking. What can I say? Every time I see Luo Luo, my mind simply fails me. If blame must be assigned, it can only be directed at your overwhelming charm, Luo Luo. Chu Xiluo. What will happen if you refrain from sweet nothings for a while? Luo Luo, do you not believe me? Noticing Chu Xiluo's expression, Jun Mo Ran spoke with palpable grievance. Are you truly the Prince of Chen from Xuanyun Kingdom? Surely, you cannot be an impostor. With such a penchant for cuteness. Rest assured, I am indeed genuine, Jun Mo Ran replied with a smirk. The master has arrived. Upon hearing Qifeng's words, Chu Xiluo and Jun Mo Ran swiftly descended from its back. Indeed, it is a hot spring. Chu Xiluo gazed at the pool ahead, steam rising from its surface. She approached and dipped her hand in to test the temperature, finding it just right. Most importantly, this hot spring bore no trace of sulfur. Is it not customary for hot springs to be found near volcanic areas or above underground volcanoes? Typically, untreated hot springs would carry at least a hint of sulfurous scent. Yet this natural hot spring had none whatsoever. There must be Qian stones nearby. Sensing Chu Xiluo's confusion, Jun Mo Ran spoke. Qian stones? Chu Xiluo instinctively inquired. Now that we have a hot spring, you should go wash up. Suddenly, it dawned on her that the primary purpose of this venture was indeed for Jun Mo Ran to bathe. Jun Mo Ran, you rogue. Initially, Chu Xiluo had her back turned to Jun Mo Ran. But after a prolonged silence from him, she turned to look, only to find him half undressed, preparing to remove his trousers, prompting her to hurriedly turn away. Behind her, Jun Mo Ran's voice called out. Luo Luo, do not be shy. After all, I am already yours. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiluo quickened her pace. What does he mean by already mine? Nothing has transpired between us. Yet he always speaks so ambiguously. However, fearing he might worry about her, she said, I will take a stroll nearby. You can wash in peace. I will leave Qifeng with you to keep watch. Be cautious, do not stray too far. For I do not require its protection. I trust it will keep you safe. The Demon Peak Forest does pose certain dangers. This is the inner region, and there are still several Earth-rank spirit beasts around. Should Luo Luo inadvertently encounter them, it would spell trouble. With Qifeng accompanying her, those concerns would be alleviated, as no Earth-rank spirit beast or demon beast would foolishly challenge a heaven-ranked spirit beast. Very well, I shall wander around with Qifeng while you take your time bathing. After speaking, she summoned Qifeng and mounted its back, departing. Watching Chu Xiluo leave, Jun Mo Ran settled down to enjoy the hot spring. Qifeng, are there areas nearby with an abundance of spiritual herbs? Upon her arrival, she had carefully observed that the region near the Zhugua tree had become quite depleted of spiritual energy ever since the Zhugua ripened and was harvested. Significantly less than in this location. Strangely, She had not encountered any spiritual herbs along the way. Chapter 135. The pressure of the furball. Logically, this should not be the case. During her few days of training in the middle region, she had collected a fair number of spiritual herbs, albeit not particularly precious ones. Yet, there were none here, not even a single herb. However, it cannot be ruled out that they were all harvested by someone before her arrival. There are hardly any spiritual herbs in this vicinity. The northern area has a greater abundance, though I have only been there once. However, I am certain that it is the region with the most spiritual herbs in the entire Demon Peak forest. Once we ensure Su Air and the wet nurse are safe, we shall head there to gather spiritual herbs. By the way, Qifeng, there is something I must discuss with you. What is it? Sensing Chu Xiluo's serious demeanor, Qifeng quickly inquired. It is simply that you should refrain from lunging towards me so impulsively. This is a matter of life and death. Alas, it seems the master truly does not favor me. Otherwise, she would allow me to leap over and embrace her, as she does with the furball. Due to their bond, Chu Xiluo sensed Qifeng's dejected mood and hurriedly asked, "What is it?" "Qifeng, it is nothing, master. Since you do not like me, I shall remain silent. Speak up, what troubles you?" Chu Xiluo pressed again. "Well, master, do you not like me?" Qifeng looked at her with hopeful anticipation. "How could you think that? You are now my spirit beast. How could I not like you?" She gently patted Qifeng's head, however, "But master does not embrace me, nor does she allow me to leap towards her." "The furball is allowed," Qifeng said, feeling aggrieved. Speaking of the furball, Chu Xiluo summoned it from the Linglang bracelet. As soon as the furball emerged, it perched on Qifeng's back, declaring, "I am your boss." Upon hearing that the furball wished to take the lead, Qifeng felt indignant, wanting to shake it off its back. How could a mere Earth-ranked initial 1-star spirit beast presume to be its leader? It overlooked the fact that the furball had just spoken. Typically, only spirit beasts of heaven rank or higher could articulate human speech, and Qifeng itself had only begun to speak after reaching heaven rank. Observing Qifeng's rebellion, the furball became irate, soaring into the air and hovering above Qifeng, unintentionally releasing its own pressure. Feeling the furball's aura, Qifeng felt as though its body had been weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Struggling to breathe within 10 seconds, it collapsed to its knees, its head pressed to the ground. Chu Xiluo, seated upon Qifeng's back, was startled by its sudden kneeling, but she reacted swiftly and flew away. The furball, seeing Chu Xiluo emerge, promptly flew into her arms, finding a comfortable position, and happily asked, "Are you convinced now?" "I concede, my dear boss, I am thoroughly convinced." Upon hearing Qifeng's acceptance, the furball retracted its pressure, allowing Qifeng to rise once more. Qifeng harbors a deep-seated fear of Jun Mo Ran, rooted in the depths of its soul, while the furball instills a primal fear stemming from bloodline dominance. Hearing the exchange between the furball and Qifeng, Chu Xiluo grasped that Qifeng's current predicament was a result of the furball's influence, leaving her even more astonished at how the furball had managed such a feat. The furball was merely an Earth-ranked initial 1-star spirit beast, yet it had compelled Qifeng, a heaven-ranked initial 1-star, to kneel. Chapter 136. The pressure of the furball. How did you accomplish that? Furball? Chu Xiluo inquired with curiosity. It must be the pressure from our beastly bloodlines. The furball contemplated, surmising this to be the reason. Many things remain unknown to it. Its innate legacy will only gradually awaken as it grows. Bloodline pressure? Indeed, beasts place greater importance on bloodlines than humans. Our bloodlines are categorized by rank. Qifeng possesses a lower bloodline, rendering it unable to withstand my pressure. However, if it were to elevate its cultivation, it might bear it. Yet, the current difference is merely one level, which is why it cannot endure. What spirit beast are you, furball? You must be a highly esteemed spirit beast. Yet what kind? Qifeng, do you have any insight into what kind of spirit beast the furball is? Since the furball is unaware, perhaps Qifeng might know. Master, I too do not know what kind of spirit beast the boss is, yet I can sense that its bloodline is exceptionally noble. Qifeng recalled the pressure exuded by the boss and still felt a lingering trepidation. Oh well, since neither of you knows, we will eventually discover it in due time. There is no rush. Regardless of what the furball is, it remains my dear companion. Upon mentioning this, Chu Xiluo glanced at Qifeng and continued, "Qifeng, you just said that the furball pounced towards me, and I would embrace it. Now, comparing you to it, given your size, if you were to leap at me, I would undoubtedly be squashed into a pancake." Qifeng looked at the furball, then at Chu Xiluo, and finally realized that indeed, it was quite plausible. Given that the master was so petite, if he were to leap over, he might inadvertently topple her. He promptly transformed himself to the size of a dioba. "Is this size suitable for you, master?" he inquired, wagging his tail. Observing Qifeng's actions, Chu Xiluo sighed in exasperation. She wished to say, Qifeng, you are a leopard, not a dog. How can you wag your tail in such an endearing manner? Shouldn't leopards be perceived as noble, aloof and proud creatures? Well then, she exclaimed, bending down to embrace Qifeng. Although you are significantly smaller now to me, you are still quite large, and I can only hold you like this. Oh, I see. I shall continue to strive for improvement. I will transform, I will transform, I will transform again. Before Chu Xiluo could comprehend the meaning behind Qifeng's declaration of effort, she noticed him gradually shrinking until he became the size of a small puppy. Can you freely change your size, Qifeng? She asked. I can indeed shrink, but my maximum size can only reach my original form. The extent to which I can diminish depends on my cultivation level. Right now, this is the smallest I can manage. That is already splendid and exceedingly adorable, Chu Xiluo remarked, gazing at the diminutive Qifeng on the ground. Chapter 137, Unique Flavor Furball. Let us stroll around this vicinity and see if we can find some dry kindling. Chu Xiluo surveyed her surroundings filled with lush green trees and found no suitable fuel for a fire, thus leading the furball to another location. This is the unique flavor. Furball, we are in for a treat. She then retrieved a sword from her spatial pouch and, accompanied by the furball, approached the unique flavor tree, channeling her spiritual energy to strike it with a resounding crash. The unique flavor tree toppled to the ground. The unique flavor tree is highly particular about its growing environment, requiring abundant spiritual energy, sunlight, and rainfall to thrive. Typically, it reaches an average height of around 5 meters, reproducing seeds only after a century. Moreover, a single tree produces only one seed at a time, 3 times in its lifetime. The seeds are lightweight and naturally fall or are carried by the wind to other suitable locations for growth, or they perish if the conditions are unfavorable. The most distinctive feature of the unique flavor tree is that when burned, it emits a delightful fragrance. Its aromatic quality is unique, and due to the abundance of spiritual energy within its trunk, many people use it to make incense. However, its rarity is attributed to its specific growth conditions and poor reproductive capacity. Chu Xiluo believed that food grilled over its wood would be even more delectable. Additionally, its verdant branches are akin to easily ignitable kindling. After a quarter of an hour, Chu Xiluo finally managed to process the 5-meter-tall unique flavor tree and stored it in her spatial pouch. As she had purchased numerous pouches and it would be wasteful to leave them empty, it was perfect for storing firewood. Qifeng, what do you plan to hunt? Upon returning, Chu Xiluo noticed Qifeng sitting and waiting for them. But upon surveying the area, she found no signs of prey, leading her to curiously inquire, just wait, master. They will come to us shortly. Qifeng replied mysteriously. What do you mean they will come? Are you suggesting that prey will willingly offer themselves? Chu Xiluo asked, astonished. Rest assured, everything will be taken care of, Qifeng proclaimed, transforming into a small puppy size and leaping into Chu Xiluo's embrace. Get down. This is my spot now. The furball, witnessing Qifeng's return to Chu Xiluo's arms, became incensed, having already borrowed the master for a moment. Did Qifeng now seek to test his dominance? Come on, don't be so stingy. Just for a moment, I just want to be in the master's embrace. When the master was absent, he never realized the warmth of her embrace. But after experiencing it, the once grand and majestic Qifeng began to transform into an adorable puppy seeking affection. There's no negotiation. With a swift paw, the furball knocked Qifeng off. Observing the playful scuffle between the furball and Qifeng, Chu Xiluo felt exasperated. They were both such lively characters. Since there is no prey at the moment, I shall check if Jun Mo Ran has finished bathing. You two can amuse yourselves here. Chu Xiluo strolled to the hot spring's edge, only to find that Jun Mo Ran was absent. Noticing his clothes on the ground, she realized they were quite dirty and tattered. Perhaps he had discarded them. But where could he have gone? Chapter 138. Hot Spring Kiss. Chu Xiluo wandered around the area, finding no trace of departure. Could it be? Suddenly, the thought crossed her mind and she hurriedly jumped into the hot spring, sinking to the bottom to search for Jun Mo Ran. There he is. She thought. Wasn't Jun Mo Ran a skilled individual? How could he be so careless as to fall asleep in the hot spring and slip underwater, remaining oblivious? Spotting him in that state, Chu Xiluo decided not to ponder further and swiftly swam towards him. Why is he sinking? I can't pull him up. She noticed bubbles escaping from Jun Mo Ran's mouth. If this continued, he would truly drown. With no other option, she resurfaced, took a deep breath and submerged again, cradling Jun Mo Ran's face and pressing her lips against his to transfer her breath to him. Just as she attempted to pull away, She found a large hand firmly grasping the back of her head while another arm encircled her waist. His agile tongue pried open her lips, sliding into her mouth to gently explore, teasing her with soft kisses and caresses. If Chu Xiluo was still unaware of the trap she had fallen into, she would be foolish indeed. Desperately, she tried to push Jun Mo Ran away. Yet her strength was no match for his, and she found herself utterly ensnared. Moreover, clad in only a pair of shorts, she felt his body pressed against her own, and a rush of heat flooded her cheeks. 2 minutes later, Jun Mo Ran released Chu Xiluo, bringing her to the surface. As soon as they emerged, Chu Xiluo immediately pushed him away and leapt onto the shore, knowing without looking that her face was undoubtedly flushed. Observing Chu Xiluo's bashful retreat, Jun Mo Ran couldn't help but recall their underwater kiss, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Glancing down at his lower half, he sighed in resignation, realizing that soaking in the hot spring was no longer an option. He would need to find some cold water instead. In truth, Jun Mo Ran had been aware of Chu Xiluo's imminent arrival at the hot spring and had cunningly orchestrated the scene to ensnare her. Although the wait had been lengthy and nearly compromised his plan, the outcome remained unchanged. Since Luo mentioned half an hour, he could afford to take a cold shower, allowing her time to recover from her shyness. He still had half an hour to spare. Upon being questioned, Chu Xiluo recalled the kiss they shared beneath the hot spring, and her face reddened once more, betraying her thoughts. Master, why is your face suddenly so flushed? Are you unwell? The furball noticed Chu Xiluo's rosy complexion and inquired with concern. Oh, it's nothing. I'll just fan myself. It then flew to a nearby tree, plucking a large handful of leaves to fashion a makeshift fan. Fluttering beside Chu Xiluo to help cool her down. Chapter 139. Eye-catching prey. Seeing the furball's actions warmed Chu Xiluo's heart. Her spirit beast knew just how to care for her. Indeed, she sensed a multitude of spirit beasts converging from all directions. In no time, dozens of spirit and magical beasts appeared before her. This is far too many, Chu Xiluo exclaimed, gazing at the assembly of at least 50 magical and spirit beasts, each carrying a creature in their mouths. They dropped their catches at Qifeng's feet, then bowed, more like nodded, towards him. Chu Xiluo felt that the term bow was more fitting for their gestures. They chattered excitedly amongst themselves before lining up, waiting expectantly. Chu Xiluo looked questioningly at the furball, who explained. They just said, "Boss, we have brought you the food you requested. Is there anything else you need?" Once they had departed, Chu Xiluo curiously inquired, "Qifeng, I never realized you could attract so many followers in such a short time. How did you manage that?" The furball, feeling a surge of pride, leaped forward, declaring, "Master, I am the true leader above them all. I am far more formidable than Qifeng." Indeed. Our furball is the most powerful." Chu Xiluo quickly chimed in, charmed by the furball's adorable demeanor. Master, spirit beasts, besides their respect and fear for bloodlines, also regard strength highly. Previously, I was merely a high-tier earth rank, and within the magical peak forest, there were many high-tier earth rank spirit and magical beasts, at least a dozen. Each ruled their territory, and I was the king of the Zhugua tree area. However, now I am a celestial rank spirit beast. You must understand the disparity between a high-tier earth rank 9-star and a low-tier celestial rank 1-star is immense. The combat power difference is at least 20-fold. I can confidently assert that I am now the only celestial rank spirit beast in the magical peak forest. How could they not submit to me? Qifeng proclaimed proudly. The last great battle surrounding the Zhugua tree was indeed instigated by your call to them. Perhaps she initially thought that various magical beasts and spirit beasts were drawn to the Zhugua. Yet now she realizes that is not the case. Naturally, with so many humans arriving, and I alone, I would certainly summon other beasts and spirits from my region to join the fray. In truth, the delineation of territories within the Magic Peak Forest is quite clear. If I were to request assistance from other spirit or magical beasts within my domain and they declined, they would inevitably be abandoned by the kings of other territories and either expelled from the Magic Peak Forest or pursued relentlessly. For instance, should I emerge victorious from this battle, those magical and spirit beasts who defy my commands shall meet their demise. Of course, if I were gravely injured and discovered by other beasts or spirits, I too would face death, for the Magic Peak Forest is not so vast that every earth-tier beast or spirit can claim their own territory. Chapter 140. The aroma of meat. Didn't you notice any other magical or spirit beasts approaching after you were injured that day? Well, it seems that the beasts are quite astute. Chu Xiluo furrowed her brow as she gazed at the mountain of corpses from magical and spirit beasts before her. She was indeed in need of sustenance. But this was excessive. Each one weighed approximately 200 to 300 pounds, with over 50 of them. It would take an eternity to process them all. Moreover, there were only 2 of them and 2 beasts. Although their appetites were considerable, it was impossible to consume it all. Sigh. Let us not dwell on it, we must get to work or we shall truly have nothing left to eat. Chiefeng, once I've prepared one. You should bring one over, we must hurry or we shall find ourselves without food. Thus Chu Xiluo commenced her task. Since there were so many magical and spirit beasts, she decided to take only the most exquisite portions of their flesh. With this thought in mind, she proceeded accordingly. Meanwhile, after leaving the hot spring, Jun Mo Ran was cautious not to wander too far, hastily locating a small stream to immerse himself in cold water, all the while keeping his mental senses attuned to observe the surroundings of Chu Xiluo. Before long, he sensed a surge of magical and spirit beasts gathering around her, instinctively realizing that Luo was in danger, prompting him to emerge from the water immediately. Half an hour later, she had finally processed the 56 magical and spirit beasts. Originally weighing 1 to 2,000 pounds, she focused solely on the finest parts, yielding only about 700 pounds. Chu Xiluo cut them into pieces roughly 20 square centimeters in size and stored them in another spatial pouch. Chiefeng, dispose of the parts we don't need. She then set up the grilling tools, skewered the meat one by one, and procured Tianling water, spices, and the unique ingredient she had gathered earlier, beginning to grill the meat. Who are you? Jun Mo Ran inquired, his back turned to them. Having extinguished the fire of desire within himself in the stream, he checked the time and realized over half an hour had passed. Then rose to dress and head towards Luo. As he walked, he noticed someone trailing him, having followed for nearly a stick of incense's duration. As he approached Luo, Jun Mo Ran felt compelled to resolve this situation. He did not wish to bring any danger to her. Young master, please don't misunderstand. We mean no harm. We are merely traveling the same path. They were aware that someone was ahead of them heading in the same direction, but they truly were just on the same path. Thus, when he quickened his pace, they matched his speed, and when he slowed, they maintained their original pace. It was truly just a matter of coincidental paths. The Magic Peak Forest was vast, and surely there were other routes to their destination. I prefer not to have company on my journey. He continued towards Chu Xiluo. The aroma was becoming increasingly enticing. Jun Mo Ran recognized that Chu Xiluo was preparing something to eat. Initially, having consumed the pigodan, he would not normally feel hunger. Chapter 141. The aroma of meat. Jun Mo Ran, let go. If you don't release me, I shall be quite displeased. Being embraced by Jun Mo Ran reminded Chu Xiluo of the kiss beneath the hot spring, causing her cheeks to flush once more. Though it was not her first kiss with him, it was the first time he had so passionately held her as he did, and his response had been remarkably evident. Feeling shy, Luo thought to herself that this embrace would suffice for now. But remember, Luo, I am destined to be your husband. You must adapt to that notion soon. The mere mention of this made Chu Xiluo flare up, hurling the grilled meat directly at Jun Mo Ran. He dodged effortlessly, catching the meat she had thrown. Luo, such delectable meat. What a waste to use it to strike me. He then settled down to savor the grilled meat leisurely. The flavor was exquisite. He had tasted countless dishes, yet this grilled meat was unlike any he had ever experienced. Truly, the woman he admired was exceptional, and her grilled meat surpassed all others. He continued to relish the meal with delight. Seeing Jun Mo Ran enjoying the feast, Chu Xiluo composed herself and resumed grilling. Brother Chan, I am truly famished. The aroma is too enticing. Let us head over. At this moment, the vicinity of the Magic Peak Forest, within a 10-mile radius centered around Chu Xiluo's grilling, was suffused with the scent of meat. This aroma distinctly emanated from the path taken by the man earlier, and as you heard, he forbade us from approaching, and collectively we may not even stand a chance against him. The youth had long harbored feelings for the young lady. Witnessing her in such a delicate state made him wish to concede to all her desires immediately. However, recalling the earlier man's strength, he could only decline her request. Brother Chun, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to partake in some food. Surely he wouldn't mind us joining, the youth implored. Believing that her beauty would ultimately win over the man, she was indeed one of the 5 great beauties of the imperial capital. In truth, to claim that one was not tempted by such an enticing aroma would be disingenuous. And seeing the girl he admired plead so sweetly made him relent. Luo, is this Tianling water? And this is Dui Wei. No wonder your grilled dishes are so delectable. Tianling water is something everyone covets. You are brazen indeed to use it for grilling meat, applying it repeatedly upon the skewers, while countless would risk their lives for just a small vial of it. And this Dui Wei. Only those from prominent families could afford to use even a bit for incense or sachets. Yet here you are, using it as firewood. Luo, do you not fear that others may covet your treasures? He marveled at her audacity. Chapter 142. The aroma of meat. Are there others here? Can you? Chu Xiluo retorted. Was this her way of expressing trust in him? The thought caused Jun Mo Ran's heart to leap with joy. Although many placed their trust in him, none could elicit such exhilaration. No, even if the entire world were filled with potential threats, I would undoubtedly be the sole person who would never harm you. Chu Xiluo responded. Then that settles it. It is just the two of us now. What need have I for concern? Besides, I have Qifeng to protect me. Reflecting on Qifeng, Chu Xiluo felt a surge of pride for having contracted the only sky-high spirit beast in the Magic Peak Forest. No, it is unnecessary. Should anyone dare to harm you, they would regret ever stepping into this world. Here, eat more. Chu Xiluo offered the freshly grilled meat to Jun Mo Ran. Luo, pause the grilling and take a moment to rest while enjoying some grilled meat. Jun Mo Ran replied as he accepted the meat she had presented. From the beginning until now, Chu Xiluo had not taken a single bite for herself. It was only he and their two spirit pets who were feasting. Please, you eat first. I shall prepare more. Chu Xiluo calculated that the two of them and their two beasts would require roughly 200 pounds of meat, especially since Qifeng consumed significantly more, nearly 170 to 80 pounds on its own. Having already grilled 60 skewers, each weighing around 2 pounds, another quarter of an hour would suffice for the next batch. Everyone take heed. A multitude of magical and spirit beasts are approaching. What? How could this be? Is something about to transpire like the past few days? At present, the specifics of the situation remained unclear. Let us retreat further and observe. They had no choice but to withdraw deeper into the Magic Peak Forest. Internally, they could not help but grumble. What on earth is happening today? First, an inexplicable man forbids us from traveling the same path. Now, a sudden influx of magical and spirit beasts. Wait, why are there still so many magical and spirit beasts heading in the direction we just vacated? They had retreated a good 5 to 6 miles yet still observed numerous beasts moving inward. Most perplexing was that in the past, any beast encountering humans would likely engage in battle. Yet upon their retreat, they had inadvertently crossed paths with 7 or 8 senior magical and spirit beasts, who had not attacked but rather fled deeper into the forest. Could there be treasures within? Exchanging glances, they silently acknowledged this thought. The previous incident was attributed to the Zhuge. What could this be about? Since the magical and spirit beasts were not engaging with them, they decided to wait and gradually venture closer to investigate. If any beast were aware of their intentions, they would surely mock their foolishness. Do you not perceive this overwhelming aroma? It is the exquisite fragrance of food. Delay too long and it shall be gone. Who has time to engage in battle with you insignificant humans? In the center, Chu Xiluo and Jun Mo Ran sensed a multitude of magical beasts and spirit creatures converging towards them. However, they felt no trepidation. After all, the only heavenly grade spirit beasts in the Magic Peak Forest were present here. Rendering the others inconsequential calmly, Chu Xiluo continued her task of grilling meat, while Jun Mo Ran, along with the fluffy creature and Qifeng, remained unperturbed, savoring the roasted delicacies. At last, having finished the final skewer, Chu Xiluo placed it on a large plate beside her and tidied up the grilling equipment. Chapter 143. The aroma of meat. For Chu Xiluo estimated that she and Qifeng had processed around 700 to 800 jin of meat, grilling approximately 200 jin, leaving 500 to 600 jin for later consumption. After they had satisfied their hunger, they planned to continue grilling the remainder for their journey. She then sat down and picked up a skewer of roasted meat, but found herself unable to bite down, as she noticed numerous magical beasts and spirit creatures fixated on the meat in her hand, their drool pooling on the ground. Turning to Jun Mo Ran, she saw him also setting down his skewer, while only the fluffy creature and Qifeng remained unaffected. Continuing to eat, frustration welled up within Chu Xiluo. After laboring so diligently to grill the meat, she was finally ready to relish her hard-earned feast, only to be met with a throng of beasts staring hungrily at her food, as if taking a single bite would be a grave sin, and fearing they might turn hostile. What was happening here? In a fit of exasperation, Chu Xiluo snatched the skewer from Qifeng, exclaiming, "You still have the leisure to eat, while your master hasn't even had a bite." Surrounded by over 100 high-level magical and spirit beasts, with more approaching, Qifeng, realizing that his master was angered by the audacity of the beasts, grew indignant, having lived for over 500 years. This was the first time he had encountered such delectable grilled meat, and now he was being disturbed before he could finish. Unable to endure the situation any longer, Qifeng's fury ignited. What do you wish to accomplish? The pressure of a heavenly grade spirit beast emanated from him, accompanied by a chilling tone. The surrounding beasts froze, realizing that this seemingly unassuming little leopard was, in fact, a heavenly grade spirit beast. A few spirit beasts and magical creatures that had brought food were taken aback. Wasn't there only one heavenly grade spirit beast in the Magic Peak Forest? They hastily prostrated themselves before Chiefing. The beasts collectively pleaded, "Boss, we did not intend to disturb your meal. We were simply drawn by the irresistible aroma of your grilled meat, which has wafted for miles. Please, forgive us." Chiefing responded, "Indeed, the aroma has spread for miles. Your master's grilled meat is simply exquisite." Seeing Chiefing's silence as he regarded them, the beasts felt a wave of uncertainty wash over them. Chu Xiluo noted the influx of magical and spirit beasts, including 2 high-tier 7 to 8-star beings, and wondered what they intended. Were they about to initiate a confrontation? Chiefing, displeased by the crowd, spoke up, "What is your purpose here? Speak quickly or else." With Chiefing's prompt, the beasts, steeling themselves, voiced their collective desire in beast language. Boss, we come with no ill intent. We merely wish to sample the meat grilled by that human." Upon hearing their words, the other beasts nodded in agreement. Chu Xiluo, understanding their predicament, replied, "You desire to taste my grilled meat?" The beasts collectively nodded once more. Estimating that there were around 200 of them, Chu Xiluo realized it would be impossible to satiate them all. After pondering Chiefing's words, she declared, "Since Chiefing has spoken so, I shall toil a little longer. However, I cannot afford to feed you all. I can only offer 1 skewer of grilled meat to each of you for a taste. If you are agreeable, I shall commence. If not, we can negotiate." She added a caveat, "Let it be known beforehand, for if you become addicted to the flavor and demand to be filled, I shall truly be at my wit's end." The beasts responded, "We agree. It is better than having nothing. Though it is a small portion, being able to savor the taste is worth it." Chiefing translated their consent for Chu Xiluo. "Very well, since you have consented. I shall begin grilling. Form a line 1 by 1 and Chiefing shall assist me." With that, Chu Xiluo retrieved the grilling materials from her spatial bag. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted through the air as she grilled the meat. While Chiefing distributed the skewers to the beasts, the fluffy creature continued to munch on its portion, while Jun Mo Ran, witnessing Chu Xiluo's diligent efforts, approached to learn the art of grilling with no choice. Chu Xiluo set up the necessary equipment and began teaching Jun Mo Ran as she grilled. As it turned out, Jun Mo Ran possessed remarkable aptitude. After merely demonstrating once and explaining, he managed to replicate the flavor with astonishing similarity on his first attempt. Chu Xiluo could not help but admire Jun Mo Ran's capacity for learning. With the success of his initial endeavor, she pointed out the areas where he could improve, and soon his grilled meat closely resembled her own in flavor. "You have such talent, it would be a pity not to pursue a career as a chef." Chu Xiluo exclaimed in astonishment, "I would only be the chef for you, Luo. No one else shall taste my culinary creations." He retorted, a hint of mischief in his tone. "What of these beasts? It seems you are currently grilling for them, albeit to share the burden. They are not human, and at present they are merely test subjects for tasting. Once I perfect my skills, I shall prepare even more delectable dishes for you." Jun Mo Ran raised an eyebrow. Addressing Chu Xiluo could only sigh, realizing she was at a loss for words. Thanks to Jun Mo Ran's involvement, they finished grilling the 200 skewers in just half an hour. The beasts carefully held their skewers, savoring the flavors, cautious not to consume too quickly lest they miss the taste. Seeing so many magical and spirit creatures indulging in grilled meat, Chu Xiluo finally stored the grilling tools in her spatial bag, and approached Jun Mo Ran with 2 skewers in hand. Chapter 145. The incident triggered by grilled meat. 1 Chu Xiluo took a bite from 1 skewer, instantly delighted by the flavor. "Here you've worked hard," she said, offering the other skewer to Jun Mo Ran. Jun Mo Ran glanced at the skewer that Chu Xiluo had bitten into, then at the one she was offering, yet he made no move to accept it. After some time of holding it out, realizing he wouldn't take it, she looked up to find him staring at the skewer she had already tasted. "Do you want this one?" she asked, uncertain, noting that it was the one she had already eaten. "Yes," Jun Mo Ran nodded earnestly, "but I've already bitten it." Chu Xiluo reiterated. "Indeed, I believe yours tastes better," he asserted with conviction. "Then it's yours. But I must inform you that both skewers taste the same." She handed him the skewer she had already tasted and resumed enjoying the untouched one. To her surprise, this one was indeed more delectable. As Jun Mo Ran accepted the skewer from Chu Xiluo, he savored it with satisfaction, exclaiming in delight, "Is it really tastier? You just had the other one and didn't find it particularly remarkable?" Chu Xiluo queried, puzzled by his reaction. Receiving her inquisitive gaze, Jun Mo Ran replied, "If you doubt me, then take the last bite of this one, and you shall see." Skeptical, Chu Xiluo placed the morsel he offered into her mouth. The flavor remained unchanged, nothing particularly special. turning to Jun Mo Ran in confusion. She caught sight of a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Wait a moment. Chu Xiluo suddenly had an epiphany. Jun Mo Ran, you, she stammered, her face flushing with embarrassment as she briskly distanced herself from him. Sitting beside the fluffy creature and Qifeng, noticing her departure, bellowed, have you all forgotten the agreement made earlier? Do you wish for me to chase you away? If not for the years spent together in the Magic Peak Forest, I wouldn't have urged my master to grill meat for you. Now that you've eaten, you still eye the remaining skewers. Don't you realize that most of them belong to me? Qifeng's roar startled many magical and spirit creatures, causing them to scatter, leaving only 3 spirit pets behind. Observing the 3 spirit pets remaining, Qifeng's anger flared, and he approached them. As he advanced, 2 of the spirit pets fled in fear. Yet one jade-red snake remained, trembling in place, revealing its terror. Noticing the approaching claws of Qifeng, Chu Xiluo quickly intervened to halt the impending confrontation. Chapter 146. The incident triggered by barbecue. Qifeng inquired about its intentions. Very well, master. You have heard my master's words. Now please tell me what you wish to do. Qifeng addressed the Yuqishi. Why, Yuqishi replied. It says it desires to form a contract with you and recognize you as its master. A high-tier 8-star spirit beast actually seeks to contract with me voluntarily. Spirit beasts possess their own dignity. They typically do not approach humans for contracts. Ask it why, Chu Xiluo exclaimed in astonishment. Yuqishi, before Qifeng could respond, Yuqishi spoke up, stating, it says your barbecue is simply exquisite, and it hopes to enjoy such delicacies in the future. Such a reason is both compelling and somewhat pitiful. However, I must confess that I am rather lazy and do not often prepare meals. Chu Xiluo explained the situation. Why, Yuqishi? It says it is not a problem if you do not often prepare food. As long as you do so occasionally, it will still have something to eat. Qifeng translated once more. So this is how it is. Could it be that a mere string of barbecue has lured a high-tier spirit beast? Is it not said that each summoner can only contract a limited number of spirit beasts? From what I have read, typically, a summoner can only contract a few spirit pets, and since I have already contracted Qifeng and Mao Qiu, I can only contract 3 more spirit beasts, yet this Yuqishi seems somewhat lacking in strength. Master, that applies to ordinary summoners. That I sense that your mental strength is exceptionally formidable. You could easily contract a dozen or even 20 spirit beasts. Qifeng asserted confidently that my mental strength is indeed so powerful. A dozen or 20 would nearly form a legion of spirit beasts. In that case, Yuqishi, come forth. Let us contract. Upon hearing Chu Xiluo's words, Yuqishi immediately approached her. Chu Xiluo extended her right hand, summoning the contract that enveloped Yuqishi, and then 2 contracts manifested in their minds. I wish to establish an equal contract with you. You must remain eternally loyal to me. I wish to establish an equal contract with you. I vow to remain eternally loyal to you. Because Yuqishi volunteered for the contract, Chu Xiluo formed an equal agreement with her. Upon completion, Chu Xiluo suddenly felt as though she were on the verge of a breakthrough. Hurriedly sitting down to stabilize her spiritual energy, in an instant, a beam of white light enveloped her, elevating her from a junior summoner of 2 stars to a junior summoner of 3 stars. She turned to observe Yuqishi, noticing that the white light dissipated from her as well, indicating that she had also leveled up. Master, I am now a high-tier 9-star. Yuqishi exclaimed joyfully. Initially, she had contracted with her for the sake of gourmet food, but now she discovered her master's talent was remarkably impressive. And moreover, she possessed 5 elemental affinities, which delighted her even further. With her master's high talent, rapid advancement would undoubtedly benefit her as well. Yes, you must protect me well from now on. By the way, you shall be called Yu from now on. Upon realizing that Yuqishi was female, Chu Xiluo bestowed upon her a feminine name. Thank you for the name, master. Now that Chu Xiluo and Yu have established their contractual bond, she can communicate without needing Qifeng to translate. Chapter 147. The incident triggered by barbecue. Jun Mo Ran observed as Luo attracted a spirit beast, voluntarily seeking to form a contract with her due to a mere string of barbecue. And he couldn't help but exclaim how fortunate this girl was. If those summoners who required the assistance of their family's experts to contract a high-tier spirit beast were to learn of this, they would surely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. Look, she has secured a high-tier 9-star spirit beast simply through a string of barbecue. What about you? You can you shrink a bit? Chu Xiluo remarked, gazing at her 10-meter-long form. Of course, with that, Yu transformed into a 1-meter-long little snake, joining Mao Qiu and Qifeng. Now let us continue our feast. Observing the dwindling barbecue, Chu Xiluo realized it would not suffice. Originally, she had prepared these without accounting for Yu, And now that Yu Er was her companion, it was only right to ensure she was well fed. She then stood up, rearranging the grilling tools. Fortunately, after grilling for the other beasts, there were still over 80 skewers left, which should be enough for Yu Er. By the way, how could I have forgotten this? Yu Er, hold off on eating the barbecue for now. Consume this instead. I hope luck is on your side, and you can advance to the Earth tier. Mao Qiu had needed to consume 100 to reach the Earth tier. I wonder if 50 will suffice for her. Yu Er accepted the vial Chu Xiluo handed her and swiftly opened it, releasing a delightful aroma. Yu Er recognized this as the elixir humans referred to as a progression pill, intended for her advancement. Hence the mention of luck. Without hesitation, she began devouring the pills one by one. Jun Mo Ran also caught a whiff of the fragrant medicine and, upon inspecting the pills, recognized them as spirit pills. Artifacts for spirit pets below the Earth tier to level up. He gazed at Chu Xiluo with envy. It seems Luo possesses numerous treasures. I must intensify my training. Otherwise, I will be unable to protect Luo properly. Jun Mo Ran was confident in his abilities, yet with so many treasures in Chu Xiluo's possession, if they were to attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, as Jun Mo Ran pondered, the enticing aroma of Chu Xiluo's barbecue wafted through the air once more. They had ventured into the Demon Peak Forest with the intention of contracting a high-tier spirit beast for Nangong Yunyu. The timing was perfect, as only days had passed since the last battle. And with a stroke of luck, they might encounter an injured spirit beast. Thus, the three of them had ventured deep into the inner region of the Demon Peak Forest. However, after 2 days of searching, they had yet to discover any injured spirit beasts. After all, the highest among them was merely a junior spirit master of 1 star, and they had evaded encounters with any uninjured spirits. Nangong Yunyu had initially intended to enlist the help of her family, but due to the heavy losses sustained in the recent battle, including the severe injury of her second uncle, she had opted to bring along 2 admirers in hopes of a fortunate encounter. When Nangong Yunyu and her companions arrived, Chu Xiluo had just finished grilling the last skewer of meat and was tidying up her things. Today, there will be 3 updates. Chapter 148. Nangong Yunyu. 1. Nangong Yunyu and her companions spotted a young woman tidying up her belongings while a young man and several spirit beasts enjoyed the barbecue. The air thick with its appetizing aroma. Upon closer inspection, they realized the young man was indeed the same one they had crossed paths with earlier. Hello, young sir. May we impose upon you for a moment? Nangong Yunyu's delicate voice rang out beside Jun Mo Ran. No. Jun Mo Ran replied coldly. Typically, if anyone heard Nangong Yunyu's sweet voice, they would have lifted their head to gaze at her. Yet Jun Mo Ran remained indifferent, refusing to even glance her way. This left Nangong Yunyu feeling quite hurt. Sir, we have been in the Demon Peak Forest for 2 days. The inner region is fraught with dangers. May we rest beside you? After Nangong Yunyu spoke, Chu Xiluo finished packing her belongings into her spatial bag. Turning around, she beheld a stunning figure clad in a sapphire dress, draped in a white veil. With a white satin sash adorned with rubies at her waist, her long lustrous black hair was casually pinned up with a few hairpins. She wore golden bracelets on her wrists, with dangling emerald earrings and a pearl necklace gracing her neck. Beneath her elegantly arched brows, her long lashes framed bright, starry eyes, and her delicate lips resembled pearls. Her skin was as smooth as cream, soft and supple like silk, exuding an ethereal beauty. What a breathtaking beauty she was. Especially standing there in such an enchanting manner, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Jun Mo Ran, making it difficult for Chu Xiluo as a woman to refuse her. In truth, she could tell Jun Mo Ran was not particularly welcoming towards them. But it felt awkward to see such a delicate beauty standing there in discomfort. How peculiar that he would employ such an unremarkable woman as a servant. Yet her barbecue truly smelled divine. They assumed Chu Xiluo was the one grilling while Jun Mo Ran indulged in the feast, leading them to believe she was merely a servant. Thank you, fair maiden. Realizing Jun Mo Ran intended to disregard her, Nangong Yunyu gracefully stepped back, following Chu Xiluo's lead and moved aside. After they departed, Chu Xiluo approached Jun Mo Ran with the freshly grilled skewers in hand. You eat up. This time it should be enough to fill you. Then she settled down to join them for a meal, finally able to enjoy her hard work. She hoped nothing else would occur. Otherwise, she would have to leave. At that moment, Nangong Yunyu and her companions, seated nearby, caught a whiff of Chu Xiluo's barbecued delicacies, and their stomachs involuntarily growled. Given Nangong Yunyu's temperament, she would never lower herself to curry favor with a man who treated her coldly. Yet the barbecue was simply too enticing. She recalled that it was the delicious aroma that had drawn her here in the first place, and thus she turned her gaze towards Jun Mo Ran, ready to approach him. Chapter 149. Nangong Yunyu. Sensing Nangong Yunyu's fervent gaze, Jun Mo Ran shot her an irritated glance before returning to his meal with Chu Xiluo. When Nangong Yunya beheld Jun Moden's face, she felt as though the world around her had come to a standstill for that fleeting moment, leaving only his visage in her sight, her gaze fixated upon him in a trance. Jun Moden, with a casual flick of his hand, sent a surge of spiritual energy hurtling towards her, yet she remained oblivious to the impending force as she continued to admire him, ultimately being propelled several meters away. Fortunately, the two young men beside her acted swiftly to catch her. Otherwise, she would have been sent flying even farther. Witnessing their revered goddess gazing at another man, the two were unexpectedly filled with a bittersweet sensation. However, upon reflecting on Jun Moden's striking appearance, formidable strength and eloquent demeanor, this bitterness transformed into a sense of helplessness. After all, they were acutely aware of their own inadequacies compared to him upon being rescued. Nangong Yunya quickly rose from the embrace of the young men, composed herself, and tidied her appearance before striding towards Jun Moden. My apologies. Esteemed sir, I did not intend to offend. I beg your forgiveness. At that moment, Nangong Yunya's demeanor was one of bashfulness, her eyes veiled with a mist of emotion, yet she resolutely held back her tears, evoking a sense of pity in anyone who beheld her. Any man would wish to cradle her gently and offer solace. Begone. Should you wish to retain your sight in the future, refrain from casting such glances upon this prince. Yet Jun Moden did not spare her a glance. Remaining completely unaware of her expression, even if he had, it would not have mattered. In his heart, only his beloved Luoluo held the title of goddess. This prince? Could it be that he is a prince? Perhaps he has encountered several princes of Xuanyun Kingdom before. Aside from the elusive Prince Chen, who is rarely seen, perhaps he hails from another kingdom. Regardless of his identity, she was determined to win him over. Your Highness, I truly did not mean to offend earlier. We had not eaten well in the Magic Peak Forest and were drawn here by the enticing aroma of roasted meat. She initially intended to mention that they had purchased the food. But considering his princely status, she thought better of it. However, asking him directly felt beyond her capacity, especially since she had already expressed herself quite clearly. Apologies, but this prince has no intention of sharing. If you have no business here, I suggest you remove yourselves from my sight. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Then I shall take my leave. I shall not provoke him further. It is best to leave a good impression. Portraying myself as a reasonable young lady, initially drawn by hunger and the tantalizing scent of meat, she had not anticipated being turned away before even tasting the roasted delicacies, though dissatisfaction simmered within them. They dared not express it, for his strength left no room for dissent. Observing the surrounding magical beasts and spirit creatures that had appeared earlier, they noted that they seemed to have merely enjoyed the roasted meat before departing. Thus, the two young men escorted Nangong Yunya away. Chu Xiluo sighed at the outcome, reflecting Jun Moden's visage is indeed a curse. He has once again ensnared another maiden. Luoluo, why are you sighing so? Jun Moden inquired. Perplexed, Jun Moden, how could you so ruthlessly reject such a stunning beauty who sweetly addressed you? Chu Xiluo teased. Stunning beauty indeed. But Luoluo, when shall you speak to me in such a manner? I would never refuse you. I would be most welcoming. Chu Xiluo responded, hurry and eat, lest we be caught in yet another unforeseen circumstance. After a moment, they resumed their feast of roasted meat. Has everyone had their fill? Shall we depart? Yunya, do you intend to enter the space or remain as you are? Chu Xiluo asked once the last morsel was consumed. Wait, master, I believe I am about to level up. Having just consumed 49 spirit growth pills provided by her master without achieving a breakthrough. She had planned to save the last one until after the meal, yet unexpectedly, it had propelled her to a new level. As soon as she uttered this, a celestial rule descended upon her. And she endeavored to absorb the spiritual energy within. After a brief incense's duration, the celestial rule dissipated, signifying her successful advancement. Chu Xiluo felt her own spiritual power surge as a result of Yunya's elevation. How fascinating! It seems that a spirit pet's advancement benefits its master as well. Yet, why didn't I experience such a boon when Maoqiu and Qifeng leveled up? Chu Xiluo voiced her confusion that I cannot say for certain. As for Qifeng, he was gravely injured when you contracted him, was he not? Now that Jun Moden has confirmed it, this wind leopard is indeed the same spirit beast that fought fiercely with several esteemed families. However, the circumstances under which he healed and advanced after being contracted by Luoluo remain unclear. Could it be related to that? Chu Xiluo pondered, perplexed. Indeed, typically, when a spirit beast is gravely wounded and on the brink of death at the time of contracting, both the beast and the contractor stand to gain benefits. By the way, I noticed that when Yunya leveled up, a faint royal character seemed to appear on her forehead. Chu Xiluo remarked in surprise. How fortunate Luo is. A direct descendant of the Jade Red Serpent royal family has voluntarily chosen to contract with you. A direct descendant of the Jade Red Serpent royal family. If that is the case, her fortune is truly extraordinary. Indeed, Jun Mo Ran gazed affectionately at Chu Xiluo, tenderly tousling her hair. Yunya, is it truly acceptable for you to accompany me? Given your royal lineage, it is prudent to clarify. Chu Xiluo's 3 spirit pets leaped onto her shoulder. While Qifeng transformed into a larger size for her to mount, Yunya had shrunk to a mere 10 centimeters in length, coiling around her wrist like an exquisite red jade bracelet that in fact. Chu Xiluo's linglong bracelet could render itself invisible while she wore it, but if she entered the bracelet space it would lose that ability, though it could transform into other objects. Luo, do you intend to send me away? Did I not mention that wherever you go, I shall follow? Jun Mo Ran asserted once more with unwavering determination. Very well, I shall seek out Xuer and my nurse. It has been so many days. I worry for their well-being. Chu Xiluo replied anxiously. Let us first find a cave to rest. You have been weary for quite some time. That I shall instruct my people to ascertain their whereabouts. Today Luo had spent several hours simply roasting meat, and the sun was setting. In urgent matters, it was essential to rest adequately. Chu Xiluo observed the time. Indeed, if they set off now, they would likely be engulfed by darkness before leaving the Magic Peak Forest. It would be wiser to find a cave and rest for the night. Qifeng, lead us to a cave. Chu Xiluo commanded at that moment. Qifeng had grown to the size of 2 horses, and Chu Xiluo felt that this size was much more manageable. Very well, master. I will take you to a place where I once resided. It is conveniently a cave not far from here. Qifeng began to race towards its former dwelling. Jun Mo Ran, when did you capture a bird? Chu Xiluo inquired curiously, noticing the bird perched in his hand, having not witnessed him descend to acquire it. Did it, too, come to him for contract like her spirit beasts? This is a spirit messenger bird. It serves as my courier. I am sending a message to Xiuzhu to inquire about the whereabouts of Lu Su and your nurse, Jun Mo Ran explained, then presented the bird to Chu Xiluo, saying, Little Ling, this is my wife Chu Xiluo. You must remember her scent well, so that when I require you to deliver messages to her, you do not err. Luo, you must now infuse a strand of your spiritual power and a drop of blood into its forehead. All right. Chu Xiluo complied, trusting that Jun Mo Ran would not lead her astray. Done. Now Little Ling has memorized Luolua's scent. Henceforth, wherever you are, as long as it can reach you, it will be able to locate you precisely. This assurance allowed him to relax, confident that he would not lose track of her in the future. Upon hearing Jun Mo Ran's words, Chu Xiluo felt as though she had unwittingly given him a radar locator embedded in her being. Yet, she remained intrigued by whether this tiny bird truly possessed such remarkable abilities. After composing the message, Jun Mo Ran affixed it to the spirit messenger bird's leg and sent it on its way. Noticing Chu Xiluo's bewildered gaze following the bird's flight, he spoke, Luo, do not doubt its capabilities. The spirit messenger bird does not engage in battle or level up. It can discern the location of others through their spiritual energy and bloodline. As long as it is within reach, it can sense their position accurately, unless obstructed by certain factors. Therefore, entrusting it with messages guarantees accuracy, and its speed is as swift as the wind. Did you not observe how swiftly Little Ling vanished just now? How astonishing! Is it your contracted beast? I recall it was also a summoner, wasn't it? Not quite. I do not yet possess a contracted beast. You do not have a contracted beast? With your formidable strength. How is that possible? For someone of Jun Mo Ran's caliber, contracting a high-value spirit beast should pose no challenge. I simply have not encountered a spirit beast suited to me. Such high standards. While there may be no high-value spirit beasts within the Magic Peak Forest, other regions surely abound with them. To claim none are suitable for you seems quite a stretch. Chapter 152. The Talent of Jun Mo Ran. To Luo, do you know what element I belong to? Jun Mo Ran asked enigmatically. You never mentioned it. How am I supposed to know? Chu Xiluo retorted, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she had never witnessed him utilizing elemental energy, as he always wielded pure spiritual power. To employ spiritual energy directly is akin to Chu Xiluo unleashing an attack without any elemental enhancement, while elemental energy would be comparable to her casting a fireball using fire element. I am of the light, dark, and thunder elements. Now you understand why I lack a contracted beast. If one practices any of the 5 elemental systems, they can contract spiritual beasts, including special types like thunder and wind, with the exception of light and dark spiritual beasts. Conversely, those who cultivate light and dark can only contract corresponding spiritual pets. Light and dark coexist. Are they not mutually exclusive? How can they coexist? I am uncertain, but I am indeed a confluence of both. Then you can still contract thunder element beasts, can't you? Is it impossible for thunder as well? Thunder element beasts cannot be contracted either. Anyone with light or dark attributes is restricted to contracting only light or dark spiritual beasts, regardless of their other elemental affinities, Jun Mo Ran replied helplessly. All right, if I encounter a suitable spiritual beast in the future, I will keep an eye out for you. It is truly pitiable for a summoner to be unable to contract a spiritual beast. Luo, I have divulged my greatest secret to you. So you must take responsibility. What? Revealing your elemental affiliation is your greatest secret? You must be joking. Chu Xiluo replied skeptically. Of course. The union of light and dark is not merely a trivial secret. Jun Mo Ran began to act mischievously again. What should she do? Who could possibly take him away now? Well, I too have shared my greatest secret with you. I am of all 5 elements, so we are even. What? Luo, you are of all 5 elements. Is that truly the case? Is it fate that has brought us together? Jun Mo Ran asked excitedly. Master has arrived. Upon hearing Qifeng's announcement, Chu Xiluo descended, ignoring Jun Mo Ran. This is where you used to reside. It's quite spacious, she remarked, observing the 100-square-meter cave. Master, when I lived here alone, I would transform into my half-sized form to rest comfortably. Chu Xiluo considered this. Given Qifeng's large form, it would indeed be difficult for him to move around without shrinking. By the way, Master, these are for you. He produced several spatial bags and a spatial ring from the corner of the cave. Qifeng, how did you acquire these? They seem to belong to humans. Could it be that this creature had robbed humans? Master, you must know this is the inner region of the Magic Peak Forest. Anyone with insufficient strength would meet their demise upon entry. These items were taken from those powerless humans. I found them amusing and valuable, so I picked them up. Wow, Qifeng, you truly are an indispensable companion for travel and home. Naturally, I am essential for both. I can fight at home, provide transportation while traveling, and even assist in robbery and silencing. Chu Xiluo exclaimed, excitedly petting the small Qifeng, which resembled a baby leopard. Chapter 153. The greedy Chu Xiluo won. After a moment, Chu Xiluo set Qifeng down and picked up one of the spatial bags, emptying its contents. The cave was soon cluttered with a variety of items. These are luminous pearls, she exclaimed, holding 3 pearls the size of goose eggs. Her eyes narrowing with delight. In modern times, pearls the size of a thumb are already quite precious, let alone these goose egg-sized luminous pearls. Moreover, this was her first encounter with such treasures. She had only seen them on television before, and those were mere imitations that lacked luminescence, but the 3 pearls in her hands were genuine luminous pearls, illuminating a significant portion of the cave. Looking through the other items from the spatial bag, she found merely 25 gold coins, 20 mid-grade blood essence pills, several sets of male clothing, and a tent. She stowed away the coins and pills, along with the 5-square spatial bag, discarding the rest. Next, she emptied the remaining spatial bags and the spatial ring, creating a small mountain of treasures. Gazing at the pile, Chu Xiluo beamed once more. Soon, she organized the items, totaling 186,000 gold coins, 10 mid-grade spirit enhancement pills, 2 high-grade spirit enhancement pills, 20 mid-grade defense pills, and 10 high-grade spiritual energy pills, all of which she stored in her Ling Lang bracelet space. Those who use spatial bags are typically not from significant families, hence they usually only contain coins and pills. Even the spatial ring held only these items, albeit in greater quantity. What is this? Chu Xiluo inquired, holding up a purple metallic card as she approached Jun Mo Ran. This is a purple gold card. Observing Luo's current money-hungry demeanor, Jun Mo Ran found her utterly adorable and wished to embrace her and savor her charm. However, he decided against it for now. He didn't want her to get upset and cause trouble for himself. A purple gold card. One must possess assets over 10 million gold coins to obtain such a card. Indeed. A purple gold card is issued to those with assets exceeding 10 million. Then this card must contain at least 10 million. Chu Xiluo exclaimed, thrilled. 10 million. Last time in Chuling Town I spent nearly that amount, and now I find another 10 million. Not necessarily, Jun Mo Ran remarked, reluctant to dampen her enthusiasm but knowing it was better to clarify now than let her down later. Well, a purple gold card signifies assets over 10 million, but obtaining one requires 10,000 gold coins. It also serves as a symbol of status. For instance, elders in a family often gift them to favored children. However, the amount inside is not guaranteed to be 10 million. It could be 1,000 or even 20 million. Moreover, there is a maximum limit of 50 million per card. The purple gold card operates on an anonymous storage basis. If lost and found by someone else, the gold coins become theirs. Had anyone else asked such basic questions, Jun Mo Ran would have dismissed them outright, as the concept of a purple gold card is common knowledge. However, since Luo had questions, he was more than willing to explain, no matter how elementary the topic. Chapter 154. The greedy Chu Xiluo, I see. So how much gold is on this purple gold card? This item resembles modern-day bank cards, albeit without the insurance, which is why she could safely possess it now. You can simply hold it and use your mental energy to scan the data inside. Is it that simple? Thankfully, it held 731,000 gold coins, rather than just 1 or 2,000. Chu Xiluo joyfully stored the purple gold card in her Ling Lang bracelet space. Only slightly larger trading establishments accept card transactions. And there is a place called the Purple Gold Card House responsible for deposits, withdrawals, and transfers of gold coins from purple gold cards. Additionally, major trading houses offer services for depositing purple gold cards. So, the functionalities of purple gold cards are somewhat akin to modern bank cards. Understanding the purple gold cards features, Chu Xiluo instructed Chiefing to dispose of the garbage she had just sorted. Then took out the spatial ring and scanned it with her mental energy, discovering it had a space of 100 square meters, indeed much larger than the spatial bags. Jun Mo Ran, does this spatial ring require a master to be recognized? It worked even without that. It can function with or without recognition, but if it is recognized and stolen, the thief cannot access its contents. Conversely, if it remains unrecognized and stolen, the contents will be lost. Similar to a spatial bag, however, even if it is recognized, a powerful adversary could forcibly erase the contract on the spatial ring. That is convenient. I can have my nanny or sewer recognize it later. Having dealt with her possessions, she noticed it had grown dark outside. Chu Xiluo retrieved the luminous pearls to illuminate half of the cave. Those with her level of cultivation could already see in the dark as if it were daylight. But she still preferred to use the pearls after all, they provided better brightness, and why wouldn't one use luminous pearls at night? Finally satisfied, she took out a bed from her spatial bag and set it up. Jun Mo Ran, I am going to sleep now, you should rest early too. Chiefing, you should also turn in. You have tasks tomorrow at sewer, please keep watch for us. Chiefing needed a good rest, after all he was the driver. Understood, master. Sewer flew out from Chu Xiluo's hand and settled down to keep watch. Seeing that Sewer was in position and noticing that Jun Mo Ran had already begun meditating, she thought nothing more of it and snuggled up with the fluffy creature and Chiefing in bed. Jun Mo Ran. As morning broke, Chu Xiluo's voice echoed throughout the Magic Peak forest. Fortunately, they were deep in the mountains. Otherwise, many would surely rush over to witness the commotion. Luo, I heard you. No need to shout so loudly. Jun Mo Ran reclined with one hand propping his head, gazing at Chu Xiluo and remarked, weren't you practicing diligently last night? Why did you fall asleep? If sleep was inevitable, why did you choose to do so in my bed? Surely you understand the distinction between genders. Chapter 155. A touch of tenderness. Additional update. I was indeed practicing last night, Chu Xiluo replied, but eventually fatigue overwhelmed me. This cave has but one bed. And I haven't slept for several days. Luo, you wouldn't want me to sleep on the ground, would you? As he got out of bed, Jun Mo Ran spoke innocently. Then you ought to have informed me. I would have yielded my place to you. Chu Xiluo countered. Indeed, you have gone 7 days and nights without rest. However, Luo has been busy all day yesterday and also deserves a good rest. Thus, I had no choice but to endure the discomfort of sharing this bed with you. Once he tidied his clothes, Jun Mo Ran looked at Chu Xiluo with a face full of grievance. Noticing Jun Mo Ran's expression, which seemed to revel in his own advantage, Chu Xiluo chose to ignore him, proudly lifting her chin as she got out of bed. That I cannot argue with you. Silence is golden. She thought, you claim to be aggrieved, yet I am the one truly wronged. Luo, your silence confirms my words, does it not? Chu Xiluo remained silent. Although you have taken advantage of the situation, I am not offended. As long as you remain responsible for me. Seeing that Chu Xiluo had no further retorts, Jun Mo Ran continued, this jest of mine is hardly amusing. Gather your belongings, we must depart to find Sewer and the wet nurse. Jun Mo Ran understood that Chu Xiluo was diverting the topic, yet he bore no resentment. At least, unlike the first time, she did not kick him off the bed. Since he had already sent someone to locate the wet nurse and Sewer. Waiting a while longer was of little consequence. He settled down to meditate and began to cultivate his energy. An hour later, chirping sounds filled the air, and upon hearing it, Chu Xiluo knew that Xiaoling had arrived. So where are the wet nurse and Sewer? She inquired anxiously. Yes, everything has been arranged, Jun Mo Ran replied. Arranged? You are quicker than I anticipated. Thankfully, I am not your enemy. Otherwise, I might have been sold off while you counted your profits. The pressure of being around someone so astute is immense. Chapter 156. Spirit Poison Valley 1. How could it be? If selling, I would sell to myself. Jun Mo Ran retorted with a grin. Chu Xiluo sighed. Conceding defeat to be why the way, I asked Chi Feng yesterday, and he mentioned that the northern part of the Demon Peak Forest is rich in spiritual herbs, correct? Indeed, but the northern area is fraught with peril. Jun Mo Ran stated earnestly. Noticing his seriousness, Chu Xiluo began to take it to heart. What kind of dangers are we discussing? I believe the area rich in spiritual herbs is indeed the Spirit Poison Valley within the Demon Peak Forest. Given its name, you can surmise its nature. Overall, the magical beasts and spirit beasts within the Demon Peak Forest are not particularly formidable, which is why many venture here to gather spiritual herbs. Over time, the herbs have become scarce, particularly the rare varieties, leaving only the common ones. However, the Spirit Poison Valley is different. It is abundant in spiritual herbs, including some rare varieties. Is it because it is laden with poison that fewer dare to venture there, thus allowing the herbs to flourish? Chu Xiluo speculated as Jun Mo Ran paused. Quite clever. However, the main reason is that nearly all who enter never return. Initially, many adventurers entered, but eventually, no one witnessed their exit. Only one managed to escape, but he emerged a mere shell of his former self, his cultivation rendered useless due to poisoning. Such severity. Chu Xiluo hesitated. So should we go or not? If the dangers are indeed that grave, sacrificing one's life for herbs is not worthwhile. Yet, if we refrain from going, I currently lack sufficient herbs for alchemy. Purchasing them would mean settling for low-grade options, and if I wish to advance my alchemical skills, I require a substantial quantity of quality herbs. Chi Feng, you have visited once, haven't you? Share your insights about the interior. Master, that visit occurred approximately 300 years ago. At that time, I was merely an advanced 8-star spirit beast. A group of humans assaulted me, seeking to capture me for a contract. Injured, I fled aimlessly until, exhausted, I stumbled into a breathtaking valley. Eventually, I collapsed from fatigue, Chi Feng recounted, taking a pause. And then? Chu Xiluo urged. Upon regaining consciousness, I realized I was not in a beautiful valley but rather a dense forest. There, I fortuitously discovered several healing spiritual herbs to treat my injuries. Instinctively, I sensed the place was perilous and dared not linger. Departing immediately, that makes sense. I exited within a quarter of an hour, yet the spiritual energy there was more potent than that of the Demon Peak Forest, and the healing herbs I found were hard to come by elsewhere. From what you describe, it seems there are indeed many spiritual herbs, and those who pursued you likely abandoned the chase upon seeing you enter the Spirit Poison Valley. After saying this, Chu Xiluo turned to Jun Mo Ran. Chapter 157. Spirit Poison Valley. Jun Mo Ran, astute as ever, grasped the crux of the matter, prompting Chu Xiluo to wonder why she hadn't thought of it sooner. Upon awakening, did you notice anything unusual? Were there any other spirit or magical beasts nearby? Jun Mo Ran pressed further. Though my stay was brief, I can assure you that there were no other magical or spirit beasts in the vicinity, as I sensed no aura whatsoever. As for anything peculiar, let me think. The fragrance. Before I lost consciousness, I detected a delightful floral scent, and upon awakening the same aroma lingered, yet no valley appeared. This suggests that the fragrance led Chi Feng to hallucinate the existence of a valley. And upon awakening, the pain from his injuries prevented further illusions. Jun Mo Ran deduced confidently. Does this mean we can remain safe as long as we avoid inhaling that scent? Chu Xiluo inquired. If the fragrance is indeed the sole cause of hallucinations, then we may be safe. However, do not forget the account of the lone survivor, who suffered from poisoning. Moreover, Chi Feng described the Spirit Poison Valley as a forest. Why then is it referred to as a valley? Your analysis implies it remains perilous, thus we should refrain from going. Chu Xiluo lamented. While she yearned for the spiritual herbs, her life was of greater value. For the sake of safety, it was better not to venture forth. However, if Luo truly wishes to go, it is not impossible. Noticing the disappointment in Chu Xiluo's eyes, Jun Mo Ran felt a pang in his heart. Is it truly safe to go? Will there be no danger? Chu Xiluo asked hopefully. It is possible to go. There are dangers, yes, but none that threaten your life, Jun Mo Ran asserted solemnly. The risks were high, but he would protect her, ensuring her safety. How shall we proceed then? Fortune favors the bold. As long as life endures, one can face any danger. Call me husband. I have something to discuss. Jun Mo Ran quipped, a playful smirk on his face. Jun Mo Ran, do not overstep your bounds. If you wish to speak, then speak. Otherwise, I shall simply refrain from going. Chu Xiluo retorted, storming off in a huff, taken aback by his levity at such a serious moment. All right, do not be angry, if I do not call you now. I shall do so later, Jun Mo Ran approached, attempting to soothe her. If we venture to the Spirit Poison Valley, we can only gather herbs from the outskirts. None of us are privy to what lies within the inner region, so we cannot enter. Also, you must stay close to me. Very well, when shall we set out? The outskirts will suffice. It is far better than any other place in the Demon Peak Forest. There is no rush. We must first gather some supplies. By the way, Luo, what level is your alchemy skill at now? How do you know I practice alchemy? Chu Xiluo exclaimed, as she had never mentioned it. The wet nurse and sewer had always believed that the elixirs she provided were gifts from a mysterious master. Chapter 158. Spirit Poison Valley 3. You, being proficient in 5 elements, can indeed become an alchemist. Your desire to gather spiritual herbs indicates that you must already know how to refine elixirs. Jun Mo Ran teased. Well, I could gather them to sell. Chu Xiluo retorted defiantly. Sell them? Knowing the dangers of the Spirit Poison Valley, would you still dare to venture there? Jun Mo Ran chided. You call me foolish yet refuse to acknowledge your own intelligence. I am not devoid of wits. Chu Xiluo thought, feeling overwhelmed by his sharpness. Luo, even if you are a bit slow, it matters not. I will not mind. Chu Xiluo, that you may not mind, but I do. I resent your brilliance. If you do not believe me, let us marry first. Jun Mo Ran suggested playfully. Jun Mo Ran, you finally revealed your true intentions. You think I would marry you? Not a chance. Alas, just when success seemed imminent. Your cleverness proves to be a hindrance. Luo. Enough of your nonsense. Let us prepare what we need and hurry along. What we must do now is to nurture our spirits with utmost care. The area where the crimson wind enters poses a greater risk of hallucinations for those with fragile willpower and weakened minds. Thus, for the next few days, let us focus on cultivating tranquility and resting. In the blink of an eye, 5 days have elapsed. During this time, Chu Xiluo has spent her days meditating and practicing, or taking leisurely strolls around the vicinity, while Jun Mo Ran has devoted most of his time to accompanying her. He only ventures out briefly in the mornings before she awakens. Let us go now, Luo. After so many days of rest, it's time to head to the Lingdu Valley. Crimson Wind, take us to the place you visited last time. At least we have some knowledge of that area, while the others remain shrouded in mystery and danger. Understood, Master. Please settle in. We shall arrive in approximately 4 hours. Once Chu Xiluo and her companions were comfortably seated, the Crimson Wind began its swift descent toward the northern Lingdu Valley. 4 hours? That translates to 8 hours of travel. That not excessively far. By the time we arrive, it should already be dusk. Luo, the Demon Peak Forest is larger than you might imagine. Picture a single magical beast of considerable size. If the forest were smaller, they would have no place to dwell, and in their search for shelter, they would inevitably disturb humanity. How do you know I was pondering the size of the Demon Peak Forest? She thought to herself, bewildered by his insight. Could he indeed possess the ability to read minds? I do not read minds. Your thoughts are plainly etched upon your countenance. It is nearly impossible not to discern them. Jun Mo Ran replied with a hint of exasperation. Is it that conspicuous? I had no idea. Do not dwell on it. Be your authentic self before me. Luolua's unguarded trust in herself allowed her feelings to manifest so openly, which delighted him immensely. Very well, it seems my little thoughts cannot escape your keen perception. Otherwise, it would be an affront to your intelligence. Chu Xiluo had intended to admire the Demon Peak Forest along the way, yet the swiftness of the Crimson Wind rendered the scenery a mere blur. Rushing past her in an instant, observing Jun Mo Ran's ability to take in the surroundings, she wondered if it was a matter of their differing cultivation levels. Luo, when your cultivation matches mine, this speed will appear quite ordinary to you. Indeed, my current level is too low to appreciate the scenery. With hours still ahead, there is nothing to do but daydream. Chapter 159. Lingdu Valley 4. If you feel tired, do rest for a while. I shall wake you when we arrive. Noticing that Chu Xiluo was becoming drowsy, Jun Mo Ran kindly allowed her to lean against him, ensuring her comfort in slumber. She nestled into his embrace, finding a cozy position to drift off peacefully. Time passed, and upon awakening, Chu Xiluo noticed that the Crimson Wind had come to a halt. Have we arrived already? Why did you not wake me? Do not worry. Sleep a little longer. We are merely setting up camp for the night. He replied, lifting her effortlessly from the Crimson Wind's back. Jun Mo Ran, please set me down since we are not entering today. Let us prepare the tent. Very well, let us work together. He gently released her and began assembling the tent alongside her. Jun Mo Ran, build another. Chu Xiluo observed as he completed one and paused. 1 tent is sufficient. It is rather perilous here, and I cannot bear the thought of you sleeping alone. He stated naturally, your tent will be right beside mine. There is no danger in that. Besides, I have the Crimson Wind, Yuer and Mouchio with me. We cannot share a tent. Luoluo, please do not make me worry. Stay here for a moment while I scout the area. Chu Xiluo hesitated, contemplating the appropriateness of their arrangement. Despite having shared close quarters these past few days, they had maintained separate sleeping arrangements, except for the first night. Now they were to share a tent smaller than their previous bed. Never mind, I will check the Zyge to see if there are any books on poisons. Crimson Wind, Yuer, please keep watch here while I rest inside. She turned and settled into the tent, directing her spiritual energy into the Zyge space. For an alchemist, acquiring knowledge of various poisons is essential. Otherwise, how could one treat the afflicted? Yet, Chu Xiluo had only recently embarked on her journey, lacking a mentor to guide her. She could only rely on the experience handed down through Yushenzing. Her techniques, formulas, and a plethora of books filled with foundational knowledge about spiritual herbs. As she sought to learn at her own pace upon discovering the tome on poisons, she began to read with great diligence. Master is resting in the tent. The Crimson Wind indicated with a paw. You should also take a moment to rest. I will keep watch. Jun Mo Ran surveyed the area with his spiritual energy. Confirming that Luoluo was indeed inside before addressing the Crimson Wind and Yuer. We are not fatigued. You should rest instead. The beasts, typically endowed with greater stamina than humans, were unbothered by a few hours without rest. Go on, recuperate your strength. Tomorrow may bring challenges. Jun Mo Ran continued preparing a fire, despite the inherent dangers of igniting flames in the forest, which could attract other magical beasts. However, with the most formidable creature in the vicinity, and having surveyed the area, he felt assured that the Lingdu Valley was devoid of other threats. Chapter 160. Lingdu Valley 5. Very well, we shall rest for now. Should you grow weary, do awaken us. Observing Jun Mo Ran's determination, the Crimson Wind and Yuer complied, transforming into a small spotted leopard and a tiny serpent to curl up within Chu Xiluo's tent. Having finished her reading on poisons in the Zyge space, Chu Xiluo noticed the Crimson Wind and Yuer had already succumbed to sleep, yet Jun Mo Ran was nowhere to be seen. She stepped outside the tent. I shall keep watch tonight. You should rest, she said, addressing Jun Mo Ran as the moon hung high in the sky, indicating the late hour. No need. I am not tired. Besides, how could I let my woman take the night watch? He waved her over, inviting her to sit beside him. How can you not need rest? What will we do if you lack energy tomorrow? I have entrusted my life to you. Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I shall protect yours. Why are you out here instead of resting? I sensed your presence was peaceful just moments ago. I had a lengthy nap this afternoon, followed by a refreshing rest. Now I am perfectly alert. Very well, since you refuse to rest, I shall do the same. Sit beside me and keep me company. All right. Chu Xiluo turned to admire Jun Mo Ran's profile, illuminated by the flickering firelight, rendering his features even more gentle. Truly a captivating being. From this angle, he is flawless. Luoluo, what do you think of my appearance? Are you satisfied? Jun Mo Ran turned to meet her gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I am satisfied, but with such perfection. Finding a wife will not be easy. Oh, surely not. Marrying you will leave any woman feeling inferior after gazing upon your face for too long. Moreover, you will attract countless admirers, leaving me to worry whether you might be taken away. In summary, being your wife would be a daunting task. Ah, so this is merely your perspective. Jun Mo Ran leaned closer, lifting her chin with his hand to gaze into her eyes once more. Fear not. Luoluo, I will not be taken from you. You need not fend off suitors. I shall handle that myself. Who, me? I am not your wife yet. Of course you are, Luoluo. I have no intention of marrying anyone else. And you shall not wed another. How domineering, that is a promise. If you choose anyone but me, I shall eliminate him. Chu Xiluo. So for the sake of others' lives, you must agree to marry me. Chu Xiluo. Are you threatening me? What if I choose not to marry anyone? Indeed, I am threatening you. Jun Mo Ran admitted candidly. Chu Xiluo. I do not wish to converse with such a domineering individual. I shall cultivate in peace. Please do not disturb me. She turned away, closing her eyes to ignore him. Chapter 161. Lingdu Valley 6. Seeing that Chu Xiluo was no longer engaging with him, Jun Mo Ran remained unperturbed, quietly sitting beside her to keep watch. Master, when did you rise this morning? I noticed you outside early on. Typically, you awaken at dawn, yet today you were up so early. The Crimson Wind inquired. Z from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Cho from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. In from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. Mao from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. Chun from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Si from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., Wu from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., Wei from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., Shin from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., Yu from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., Su from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., Hai from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Are we not supposed to venture into the Spirit Poison Valley today? I shall rise early. Come, let us have breakfast before we set off. Chu Xiluo handed a piece of roasted meat to him. Yor and Mao Qiu each. Half an hour later, Qi Feng transformed into a fully grown leopard, trailing beside Chu Xiluo, while Yor clung to her hand and Mao Qiu perched on her shoulder, all set to go. Let us proceed. Lo Luo, hold my hand tightly. Jun Mo Ran took hold of Chu Xiluo's hand, stepping forward together. After a short while, Jun Mo Ran inquired, "Is this the Spirit Poison Valley?" Chu Xiluo surveyed her surroundings and asked. Although she had learned from Qi Feng that the Spirit Poison Valley was a forest, was it not said that one would be greeted by a fragrant aroma upon entry, and did it not boast an abundance of spirit herbs? Why did she sense nothing and see no spirit herbs? This must merely be the outskirts. Let us continue onward. Jun Mo Ran remained vigilant, shielding Chu Xiluo as they walked. Observing Jun Mo Ran's protective demeanor, Chu Xiluo suddenly felt that marrying him would indeed bring her great happiness. Yet, she quickly shook her head, pondering that such a paragon of heaven likely approached her out of mere curiosity. Jun Mo Ran, there are no magical beasts or spirit creatures here. We can walk side by side. Though there are no animals, it remains perilous. I do not wish for you to be harmed. But I do not want to linger behind. I wish to walk alongside you. Very well, but do exercise caution. A woman of his cannot hide behind him. Seeing Chu Xiluo stride alongside him only reaffirmed his conviction. Qi Feng, are you certain this is the right path? It has been a quarter of an hour, yet we have seen neither spirit herbs nor caught any fragrance. Master, the direction is indeed correct. Yet I last visited 300 years ago. I cannot fathom what changes have occurred since. What do you think, Jun Mo Ran? Is it not unnaturally quiet? There is not even the sound of an insect chirping. Only the sounds of our footsteps and Qi Feng's. This is certainly the Spirit Poison Valley. Do you not feel the spiritual energy here is far denser than outside? Let us venture further. Perhaps it is not dangerous, and thus the spirit herbs have been depleted by others. Had you not mentioned it, I would not have noticed the spiritual energy. Yet, according to your reasoning, must we only seek spirit herbs in perilous areas? Could it truly be that dangerous? Rest assured, I am here. Hold my hand tightly, let us go. Luo desires to gather spirit herbs, and I shall not disappoint her. Chapter 162. Spirit Poison Valley 7. For some reason, after hearing his words, Chu Xiluo felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. It was as if, with him present, there was nothing to fear. Jun Mo Ran, look, that is a leaf orchid. Chu Xiluo exclaimed joyfully, pointing at a plant 20 paces ahead to her right. Indeed, let us go collect it. After half an hour of walking, she finally spotted a spirit herb. No wonder she was so elated, haha. Indeed, this is a fine spirit herb. This leaf orchid must be at least 100 years old. Come, let us explore elsewhere. After collecting the leaf orchid, Chu Xiluo eagerly pulled Jun Mo Ran to search in another area. They walked for another half an hour, yet she saw no poisonous herbs or detected any fragrance. It was simply too quiet. It seemed this area was safe. Jun Mo Ran glanced around, seeing nothing amiss, and thus did not oppose accompanying Chu Xiluo to seek spirit herbs elsewhere. Jun Mo Ran, do you think the tales of the Spirit Poison Valley's abundance of spirit herbs are exaggerated? We have already been walking for 2 hours, and apart from finding one leaf orchid, we have seen nothing else. In truth, for an ordinary person, finding a 100-year-old leaf orchid would be quite satisfying. However, Chu Xiluo had set her expectations for the Spirit Poison Valley exceedingly high and could scarcely believe there was only a single spirit herb. Could it be that this is a possibility? Qi Feng, did you encounter a similar situation during your last visit? Jun Mo Ran inquired. No, I remember distinctly. Upon awakening last time, there were indeed numerous spirit herbs around, and after walking for half an hour, I had already exited the Spirit Poison Valley. The Spirit Poison Valley is the most enigmatic place within the Demon Peak Forest, and it is a place he does not dare to visit casually, which made that experience particularly memorable. Was your speed of departure the same as ours now? Chu Xiluo pondered aloud. Indeed, the speed is different. At our current pace, I would reach the exit in a quarter of an hour. Having run straight through without pausing, in that case, Jun Mo Ran, should we venture another 10 kilometers to investigate? Chu Xiluo turned to Jun Mo Ran, awaiting his decision. Yes, let us proceed further. Thus Jun Mo Ran, intrigued by the Spirit Poison Valley, continued onward with Chu Xiluo as they moved forward. Chu Xiluo gazed around. That is a lantern grass, Chu Xiluo exclaimed, suddenly releasing Jun Mo Ran's hand and sprinting towards the lantern grass. After walking for yet another hour, she had finally spotted another herb. How could she not be excited? After collecting the lantern grass, Chu Xiluo stood up to survey her surroundings again. That is yellow dew. I recall acquiring yellow dew from the Peaks auction house when concocting a color-fast potion, and there was only this single piece available. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xiluo had flown to the side of the yellow dew, where she discovered a cluster of 10 or more, all appearing to be at least 100 years old. Without hesitation, she began to gather the spirit herbs. Jun Mo Ran observed Chu Xiluo diligently collecting the herbs not far away and glanced down at his own hands. Alas, his charm paled in comparison to that of the spirit herbs. Well, our esteemed Jun is feeling a touch jealous of the spirit herbs. Chapter 163. Spirit Poison Valley. Jun Mo Ran. Look! This place boasts a dozen spirit herbs. While Jun Mo Ran was still feeling envious of the spirit herbs, Chu Xiluo appeared before him, cradling her gathered herbs with a beaming smile. Seeing Chu Xiluo's radiant expression, akin to a child seeking praise, made Jun Mo Ran smile as he cast aside his previous feelings of jealousy. Well, you must be tired. Let us take a moment to rest before exploring further. He gazed at her with indulgent affection. Yes, let us rest for a while. Come, let us find a spot to sit. Hearing Jun Mo Ran's suggestion, Chu Xiluo casually placed the spirit herbs into her storage space and naturally took his hand, leading him to a more spacious area to sit down. This was the first time Luo had taken the initiative to hold his hand. How delightful it was! If gathering spirit herbs could earn her such affection. He truly wished to present her with all the spirit herbs in the Spirit Poison Valley. Let us drink some water first. Chu Xiluo retrieved 2 cups of celestial spirit water from her storage bracelet and handed one to Jun Mo Ran. Normally, a small bottle of celestial spirit water, approximately 1 sip, would suffice for advancement. Yet now, Chu Xiluo and Jun Mo Ran each drank a substantial cup as they were both on the verge of advancing to summon masters. They had not consumed any celestial spirit water prior, so it was only natural that upon drinking, they felt their dantians brimming with spiritual energy, almost overflowing. They were no strangers to advancement and immediately recognized they were about to level up. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, both Jun Mo Ran and Chu Xiluo radiated with the light of advancement. A quarter of an hour later, the white glow dissipated, revealing a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth enveloping Jun Mo Ran. After completing their advancement, Chu Xiluo assessed her cultivation and discovered she had reached the 9th star of the initial level of Summoning Master, having advanced 6 stars thanks to the celestial spirit water. A truly miraculous treasure. Glancing at Jun Mo Ran, still enveloped in the light of advancement, she wondered how many stars he had advanced in one go. Had he not mentioned he was only at the 2nd star of the intermediate Summoning Master back in Chuling Town? Was it not said that a single sip of celestial spirit water could yield a maximum of 5 stars? If 3 sips could grant a maximum of 15 stars, how had he managed to ascend so? With curiosity, Chu Xiluo watched Jun Mo Ran absorb the concentrated spiritual energy within the circle of heavenly laws. Luo, why do you look so lost in thought? After Jun Mo Ran completed his advancement, he noticed Chu Xiluo was still in a daze, staring at the spot where the light had been, and called out to her. Jun Mo Ran, may I ask you a question? What is your current cultivation level? I am now at the 1st star of the initial level of Summoning Master. Why do you ask? You were only at the 2nd star of the intermediate Summoning Master in Chuling Town? And now you have advanced so rapidly. Oh, when I spoke to you, I was indeed at the 2nd star of the intermediate Summoning Master. However, you went into seclusion, and I assumed you would not emerge for a while. So I also went into seclusion. When I came out, my cultivation had reached the 9th star of the intermediate Summoning Master. In truth, he was already capable of advancing before entering seclusion. However, he had been preoccupied with various matters, which led to the suppression of his cultivation. Upon witnessing the formidable prowess of those vying for the Zhu fruit in the Demon Peak Forest, especially the members of the 4 great families and the Xuanqi sect, who dispatched their elite fighters, he resolved to enter seclusion to facilitate his own advancement. Chapter 164. The Peril of Lingdu Valley. 1. Are you implying that after merely a few days of seclusion, you surged from a mid-level Summoning Master of 2 stars to a mid-level Summoning Master of 9 stars, advancing an astonishing 7 stars in one leap? And did the heavenly spirit water just propel you to 9 stars? Is it truly necessary to deliver such a blow to one's morale? If one were to say that Chu Xiluo came to this world with a cheat, then Jun Mo Ran must undoubtedly be the game master. Otherwise, how could such a prodigious individual exist? Luo, I have consistently restrained my cultivation from advancing, which is why my progress appears so sudden. Furthermore, the greater my cultivation, the better I can protect you. So, it turns out Luo was feeling frustrated about this. One can still suppress their cultivation? Why have I never heard of this before? Well, it is naturally impossible for an ordinary person. My constitution is unlike that of others. As you know, I embody both light and dark attributes, and I cannot suppress it too much. Why must there be such a genius? Your existence renders our mundane lives so challenging. Chu Xiluo remarked, still feeling somewhat dejected. All right, do not dwell on it any longer. Now that we have rested, let us continue our search for spiritual herbs. Yes, indeed, we shall press on. There is still some time left, let us proceed. Recalling the purpose of her journey, Chu Xiluo immediately rose to prepare for departure. Let us go. Jun Mo Ran took her hand and continued onward. Golden vein iris. After traversing nearly 2 more hours, Chu Xiluo finally spotted this golden vein iris and quickly dug it up. Upon inspection, she discovered it was 300 years old, which filled her with immense joy. Luo, let us rest here today, and tomorrow we shall explore the vicinity. There is no need to venture further. We have already walked 20 kilometers, which is significantly farther than when we first arrived at the Demon Peak Forest. Having journeyed so far, why have we not detected any pleasant aromas? That is also a point of my confusion. Perhaps it is due to the passage of 300 years, and the substances that once induced illusions have vanished. However, we have encountered no dangers along the way. Do you not find that strange? Are you suggesting that the places we have traversed are merely designed to lull people into a false sense of security regarding the Lingdu Valley's dangers, encouraging them to proceed further? If that is indeed the case, then this place is exceedingly perilous. It could be a scheme, though it remains unclear who orchestrated it, be it demonic beasts, spirit beasts, humans, or something else entirely. Indeed, although I have a fondness for spiritual herbs, it would be unwise to endanger ourselves for their sake. We have already gathered several spiritual herbs today, and tomorrow we shall explore the surroundings before departing from the Demon Peak Forest. By the way, have you all eaten? Are you hungry? Currently, there are neither spirit pets nor demonic beasts around, and I have no idea where to find food. I have already consumed a fasting pill. But what about Jun Mo Ran and the spirit beasts? I have consumed a fasting pill, so I do not feel hunger. Here, take this fasting pill. Jun Mo Ran produced a high-grade fasting pill and offered it to Chu Xiluo. The high-grade fasting pill is effective for 10 years. No, I do not need it. I have already taken a fasting pill. Since you have also taken one, that leaves Qifeng, Yu and Mao Qiu. Are you 3 hungry? Chu Xiluo inquired of her 3 spirit pets. Chapter 165. The Peril of Lingdu Valley 2. Upon hearing that Chu Xiluo had already consumed a fasting pill, Jun Mo Ran felt a twinge of surprise. Realizing he had only 5 in total, having consumed one himself, leaving him with only 4. However, since Luo had already taken one, it was best to set it aside for now. After all, a fasting pill must be consumed only after its effects have worn off. So Luo would not require another in the short term. In that case, I will give this fasting pill to them. I wonder if it will be beneficial for your spirit beasts? Chu Xiluo took out a vial of low-grade fasting pills and distributed one to each of them to see if it would work. A vial of low-grade fasting pills. Seeing Chu Xiluo's generosity, Jun Mo Ran privately acknowledged that Luo must be quite wealthy. It seemed he needed to work harder to earn money, lest he be outdone by Luo and be left without means to court her. How do you feel? Do you no longer feel hungry? Chu Xiluo gazed at them with hopeful anticipation. I do seem to feel less hungry. Qifeng was the first to respond. What about you two? Chu Xiluo then asked Yu and Mao Qiu. I am not hungry, but Master Mao Qiu still prefers delicious food. This is not tasty. Mao Qiu lamented, though it did stave off its hunger. Well then, once we exit the Lingdu Valley, I will treat you all to a feast. Yes, Master is the best. Upon hearing that there would be delicious food after they exited, Mao Qiu and the others surrounded her with excitement. All right, enough of this. Now Master must set up the tent. Chu Xiluo retrieved a tent from her spatial storage and began to assemble it with Jun Mo Ran. Let us set up 2 tents this time. I will have them stand guard here while you rest properly. Although they did not share a tent last time, to avoid any untoward occurrences, it is prudent to set up an extra one. Indeed, Jun Mo Ran understood Chu Xiluo's intentions, though he refrained from stating it outright. Their relationship had progressed well recently, and he did not wish to frighten her away. After a quarter of an hour, both tents were erected. Mao Qiu, Yu Qifeng, which of you will keep watch? Although there are no spirit pets or demonic beasts around, it is still prudent to have someone on guard for safety. Master, I shall take the watch. Qifeng and Yu have already kept watch before. As the leader, I will take the responsibility tonight. Mao Qiu volunteered. Though they had never witnessed Mao Qiu in battle, they were aware that it was no ordinary spirit pet. Very well then Mao Qiu, you must protect us diligently. Chu Xiluo cradled Mao Qiu in her arms, gently stroking its fur as she spoke tenderly. Yes, master, I will surely fulfill this task. Feeling the weight of this important responsibility, Mao Qiu immediately leaped up to assure her. Now let us retire for the night. With that, she beckoned Jun Mo Ran to rest as well. Chu Xiluo entered the tent and soon lay down to sleep, while Qi Feng and Yu Er remained outside, resting under the stars. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Xiluo felt as though she had entered a wondrous realm, where a soothing aura enveloped her, making her reluctant to awaken and instead desiring to remain immersed in its tranquility. Initially, Jun Mo Ran was unable to sleep. He sensed that the Lingdu Valley was far from simple. Yet, gradually, he felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him, leading him to relax his vigilance and succumb to slumber. Chapter 166. The Peril of Lingdu Valley 3. Master, wake up! Qi Feng, you Er, you two, hurry and rise. Come on, wake my master. 7 days have passed, and why have they not yet awakened? Moreover, Master's aura is growing weaker. What should we do? What should we do? This thought sent Mao Qiu into a frantic whirl. Right, pain. Did Qi Feng not mention that it was awakened by pain when it fainted in the Lingdu Valley? Perhaps this could be a solution. With this thought, Mao Qiu darted over to Yu Er's side, raised its tiny paw and began to strike at Yu Er's weak point, neither with fists nor claws. Half an hour later, ouch. That hurt so much. Yu Er turned to look at its weak point, which was now covered in bruises. Yu Er, you're awake. Quickly, let us go wake Qi Feng. Mao Qiu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Yu Er come to wake up. Yu Er asked in confusion, did we not rest last night? Has it become late already? Indeed. You have all slept for 7 days. No amount of calling has stirred you. 7 days? So long. Then what about this wound? Of course I caused that. Otherwise, how could you awaken? Now hurry and join me in waking Qi Feng. It seems that pain is indeed the key to rousing them. All right, I'm on it. With that, Yu Er joined Mao Qiu in the effort to rouse Qi Feng. Wait, why do I feel as if my spiritual power has diminished, and I have an odd sensation of inner weakness and outer strength? Yu Er inquired. Did you not dwell on that now? We must awaken them. They are experiencing the same symptoms as you. Mao Qiu disregarded the question and charged toward Qi Feng. A quarter of an hour later, Qi Feng was likewise jolted awake. Raising its head, it saw Mao Qiu standing before it. Perplexed. What's going on, leader? Why are you hitting me? Do not concern yourself with that now, we must wake that man. Mao Qiu flew off to Jun Mo Ran's tent without further explanation. Qi Feng turned to Yu Er and asked, what is happening? Did we not just sleep for 1 night? Brother, we did not sleep for a night. We have slept for 7 days. But for now let us awaken that man. As for why Mao Qiu did not awaken Chu Xiluo first, it was simply because it could not bear to inflict pain upon her. Given that it had confirmed through its actions that pain could awaken the others, it opted to rouse the man first to see if he possessed a method to awaken their master without causing her any suffering. Evidently, Jun Mo Ran was in a deeper slumber than the others, for after Mao Qiu, Yu Er, and Qi Feng collectively attacked him, he finally roused. What is happening to you all? Upon witnessing the 3 spirit beasts of Chu Xiluo attacking him, Jun Mo Ran inquired in confusion, you have been asleep for 7 days now, and despite my efforts, I cannot awaken you. That I recalled that Qi Feng mentioned it was previously awakened from a painful slumber. Thus I resorted to this method. Quickly, find a way to rouse my master. Her essence is gradually fading. Mao Qiu exclaimed anxiously. Hearing this, Jun Mo Ran commenced a self-examination and indeed, he discovered a significant depletion in his spiritual energy, as if his vitality was waning as well. Let us proceed to Luo's side. Jun Mo Ran hastily rose and made his way towards Chu Xiluo's tent. Chapter 167. The Peril of the Spirit Poison Valley. Jun Mo Ran lifted Chu Xiluo and called out to her softly. Yet she showed no response. He took her pulse. It was steady, devoid of any signs of poisoning. That I must insist. Could you refrain from using such a crude method to awaken our master? Mao Qiu chided as it hovered before Jun Mo Ran. Rest assured, I would sooner inflict harm upon myself than cause her any pain, Jun Mo Ran replied earnestly, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Chu Xiluo. You must hasten to awaken my master. Remaining in this slumber is detrimental to her well-being. If it were true that he would rather injure himself than harm his master, perhaps he could consider addressing him as male master in the future. After a brief moment, Jun Mo Ran retrieved a pill from his spatial ring and placed it into Chu Xiluo's mouth, where it dissolved instantly. Ugh! How bitter! Chu Xiluo woke. disregarding everything else as she hastily consumed the heavenly spirit water from her spatial ring. Luo Luo, you are awake. Upon seeing Chu Xiluo truly awaken, Jun Mo Ran felt a weight lift from his heart. He genuinely feared that a single bitter pill would fail to rouse her, leaving him reluctant to resort to force against her. After gulping down a sizable portion of heavenly spirit water, Chu Xiluo finally felt her mouth was no longer as bitter. Noticing Jun Mo Ran beside her, she shouted, Jun Mo Ran, why did you feed me such a bitter pill? You could have simply called me. You were in such a deep slumber. I called for quite some time, yet you did not awaken. Jun Mo Ran replied innocently, a hint of grievance in his voice. What do you mean I was in a deep slumber? That is impossible. Though I may enjoy lingering in bed, I would not sleep so soundly. It is indeed true, I assure you, you have slept for 7 days. Not only you, but they have also been in slumber for 7 days, and despite my attempts, none of you could be awakened. Mao Qiu pointed at Qifeng, Yue, and Jun Mo Ran. Then how did you awaken? Chu Xiluo questioned uncertainly. I was roused by Jun Mo Ran feeding me the bitter pill, but what about them? Only Mao Qiu woke up. It had no pill. Were you all awakened by force? Chu Xiluo asked. Indeed. Although reluctant to admit it, the truth remained. Haha, Mao Qiu, you are truly clever to think of this method to awaken them. You certainly are the best to me. My affection for you is not in vain. Mao Qiu beamed with satisfaction, perching itself on her shoulder to be why the way. How could we have slept for 7 days? I thought I had merely dozed for a night. Luo Luo, did you not notice the depletion of your spiritual energy? Or your vitality? Let me check. With that, Chu Xiluo began to circulate her spiritual energy to examine her body, indeed discovering a reduction in both her spiritual energy and vitality. She distributed 5 high-grade perfect spirit enhancing pills to Yue, 5 special-grade perfect spirit enhancing pills to Qifeng, and similarly bestowed 5 high-grade perfect spirit enhancing pills to Jun Mo Ran. She then took out a high-grade perfect spirit enhancing pill for herself and sat down to recuperate. Chapter 168. The illusory formation. Half an hour later, everyone had absorbed the effects of the pills and stepped outside the tent. We should do the same. Qifeng and Yue agreed in unison. What about you, Jun Mo Ran? I am nearly the same, however I wish to awaken yet could not. How peculiar. Let us hasten our departure. Agreed. Let us go. It was not merely the fearsome reputation of the Spirit Poison Valley that urged them to leave. It was the desire to avoid trouble altogether. As soon as Chu Xiluo finished speaking, Qifeng had already transformed, waiting for her, and Jun Mo Ran to mount. Yue and Mao Qiu took their places as well. Let us depart swiftly from the Spirit Poison Valley. Chu Xiluo instructed Qifeng, for it was clear that the sooner they exited the valley, the better. 3 hours later. Jun Mo Ran, where are we? Why do I feel as though we are still within the Spirit Poison Valley? They had not ventured deeply into the valley, and at Qifeng's speed, 3 hours should have sufficed to escape. We are still within the Spirit Poison Valley. Jun Mo Ran declared gravely. Indeed, I had thought it was merely an illusion. Qifeng, slow your pace and continue along our original route. Jun Mo Ran commanded as he scrutinized their surroundings. Another 2 hours passed, and night fell. We must have fallen into an illusory formation. An illusory formation? Do you know where the formation's center lies? This is a natural illusory formation. I have no knowledge of its center. Jun Mo Ran looked up at the night sky, frowning. Chu Xiluo followed his gaze, only to find the night sky shrouded in a gray haze, devoid of stars. Wasn't the weather clear during the day? Why are there no stars at night? Chu Xiluo asked in confusion, turning to Jun Mo Ran. It is due to the illusory formation. Did you not notice that we could not see the sun during the day either? Upon his remark, Chu Xiluo recalled that she had not seen the sun. Only aware that it was bright, without knowing its position, this illusory formation was indeed formidable. Even using the sun, moon, and stars to ascertain direction was futile. What shall we do now? Is this illusory formation constructed by humans or beasts? They had arrived in good condition, yet after a brief slumber, they had somehow fallen into an illusory formation. Could it be that they triggered some mechanism while asleep? Wait, Mao Qiu, I must ask you, did you venture anywhere or move anything while we were resting? No, I remained right by your side, guarding you without moving an inch. I did nothing. What about the flowers, grass, and trees? Did you touch any of them? No, after you all fell asleep for 3 days, I grew hungry and attempted to rouse the master. But to no avail. Initially, I thought my master simply needed more rest. However, I sensed something was amiss. My master's essence seemed to be gradually diminishing, and neither the male master nor Qifeng or Yue had awakened, prompting me to call for the master intermittently. Chapter 169. The illusory formation. What? Mao Qiu, you were hungry. Why did you not mention this sooner? But wait, did I not just give you a primary fasting pill 7 days ago? Did you really become hungry after 3 days? A primary fasting pill is effective for 3 years for us humans. The disparity was staggering. If they continued to consume only fasting pills, the supply left by the master would soon dwindle. Master, I do not know. I simply became hungry after 3 days. I do not enjoy that food at all. It is quite unpalatable, but I had no choice to fill my belly. Are you also hungry now? Chiefing and Yuer? The master had been preoccupied with finding a way out, but upon pausing to listen to the eldest, they realized they too felt hunger pangs. All right, here are some intermediate fasting pills. Take them and see how many days they can sustain you. After all, they were his spirit beasts. Given that the master had left behind more fasting pills than he could consume, it was only right to share them. Well then, let us rest here for the night. We shall seek an exit at dawn. I will gather some dry branches with that. Jun Mo Ran moved about 5 meters away from Chu Xiluo to begin gathering branches. He dared not stray too far, for being within the illusory formation posed the risk of losing sight of Luo. Before long, a fire was kindled, and Chu Xiluo watched as Jun Mo Ran busied himself. While she had merely released a flicker of fire spiritual energy when he initially needed it, it is truly wonderful to have you, Jun Mo Ran. Chu Xiluo sighed softly. Knowing that I am good to you. Who else would I treat well? Jun Mo Ran replied, pulling Chu Xiluo to sit beside him. All right. I understand. She had not forgotten the fact that she had slumbered for 7 days. Throughout the night, Chu Xiluo and Jun Mo Ran engaged in light conversation. Hehe Luo, do you feel reluctant? Perhaps we should abandon the search for an exit and remain here. It is quite pleasant. After all, this illusory formation only prevents us from finding our way, yet poses no threat to our lives. In truth, if she could remain with Luo indefinitely, being trapped in this illusory formation would not be so bad. Who says there is no danger? We cannot sleep here. Once we doze off, we risk unknowingly succumbing to a deep slumber. Chu Xiluo blurted out without a second thought. So that is what you are concerned about. As long as Luo is willing to stay with me, it is enough. That is not it. What I mean is, what is there to enjoy here? There is nothing at all. We must also worry about falling asleep and losing our lives. Originally Luo felt that this place was undesirable. Does this imply that once we reach a more agreeable location, Luo would be willing to be with me? Jun Mo Ran, with his mesmerizing peach blossom eyes, gazed at her and spoke. Very well, the more I explain, the more tragic it becomes. I can only helplessly change the topic. Jun Mo Ran, stop this nonsense and quickly find a way out. Certainly, at your command, my lady. Jun Mo Ran chuckled as he took Chu Xiluo's hand and began to walk. Who is your lady? Don't say such things. Mao Qiu Yuer, come here. I can't afford to lose track of Qi Feng. Chapter 170. The illusory array 3. Aside from you, there is no one else. Of course, you are my lady. Chu Xiluo, Jun Mo Ran, I warn you, do not call me my lady, or I shall sever our friendship. Very well, I shall refrain, but sooner or later you will be mine. It is only a matter of time before I win her over. Chu Xiluo, we must be vigilant about our surroundings when we depart. Qi Feng had only moved swiftly during the first 3 hours. Afterwards, he still proceeded quite slowly. Let us walk and observe. Agreed. What do you think? The scenery we passed today is different from what Qi Feng encountered yesterday, Jun Mo Ran remarked gravely. It is indeed different. This makes it difficult to locate the key object. Come now, Luo, wear a smile. Things aren't as dire as you imagine. Tomorrow we shall take another round and see. Noticing the distressed expression on Chu Xiluo's face, Jun Mo Ran embraced her gently in comfort. I apologize, Jun Mo Ran, if I had not insisted on coming to Lingdu Valley, you would not be trapped here with me. Chu Xiluo gazed at him with guilt. What nonsense! If I had not accompanied you, you would have come alone, and I would have been even more worried. Jun Mo Ran countered. But Chu Xiluo wished to voice her concerns but held back. Enough with the buts. If you wish to come to Lingdu Valley, I shall accompany you. I will not let you go alone. I regret allowing you to pick the zhu fruit alone last time. I do not wish to experience that regret again. The anguish he felt when he thought she had encountered danger was something he never wished to endure again. How did you know I went to pick the zhu fruit? I did not see you near the zhu fruit tree. If not, how did your Qi Feng come into being? What did you use to upgrade it? He had been lurking nearby, observing the battle. Later, he saw a spirit beast running to pick a zhu fruit. It seemed that spirit beast must have been Mao Qiu. Then will I be discovered as the one who picked the zhu fruit if I take Qi Feng out in the future? I do not wish to become everyone's enemy. No, there are other places where the Gale Leopard exists, and the Demon Peak Forest does not have heavenly tier spirit beasts. After a brief pause, Jun Mo Ran continued, moreover, you must not undertake such dangerous tasks alone in the future. Whatever you desire, I will find a way to help you achieve it. This is for you. With that, he retrieved a zhu fruit from his spatial ring and handed it to Chu Xiluo. A zhu fruit? Does that mean we are short one zhu fruit because you picked it? Chu Xiluo looked at the zhu fruit in his hand, astonished. Yes, at that moment Mao Qiu picked a zhu fruit and was discovered. They overlooked the zhu fruits on the tree behind, so I seized the opportunity to take one. Jun Mo Ran presented the act of picking the zhu fruit as if it were a simple task. But Chu Xiluo knew how perilous it truly was. The entire event unfolded in merely 20 seconds. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Take it. Seeing Chu Xiluo hesitate to accept the zhu fruit, Jun Mo Ran pressed it into her hand. Chapter 171. The illusory array. For this is not right. After all, you were the one who picked it. There is a saying that one should not benefit without merit. He was becoming increasingly kind to himself. What would he use to repay her later? It is said that one becomes beholden when accepting favors from others. I picked it specifically for you. If you refuse it, then feel free to discard it. Oh, here you go. Chu Xiluo returned the zhu fruit to Jun Mo Ran. Jun Mo Ran gazed at the zhu fruit she handed back. His expression darkening as if ink were about to drip from his face. He intended to take it and throw it away. Well, this was initially meant for you since you do not want it. I shall have no choice but to discard it. Upon witnessing Chu Xiluo's actions, Jun Mo Ran revealed a triumphant smile when she was not paying attention. Is that so? You wasteful one. Do you not realize how precious this zhu fruit is? Did you not see how many masters and spirit beasts were fighting tooth and nail for it? How can you so easily dismiss it with a mere sentence? Who told its owner to reject it? Since no one wants it, I shall have to throw it away. Jun Mo Ran looked at Chu Xiluo innocently, speaking nonchalantly. You are too wasteful. Since that is the case, I shall keep it for you. With that, Chu Xiluo placed the zhu fruit into her Linglang bracelet space. Ah, dawn has arrived so soon. I hope we make some discoveries this time. Rest assured. We shall surely find a way out. Jun Mo Ran reassured as he gently patted Chu Xiluo's shoulder. Looking ahead with determination, let us go. Today we will retrace our steps one last time. If we uncover nothing, we shall devise another plan. Chu Xiluo, seeing the daybreak, was the first to break the morning stillness. Yes, let us go. I am certain we will achieve something today. You are so confident. Have you discovered something? Chu Xiluo, noticing Jun Mo Ran's unwavering confidence, inquired curiously. Once we complete this journey, you will know. With that, he took Chu Xiluo's hand and set off. Have you noticed that in our 3 journeys, there is a commonality? Are you implying? Chu Xiluo asked uncertainly. Indeed, it is as you suspect. Starting tonight, we must observe our surroundings closely. Jun Mo Ran surveyed the area as he spoke. All right. She too was curious about what had ensnared them here. Let us begin. Jun Mo Ran whispered. Begin? Why have I not noticed anything? The changes are subtle, yet there are indeed minute variations. Upon hearing Jun Mo Ran's words, Chu Xiluo calmed herself and began to scrutinize her surroundings. Indeed, as he had indicated, there were changes, albeit slight. For instance, a blade of grass was now slowly sprouting in one corner, and a tree had shrunk ever so slightly. Chapter 172. The Illusory Array 5 Additional Update. Now we must examine the differing aspects of our surroundings. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, daylight broke. How about you over there? Jun Mo Ran turned to Chu Xiluo as he encountered no issues on his end. Just those 2 plants have remained unmoved. Chu Xiluo pointed to a tree not far away and a common blade of grass at the other end. Jun Mo Ran drew his sword and summoned spiritual energy, launching an attack at the tree. With a resounding crash, the tree was reduced to ashes amidst a flash of lightning. The lightning element is truly formidable. As Chu Xiluo looked around, noticing that other scenery had not changed, could it be that the blade of grass was the key? Chu Xiluo and Jun Mo Ran exchanged glances before directing their attention to the previously mentioned blade of grass. Wait, do not attack it. It is a treasure. Without waiting for Jun Mo Ran to react, she dashed over and harvested the spiritual grass. Once the spiritual grass was collected, their surroundings underwent a sudden transformation. What is this? As Chu Xiluo raised her head after gathering the spiritual grass, she saw that their environment had shifted dramatically. I am uncertain. The map provides scant information about Lingdu Valley, merely outlining its general area without any markers. Just as the surroundings began to change, Jun Mo Ran was the first to reach Chu Xiluo's side. Oh, since the illusory array has been broken, we can slowly search for the exit. Look, this is the creator of the illusory array. Chu Xiluo presented the spiritual grass she had just collected to Jun Mo Ran. What is this? Although he recognized the plant's significance in the illusory array, how could it be linked to its creator? This is called Yi Qian Li Guang. According to the records of Wandu knowledge, it is a perennial climbing herb with woody rhizomes. Thick stems, elongated and curved. The leaves are petiolate, ovate lanceolate to long triangular, tapering at the tip, and the base is broadly wedge-shaped, often with shallow or deep serrations or occasionally entire margins. Sometimes, it has fine splits or feathery shallow splits. This is it. Does it not match the descriptions in the book? The most crucial aspect is that it can create illusions, not mere hallucinations. You mean it can create illusions? Plants can produce illusions? This is the first I have heard of it. Seeing Jun Mo Ran flustered, Chu Xiluo laughed, realizing that even he, the perfect one, had his moments of ignorance. Indeed. Beyond that, I shall not elaborate. Here, take this. Handing over the Wandu knowledge book to Jun Mo Ran, she encouraged him to read it at his leisure. Jun Mo Ran raised an eyebrow as he accepted the book from Chu Xiluo and placed it into his spatial ring. This Yi Qian Li Guang must be over 3,000 years old. Otherwise, it would not possess the ability to shift forms. This could be used in the future to concoct transformative phantom powder. Let us go. Before Chu Xiluo could issue a command, Qi Feng had already transformed to a mountable size, waiting for them. Jun Mo Ran embraced Chu Xiluo and soared directly onto its back. Embarking on their journey, Jun Mo Ran, look at all these human bones. It turns out the legends are true. Many who entered the Lingdu Valley never returned. Chapter 173. The Millennium Tree Demon. One sitting atop Qi Feng. Chu Xiluo had already spotted no fewer than 30 human skeletons within the span of an hour. However, she also took the opportunity to collect the spatial bags and rings scattered around. Upon examining the eerie white bones, she decided to incinerate them in her 5 elements fire, reducing them to ashes. Indeed, we are fortunate this time. The Lingdu Valley is fraught with many other dangers. The is merely one among many. Jun Mo Ran, perched on Qi Feng's back, continuously scanned their surroundings with his spiritual energy. Look, we have gathered quite a bounty. Once we exit, we shall split it evenly. Chu Xiluo exclaimed, holding the spatial bags and rings in her hands. To be cautious. Before Chu Xiluo could react, Jun Mo Ran had already whisked her away several dozen meters, with Qi Feng leaping alongside them. Turning her head, Chu Xiluo saw a tree root, as thick as a human arm, suddenly erupting from the ground where they had just stood. Before they could respond, another root lunged toward them. Put me down. I can manage on my own. Just be careful. Seeing that Jun Mo Ran continued to hold her tightly, and with more roots attacking, it became apparent that evasion was not a sustainable strategy. Then you should also be careful. With that, Jun Mo Ran released Chu Xiluo, drawing his sword to strike at the approaching roots. As soon as she was free, Chu Xiluo planned to summon Mao Qiu and Yu Er into her spatial realm. Master, we wish to fight alongside you. Mao Qiu and Yu Er hastily chimed in upon sensing Chu Xiluo's intent. Just then, a root swung toward Chu Xiluo. Channeling her spiritual energy, she drew her longsword from the spatial realm and cleaved at the root. With a swift turn, she leaped and severed 2 more roots. Glancing at their companions, she noticed that Jun Mo Ran was already entangled with nearly 10 roots, yet he seemed to handle the situation effortlessly. Alleviating her concerns, looking at Qi Feng, it was alternately slashing roots with its claws, incinerating them with fireballs, and employing wind blades. Could it be that Qi Feng was a dual-element spirit pet? Then, as Chu Xiluo summoned her spiritual power, 4 fireballs shot from her hands toward the 4 roots. In an instant, flames erupted, and the roots were reduced to ashes. However, within the blink of an eye, 8 more roots charged at Chu Xiluo. With the increasing number of roots, she dared not be complacent and focused intently on the battle. Chapter 174. The Millennium Tree Demon. 2 Luo Luo. Let us find its true form and destroy it. This millennium-old tree demon has many roots. If we do not locate its essence, we risk being overwhelmed. Alright, we will cover you while you search, and then we shall follow. With that, Chu Xiluo launched an attack on the roots near Jun Mo Ran. With a delicate command, a torrential rain of fire erupted, igniting the 30-odd roots that had just been assaulting Jun Mo Ran. Having escaped the entanglement, he flew deeper into the forest, as the roots were reduced to ashes. Dozens more surged toward Chu Xiluo. Celestial fire rain. A sky ablaze with fireworks. Chu Xiluo unleashed her fire element skills one after another, continuously consuming pills to bolster her strength. Yu Er, Qi Feng. Mao Qiu, keep up. Chu Xiluo tossed each of them a vial of pills, and the 3 spirit beasts quickly consumed the contents before rejoining the fray. Let us hurry to assist Jun Mo Ran. The roots are multiplying, and who knows how he is faring. Understood, master. Thus Chu Xiluo, alongside her 3 spirit companions, continued to battle the roots while pursuing the direction in which Jun Mo Ran had flown. They must be just ahead. Let us swiftly eliminate this batch of roots. With a flourish of her 5 elements fire, the roots encircling Chu Xiluo were once again reduced to ashes. Be careful, fireball barrage. Upon arriving, she witnessed Jun Mo Ran engaged in combat with dozens of roots and branches, one of which was preparing to ambush him. Luo, why are you here? It's perilous. To her surprise, this millennium tree demon had developed awareness. Since it is dangerous, I must come. How could I allow you to fight alone? Initially, Jun Mo Ran had intended to say more, but upon hearing Chu Xiluo's words, he felt a surge of warmth. Was she genuinely concerned for him? If so, how could he push her away? When danger arose, he would simply protect her. Meanwhile, Chu Xiluo relentlessly vanquished the attacking roots and branches with her fire and metal elements. Is that its true form? She gazed at the tree in the distance that continued to assault them. Indeed, that is it, and it possesses awareness. It has likely existed for over 10,000 years. Jun Mo Ran replied, engaging in combat while retrieving pills from his spatial ring. Suddenly, the roots and branches attacking them grew thicker and more formidable. Had it truly gained consciousness? Did it realize they were replenishing their strength with pills? Inciting its wrath? Tree demon. Of course, my branches and roots have sacrificed so much. Sensing your dwindling spiritual energy, victory is within my grasp. How could I not be incensed by your underhanded tactics of consuming pills? That is the Azura City. Chu Xiluo exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that this millennium tree demon was in fact the Azura City. Azura City? Jun Mo Ran inquired, puzzled. Yes, that is Azura City. We fell into a deep slumber for 7 days because of it. With a leap, Chu Xiluo hurled a series of fireballs to eliminate the approaching branches and roots, then consumed another pill. Chapter 175. The Millennium Tree Demon 3. Moreover, the trunk of Azura City secretes a liquid with a faint fragrance. Those who are not particularly observant would overlook it. Humans and beasts inhaling this substance will fall into a deep sleep, gradually draining their spiritual and life forces, which Azura City absorbs for its own gain. Thus, it has developed awareness, not merely from a millennium of cultivation but likely from causing the demise of countless humans and beasts. This tree is truly sinister. Had Luo not mentioned it, I would have never known that plants could cultivate by absorbing such essences. Indeed, Azura City is renowned as one of the 5 most nefarious poisons. I never expected such a thing to exist within the Lingdu Valley. Chu Xiluo observed the surrounding area and indeed spotted many skeletons. Jun Mo Ran, attack the blackened section of its trunk. The black part? Understood. Jun Mo Ran directed his gaze towards the Azura City, where he identified a half-square meter blackened area 3 meters high. Qifeng, you Air Mao Chio, provide me cover. I shall join Jun Mo Ran in striking at the heart of Azura City. Fireball barrage. Thunderous lightning. Humph, do you think you can shield yourselves from harm this way? After making me look so disheveled, if I do not annihilate you today, I shall take on your surname. Chu Xiluo spoke unabashedly. Regardless of whether Azura City could comprehend her words, Jun Mo Ran, observing her spirited demeanor, couldn't help but smile. It appeared that Luo had this side to her as well. Wrath of the heavens. Chu Xiluo concentrated all her spiritual energy into this one strike, aiming for the heart of Azura City. Witnessing Chu Xiluo unleash her most powerful attack, Jun Mo Ran likewise poured all his strength into the effort. As their assault was released, Chu Xiluo and Jun Mo Ran quickly consumed pills to fortify themselves. Wrath of the heavens, thunderous lightning, tree demon. Why are so many attacks suddenly converging on my most vulnerable spot? Half an hour later, the branches protecting the heart of Azura City had dwindled to only 1 or 2, and no new branches emerged. Chu Xiluo brandished her sword, soaring towards the heart, piercing it deeply and extracting a green crystal the size of an egg. As a pale green liquid began to ooze from the wound after securing the crystal, she hastily retrieved an empty vial to collect the precious liquid. Noticing Chu Xiluo's actions, Jun Mo Ran and the 3 spirit companions rushed toward her. Luo, take a moment to rest and let them assist you. He promptly took the vial from her hands and handed it to Qifeng. Seeing the vial taken from her, Chu Xiluo exclaimed, quickly collect it. Those are treasures. Upon hearing this, Qifeng swiftly positioned the vial to catch the liquid. Tree demon. Little 7, I feel so stifled. After all, I am one of the 5 most nefarious poisons. Tree demon. I didn't even get to leave a last word. Luo, you want a last word? Did you not see how strenuous it was for us to battle you? Tree demon. You fight unfairly, consuming pills. If you have the ability, engage me in a fair duel without pills. Luo Luo. You dare speak of fair duels? You are a millennial-old demon, while I am merely 14 years old, almost 15. Everyone. Indeed, only a fool would engage you in a fair fight without consuming pills. If you have the ability, call for help and consume pills too. Tree demon. You are all bullying me. Little 7, hurry and write my last words. I want to consume pills too, Xiaoqi. While I dive, you all continue your conversation. Chapter 176. Departure from Spirit Poison Valley. It is aware that its master has just fought for an extended period and is fatigued. However, it too has battled for quite some time. Although it dares not call for the boss, is there not also Yuer? Why must it be me? Qi Feng cast a resentful glance at Jun Mo Ran. Why must it be me? And not Yuer? Jun Mo Ran looked at it. I find you displeasing, Qi Feng. This is personal vendetta, Jun Mo Ran. Indeed, it is personal vendetta. Qi Feng. Was it not true that I initially fought you without knowing you were the master's friend? Must you hold a grudge until now? Chu Xiluo observed the interaction between Jun Mo Ran and Qi Feng, pondering whether they harbored an illicit relationship, exchanging glances, noticing Chu Xiluo's gaze flitting between itself and Qi Feng. Jun Mo Ran felt a tingle of discomfort at the nape of his neck and hurriedly inquired. Luo Luo, what is wrong? Why do you keep staring at me in it? Plotting against me? I do intend to plot against you. Although I have never heard of such a term, it does not hinder my understanding. Ah, truly, you possess such peculiar inclinations, how unexpected. Such a flawless man has such a preference. Ah, indeed, the divine is equitable. Aware of Chu Xiluo's misunderstanding, Jun Mo Ran refrained from clarifying, merely stating with nonchalance, yes, but I consider my preference quite normal, quite normal. Are there many who share such a preference? Is there a trend towards love in this world? I intend to lure its master to my abode. Do you consider such a preference normal? Are there many like this? Jun Mo Ran raised the corner of his exquisitely shaped lips and spoke lightly. Chu Xiluo. Well, perhaps it is I who is overthinking. Master, the liquid has ceased to flow. Qi Feng exclaimed, let me take a look. Chu Xiluo flew over and perched on Qi Feng's back to inspect. Discovering that it had indeed run dry. It is empty. Qi Feng, hand me the bottle. She then descended and took the bottle Qi Feng offered, giving it a shake. Just one bottle? This is merely a fragment from an azure city that has existed for at least 3,000 years. And it has only yielded this little. Upon finishing her words, she ignited a fire, reducing Azura City to ashes, ensuring it could never rise again. Master, look! These are all treasures you were just found nearby. Yuer lowered its head, coiling its serpentine tail around 2 spatial bags and a spatial ring, presenting them to Chu Xiluo in a bid for recognition. Upon seeing the spatial bags and ring on Yuer, Chu Xiluo's eyes squinted with delight, and she affectionately patted its head, exclaiming, indeed, Yuer understands the master's intentions best. Master, I have something too. Suddenly, the fluffy creature flew into Chu Xiluo's embrace, offering her the spatial bag and ring it held. The fluff ball is also the master's considerate darling. Master, what about me? Qi Feng asked, unwilling to concede, for it had been assisting the master in retrieving items. Otherwise, it too would have sought those treasures for the master. You are all my beloved treasures. Since this has all been arranged, with 2 hours remaining until nightfall, let us set off. We shall rest where we arrive when darkness falls, Jun Mo Ran declared. Mini Theater Edition. Tree Demon. Xiaoqi. Luo is too wicked. I have already perished, and she still seeks to destroy my remains. I strongly demand you give her a taste of suffering. Luo, do not think I am unaware of your schemes. Humph. Tree Demon. What schemes? I know not what you speak of. You are simply too ruthless. Beware of not finding a suitor. Lord Jun, dare you claim my wife cannot find a suitor? Do you not know she has already been reserved by me? Seeking death, are we? Tree Demon, you do not be so fierce. By the way, I have already died and cannot die again. What is there to fear from you? Luo, are you here to report me, claiming I am cruel and do not allow you a chance to revive? I knew you, Tree Demon, were cunning, seeking rebirth with the spring breeze and autumn rain. Tree Demon, feeling guilty. You speak nonsense. Luo, there is no need for evasion. Thankfully, I had the foresight to extinguish your schemes in their cradle. Tree Demon. There is no hope left. I can only bid farewell to everyone. Chapter 177. Departure from Demon Peak Forest. 1. All right, this is the healing medicine. Let us heal before we depart. I have used quite a few elixirs this time. But fortunately, I have also acquired numerous treasures. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. Jun Mo Ran naturally accepted the healing elixir offered by Chu Xiluo and sat down to recuperate. Although he utilized quite a few elixirs this time, it was still manageable. Since Luo provided it, he certainly would not disregard her kindness. Note: healing refers to injuries sustained during combat, depletion of spiritual energy. Internal and external wounds. Spiritual energy depletion can be instantly replenished with elixirs, while internal and external injuries require time to absorb the medicinal properties to recover. Special internal and external injuries necessitate unique treatments. A quarter of an hour later. All right, we can set off now. Qifeng, you shall depart at your fastest speed. Although this place appears devoid of danger, it is best not to harvest spiritual herbs for now. Should we encounter further dangers, we might truly face peril. Understood, master. Brace yourselves. Qifeng cautioned, then swiftly took off. What speed Qifeng possesses. When I rode on its back earlier, the scenery flashed by in a blur. Yet it seems that was at a reduced speed. Now with its speed, I can only discern color changes in the surroundings. Moreover, due to the rapid pace, the wind is fierce, causing Chu Xiluo's cheeks to flush. Turning her head, she noticed Jun Mo Ran remaining utterly composed, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding wind. Could it be that his cultivation is so high that he remains impervious to the wind? Jun Mo Ran, noticing Chu Xiluo's unwavering gaze upon him, casually waved his hand, and the once fluttering fabric of her dress now felt devoid of any wind. How did you accomplish that? How remarkable, with nothing beside me, you managed to block the wind. Actually, you can do it too. I can? How? Chu Xiluo excitedly grasped Jun Mo Ran's arm, inquiring. This is merely a barrier. You need only transform your spiritual energy into the shape you desire. Jun Mo Ran gestured with his hand. Ah, is it that simple? Is it truly so simple? Yes, indeed, give it a try. After saying this, Jun Mo Ran dispelled the barrier he had set up. Many things sound easy in theory but differ in practice. Instantly, the fabric of Chu Xiluo's dress fluttered wildly. Chu Xiluo hurriedly summoned her spiritual energy, gradually forming it into a spherical shape, then enveloping herself in it. Is this sufficient? Noticing the wind no longer affected her, Chu Xiluo inquired. Theoretically correct. Practice a few more times to become familiar. Am I not already successful? Must I practice further? Just after Chu Xiluo spoke, the barrier she had created was swiftly shattered by the wind. Ah, it faltered so quickly. It appears I truly need to practice more. Chu Xiluo then continued to form barriers repeatedly. Finally, after 2 hours and 12 attempts, she managed to maintain it for half an hour. All right, Luo, you have done well. I maintained the barrier for half an hour with far more attempts than you. Let us take a break. Chapter 178. Departure from Demon Peak Forest 2. Is that true? You are not merely trying to please me, are you? Chu Xiluo found it hard to believe that her talent surpassed even Jun Mo Ran's, given how extraordinary he was. I would not stoop to deceive you. Jun Mo Ran replied, somewhat exasperated, wondering if his words were truly not worthy of her belief. Very well. It seems I too possess moments of superiority over you. Chu Xiluo was brimming with excitement. Why, you ask? Well, consider who Jun Mo Ran is. He is the foremost genius of Xuanyun Kingdom, reputed to possess the highest talent in a millennium. How could she not feel elated, even slightly superior to such a person? The answer, of course, is a resounding yes. You are practically beaming with pride. Jun Mo Ran gazed at her indulgently. Not at all. I am merely astonished. Chu Xiluo stubbornly denied her current pride. Indeed, my Luo is the most humble. All right, dispel your barrier. I am ready. Yes, all right. Since my barrier is not yet perfected, I shall not waste my energy to be by the way. Does each person's barrier differ? For instance, Jun Mo Ran's barrier is significantly more powerful than mine. Of course, the strength of a barrier relates to one's own capabilities. The higher the strength, the greater the barrier's intensity, making it increasingly difficult for others to intrude. Additionally, one can also utilize formations to set up barriers. Formations? I have not heard of such. No matter, I shall learn later. By the way, have you read the knowledge of 10,000 poisons I gave you? Not yet. We have been battling and have had no time to read. What is it? No matter, you must read it. If you happen upon a place like Spirit Poison Valley in the future, at least you will not be caught off guard. Yes, I will certainly read it carefully. But this book should not be possessed by ordinary individuals, right? Do not casually take it out in the future. If it falls into the hands of the malicious, Luo will be in trouble again. This was left to me by my master. Moreover, are you not someone else? We share a bond forged in adversity. I place my trust in you. I shall certainly not betray Luo's faith in me. Jun Mo Ran glanced at the sky, noting that the sun was nearing its descent, and then spoke. Let us rest here, Qifeng. What is this place? Chu Xiluo, having leaped off Qifeng's back, surveyed her surroundings and inquired that we should have already departed from Lingdu Valley. Let's rest for the night and continue our journey tomorrow. Yes, all right. Chu Xiluo found a patch of open ground and began to set up a tent alongside Jun Mo Ran. All right, master, we shall proceed. Upon hearing Chu Xiluo express her desire to roast meat, the 3 spirit pets drooled in anticipation, with even Mao Qiu eagerly volunteering to join. Yes, go ahead. After Jun Mo Ran and the others left, Chu Xiluo began to unpack the grilling tools. This is Sichuan pepper and this is cumin. Over there's even star anise. With these spices at her disposal, the grilled fare would surely be more delectable. Chapter 179, Departure from Magic Peak Forest. 2 days have passed. What lies beyond Magic Peak Forest? I wonder how long it will take to reach the imperial capital, and how are my wet nurse and Su Er faring? It is Xinglin Town. Typically, it takes about 3 months to travel from Xinglin Town to the imperial capital. How did you know I intended to go to the imperial capital? Hadn't he mentioned it? How could he possibly know? Could he be a worm in her belly? Didn't I tell you that your thoughts are written all over your face? It's hard not to notice. Fine then, you are quite clever. It is delightful to be with someone as astute as you. I need not voice my thoughts. You can read them just by looking at my face, saving us both the trouble. Chu Xiluo remarked playfully. Jun Mo Ran. That since I am so remarkable, Luo, you have no reason not to be with me. Chu Xiluo. Master, this is what I caught. Mao Qiu, with its tiny paws, flew towards Chu Xiluo, dragging a fine-billed pine chicken weighing around 40 pounds. Upon hearing Mao Qiu's voice, Chu Xiluo immediately began searching for it. However, she looked left and right but saw no sign of Mao Qiu. Only a large fine-billed pine chicken swiftly approaching her. Wait a moment. It appeared that the fine-billed pine chicken was already dead. How could it still be moving? Upon closer inspection, she discovered a fluffy black mass, roughly the size of a palm, moving in front of the fine-billed pine chicken. Mao Qiu! Chu Xiluo exclaimed in astonishment, for the scene was simply too shocking. It was akin to witnessing an ant dragging a large rooster. In the blink of an eye, Mao Qiu had reached Chu Xiluo's side, discarding the fine-billed pine chicken onto the ground. Master, this is the fine-billed pine chicken I caught. Mao Qiu proudly nestled closer to Chu Xiluo. Seeing the adorable Mao Qiu, Chu Xiluo couldn't help but praise. Mao Qiu, you are so impressive. You managed to catch such a large fine-billed pine chicken, and you dragged it here all by yourself. Delighted by Chu Xiluo's commendation, Mao Qiu beamed with satisfaction and nestled on her shoulder, continuing, Master, if I weren't a bit smaller, catching a dozen more would be no trouble at all. Being small can be quite a nuisance at times, but it's all right. Look, my little brothers and sisters have caught plenty. Following Mao Qiu's gesture, Chu Xiluo spotted Qifeng and Yu Er approaching her. At this moment, Qifeng had returned to its original size, bearing about a dozen magical beasts on its back, while Yu Er coiled around those beasts with her serpentine form to prevent them from falling off. Chu Xiluo suddenly realized how intelligent and capable her spirit beasts were, silently giving a thumbs up to Qifeng and Yu Er in her heart. Chapter 180. Departure from Magic Peak Forest for Qifeng. Unload the prey. Provided there are no unexpected occurrences this time, the haul should last for over a week even if they indulge in barbecues daily. Soon, Qifeng found a clear patch of ground and dropped the prey onto the earth. This time, the haul was not as plentiful as before, and learning from the lessons of Lingdu Valley, they would take all the meat this time. Now let us begin processing. Upon finishing her words, Chu Xiluo took the lead in preparing the prey, with Jun Mo Ran, Yu Er, and Qifeng joining in to assist. Half an hour later, Chu Xiluo stored the processed meat into her spatial bag. There seems to be a small stream not far ahead. Jun Mo Ran, why don't you go wash up over there while I start grilling here? Thus Chu Xiluo commenced the barbecue. Luo, it smells so delicious. Even better than last time. Jun Mo Ran approached and picked up a skewer of grilled meat. Yes, I found several types of grilling materials nearby and added them. Chu Xiluo replied, continuously tending to the grill. Then I'll help out. I can't let my wife do all the work, he said, joining Chu Xiluo at the grill. You've just bathed. Don't get dirty again. Luo, have you forgotten about the barrier? So it won't be a problem. By the way, you should go wash up. I'll handle the grilling for now that I've already checked the surroundings. It's very safe, so go ahead. Initially, Chu Xiluo was concerned that the smell from grilling would linger on her, planning to wash up after preparing the food. However, now that she knew the barrier would prevent the smoke, she decided to wash up first, feeling quite uncomfortable. Then I'll go now. Without hesitation she departed as soon. It seems with your help we can have our meal sooner. Let us just hope this time we can enjoy a successful barbecue without any interruptions. I've been haunted by the magical beasts and spirit beasts from last time. Rest assured, this time it will go smoothly. I've scanned a kilometer radius with my mental energy, and there is nothing unusual. However, it seemed that both Chu Xiluo and Jun Mo Ran's hopes were destined to be dashed. Isn't there a saying that the more one wishes to avoid something, the more likely it is to happen? Finally it's ready. Let us eat. Qifeng Yu Mao Chiu, come join us for the barbecue. After half an hour, Chu Xiluo and Jun Mo Ran had grilled 300 pounds of meat. If one were to ask why so much was needed, just consider the sizes of Qifeng and Yu. Even in their mini forms, if they were allowed to feast freely, they would devour nearly 80% of it. Chapter 181, Departure from Magic Peak Forest 5. Boss, it smells so good. This is a trial. It's not time for you to eat yet. But it truly smells delightful. Alright, this shall be the last time. Let us go find the source of that enticing aroma. Thank you, boss. Then let us proceed. Meanwhile, Chu Xiluo had reached the halfway point of her meal. Alright, I want to eat any more. Chu Xiluo pondered a question and spoke up. Master, we're not full, protested the 3 spirit pets. Enough. You just had the fasting pills this morning. How could you be hungry? You're merely greedy. Ignoring their protests, Chu Xiluo began to pack the remaining grilled meat into her spatial bag. Master! No more words, you 3 have such an appetite. It won't do. Right now, magical beasts and spirit beasts can be caught in Magic Peak Forest, but when we reach human settlements there won't be any. If you eat so much, I won't be able to support you. Fine, she admitted it. Her 3 spirit pets were too gluttonous that if they were to go out to eat in the future, she would have to specify waiter 200 pounds of meat, which would surely frighten others. Moreover, asking for 200 pounds at once might not even be possible, so they must begin to moderate their intake, aligning it more closely with that of a normal human. Master, we are beasts, so we naturally eat more. Our bodies are much larger than humans, so we can consume much more. Thus from now on you must adjust your appetites to be more like humans. Otherwise I will not take you out and you will remain in the spatial bag, where I will only prepare some fasting pills for you. Indeed, the fasting pills would last them for over a decade. By the time their cultivation levels rise, they wouldn't even need the fasting pills and wouldn't feel hunger. Alright, to stay with the master, we will gradually adapt. But can we finish the remaining food? Mao Chiu looked at Chu Xiluo with pleading eyes. Qifeng, nodding in agreement. Yu, nodding in agreement. Seeing the pleading expressions on Mao Chiu and the others, Chu Xiluo found it hard to refuse. So she finally said, alright, I'll give each of you 1 more skewer, but no bargaining. Okay, thank you, master. Although not entirely satisfied, at least master granted them 1 skewer each, which was still quite nice. Let us keep these for later. They can be our snacks. Noticing their slightly dissatisfied expressions, Chu Xiluo continued, really master, we love you to bits. Boss, over there. As they arrived, they saw Chu Xiluo taking out 3 skewers of grilled meat from her spatial bag for the 3 spirit beasts. Hello, this lady. Before finishing her sentence, Xiaolin noticed Jun Mo Ran turning to look at him. Your subordinate pays respects to the prince. Prince, what brings you here, and with a lady no less? Is she the Chu miss that Xiaozhu mentioned last time? The others, upon seeing Xiaolin kneel and call out to the prince, suddenly felt they had not checked the calendar before heading out. Otherwise, how could they encounter the prince here? They hurriedly knelt as well. Rise, Jun Mo Ran spoke coolly. What business brings you here? Although to outsiders Jun Mo Ran's tone seemed unremarkable, Xiaolin and his subordinates were exceedingly anxious. The prince was evidently displeased. I assure you it was not my intention to disturb your highness. Xiaolin's sweat flowed freely. The pressure of the prince's discontent was immense. Chapter 182. Departure from the Demon Peak Forest 6. Had I known this would happen, no matter how enticing the aroma of the roasted meat, I would have refrained from coming. What is it? Jun Mo Ran's indifferent voice once again resonated. Xiaolin steeled his heart and replied candidly, we were drawn by the fragrance of Miss Chu's roasted meat. After speaking, Xiaolin and the others knelt upon the ground, awaiting punishment from Jun Mo Ran. Yet, time passed, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, until 30 seconds elapsed without a sound. Observing their trepidation, Chu Xiluo chuckled. How could Jun Mo Ran be so cruel, forcing them to kneel and endure such anxious anticipation for his words? Did he not realize that this was more agonizing than direct punishment? No, this must be Jun Mo Ran's form of punishment. How devious he was. The torment of the mind was far worse than physical punishment. Jun Mo Ran. Chu Xiluo spoke softly, "You may all rise." Jun Mo Ran commanded. Hearing this, Xiaolin and the others were momentarily stunned, but quickly regained composure. "Thank you, Your Highness." Once Princess Yiling had merely called out the prince's name, and had it not been for the emperor and others interceding, she would have been rendered mute by Jun Mo Ran. Chu Xiluo glanced at the 24 individuals before her. Their desire for roasted meat was clear, and the remaining portions were more than sufficient for them. However, she had previously promised 3 of her precious spirit pets a share as treats, thus she could not grant their request reluctantly. She thought of preparing more for them, but she was weary after a long day and wished for a good rest. "Do you wish to eat roasted meat?" Chu Xiluo inquired. "We dare not," they replied. "Had we known the prince was present, we would have kept our distance." It was only natural for them to desire food. Yet she was unwilling to prepare it for them. After a brief pause, Chu Xiluo continued, "However, you may send 2 skilled cooks to learn from me. As for the final taste, that depends on your own abilities." "All right, 1 skewer is ready. You 2 should give it a try." "Understood." They began roasting meat in accordance with Chu Xiluo's instructions. "This is almost there to that needs." "All right, you may continue roasting it this way. All the grilling tools and meat are now yours. Once finished, keep the leftovers for next time." Chu Xiluo divided the uncooked meat, placing half into a spatial bag and handing it to them. "Thank you, Miss Chu." "No need for thanks. Now you may be on your way. I shall take my leave." Then Chu Xiluo approached Jun Mo Ran and said, "Jun Mo Ran, I am going to rest. You should also retire early." Go ahead." "Your Highness." Xiaolin stood before Jun Mo Ran, bowing his head in anticipation. "Since you wish to enjoy roasted meat, learn well. Do not let Luo's hard work in teaching you go to waste." With that, he walked towards his tent. Chapter 183. Departure from the Demon Peak Forest 7. The prince has instructed us to roast the meat well and to fully grasp Miss Chu's techniques. Now let us continue, but do keep the noise down. Also, let us retire early after eating. 4 hours later. Good morning. Where are your subordinates? It is still quite early, around 6 o'clock. It has been a while since I saw anyone else. They have left? Luo's first inquiry upon rising was about them. Good, very good. At that moment, Xiaolin, who had already departed, shuddered slightly. Oddly, though the day had dawned and the sun was about to rise, it had suddenly grown cold. Such an early hour, and no one thought to inform me. Had Xiaolin known that he was being remembered by Jun Mo Ran due to Chu Xiluo's words, he would surely have pleaded, "Miss Chu, please do not speak of us any further. Let us depart early." "Oh, very well." 2 days later, we have now exited the Demon Peak Forest. How long until we reach Xinglin Town? We shall arrive in approximately 15 minutes. Oh, Qifeng, please shrink down a bit as we approach Xinglin Town. Although Qifeng is already much smaller than its original size, it still attracts too much attention. It is best to be discreet. Your Highness, Miss Chu. As they arrived in Xinglin Town, they spotted someone waiting for them. Are you also a subordinate of Jun Mo Ran? Chu Xiluo inquired. Indeed, I am called Xiaozhu, and you have seen me before. Just as Xiaozhu was about to say more, he suddenly felt a chilling gaze directed at him. Xiaozhu, if you have nothing to do. Jun Mo Ran began slowly. No, Your Highness, I am indeed very busy, truly. He quickly realized he had spoken too much. Are you all traveling now, or shall we rest for a day before setting out tomorrow? Xiaozhu hastily shifted the topic to prevent Jun Mo Ran from continuing. Luo, what do you think? He was indifferent. Then let us rest for a day. By the way, Jun Mo Ran, could you have someone check on Su Er and the nurse's well-being? Let us go. Jun Mo Ran leaped down from Qifeng's back, taking Chu Xiluo toward the carriage ahead. Is this the Fengyun horse? It is said to travel 10,000 miles a day and is notoriously difficult to tame. Disliking the presence of strangers. You are correct, Miss Chu. This is indeed the Fengyun horse, and only His Highness possesses one in the entire Xuanyun Kingdom, or even the Qiyun continent. Xiaozhu explained. Jun Mo Ran, put me down, I can climb up myself. Now that we are at the carriage, can you not release me? With that, Jun Mo Ran let go of Chu Xiluo. 3 months. Did you not mention that it generally takes 3 months? Now we are using the Fengyun horse, does it still require 3 months? Is it not supposed to be fast? In general, it takes 3 months. I am referring to the time required to craft the Fengyun carriage. Very well. Chu Xiluo replied with disappointment. Let us rest today and not dwell on such matters. Chapter 184. Journey to the Imperial Capital. When Your Highness has arrived. Soon Xiaozhu's voice rang out from outside. Jun Mo Ran, I shall disembark myself. No need for you to carry me, I must tell you. Henceforth, without my permission, do not embrace me in front of others, or I shall sever ties with you. With that, Chu Xiluo leaped down from the carriage. No embraces before others. Then I shall embrace you when there are none around. Esteemed guests, would you like to dine or seek lodging? The innkeeper approached upon seeing Chu Xiluo and her companions enter. 3 superior rooms. Xiuzhu handed some gold coins to the innkeeper. Very well, please follow me. These 3 rooms are the finest in the establishment. Please arrange yourselves as you see fit, and summon me should you require anything. With that, he turned to depart. Innkeeper, please send some hot water to the far right room. I wish to bathe. Do you two have any requests? Please also send hot water to the middle room for bathing. Xiuzhu instructed. Understood, esteemed guests. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Go swiftly. I shall enter first. See you tomorrow. With that, Chu Xiluo made her way to the far right room. The next day, dressed in a pale blue simple garment with a white gauze robe draped elegantly over her shoulders, revealing her graceful neck and clearly visible collarbones, her skirt flowed like moonlight spilling onto the ground, trailing over 3 feet, rendering her movements increasingly dignified and graceful. Her 3,000 strands of hair cascaded down, adorned with a butterfly hairpin, a single lock falling over her chest, making her appear as a butterfly fluttering in the wind, or as pure and transparent as ice and snow, should the birthmark on the left side of her face be removed. It would further enhance her exquisite appearance. Good morning. As Chu Xiluo opened the door, she found Jun Mo Ran and Xiuzhu waiting outside. Miss Chu, the prince has been waiting here to have breakfast with you. Xiuzhu spoke, astonished to witness the prince waiting for someone to share a meal. My apologies. How about this? I shall treat you to breakfast, eat whatever you like. Then that I shall not hold back. Before Xiuzhu could finish, he felt Jun Mo Ran's icy gaze upon him. Luo, do not mind him. Let us go have breakfast. Jun Mo Ran walked alongside Chu Xiluo as they descended the stairs. Waiter, bring me. That is sufficient. If it is not enough, I shall request more. Chu Xiluo ordered 10 servings of breakfast in one breath. The waiter, taken aback by her order, hesitated. Miss, would you 3 be able to finish all this? Wastefulness is disgraceful. However, upon hearing Chu Xiluo's assurance that she would call for more if needed, he fell silent, turning to prepare the breakfast quietly. Xiuzhu, why do you not sit down and eat with us? Chu Xiluo called out upon noticing Xiuzhu still standing nearby. Miss Chu, please eat, do not mind me, I shall sit over there to eat shortly. He would not dare to share a table with the prince, even if he had 10 times the courage. Chu Xiluo observed him, then glanced at Jun Mo Ran, ultimately conceding. Such was the class consciousness of this era. When breakfast arrives, I shall have the waiter bring you a serving. Thank you, Miss Chu. Xiuzhu did not decline, for he had just overheard Chu Xiluo ordering an abundance of breakfast. That he'll refuse would be to disrespect her, and he certainly did not wish for the prince to take issue with him later. Esteemed guest, here is the breakfast you requested. The waiter presented the feast ordered by Chu Xiluo, filling the table to capacity. Chapter 185. Journey to the Imperial Capital. 2. Please serve a portion to the individuals at that table over there. Chu Xiluo directed, gesturing towards the table where Xiuzhu was seated. Certainly, the waiter replied, promptly taking a portion from the table to deliver to Xiuzhu. Mao Qiu, Qifeng, and Yu began their meal. Chu Xiluo summoned her 3 spirit beasts to join in the repast. Fortunately, they were all in their adorable miniaturized forms, leading others to believe they were merely pets acquired by Chu Xiluo. In no time their table was completely cleared. Master, we still wish to eat, they exclaimed. There was hardly enough to satisfy us. That will not do. Have you forgotten my words? You must adapt to such circumstances. Chu Xiluo admonished. By the way, Qifeng, you shall now return to the spatial realm. Mao Qiu, being small, could remain perched on her shoulder, and Yu could rest in her hand. Although Qifeng was the size of a small leopard, he required being held, hence it was best for him to stay in the spatial realm. Master, may I protest? Qifeng inquired. Protests are futile. Very well, but you must allow me to play outside often. Although the master's space was splendid and rich in spiritual energy, it was rather dull. He had not properly rested for 3 centuries and was not inclined to cultivate at present. Rest assured, I will bring you out when the opportunity arises. With that, she stored Qifeng within the confines of the Linglang bracelet space. Once Xiuzhu had finished his meal, he glanced up at Chu Xiluo's table, only to find that they had already completed their feast. He marveled at how Miss Chu and her 3 spirit beasts could consume such quantities. Spirit beasts? Could it be that one among them was a gale leopard? No wonder. He hastily rose to prepare the carriage. Waiter, please settle the bill. Chu Xiluo called out. In a short while, the waiter appeared before her. Esteemed guest, the total comes to 500 silver coins. Jun Mo Ran produced a gold coin, tossing it to the waiter, and then said, no need for change. Let us depart. Did we not agree that I would treat you? Chu Xiluo remarked as she walked alongside Jun Mo Ran. Consider that gold coin a loan from me. Very well, I shall return it now. She promptly retrieved another gold coin to hand to Jun Mo Ran and no need. Just keep it as a debt for now. Jun Mo Ran replied, glancing at the coin she offered with a nonchalant tone, knowing full well that if he wished to reclaim it, he would not have paid the bill. Ah, you refuse the money I offer? Very well, if that pleases you, let it be a debt. Chu Xiluo had no intention of quarreling over such trivial matters and acquiesced. Why are you not boarding the carriage, Luo? Do you wish for me to carry you? Jun Mo Ran teased, observing her hesitation by the carriage, and no need. I can manage it myself with that. She swiftly leaped onto the carriage, eager to avoid giving him the chance to carry her in public. Seeing her nimble movements, Jun Mo Ran could not help but smirk, wondering if she truly perceived him as a ferocious beast. Luo, I genuinely wish to assist you onto the carriage. Alas, you did not grant me the opportunity. Once inside, Jun Mo Ran's first words were followed by a resigned glance at Chu Xiluo. Refrain from inciting jealousy, she retorted. Moving slightly away from him, Jun Mo Ran, noticing her motion, was not offended. After all, she could only distance herself so much within the carriage. Chapter 186. Journey to the Imperial Capital 3. Pray tell, how have I incited your jealousy? I am quite unaware. Jun Mo Ran's melodious voice resonated once more within the carriage. Just moments ago, while we awaited the carriage, 25 pairs of eyes were fixated upon us, seemingly eager to displace me and take my place beside you. Additionally, 10 women nearby were dropping hairpins and handkerchiefs. Did you not notice? Such blatant attention escaped my notice, for I was too preoccupied admiring you, Jun Mo Ran replied, his tone laced with indifference. Chu Xiluo. Well, she conceded defeat. Noticing her silence, Jun Mo Ran continued, if you find yourself bored, perhaps you might read or rest a while. Very well. Chu Xiluo responded, retrieving a book from her spatial realm to read quietly. Jun Mo Ran also took out the tome titled Knowledge of All Poisons that Chu Xiluo had given him. A quarter of an hour later, the sound of her steady breathing filled the air. Jun Mo Ran set his book aside, leaned closer, and gently laid her head upon his lap to ensure she slept more comfortably. Covering her with a silk blanket, he then resumed his reading, and within the spacious carriage, only the gentle rhythm of Chu Xiluo's breathing and the sound of pages turning could be heard. Half an hour later, Chu Xiluo turned over, stretching her delicate hand to rub Jun Mo Ran's waist before continuing to sleep. Jun Mo Ran inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from her. Feeling her restless hands encircle his waist, which ignited an unexpected warmth within him. Meanwhile, in her slumber, Chu Xiluo sensed something pressing against her and instinctively swung her hand to strike the offending object, aiming to punish whatever had disturbed her repose. And then, Luo, do you wish to jeopardize your own happiness? Jun Mo Ran exclaimed, clutching the injured area, gazing at the still drowsy Chu Xiluo with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. What is the matter? She murmured, turning to face him, momentarily bewildered. All she had done was sweat at the annoyance that interrupted her sleep, yet Jun Mo Ran seemed rather affected. What do you mean? What is the matter? Are you unaware of your own strength? Such actions could imperil your own happiness. Jun Mo Ran retorted, his teeth clenched in irritation. The audacity of her to turn the tables on him was infuriating. If he truly desired to take advantage of her, would she still be here unharmed? Chapter 187. Journey to the Imperial Capital 4. I apologize, I did not realize. I assure you it won't happen again. Chu Xiluo replied weakly, her confidence waning. Very well, should you dare repeat such an action, you may very well find yourself bereft of happiness. Jun Mo Ran admonished, exasperated. Chu Xiluo. That I may not necessarily marry you. Though she dared not voice this thought in Jun Mo Ran's presence. I am aware of your thoughts, but do not entertain them. You belong to me. Chu Xiluo. Here we go again. Seeing her silence, Jun Mo Ran chose not to press further, knowing full well that asserting such claims would not persuade her. Nevertheless, he intended to fulfill his promise. A quarter of an hour later, observing Jun Mo Ran's continued silence, Chu Xiluo assumed he remained upset. Thus she inched closer, tugging at his sleeve and softly imploring, Jun Mo Ran, do not be so petty. I promise it won't happen again. Looking at the petite figure of Chu Xiluo, Jun Mo Ran's irritation dissipated, though he maintained a stern facade. You had best keep your word. Sooner or later, you shall be mine. Yes, I will certainly keep my promise. As for marrying you, that can be discussed later. Chu Xiluo nodded vigorously, as if affirming her commitment. Your Highness, it is now dusk. Shall we continue our journey or rest for the night? Xiozhu inquired as he halted the carriage and lifted the curtain. Let us rest. Very well, I shall set up the tents. With that, Xiuzhu leaped from the carriage to find a suitable spot for the tents. Chu Xiluo and Jun Mo Ran followed suit. Disembarking from the carriage, Xiuzhu, why have you only erected 2 tents? Are there not 3 of us? Given the day's travel, we must ensure proper rest. Chu Xiluo questioned, concerned for their well-being. You should set up another tent. And let Qifeng keep watch at night. Our journey to the imperial capital will take 3 months. If you continue alone, none of us will manage. Go on, Jun Mo Ran added. Thank you, Miss Chu. Xiuzhu expressed his gratitude before resuming his task of setting up the tent. 3 days later. Your Highness, news has arrived. Xiuzhu's voice echoed once more from outside the carriage. Bring it in. After Jun Mo Ran perused the document Xiuzhu had handed him, he then passed it to Chu Xiluo. What is this? It cannot be some confidential matter, can it? If so, I shall be unwittingly drawn into a conspiracy. Though Chu Xiluo spoke those words, her hands instinctively reached out to receive it. Have you not already boarded my ship? Jun Mo Ran remarked, casting a glance at her. Is that so? Is that truly the case? Very well, Jun Mo Ran speaks the truth. The news of the wet nurse and sewer is indeed delightful. Their safety brings me great joy. After perusing the message, Chu Xiluo exclaimed with glee. By the way, Jun Mo Ran, why is it that they will reach the imperial capital in a month? Surely it would take longer than 2 months to travel from Chuling Town to the capital? I distinctly remember examining the map, and Chuling Town to Lingyang City is the closest route, yet that alone requires 3 months. Then how long do you suppose it will take to reach the imperial capital? Jun Mo Ran retorted. At least 4 months, I would say. Chu Xiluo replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. That must be with leisurely stops along the way. Otherwise, it would be akin to riding a donkey. Wang Yi has already arrived in Linzhou City. Xiuzhu announced, halting the carriage. Yes, let us rest for the night. He then led Chu Xiluo down from the carriage. As dusk approached, it was prudent to pause here. Continuing the journey would undoubtedly result in another night spent outdoors. Jun Mo Ran explained that it is quite all right. Now that they are safe, I am in no rush to reach the imperial capital. Let us rest here. With that, she strolled into the bustling street. Delicious chicken legs, exquisite rouge and powder, selling candied hawthorn. The calls of vendors filled the air, and the streets were alive with a constant flow of people. I would like 10 chicken legs. Chu Xiluo declared. Certainly, young lady. Here you go. The total is 200 silver coins. Very well, please wait a moment. The vendor began to grill 40 more chicken legs. All right. As Chu Xiluo savored her chicken leg, she awaited the vendor's completion. Your chicken legs are ready, miss. He handed her a bag filled with the delicacies. Thank you. Your chicken legs are quite delectable. She turned and walked away with Jun Mo Ran, leaving the stall behind. Jun Mo Ran, would you like to try some? They are truly delightful. Chu Xiluo inquired, shaking the chicken leg in her hand. Not at the moment. Should I desire any, I would not hesitate to share with you. Very well. There's a wonton shop over there. Let us go and indulge. It has been ages since I last enjoyed wontons. Chu Xiluo hurriedly stored the remaining chicken leg in her spatial bag and pulled Jun Mo Ran towards the wonton shop. Old man, 3 bowls of wontons, please. Certainly, just a moment. Jun Mo Ran, let us sit over here. She led Jun Mo Ran to a table. Here you are, young ladies, your wontons are ready. Ah, youth is wonderful, it's south clear how close you two are. The old woman remarked. Grandma, you've misunderstood. We are not in that kind of relationship. Chu Xiluo clarified. Oh, the young lady is shy. I understand, I was once in your shoes. The old woman said gently, glancing at her husband. We truly, Chu Xiluo attempted to explain, yet Jun Mo Ran unexpectedly interjected. Your wontons are quite tasty. I'm glad you enjoy them. Take your time eating. I must attend to other matters. Jun Mo Ran, why didn't you clarify? Chu Xiluo questioned, watching him relish his wontons. Clarify what? Did you not just express your desire for wontons? Why have you not begun yet? Oh, never mind. Let us focus on enjoying our food. Misunderstandings will pass. It is no great concern. Thus, Chu Xiluo and Jun Mo Ran ambled towards the imperial capital at a leisurely pace. Tomorrow, we shall reach the imperial capital, Jun Mo Ran announced from within the carriage. Finally, after 3 months of travel. I am utterly exhausted. Chu Xiluo stretched her limbs. But it seems you've enjoyed the journey quite thoroughly. I look forward to taking you to other places in the future, Jun Mo Ran added timely. Is that truly the case? Although Chu Xiluo had intended to express her annoyance at Jun Mo Ran's constant interruptions, she chose to overlook the earlier remark upon hearing the latter half. Indeed, but it depends on your performance. Ah, by the way, I have yet to share the spoils from our adventure in the Magic Peak Forest. I acquired a total of 16 spatial bags and 5 spatial rings, from which I randomly selected items without inspection. I shall give you 8 spatial bags and 3 rings. Noting his attentive care throughout their journey, and his recent promise to take her on excursions, she decided to concede 3 rings to him. No need, keep them all. Jun Mo Ran chuckled at her reluctance as she handed over the items. Are you certain? There may be treasures within. Chu Xiluo asked hesitantly. Yes, truly, they are all for you, Luo. Jun Mo Ran gently ruffled her hair. Gazing earnestly at her. You are truly a kind soul, Jun Mo Ran. Since you are willing to relinquish so much, I shall overlook your earlier dishevelment of my hair. Now that you've given me these, I shall inspect their contents. With that, Chu Xiluo began to scan each spatial bag and ring with her mental prowess, discarding unwanted items and placing the desired ones into her own spatial bracelet. What is this silver ring? If one can utilize spatial bags, why would they retain a mere silver ornament? Chu Xiluo mused, placing it on her right middle finger, only to find it fitting perfectly. When she tried it on her index finger, it also fit snugly. Could it be that this ring can alter its size at will? Indeed, it is quite an intriguing little trinket. Jun Mo Ran observed the ring adorning Chu Xiluo's finger. Did you not notice its other capabilities? It possesses additional functions? Chu Xiluo inquired, puzzled. Xiuzhu. Jun Mo Ran called to the driver outside the carriage. Luo, pass that ring to Xiuzhu and have him try it on. Jun Mo Ran instructed. Oh, all right. She handed the ring to Xiuzhu. Now Luo, observe if Xiuzhu exhibits any changes. What sort of changes? Chu Xiluo lifted the curtain to glance at Xiuzhu but saw no alterations. She then turned to Jun Mo Ran with a questioning look. Check his cultivation level. Jun Mo Ran calmly suggested. Cultivation level? Wait, how can I discern his cultivation level? Chu Xiluo exclaimed in astonishment. Xiuzhu, a 6th star in the initial stage of the spirit sect. While her own cultivation was already higher than his, it was inconceivable that she could not perceive it. Xiuzhu, please return the ring to Luo. Miss Chu, here you go. Xiuzhu removed the silver ring and returned it to Chu Xiluo. The moment Xiuzhu took off the ring, Chu Xiluo could once again see his cultivation level. Could it be related to the silver ring? The answer was unequivocally affirmative. You realized this earlier. Hence your mention of its other functions. Indeed, I couldn't discern your cultivation level when you donned it. Yet since my level surpasses yours, I had Xiuzhu try it to illustrate its capabilities. Oh dear, that could have been conveyed in a single sentence. Was it necessary for Xiuzhu to model it? It provides a more direct understanding, allowing Luo to grasp it better. Jun Mo Ran's peach blossom eyes regarded Chu Xiluo, who was left exasperated. Jun Mo Ran, what do you mean? Is my comprehension truly that poor that you doubted I would understand your words? I never claimed such. I merely wished for you to have a clearer grasp of this artifact. Besides, your comprehension skills could use some refinement. What do you mean by refinement? You are the one in need of evaluation. Your entire family requires it. So Luo's comprehension is exceptional then? I must have misjudged before. If so, why have you often failed to grasp my intentions? A triumphant smile graced Jun Mo Ran's lips. That if you are capable of understanding, then why is it that you remain unaware of my feelings? Jun Mo Ran raised an eyebrow, challenging her, and let us further explore whether this ring possesses any additional functions. Chu Xiluo conceded, opting to evade the conversation. Very well. Jun Mo Ran remained silent, observing her. Jun Mo Ran, please stop staring at me. After a quarter of an hour, Chu Xiluo surrendered. All right, try blood binding to see if it possesses any other capabilities. Life is long, and given their talents, cultivating for thousands of years was entirely feasible. So there was no rush. Oh right, blood binding. How could I have forgotten? Chu Xiluo exclaimed, dropping a drop of blood onto the silver ring. Moments later, she successfully established the bond and placed it back on her index finger. Well, what changes have you noticed? She eagerly inquired. Jun Mo Ran examined it and replied, as of now, I have not observed any. Could it be that this ring only serves to conceal one's cultivation level? Chu Xiluo lamented, her disappointment stemming from her initially high expectations that the ring might hold further significance. Wait, I seem to have noticed that your cultivation has been concealed, but it appears to be significantly lower than before. What? Is this ring not meant to hide one's cultivation? How could it be perceived, and furthermore, why has it diminished? Indeed, did you do or contemplate anything just now? Jun Mo Ran urged Chu Xiluo to reflect carefully. Just now that I was pondering the idea of masking my cultivation to that of an 8-star Great Spirit Master. Did you perceive my cultivation as being at that level? Chu Xiluo inquired uncertainly. That must be it. It seems this ring serves precisely those two functions. Chapter 191. Entering the Imperial City 3. The purpose of the ring was finally determined, and Chu Xiluo suddenly felt a smile creeping upon her face. Was this a divine boon bestowed upon her once more? How could she have received such a treasure? Observing Chu Xiluo's exuberance upon discovering the ring's utility, Jun Mo Ran, perplexed, asked Luo, "Is there truly any merit to this object that warrants such elation?" Chu Xiluo waved her index finger in front of Jun Mo Ran, disapprovingly remarking, "Do not underestimate this item. It is a divine tool for playing the fool and for pretense." Jun Mo Ran. A divine tool for playing the fool and for pretense? Noticing Jun Mo Ran's confusion, Chu Xiluo continued, "Indeed, consider the idea of playing the fool. When one's cultivation is clearly at a certain level, using this ring to disguise it allows others to perceive it as lesser. They may challenge you, and the outcome. As for pretense, those of lower cultivation cannot see the levels of those who are higher, and this ring conveniently conceals one's true power." Jun Mo Ran. So that is how it works. Very well, Luo, you speak the truth. Yes, let us pause for a moment, Xiuzhu. The following day, Chu Xiluo and Jun Mo Ran set off early, and now 3 hours had passed. Halt! Who are you? The guarding soldier obstructed Jun Mo Ran's carriage and inquired. Your subordinate pays respects to Prince Chen. Upon seeing Jun Mo Ran's carriage, the soldier hurriedly knelt down before Xiuzhu could reveal their identity, inwardly cursing the soldier who had spoken earlier. How dare this scoundrel involve them in his folly? Could anyone casually obstruct Prince Chen's carriage? Rise! Jun Mo Ran's cold voice emanated from within the carriage after a moment of silence. Thank you, my lord. You all hasten and clear the way. The soldier quickly dispersed his comrades to allow the carriage to pass. You shall face the consequences later for daring to halt Prince Chen's carriage. Do you wish to drag us down with you? After Jun Mo Ran's carriage had departed, the captain began reprimanding the soldier. I did not know it was Prince Chen's carriage. The soldier replied quietly. Did you not see the wind and cloud horse? Only Prince Chen possesses such a steed in the entire Xuanyun Kingdom. How could you be unaware of this? Now hurry and accept your punishment. Stop your prattling with that. He kicked the soldier in the rear, urging him to leave. Jun Mo Ran appeared unperturbed. It seems you have considerable influence in the imperial city. Chu Xiluo, recalling the previous scene, felt that Jun Mo Ran must have been putting on an act. Otherwise, how could he have transformed so completely in an instant? Now I understand. Once Luo marries me, my honor and power will all belong to you. So Luo, do marry me. We shall discuss that matter later. For now I have no need for such things. I prefer to remain a commoner for the time being. Why not? I can simply go to the Chu residence and fetch the wet nurse and sewer. Chu Xiluo replied simply. Chapter 192. Entering the imperial city. For you must realize, you are originally the legitimate 7th young lady of the Chu family. Do you think the Chu family would allow you to leave? What would become of their family reputation? Jun Mo Ran kindly explained to Chu Xiluo. Indeed, she had forgotten that it was not so simple in a wealthy family. Well, we shall see what happens. If the Chu family treats me well, then I may remain. If not, this is my first visit to the imperial city. I wonder what it is like. Chu Xiluo opened the carriage window to gaze outside. Look, the carriage of Prince Chen. The window is actually open. Prince Chen. Prince Chen. Originally, Chu Xiluo had hoped to admire the scenery outside, but as she peered through the curtain, she was astonished to see so many admirers outside. This scene rivaled modern-day fandom. Did I not just see a woman inside the carriage? A gust of wind blew, lifting the curtain just as Chu Xiluo hastily lowered it, but not before someone caught a glimpse. You must be mistaken. Who does not know that only Prince Chen may occupy his carriage? How could there be a woman? If you don't believe me, look for yourselves. When she glanced back at the carriage, she found the window had been closed. You see, it must be because of your earlier remark that Prince Chen is displeased, hence the window has been shut. One woman accused. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, if they had seen me inside, I would find it impossible to navigate the imperial city henceforth. Chu Xiluo turned to observe Jun Mo Ran, examining him meticulously from top to bottom, left to right. Indeed, he was a man of striking beauty. Flawless from every angle. Jun Mo Ran, your allure is truly remarkable. She said leisurely. Luo, do not doubt it. My charm has always been considerable. However, in your presence, I find myself questioning my own allure. Jun Mo Ran propped up one hand, gazing sorrowfully at Chu Xiluo. Do not regard me with such mournful eyes. In truth, you possess your own charm in my eyes. Chu Xiluo replied earnestly. Then why do you not acknowledge that you are my wife? No need to console me. I am aware that I am not as wonderful in your heart as you claim. Truly, a paragon of elegance, a dashing figure, beloved by all, a flower that blooms for every passerby, a personage that commands attention. How could someone of your stature lack allure? I would feel remiss to monopolize such a public darling, lest I become the target of envy. So I hold such esteem in your heart. Luo Luo? That brings me comfort that as for your later commentary, I shall pretend I did not hear it. You are my wife and that remains unchanged. Chu Xiluo. That I knew he would eventually revert to that line. My lord, we have arrived. Xiuzhu's voice rang out a quarter of an hour later. Chu Xiluo lifted the curtain to glance outside, discovering the carriage had stopped at the entrance of the Chan residence, where many were bustling about. If this continued, her recent actions inside the carriage would be irreparably scandalous. Yet, the Yellow River was inherently murky, and no amount of washing could cleanse it, had she known. She would not have boarded Jun Morden's carriage before entering the city. Chapter 193. The Chan residence. Jun 1st Morden, perhaps you should disembark first. I will follow shortly. Chu Xiluo tentatively suggested Xiuzhu drive the carriage into the estate. Upon hearing Jun Morden's words, Chu Xiluo felt a surge of warmth. How considerate of him. All right, Luo Luo, you may come down now. Once the carriage came to a halt, Jun Morden rose and exited, his voice resonating from outside. Chu Xiluo, upon hearing this, lifted the curtain and leapt down, only to find herself not in a stable as she had assumed. She realized that it was unimaginable for Xiuzhu to allow his master to dismount in such a place. While Chu Xiluo was lost in her thoughts, Jun Morden had already taken several steps ahead. Noticing this, she hurriedly followed, quietly trailing behind him, her gaze wandering over the surroundings. The courtyard was adorned with white walls, draping green willows, a three-gabled entrance, and corridors meandering in all directions, punctuated by rocks and pathways. The entire estate radiated opulence and grandeur, with gardens resplendent in blossoms, delicate and transparent. Chu Xiluo was suddenly struck by the sensation of Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. After a quarter of an hour, Jun Morden halted and turned to observe Chu Xiluo, who was still engrossed in her exploration and had yet to notice his pause. Xiuzhu, wishing to alert her, hesitated as Jun Morden cast a glance, prompting him to remain silent. Oh dear. Chu Xiluo thought she had stumbled into a pole due to her inattention, just as she was about to exclaim in pain. She turned to find herself colliding with a firm chest. Raising her gaze, she found Jun Morden looking down at her. Jun Morden, why did you stop without a word? You could have warned me before I nearly collided with you. Now my head aches terribly. Chu Xiluo complained to Jun Morden. Does it truly hurt? Would you like me to massage it for you? Jun Morden gazed at her with an expression that suggested he would leap at the chance. No need, it is not that painful, just a little. I can manage. It will be fine shortly. Your eyes betray a predatory gleam, akin to a wolf eyeing a rabbit. Can I truly trust you to massage me? Oh well, I had thought that since you bumped into me and injured your forehead, you ought to receive some form of compensation. However, since it is not too painful, I shall let it be. Jun Morden expressed his profound regret. Chu Xiluo. Did you not just offer to massage my injury? Why, moments later, are you speaking of compensation? It seems unreasonable, yet why did you not mention it earlier, only after I claimed it was not painful? Jun Mo Ran, without uttering a word, turned and entered the adjacent door, leaving Chu Xiluo hesitating at the entrance, pondering whether or not to follow him inside. After all, this was a private space, and it would be quite inappropriate to stumble upon something that was not meant for her eyes. Moreover, he had not summoned her to enter. What was she still doing outside? She should step in. Yet, it felt rather improper to intrude into someone else's chamber so casually. Chu Xiluo found herself in a quandary. Lolo, what are you lingering about outside for? Do you wish for me to come out and carry you in? Jun Mo Ran's voice resonated once more. No need, I'll enter myself. Chu Xiluo tiptoed inside, and as soon as she crossed the threshold, the bamboo door swung shut behind her. Startled, Chu Xiluo contemplated rushing back to open the door and escape, when Jun Mo Ran's voice called out again. Lolo, what are you dawdling about? Hurry over here. She scanned the room, which contained nothing but an opulent ancient bed and a set of chairs, devoid of Jun Mo Ran's presence. She was certain she had seen him enter here, and the voice was clearly emanating from this very room. Where could he be? Where are you? After several fruitless attempts to locate him, Chu Xiluo inquired. You foolish girl, just walk forward and you'll find a door on your right. I'm right here. Oh, I see. Following Jun Mo Ran's guidance, she indeed discovered the door on her right after walking a mere 10 paces. Chu Xiluo gently pushed it open and stepped inside. Upon entering, Chu Xiluo gasped in astonishment. Wow, this place is incredibly lavish. The room was adorned with jade flooring, and every meter along the walls was embedded with luminous night pearls the size of pebbles, illuminating the space brilliantly. What are you gazing at, Lolo? She noticed a steaming bath not far ahead, and there stood Jun Mo Ran bare-chested, watching her intently. A bath and a bare chest. He's taking a shower, she realized. What a rogue, calling me in while he bathes. Chu Xiluo swiftly turned away, indignantly exclaiming that, "Oh come on Lolo, other women would jump at the chance to see me." Jun Mo Ran's mood brightened at her reaction. This little girl was bashful. How dare that scoundrel summon me in while bathing? But truth be told, his physique is rather impressive. Chu Xiluo recalled the moment she had failed to turn around and see Jun Mo Ran's sculpted chest, and couldn't help but marvel at it. "Lolo, come on in. I promise I won't do anything to you." Jun Mo Ran's voice floated over again. Rogue. I didn't hear that. I simply want you to scrub my back. I won't do anything untoward. Scrub your back? I'm not your maid. What do you mean escort? I merely hitched a ride, but seeing as you've been kind to me on the road, I'll cook you a bowl of fish porridge. Alright, I'll go prepare it now. With that, she strode to the door and exited. Upon reaching the entrance, she found no one in sight. What had happened to that bamboo door? Never mind, she decided to explore further to see if anyone else was around to inquire about the kitchen. Thus, Chu Xiluo wandered along the corridor for quite some time without encountering a single soul. Growing increasingly frustrated, this Prince Chen's residence appeared quite opulent, yet it seemed devoid of servants. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, she spotted a figure approaching her. "Hey you there." The person paused, turning to face Chu Xiluo. "Yes you? Could you please come over? I need your assistance." "What can I do for you, miss?" Xuanyun stepped closer, regarding her with curiosity. Chu Xiluo examined the striking figure before her, handsome beyond compare, his features sculpted with precision. Possessing a strikingly angular visage, he exuded an aura of carefree charm, yet the glimmer in his eyes suggested a depth that was not to be underestimated. His thick, dark hair was elegantly tied back with a golden crown, and beneath his arched brows lay a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes, brimming with emotion, capable of ensnaring one's heart. With a prominent nose and lips of perfect proportion, he wore a dazzling smile that could mesmerize anyone. Surely, he was not a servant of Prince Chen's residence. As Chu Xiluo scrutinized Xuanyun, he too took in her appearance. Clad in a pale blue garment, draped in a white veil, revealing her graceful neck and delicate collarbones. The pleated skirt flowed like moonlight upon the ground, trailing elegantly behind her, while her hair cascaded down her back, adorned with a butterfly hairpin, a single strand falling gently over her chest if not for the birthmark on her left cheek. She would be deemed an ethereal beauty. "You don't belong to this residence, do you?" he ventured, observing her attire and countenance, noting that if he looked like this, he would hardly need to serve in Prince Chen's abode. "But you don't seem to belong here either." Xuanyun replied smoothly, "No. I'm merely staying here temporarily. Do you happen to know where the servants have gone?" Since he was bold enough to appear in broad daylight, he must be acquainted with Jun Mo Ran, otherwise, he would have been subdued by the guards long ago. "If you know, that would be splendid. Would you mind guiding me to the kitchen?" Chu Xiluo stated her purpose directly. "Oh, so you're in search of the kitchen? Follow me." Xuanyun led her through numerous twists and turns until they finally arrived at the kitchen. Along the way, Chu Xiluo had finally spotted a few servants. Otherwise, she might have thought this Grand Prince Chen's residence was entirely devoid of staff. "Miss, we have arrived at the kitchen. Is there anything else I can assist you with?" Xuanyun inquired. "No, that won't be necessary. I can find them on my own. Thank you for guiding me." Chu Xiluo expressed her gratitude. "Just a small favor. Nothing worth mentioning. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, Xuanyun exited the kitchen. After he left, Chu Xiluo began calling upon the servants to assist her in preparing the fish porridge. The staff had already been informed of her arrival prior to her reaching the residence, and they were instructed to treat her with utmost care, ensuring her every need was met, lest the consequences be dire. A quarter of an hour later, with the help of the servants, Chu Xiluo brought the fish porridge to find Jun Mo Ran. "Knock, knock. Come in." His voice echoed from within. Hearing his command, Chu Xiluo gently pushed the door open and entered, carrying the porridge. "Jun Mo Ran, your fish porridge is ready. Eat it while it's still warm." She placed the bowl on the table and regarded him earnestly. Jun Mo Ran rose and sat beside Chu Xiluo, stating, "Lolo, you ought to express your gratitude. Cooking me fish porridge without sincerity, and you didn't even bother to test the temperature. If you want it, eat it." So fussy. Chu Xiluo had not tested the porridge, and thus Jun Mo Ran kept glancing between her and the bowl, making no move to eat. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. All right. I yield. I'll taste it." She scooped a spoonful and sampled the temperature, finding it just right for consumption. "Here, it's good to go." She offered the bowl to Jun Mo Ran. "You must taste every bite and then feed me." Jun Mo Ran insisted, his tone earnest. "Fine, as you wish." She relented, deciding to be generous and feed him. It's delicious." Lolo's cooking skills are truly remarkable, Jun Mo Ran observed her, his satisfaction evident as he savored the porridge she fed him. And the question of whether it was the porridge or the sentiment behind it that made it so delightful lingered in the air. With Jun Mo Ran's cooperation, the bowl of porridge was quickly emptied. Lolo, I want more, he exclaimed. There is none left. Chu Xiluo replied with a hint of annoyance that then I suppose I shall have to wait for the next opportunity. Jun Mo Ran feigned disappointment to be by the way. I need to step out for a moment. Until I settle down in the capital I'll be staying here. Alright, I'll send someone to escort you out shortly. No, I can manage on my own. And don't send anyone to follow me. Don't think I was unaware of your spies in Chuling town. Fine, if Lolo prefers solitude, I won't send anyone. But surely, I must have someone accompany you to the entrance. That is a must. Your residence is so vast, I wouldn't know my way around. If I hadn't encountered someone while searching for the kitchen, I might still be wandering without having tasted the porridge. That's not necessary. I can provide you with a map of the estate. Maps were typically not shared, as they posed a security risk. Need a map? No problem, but I will accompany you for a stroll. A map of a royal estate was worth less than a single hair from Lolo's head. Even if she requested a map of the palace, he would gladly oblige. Then I shall take my leave. Miss Chu, please follow me this way. Barely having taken a few steps, a servant approached to guide her. Jun Mo Ran's efficiency was commendable. Thank you so much. Chu Xiluo followed him until they reached the entrance of Prince Chen's residence. Observing the bustling street outside, she contemplated visiting the Chu family but was unsure of the direction to take. Never mind, I'll first procure a map of the capital. The best way to avoid getting lost in an unfamiliar place is to have a map in hand. Chu Xiluo approached passers-by to inquire where she might purchase a map and soon found herself acquiring one. So the Chu family is located here. Chu Xiluo gazed at the map, contemplating how to articulate her intentions upon her visit to the Chu family. A quarter of an hour later, she arrived at the entrance of the Chu residence. Who are you looking for? Inquired a guard, blocking her path. I seek Sun Huyin, she replied. The wet nurse had left the Chu household. And since Suer was not a member of the family, it was certain that seeking the wet nurse was the correct approach. Chapter 197. The Chu family too. What Sun Huyin? There's no such person in the Chu family. Move along quickly. The guards exchanged glances, shaking their heads before ushering Chu Xiluo away. How can that be? Sun Huyin is my wet nurse. Chu Xiluo insisted once more. If you haven't heard of Sun Huyin, then what about Chu Xiluo? Chu Xiluo. Do you know her? One of the guards approached the others for confirmation. I know who you mean by Sun Huyin, but not everyone can enter the Chu residence. If you have something to convey or deliver, we could pass it along for you, the guard said, looking at Chu Xiluo with disdain. Can't you just go inside and notify her? I'll wait here. Since entry was denied, surely they could at least relay her message. What notification? Do we have that much free time? If we were to bring a message or an item, it would be when we change shifts. Yet you expect me to abandon my post just to notify you? Who do you think you are? By the looks of it, you have neither message nor item to deliver, so hurry along and don't linger at the gates of the Chu family. Chu Xiluo wished to say more, but the guard had already turned away. Fine, I will first familiarize myself with the Chu family in this imperial city and return. Just as she turned and walked 10 paces away, a carriage passed by her side and halted at the entrance of the Chu residence. Who was that person looking for? A delicate hand pointed in the direction Chu Xiluo had departed. I'm feeling a bit tired today. I shall rest, having arrived in the imperial city without any respite thus far. Go ahead. Seeing the weariness on Chu Xiluo's face, Jun Mo Ran tenderly instructed a servant to take her to rest. That girl's attitude towards the prince was rather cold, yet the prince didn't seem upset at all. Could it be that we were mistaken? The thought echoed in the minds of every onlooker present. Mother, what brings you here? Chu Xixiao rose and approached her. Child, can I not come to see you if I have no business? Of course, I am always delighted to have you here. Chu Xixiao hurriedly replied. Chapter 198. The Chu family 3. Xixiao. Today the Xiang prince came to propose marriage, Sun Madam stated gravely. Mother, why do you tell me that the Xiang prince came to propose? Are you implying that the intended bride is me? Sun Madam nodded at Chu Xixiao. Have grandfather and father agreed? Chu Xiluo asked anxiously. Not yet, which is why I came to prepare you for what might come. Your grandfather has yet to give his consent. Sun Madam explained, patting Chu Xixiao's hand. I do not wish to marry him. What manner of man is he to be worthy of my hand? The absence of agreement from grandfather and father indicates I still have a chance to refuse. Your mother understands his character, and while our Chu family is one of the 4 prominent families of Xuanyun Kingdom, Marrying into royalty would undoubtedly benefit our clan. Additionally, your grandfather will retire next year and pass the family headship to your father. Retreating to cultivate his skills, our aunt's standing will significantly diminish with one less minister in the court. Even so, marrying this young prince would be of no use. Chu Xiluo questioned. No, this young prince has stated that if he marries you, his mother will support your aunt and our Chu family. It is common knowledge in the imperial city that this young prince is of average appearance and mediocre talent, with a propensity for indulgence. As evidenced by his numerous concubines, however, his mother is a formidable figure, even commanding respect from the emperor, as she has only this one son and is thus greatly favored. But what if this young prince falls for someone else? Chu Xiluo inquired again. Though he has his vices, he is not a fool. He would not forsake the beauty that is one of Xuanyun Kingdom's 5 great beauties, replied her mother. I'm referring to him becoming enamored with another beauty. If he were to take a liking to one of the other family's renowned beauties, I can only imagine how grandfather would blame you for not capturing his heart. If the patriarch were to learn that his prized catch has been given away. It is not about giving him away, it's about our own family. It wouldn't be your elder sister, would it? Though she is the first beauty of Xuanyun Kingdom, she is already betrothed to the crown prince. Not my elder sister. Mother, have you not noticed that our Chu family has another beauty? If it's not your elder sister, then whose identity is worthy of this young prince? It is because you are the legitimate daughter of our Chu family that he seeks to marry you as his primary consort. Should it be any other illegitimate daughter, even as a primary consort, his mother would not support the queen and the Chu family. Mother, I have said so much, yet you still do not realize who I am speaking of. Chu Xiluo. Are you aware of her? Indeed, it's her. She is also a legitimate daughter. Do not blame me, dear sister. Blame yourself for being a legitimate daughter as well. However, while she may be beautiful, she pales in comparison to you. Can this young prince truly be enamored with her? Son, madam questioned. Let us arrange for them to meet and become acquainted. If this young prince truly finds her unappealing, then we shall. Chapter 199. Chu Xiluo won the next day. When Chu Xiluo rose, the sun was already halfway to its zenith. Miss Chu, are you awake? As she finished dressing, a voice called from outside her door, quite timely indeed. Yes, I am awake. Please come in. As soon as she spoke, the door swung open, revealing a maid who entered with warm water. Thank you. By the way, I plan to go out shortly. Please inform Jun Mo Ran. Yes, I shall report to the prince. He has instructed that no matter what Miss Chu does, she must be stopped. Chu Xiluo quickly organized herself and made her way to the door. She had no intention of delving deeply into the affairs of the Chu family. She merely wished to gather a general understanding. Thus, she arrived at a tea house, having previously learned that this establishment was rife with gossip. 7th Miss? I have never heard of her. I only know of 6 young ladies in the Chu family. The eldest, the second, the third. You are unaware. It is said that the 7th Miss was frail and raised away from home for many years. Rumor has it that her name is Chu Xiluo, and she is quite the beauty. It is well known that the Chu family produces beauties. Their eldest daughter is hailed as the most beautiful in Xuanyun Kingdom, and the third daughter ranks 4th among the 5 great beauties. That is indeed correct, but I have acquaintances who serve as servants in the Chu family. They say that the 7th Miss's beauty is only slightly inferior to that of the eldest and third daughters, yet surpasses that of the other ladies. Is that so? Chu Xiluo pondered, listening to their conversation while touching the birthmark on her left cheek. Could this mark still qualify her as a beauty? Surely, they must be referring to someone else. Would they have mistaken Lu Su for herself 2 months prior? Perhaps she should return to the Chu family and test the waters. As she exited the tea house, she made her way back to the Chu residence. What brings you back? You are quite persistent. You just came yesterday and now you return. Upon her arrival, she encountered the same guards from the previous day, who mocked her for returning. Unfazed by their disdain, Chu Xiluo thought it unworthy of her energy to engage with them. Please go inside and notify them that Chu Xiluo wishes to see Sun Huiyin. She stated her name to ascertain whether there truly was a person named Chu Xiluo in the Chu family, or if Lu Su had been mistaken for her. I beg your pardon. What name did you say? Chu Xiluo, have you no sense? How dare you impersonate the 7th Miss with such an unremarkable appearance? Yesterday, I thought you were merely visiting relatives, but now you shamelessly pretend to be her. With that, the guard struck at Chu Xiluo swiftly. She turned, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, and coldly retorted, I did not come here to quarrel. You resort to violence before I have even spoken. Is this the upbringing of one of the 4 prominent families? Chapter 200. Chu Xiluo, to you speak quickly. The guard who had been knocked down saw Chu Xiluo advancing towards him, and noticing that his companion showed no intention of helping, He retreated in trepidation that he understood that this woman was formidable, and should a confrontation ensue, they would not stand a chance that if they attracted the attention of those within, it would not end well for them. Listen closely, I merely share a name with your esteemed 7th Miss, and it is precisely because of this coincidence that an inexplicable bond has formed between us. Do you understand? Chu Xiluo stated coldly, fixing her gaze on the man. Initially, the surrounding onlookers, upon hearing the guard's words, suspected that Chu Xiluo was attempting to impersonate the 7th Miss of the Chu family, silently deeming her foolish. However, upon hearing her clarification, they recognized that it was merely a misunderstanding stemming from their shared name and lost interest. Departing. I understand. The guard nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at rice. Since you understand, why haven't you reported this? Is this how the Chu family treats its guests? All right, I shall notify the young lady at once. At times, strength indeed makes for easier conversation. Initially, the guard had underestimated Chu Xiluo's capabilities, but upon realizing her prowess, he began to treat her with the respect she deserved. A person of potential is always an object of interest for prominent families to cultivate or ally with. Your Highness, you have been in the manor for quite some time. I haven't had the chance to show you around. Would you like me to do so now? Chu Xixiao smiled gently at Jun Mo as she spoke. Captivated by her smile, Jun Mo thought, who could refuse the company of such a beauty, especially one he admired? I would be delighted, he replied cheerfully. This way, Your Highness. As they walked, Chu Xixiao happened to spot a servant hurrying towards the direction of the willow branches. Glancing momentarily at her maid behind her, halt! How dare you walk ahead of His Highness? The guard, upon hearing the mention of the prince, immediately turned to pay his respects. I greet His Highness. I was unaware that you were behind me. Please forgive me. Since it was an unintentional mistake, you may rise. Thank you, Your Highness. The guard quickly stood aside. Pray tell, where are you in such a hurry to? Chu Xixiao inquired. Just as she intended to introduce Chu Xiluo to the 4th prince, the Prince of Xiang, an opportunity presented itself. Yet she maintained a composed demeanor as she replied, I see. Xixiao, when did our Chu family acquire a 7th Miss? I recall there being only 6 sisters. I wonder what the 7th Miss looks like. Since His Highness has expressed interest, Shower, please fetch the 7th sister. Yes, miss. Inform her friend that the 7th Miss is currently attending to an esteemed guest and cannot receive her at this time. Ask her to return in a few days. Chu Xixiao instructed the gatekeeper. As you wish, 3rd Miss. I shall convey your message at once. With that, the gatekeeper turned and made his way to the entrance. The gatekeeper soon reached the entrance and relayed to Chu Xiluo that their 7th Miss was currently unavailable due to the presence of an esteemed guest and requested that she return in a few days. Chu Xiluo, not angered, nodded in understanding and departed. That if Suer were aware it was her seeking an audience, she would have come out regardless of the reason. Since she did not appear, it might be due to the visitor's significant influence, or perhaps the gatekeeper failed to convey the message accurately. In such a case, waiting 3 days seems prudent. 3rd Miss, you seek me? Lu Su followed Shower to the pavilion where Chu Xixiao was seated. 7th sister, I am your 3rd sister. There's no need to refer to me as 3rd Mississippi. Come sit here. This is His Highness, the Prince of Xiang, who expressed a desire to meet you, having never seen you before, so I sent Shower to fetch you. Chu Xixiao welcomed Lu Su warmly. Commoner Lu Su greets His Highness. Are you not the 7th Miss of the Chu family? Why do you go by Lu Su? I doubt, is that so? Jun Mo inquired, looking at Lu Su. Well, I haven't been here since I was very young, so I can't say for certain that it's just what everyone else claims. Perhaps it is so. In any case, I never confirmed it. They insist I am the Miss, and if it is later revealed otherwise, they will simply claim it was a misunderstanding. That sounds rather burdensome for the 7th Miss, to endure such hardships. Jun Mo remarked sympathetically, observing Lu Su. Indeed, the 7th Miss was a beauty, though perhaps not on par with Chu Xian and Chu Xixiao. Yet her ethereal charm was uniquely her own. That I must thank His Highness for your kindness. It is but a trifling matter that I would much prefer that Luo not venture out, but remain here with me. Jun Mo spoke earnestly. That if I were to stay here with you without stepping outside, wouldn't you have tasks to attend to? Has he truly nothing to do? Since their reunion, he had hardly left her side. You may not be aware, but I am engaged in the most important of endeavors, Jun Mo declared with pride. Really? And what might that most important endeavor be? Chu Xiluo asked with curiosity. Guess, and there will be a reward if you are correct. Jun Mo replied with a mysterious smile. That I shan't guess. The answer to such a beautiful question is definitive. If you wish to give me a reward, any guess I make will be incorrect. And if you wish to reward me, any guess will be correct. Indeed it is as you say. Thus you may guess. Chu Xiluo. Did I not just say I would not guess? Perhaps I shall concede this time. Regardless of whether Luo guesses correctly or incorrectly, I shall still grant you a reward. There is a scheme afoot. I assure you it is quite genuine. Come now, guess, and simply speaking one word will earn you a reward. Jun Mo gazed at Chu Xiluo with eager anticipation. I will not guess. No matter what you say, I refuse. I am now in need of sustenance. Jun Mo gestured with his left hand, then took Chu Xiluo to the lotus pavilion to sit down. Luo, although you do not wish to guess the answer, I still wish to bestow my reward upon you. With that, he leaned in, his left hand caressing her waist, while his right hand cradled the back of her head, lowering his face to kiss her. Chu Xiluo struggled to break free from Jun Mo's embrace, yet gradually found herself growing weak and melted into his arms. Moments later, Jun Mo slowly released Chu Xiluo, smiling as he asked, "Are you satisfied with my reward, Luo? Is this truly a reward? It is blatantly taking advantage. What is even more infuriating is my inability to resist his kiss, which is quite an ominous sign. Perhaps I should stay elsewhere starting tomorrow." Haha, look at you, Luo, blushing. I shan't mention it any further. Come, are you not eager to taste these pastries? As Jun Mo spoke, the servants had already arranged the pastries. Although Chu Xiluo felt a hint of irritation, she could not bear to turn down such delicacies and promptly began to indulge. Luo, do not move. Jun Mo suddenly leaned closer to Chu Xiluo, watching as his handsome face loomed larger before her. Believing he was about to kiss her again, Chu Xiluo hurriedly jumped up and pushed him away. Jun Mo, be mindful. If you continue like this, I shall take my leave from your manor. Jun Mo stood, moved beside her, and gently wiped away the crumbs from the pastry that clung to her lips, tousling her hair as he said, Luo, why are you so agitated? Are you afraid of what I might do? I merely wish to clean the crumbs from your mouth. It is indeed your fault. If you did not constantly surprise me with kisses, would I be so on edge? It is entirely your fault, causing my nerves to be on high alert. I admit it is my fault. Next time, may I inform you before I kiss you? Jun Mo asked earnestly. Luo, that poses a dilemma. If I ask you, you will say no, and if I do not ask, you will accuse me of ambushing you. What then shall I do? Jun Mo feigned a troubled expression. Chu Xiluo laughed. Surely that is not a dilemma. If you refrain from kissing, all issues shall be resolved. Chu Xiluo sighed, pondering why this matter of my person keeps resurfacing. That haven't they discussed it for quite some time? Is he determined to linger on this topic? Enough of such matters. You need not dwell on them. Luo, by the way, did you visit the Chu family today? How did it go? Miss Chu, please refrain from addressing me as girl, for such a manner of speech is quite disconcerting to me. It is my duty to serve. Very well then, but do not persist in referring to yourself in such a subservient manner before me. I am accustomed to it. Next time, kindly use so when you speak of yourself. I am grateful for your kindness, Miss Chu, however, and Xiang wished to continue speaking, but upon receiving a glance from Chu Xiluo, she carried on. I shall remain here, and whenever you require assistance, Miss Chu, simply give a command. Very well. And Xiang then led Chu Xiluo on a tour of the residence known as Luoyun Courtyard. Prior to Chu Xiluo's arrival, the place was not called Luoyun Courtyard. It was originally named Mayan Residence. And Xiang, I shall rest here for a moment. You may go about your business. Chu Xiluo remarked while gazing at a tree. Very well, I shall wait not far from here. Should you need anything, Miss Chu, do not hesitate to call. With that, she stepped back. Chu Xiluo sprang up and perched herself upon a branch, quietly observing the scenery around her. Miss Chu. Chu Xiluo looked down to see Xiaozhu calling for her from a distance and gracefully descended to approach him. What brings you to seek me? This is a message from the prince. Xiaozhu presented a stack of papers to Chu Xiluo. She extended her hand to receive them and inquired, what is this? The prince did not elaborate. You will understand upon reading it. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Thank you for delivering this. It is essential to express gratitude, especially as this pertains to Jun Mo Ran's affairs. Rather than her OWO not mention thanks, Miss Chu. It is our duty to serve. Having said this, Xiaozhu turned to depart. Chu Xiluo examined the documents provided by Jun Mo Ran, realizing they contained information about the Chu family. Indeed, why had she not thought to inquire sooner? She had even gone out to gather information. Chapter 204. By the way, what are these two maps? To her astonishment, they were maps of the Chan Wangfu and the Chu family estate. The presence of the Chu family map indicated that Jun Mo Ran was far from ordinary. In truth, she had recognized his exceptional nature from their very first encounter. Chu Xiluo promptly stored the maps in her Linglang bracelet space and sought a quiet spot to peruse the materials concerning the Chu family that Jun Mo Ran had provided. Unsurprisingly, the Chu family treated Xuanyun as one of their own. Yet why had the wet nurse and Xuanyun failed to clarify this? Was there perhaps another underlying reason? Speaking of which, how was Xuanyun faring now? Xuanyun, did the third miss treat you poorly? Sun Huiyin asked with concern. No. She merely introduced me to the Xiangwang. Why would she introduce you to the prince for no reason? Sun Huiyin questioned, puzzled. That is precisely what I do not understand, godmother. When do you think the young lady will seek us out? We arrived in the capital before Xiluo, so she should not have arrived yet. For now, we can at least take comfort in knowing she is safe. But now the Chu family has mistakenly identified me as the young lady. Even if I tell them otherwise, they refuse to believe it? Let us leave it for now. When Xiluo comes to find us, we shall address this issue. Sun Huiyin contemplated. That seems to be the only course of action. Initially, I was astonished to learn that the young lady is actually the legitimate seventh miss of the Chu family. How could a daughter from one of the four great families of Xuanyun appear in such a small place as Chuling Town? She recalled their first meeting when the young lady had been clad in rough, coarse fabric. However, after arriving, she understood that the young lady was not favored within the Chu family. They regarded her as a daughter yet did not hold her in high esteem, merely providing a courtyard for her and her godmother to reside in. Along with 2 maidservants, even the monthly allowance had not been seen in the 2 months since their arrival. Thankfully, the young lady had bestowed upon her and her godmother a substantial amount of gold coins when they parted. May I ask what the 5th miss requires of me? Lu Su inquired. I have told you, do not call me the 5th miss. You are my 7th sister, thus you should refer to me as 5th sister. Here is the invitation from the 3rd princess. Remember to attend in 3 days. Now that I have given you the invitation, I must take my leave. By the way, 7th sister, do dress appropriately for the occasion. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek assistance from 5th sister. Being a legitimate daughter means little when one has been sent away from the Chu family since childhood, raised as a wild girl outside. She likely has not even the most decent of garments. Godmother, do you think I should attend or not? Lu Su asked Sun Huiyin while holding the invitation, having grown up in Chuling Town. She had attended gatherings before, but never one of such noble stature. You must go. We cannot refuse. It would offend the princess. Sun Huiyin found herself in a dilemma, yet ultimately encouraged Lu Su to attend. Realizing that she would need to prepare some attire and accessories, she recognized that while her belongings were the finest in Chuling Town, they would pale in comparison to the opulence of the capital. Merely better than the maidservant's attire. Chapter 205. Xiaolan, please take me shopping for some clothing and jewelry this afternoon. Lu Su instructed. 3 days later, Chu Xiluo departed from Chan Wangfu and made her way directly to the Chu family estate. Initially, she had intended to leave the Chan Wangfu the following day, but Jun Mo Ran had opposed her plans. Miss, are you here to see the 7th miss again? Upon reaching the entrance of the Chu family, before Chu Xiluo could speak, the gatekeeper inquired, Indeed, I wonder if it is possible to meet your 7th miss today. Unfortunately, all the young ladies of the estate have gone to attend a banquet. Have you not informed your 7th miss of my arrival? Chu Xiluo asked. I have already conveyed your visit to our young miss. Who do you think you are? Even if she is unwilling to meet you, the gatekeeper felt a twinge of guilt at being called out by Chu Xiluo. However, he reasoned that regardless of her potential or friendship with the 7th miss, if she did not meet her, who would know she had come? Moreover, the 7th miss was not favored. The prince is already in the residence. I shall take Miss Chu to him now. They all recognized the esteemed position Chu Xiluo held in the prince's heart. They had seen it clearly. Others required formal permission to meet the prince. While Miss Chu could go directly without such formalities. Luo, you are looking for me. Before Chu Xiluo could appear before Jun Mo Ran, he was already approaching her. He had sensed her presence and felt the familiar aura of Luo. This was the first time Luo had taken the initiative to seek him out. That if there were 100 steps between them, with Luo taking just one, he would cover the remaining 99 to stand by her side. Jun Mo Ran, do you know it is I? Even before reaching him, he was already advancing toward her, aware of her purpose. Of course, have you forgotten who your man is? Speak, what brings you to me? Whatever it may be, I shall fulfill your request without hesitation. Jun Mo Ran, let me clarify. You are not yet my man. Chu Xiluo pressed her fingers to her temples, exasperated at so. Does Luo mean to hasten the process of making me your man? Jun Mo Ran leaned closer to Chu Xiluo, a playful smile gracing his lips. Jun Mo Ran, be serious. I have come to discuss a matter with you. Chu Xiluo gently pushed him away. Very well. Then, if Luo has approached me for the first time, do tell. I went to the Chu family again today but did not see Xuanyun or the wet nurse. I heard Xuanyun went to some banquet. Could you help me inquire about it? It would be splendid if I could also attend. Ah, just this matter? I shall take you there in a quarter of an hour. You already know? Chu Xiluo exclaimed in surprise. Realizing he had learned of Su Er's whereabouts before she had even mentioned it, I do not know now, but I shall in a quarter of an hour. Oh, splendid. Can we arrange for a meeting between Su Er and me without causing a stir? Indeed, as you wish. Jun Mo Ran nodded. Chapter 206. A quarter of an hour later, Chu Xiluo donned a maid's attire and a veil to meet Jun Mo Ran. Luo, why are you dressed this way? Jun Mo Ran inquired, observing her outfit. As you see, I intend to disguise myself as your maid and accompany you. Chu Xiluo remarked, noticing the astonishment on Jun Mo Ran's face. Ha ha ha, Luo, how delightful you are. Go change back into your original clothes. If you do not wish to attract attention, no one will notice you. He added with a smirk. Besides, you see, maidservants do not wear veils. Very well. Please wait for me a moment. She wished to avoid wearing the veil, but the large birthmark on the left side of her face could not go uncovered. Although it was currently painted on, it had been done with a permanent dye that could not be washed off, and she had yet to concoct a special solution to remove it. You need not wear that in my presence, Jun Mo Ran declared, reaching out to remove the veil from Chu Xiluo's face before leading her to the carriage. In a matter of moments they arrived. Luo, I shall disembark first. You remain in the carriage, you will soon see her. After saying this, Jun Mo Ran exited the carriage, following the guidance of a servant, while Chu Xiluo remained seated. Driven by Xiaozhu to another location. Miss Chu, we can wait here. Lu Gunyang will arrive shortly. Xiaozhu halted the carriage, addressing Chu Xiluo. She lifted the curtain to glance around and discovered they were in a courtyard. With the carriage parked on a patch of grass. Miss Chu, if you find it dull here, you may step outside. Upon seeing Chu Xiluo cautiously lift the curtain to glance around, Xiaozhu spoke. Xiaozhu, how unkind of you. Knowing there was no one here, why didn't you mention it sooner? You made me feel like a thief peeking outside. Chu Xiluo rebuked Xiaozhu as she jumped down from the carriage. I apologize, my subordinate simply forgot. You never said you wanted to come out, Miss Chu. Well, since it was unintentional, I shall forgive you this time, Chu Xiluo graciously replied. Xiaozhu. Miss Chu, Miss Lu has arrived. Moments later, Xiaozhu's voice echoed behind Chu Xiluo. Turning her head, Chu Xiluo indeed saw Su Er approaching. Is that really you, miss? In the blink of an eye, Lu Su stood before Chu Xiluo, her excitement palpable. What do you think? Chu Xiluo chuckled as she looked at Lu Xu. It truly is you, miss. You've been gone for so long. Both mother and I missed you dearly. We were quite worried, but once we heard you were safe, we finally felt at ease. Enough about me, how have you been? Has the Chu family given you any trouble? Not really, but they insist on treating me as the miss, when I tell them my name is Lu Su and not miss. They don't believe me. Lu Su replied, a hint of frustration in her voice. As long as you're not troubled, it's of little consequence. It's merely an identity after all. It matters not, Chu Xiluo shrugged, for she had no desire for the title of the seventh miss of the Chu family. However, if they were to discover the truth, Lu Su hesitated, pondering that miss would surely face punishment for having her servant impersonate her. Let's not dwell on that now. I'm just glad to see you well. Chapter 207. Since they all believe you to be me, I shall check into the Chu residence tomorrow as your friend. Chu Xiluo explained her detailed plan to Lu Su. All right, I understand what to do now. Starting tomorrow, I can be with you again. How delightful. Although she knew her abilities paled in comparison to miss, she wished to remain by her side while she could. Lu Su, you have no idea of the commotion when Prince Chen passed by earlier. Those young ladies were practically drooling over him. Who would even notice me? So it was that Jun Mo Ran had captivated the hearts of all the beauties present. Chu Xiluo mused internally. Just to be safe, let us go. We shall meet tomorrow, and a moment's delay will not matter. Chu Xiluo patted Lu Su's shoulder reassuringly. All right, I will follow your lead. She then turned and left, and indeed, as soon as Chu Xiluo boarded the carriage, Xiaozhu took her leave, and shortly thereafter, Jun Mo Ran appeared in the carriage. Once aboard, Chu Xiluo fixed her gaze upon him. Luo, if you keep staring at me like that, I might think you are infatuated with me. Chu Xiluo remained silent, continuing to observe him before finally speaking. I already knew you were extraordinarily beautiful, but seeing you up close, it's clear that you are indeed the most handsome man in Xuanyun Kingdom. Hearing this, Jun Mo Ran chuckled. As long as Luo likes it. Beautiful men are always pleasing to the eye. Who wouldn't fancy them? Chu Xiluo continued to gaze at him, saying, if that is the case, I suppose I must thank my father and mother for this face. Jun Mo Ran raised an eyebrow, smiling at Chu Xiluo. Good. You agreed so quickly. 3 days ago, when I wanted to leave Chanwangfu, You were pouting, acting cute, threatening and enticing. Now you are so agreeable. Chu Xiluo looked at him, puzzled. Are you saying Luo is reluctant to part with me, and that's why you don't want to leave? If that is the case, I would be quite pleased. Humph, I will certainly leave tomorrow. I merely wish to inform you now, fearing you would try to stop me again. Very well. Jun Mo Ran's lips curled into a faint smile. An hour later, Chu Xiluo sat in the parlor, instructing the servants. Go summon your prince, dinner is ready. Luo, since you wish to report my presence, how can you call others to fetch me while you sit here waiting? Just as Chu Xiluo finished speaking, Jun Mo Ran had already appeared in the parlor. Chapter 208. I was merely taking a moment to rest after a busy hour. Chu Xiluo shot an annoyed glance at Jun Mo Ran, who seemed oblivious to others' efforts. Yes, Luo, you've worked hard. Henceforth, do less of such labor, and everything you prepared today, I shall consume, Jun Mo Ran remarked, eyeing the 4 dishes and a soup on the table. It's good you recognize my efforts. Now eat, lest it grows cold. Of course, I will do less of it in the future. Although I adore delicious food, I am quite lazy. I would rather enjoy the flavors created by others than toil in the kitchen myself. After finishing their meal, Jun Mo Ran accompanied Chu Xiluo to Luoyun courtyard before taking his leave. The following day, Chu Xiluo arrived early at the designated meeting place with Lu Su, eagerly waiting for her. Mother, let us go. Excited about picking up Miss today, Lu Su rose early, but leaving the Chu residence at such an hour would attract attention. Hence she and her mother delayed their departure until now. Miss, are you heading out? Just as Lu Su was about to step outside with her mother, Xiaolon happened to pass by. Yes, a few days ago, I savored the breakfast at Jinxi residence and found it quite delectable. So today I plan to take my mother there again for a treat. Lu Su replied slowly, gazing steadily at her. Shall I accompany you, miss? The 7th miss is not favored in the residence. It is only natural for her to prefer the food outside, especially since Jinxi residence is renowned for its delicacies. I realized that since the last time I saw her, she bought items worth tens of thousands of gold coins without a second thought, revealing her true nature beneath her seemingly simple exterior. Since you wish to go, let us go together. You go ahead and summon a carriage to wait at the entrance. Lu Su instructed her. Yes, miss. After which she departed. Is it all right for Su Air to accompany her? Sun Huiyan inquired. Yes, since it is the case, it is only reasonable to bring her along. Come, mother, I believe miss is already waiting for us there. The sound of hooves echoed at the entrance of Jinxi residence. Miss, we have arrived at Jinxi residence. Then 3 people alighted from the carriage and entered Jinxi residence. Good day, esteemed guest. How may I assist you? Sun Huiyan asked. It is Lu Su's first time accompanying Lu Su to this place, so she merely stood by, waiting quietly. We do have private rooms available. This way, please. The server enthusiastically led Lu Su toward a private room. White clouds and flowing waters, jade stones and green pines, snow nights and peach blossoms. Let us have one of each. Once seated in the private room, Lu Su instructed the server. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please wait a moment. Shortly thereafter, the server brought forth the dishes Lu Su had ordered, and she began to eat leisurely. Knock knock. Come in. Lu Su assumed it was Chu Xiluo come to find her. She glanced at Xiaolon beside her, suppressing her excitement, and calmly spoke. Miss, this is the water-like youth. Please enjoy. After saying this, she turned to leave. Wait, I don't recall ordering this dish. It was sent by a young lady downstairs. Lu Su asked the server. Chapter 209. No, miss, it was sent by a young lady downstairs. She said it was your favorite. Oh, since she knows my preference, I suppose she must be my friend. Please go invite her to join us here. Since it was sent by a woman, it must be miss. Certainly, I shall go and inform her. The server then went downstairs to speak with Chu Xiluo. Knock knock. Come in. Lu Su looked toward the door, and the person entering gazed back at her. It's really you. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. After a moment of mutual acknowledgement, Chu Xiluo was the first to speak. Su Air, don't just stand there. Come sit down. Lu Su has been mentioning you for the past 2 months. Sun Huiyan added. Is that truly the case? Chu Xiluo approached and took a seat beside Lu Su. Inquiring. Of course. Did I not tell you? I wanted to invite you to the Chu family, hoping you would come to the capital and find me. Yet now that you are in the capital, you Haven Tea sought me out. Are you disregarding our friendship? Lu Su feigned sorrow as she looked at Chu Xiluo, accusing her. How do you know I Haven Tea come to find you? I visited your Chu residence 3 times, but I couldn't get in. I had the gatekeeper relay my message to you. Just yesterday, I tried to find you again. Chu Xiluo defended herself innocently. All right, I understand your difficulties. It's those servants who are so superficial, so don't let them bother you. Meanwhile, Xiaolon, overhearing their conversation, realized that the unattractive woman who had just entered was a friend of the 7th Miss from outside and that they shared a close bond, with the 7th Miss inviting her to stay at the Chu residence. Knock knock. The door to the private room was knocked on once more. Lu Su and Chu Xiluo exchanged glances before Lu Su spoke. Please enter. As soon as the words fell, a figure appeared at the door, tall and slender, nearly 7 feet in height, adorned in an elaborately embroidered green and purple robe, beneath which was a bright satin cream-colored jacket. Her hair, dark as night, was neatly styled into an elaborate bun, and delicate white jade hairpins dangled gracefully, draped with soft green silk. Indeed, it was Miss Chu Xiluo who had arrived when you ascended just now. I caught a fleeting glimpse of you approaching from afar and couldn't help but come over. Did I hope I have not disturbed your enjoyment, Miss? Jun Mo entered brusquely, casting a cursory glance at those present. Upon spotting Chu Xiluo, he paused momentarily before swiftly turning to Lu Su, remarking, how could there be any disturbance? It is a blessing for me to be in the presence of the prince, and I am fortunate to encounter a dear friend at this moment. Lu Su quickly rose to speak. Originally, it was the prince's presence that brought me here. I pay my respects to you. Your Highness. Though reluctant, Chu Xiluo still stood and slightly bowed towards Jun Mo. There's no need for such formalities. Jun Mo replied coldly to Chu Xiluo. Miss Chu Xiluo, please take a seat. There is no need for such pretense between us. In that case, may I join you for breakfast? He then warmly assisted Lu Su to her feet. Did I thank you for your kindness, Your Highness? Lu Su said softly, before resuming her meal. Chapter 210, The Chu Family. Part 4. The addition of Xiaolon to the private room had already felt somewhat intrusive, and now with Jun Mo's arrival, both Chu Xiluo and Lu Su found their appetites waning. Thus they hastily finished their food, preparing to take their leave. Miss Chu Xiluo, since we have all dined, why not accompany me for a boat ride? Although he was to marry Xiao Xiao as his primary consort, having a beauty like Chu Xiluo fall for him, and then taking her as a secondary consort seemed appealing. In that case I shall not intrude upon your gathering today. Let us arrange another meeting. After speaking, he exited Lu Su's private room. Waiter, please bring the bill. Lu Su intended to call for Miss but quickly altered her phrasing upon seeing Xiaolon present. Your total comes to 300 gold coins. Within moments, the waiter arrived. Here. Sun Huiyin produced 300 gold coins from behind and handed them to the waiter. Observing that the bill was being settled, Xiaolon swiftly departed to summon a carriage to wait for Chu Xiluo and the others at the door. Miss, we have arrived. The carriage came to a gentle halt before the Chu residence, with Xiaolon being the first to disembark, followed by Sun Huiyin, then Chu Xiluo, and lastly Lu Su. Let us go. I shall lead you in. Lu Su took the lead. Chu Xiluo followed closely. Noticing the gatekeepers, and coincidentally, it was the same group she had encountered previously. Sewer, does your family only have these few gatekeepers? Why is it always the same ones I see when I come? Chu Xiluo inquired, raising her voice. I am not certain. I haven't ventured out much and haven't paid attention. Lu Su replied innocently. Is it true that the Chu family is not as grand as I thought? Lacking even in gatekeepers? Gatekeeper. Miss, what do you mean by lacking gatekeepers? Are we not present? Moreover, you arrive precisely when we are on duty. If you don't see us, who else would you expect to find? As Lu Su and Chu Xiluo's voices faded into the distance, the gatekeepers could only silently grumble. Moments later, Lu Su guided Chu Xiluo to Qiu Shui Gu. Upon entering, Chu Xiluo surveyed her surroundings. The courtyard was approximately 400 square feet, featuring a small building with around 5 rooms and a modest secondary structure. In front of the rooms was an open area with a he huan tree planted, beneath which sat a stone table accompanied by several chairs, surrounded by pots of flowers and greenery. Xiaolon, Yuan and Xiago, prepare a room for my friend. After issuing the command, she led Chu Xiluo and Sun Huiyin toward her own room. Sheer, you have finally arrived. Let your nanny take a look at you. Once inside, the door was promptly shut by Sun Huiyin, who excitedly approached Chu Xiluo, examining her from every angle, relieved to see that she was indeed well. While it was not the first time Chu Xiluo had been away for an extended period, the current situation was perilous, and the thought of her being alone in the outside world, facing dangers unknown, was enough to cause concern. Nanny, I am well, but how have you all been? Chu Xiluo glanced around the environment, which, though far inferior to her quarters at the Chanwang residence, was still relatively clean. As for whether anyone had troubled them, she was unsure, hence her inquiry. Chapter 211. The Chu family begins to buzz. Young master? Yes, the young master is your uncle Shirat. As you know, the Chu family is still under your grandfather's authority, so your uncle can only be referred to as the young master. Chu Xiluo was taken aback. How could a young master be her uncle? In her impression, a young master was typically someone youthful. The term uncle sounded rather aged. Have others come seeking you? Chu Xiluo pressed on. Did they cause you distress? And how did you explain to them that Sewer is not related to me? To be fair, there was no distress. When I told her that Sewer was not yours, she responded that we had left the Chu family for so many years. And now that Sheer can cultivate and has regained her beauty, it was best not to dwell on such matters. We should simply enjoy being the 7th young lady of the Chu family. In that case, let us settle in comfortably. Miss, the room has been prepared. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Lan's voice interrupted their conversation. Very well, now that you have no further business, you may leave. Lu Su instructed. Miss, this was originally your room, but now we can only make do with a guest room. Lu Su stated with a hint of regret. What guest room? The master bedroom is just as good. Chu Xiluo waved her hand dismissively. Then let me take you there now. All right, let us go. I need to rest soon. I woke up too early today and have yet to fully awaken. Of course, I will ensure they do not disturb you. After entering her room, Chu Xiluo set up a barrier around her and promptly lay down to rest. Greetings, 3rd young master, 5th young master, 7th young master. Where is Chu Xiluo? Call her out to see me. The 3 settled beneath the He Huan tree, awaiting her arrival. The servant shall go fetch her. Xiaolan approached Lu Su's room. Ready to knock. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Su had already overheard their conversation and stepped out before Xiaolan could knock. You are the previously incapable and unattractive 7th sister. I never expected that after the birthmark was removed, you would turn out to be a stunning beauty. Your cultivation is commendable too. An advanced great spiritual master, 1 star. By the way, I have yet to introduce myself. I am your 3rd brother, Chu Zhuolong. This is your 5th brother, Chu Bo Han. And this is your 7th brother, Chu Ziyu. Greetings, 3rd brother, 5th brother, 7th brother. Chapter 212. The Chu family begins to buzz, Part 2. 3rd brother. How is it that this waste has suddenly improved so much? Did we not just go to humiliate her? Chu Bo Han inquired, perplexed. That do not concern yourself with Chu Xiluo. I have my own plans for her. From now on, do not trouble her. Nangong Mo must be quite pleased with this gift, yes? Indeed, during our recent venture to Imofeng Forest, we happened upon her. Had I not recognized her nanny, Sun Huiyin, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that the girl had removed her birthmark and could cultivate. In that case, bring her along tomorrow so I may have a look. Very well, I will do so. By the way, how are those injured in this recent incident recovering? We took 30 men to Imofeng Forest, suffered 5 casualties, one of whom can no longer cultivate due to damage to his dantian. And 2 others have lost an arm. Though we have suffered significant losses, other families are faring no better. Please arrange for the families of those men. We received news yesterday that Zhugua has successfully refined enhancement pills, 4 in total. 4? Is that true? The Chu family may have a chance to acquire one. Once the matters were settled, the patriarch of the Chu family, Chu Xiluo's grandfather, turned to leave. Summon Jingyi the steward to my study. Moments later, young master, you called for me? Chu Jingyi appeared in the study of Chu Guodong, Chu Xiluo's uncle, currently the young master of the Chu family. Please deliver 50,000 gold coins to the families of these individuals. Although these fallen men were elites of the Chu family, they were of a collateral line. Their skills, while impressive, were honed through our family's resources, so providing 50,000 gold coins to their families is a fair gesture. Yes, young master. I shall attend to it immediately. Chu Jingyi took the list handed to him by Chu Guodong and exited. For most families, 50,000 gold coins would be a staggering sum. Yet for the Chu family, it was but a drop in the ocean. Lu Su could easily spend over 100,000 gold coins on a fine set of clothing and jewelry. When Chu Xiao from Chu Lingzhan, competed with Chu Xiluo over mounts, she offered double the price for hers, amounting to 400,000 gold coins. Thus, the 50,000 was merely a token of consolation for the families of those who had fallen. Summon Xiao to me. With the recent loss of 8 elites, it seemed a waste for someone of Xiao's talent to be married off to a prince. Chapter 213. The Chu family becomes lively after a quarter of an hour. Chu Xixiao appeared in the study of Chu Guodong. Father, you summoned me. Indeed, take a seat. I presume your mother has informed you that Prince Xiang intends to take you as his principal consort. Chu Guodong said slowly, gazing at Chu Xixiao. Father, I refuse to marry. Jun Mo is already 22 years old and is merely a 5th-star senior spirit master, while I am 17 and already a 1st-star junior spirit sovereign. How can such a talent possibly be worthy of me? Chu Xixiao retorted. What of the prince? This is a world that venerates strength. Xiao. You have reached the 1st star of junior spirit sovereign. Remarkable. Your talent has indeed been progressing splendidly. Yes, I have been in a bottleneck for the past few months, but just the other day I found the opportunity to advance. Nevertheless, Xiao, even so, you must not underestimate Prince Xiang. He has a formidable mother. Consort Lu is merely 47 but already a 5th-star senior spirit deity. To find your grandfather, who is now 82, is only a 9th-star senior spirit deity. A woman of such talent would command respect even from your grandfather. But I simply do not like him. Who would have thought that the mother of Prince Xiang is so formidable? Yet he has taken a liking to you. Had he expressed interest in another young lady of the Chu family, your grandfather and I would have readily acquiesced. It is only because it is you, whose talent is second only to your elder sister, that we naturally wish for you to marry well. However, we cannot dismiss Consort Li's wishes lightly. What if he has an affair with another legitimate daughter of the Chu family? Must I still marry him? Of course not. He would marry that legitimate daughter as his principal wife. Our Chu family's legitimate daughters are not to be trifled with. Even for the sake of Consort Lu, that would be unacceptable. After pondering, Chu Guodong reflected on the legitimate daughters. Currently, the legitimate daughters of the Chu family were none other than Xian and Xixiao. Yenner is the daughter of the woman he cherishes most, and she is already engaged to the son of his beloved sister. Although the crown prince may not possess the best talent among the princes, he is still quite commendable and well matched with Yenner. He never imagined that in his heart, Chu Xian was the most precious. While he treated both daughters fairly at this critical moment, he realized that for his own happiness, he would unhesitatingly push aside his daughter when it came to his beloved daughter's interests. Thus, all of this was lost on Chu Xixiao. She remained oblivious to the fact that her father, while treating them equally, did not wish for her to harbor resentment towards her sister, especially since her brother was destined to inherit the position of the head of the Chu family. An hour later, Chu Xiluo finally awoke. Upon opening the door, she saw Liuxiu sitting at the stone table, engrossed in reading. Liuxiu, what book are you reading? I have never seen you read before. Chu Xiluo inquired curiously as she approached. Here, this is for you, miss. Liuxiu handed the book in her hand to Chu Xiluo. The Chu family relationship directory. Chu Xiluo glanced at it and discovered that it detailed the relationships of the members of the Chu family. Chapter 214. The Chu family becomes lively. For instance, who is the son of whom, who is the daughter of whom, who married whom, and so forth. After flipping through the directory, Chu Xiluo tossed it back to Liuxiu, declaring, this is far too tedious. I shall return it. Miss, you are the legitimate daughter of the Chu family. How can you not read it? Otherwise, what will you do when you find yourself clueless later? Liuxiu insisted, handing the book back to Chu Xiluo. Looking at Liuxiu, who had a glimmer of excitement in her eyes, Chu Xiluo hesitated and said, Liuxiu, I must trouble you with this. You are currently the Chu family's legitimate daughter, while I am merely a guest residing here. Thus, it is best you read it. After saying this, she raised an eyebrow at Liuxiu. Miss, you are aware that my position is only temporary, so it is still better for you to read it. It is fine, you read it. Once you have understood it, it will be as if I have read it too. If I have any questions in the future, I will just ask you. So, Liuxiu, you must promise to be my guide. Miss, you have understood. You certainly know, otherwise you would not say such things. Humph, know what? Know that you wish to tease me, your lady? Know that I do not fancy such dull books. Miss, you truly do know. Sigh, I shall return to my reading. Liuxiu obediently lowered her head and continued perusing the Chu family relationship directory. Moments later, Sun Huiyin brought tea for Chu Xiluo. Sire, have some tea? Thank you, Nai. After finishing her tea, Chu Xiluo looked at Liuxiu and Sun Huiyin and inquired. Liuxiu, Nai, have you both not improved your cultivation over the past 4 months? Have you not consolidated your skills? Miss, Nai is already a 1st-star senior martial master while I am merely a 1st-star senior spirit master. If we were to spar, would you not be subjecting yourself to abuse? Liuxiu pouted at Chu Xiluo. Progress comes swiftly with pressure. Currently, you are only practicing with Nai. What will you do when you encounter an enemy? Will you tell them, I cannot fight you because my cultivation is vastly inferior, and expect them to depart? Miss, I understand. I shall not say such things again. Good. Now you both should start practicing. I will step out for a bit. Do you want me to accompany you, miss? Liuxiu asked. No need. You two continue your practice. I can manage on my own. That I shall not use the main entrance. After saying this, Chu Xiluo rose and flew out. Watching Chu Xiluo depart in such a manner, Liuxiu could not help but have her eyes twitch. It seems this is also a viable method. Mother, what brings you here? Come in, I have something to discuss. Madame Sun gestured towards Chu Xixiao's room. What is it, mother, that you are being so cautious? Once inside, Madame Sun closed the door and asked Chu Xiluo, tell me, have you said anything to your father? Why has he suddenly instructed me to prepare for your marriage to Prince Xiang when he was still contemplating it? Chapter 215. The Chu family becomes lively. 5. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiluo recounted her earlier conversation with Chu Guodong. If that is the case, Xiao, we must act swiftly. Before the date of your marriage with Prince Xiang is finalized, we must address that matter. Understood, mother. I know what to do. For my own happiness, I will surely handle it well. Then I shall take my leave. You should visit her more often, as you know. Yes, I will do that shortly. Liuxiu, these pastries are delightful. Who made them? Have them prepare another platter. Miss, these were sent by the third young lady. Third young lady? Who is that? The third young lady is the daughter of your second uncle's second wife, Chu Xiluo. Since the second wife's surname is Sun, everyone in the residence refers to her as Madame Sunday. She has one son and one daughter. Due to the exceptional talents of her children, she has been elevated to the status of a legitimate wife. Thus, her children are now considered legitimate son and daughter. Then she holds quite a high position in the Chu family. Why would she suddenly seek to curry favor with you? Flattery without cause is suspicious. It is either deceit or mischief. Do not concern yourself with her. If she dares to set her sights on us, we shall not be polite. Also, you are now the seventh young lady of the Chu family. Instruct them to call you third sister, not third young lady. If she truly wished to foster sisterly bonds, she would not have waited until now. Miss, how can this be enough? Just take comfort in being this seventh young lady. After all, you are merely an uncherished daughter. By the way, I shall begin secluding myself starting tomorrow. I may not return to the residence. When I leave, I will not inform you, so be cautious over the next few days. They cannot sense my presence within the Ling Lang bracelet, so it is better to say I am not here. Once matters were settled, Chu Xiluo resumed her tea and pastries with Liuxiu's second sister. Must we really proceed with this? What are you afraid of? But she is a legitimate daughter. At the last princess's banquet, her attire was a new release from the Chunxia pavilion, worth at least 70 to 80,000 gold coins. Not to mention the jewelry, which must also cost around 70 to 80,000 gold coins. The entire ensemble amounts to over 100,000 gold coins, while we, as concubine daughters, receive merely 2,000 gold coins a month. What are you worried about, fifth sister? With so many of us sisters, why should we fear her? Indeed, fifth sister. All right, everyone stopped. If you truly fear her, I will not force you, fifth sister. You need not go. Go ahead. But if anyone inquires that I know nothing, good, splendid. Off you go. Thank you, second sister. Second sister, fifth sister will not let this slip, will she? Do not worry, she dares not. With one less person we can divide more among ourselves. Come, let us head over now. Chapter 216. The Chu family becomes lively. 6. A quarter of an hour later, in Liuxiu's courtyard, several young ladies suddenly arrived, and one spoke. What brings you all here? My sisters? Seventh sister, you finally called us sisters. No longer, miss, this is how it should be, for we are, after all, one family and should not be so distant. Indeed, I was foolish before. I shall not be so in the future. Willow Catkins seemed to respond with feigned understanding, saying, all right, let us not dwell on such matters today. The elder sisters have come to pay you a visit. Chu Xingyun remarked, taking Willow Catkins' hand. Please, dear sisters, have a seat. Xiaolan, bring the tea. Willow Catkins directed towards the not-so-distant Xiaolan as she encouraged her guests to sit down. Moments later, Xiaolan arrived with the tea. Seventh sister, you truly live up to your status as the legitimate daughter. Even this tea surpasses what we have. Chu Xingyun exclaimed, taking a sip and gazing at Willow Catkins. Oh, second sister, you flatter me. This tea was just gifted to me by third sister. I merely borrowed the beauty of her offering. Willow Catkins smiled. Haha, seventh sister is indeed exceptional. Despite us growing up in the Chu family, I have never received a gift from third sister. Chu Xingyun continued, if second sister does not mind, I have some to share with you. Willow Catkins replied with a smile, then I shall not stand on ceremony. You are too kind, second sister. And Xia, please fetch the tea leaves that third sister brought today for second sister. By the way, seventh sister, that exquisite attire you wore at the princess banquet last time was from Zhenxia Pavilion, was it not? I spotted it at the entrance but could not see it clearly. Would you be so kind as to show me again? Chu Xingyun inquired, looking at Willow Catkins. Certainly. Dear sisters, please accompany me to my room. Willow Catkins responded, leading them to her chamber. Sisters, I have placed the dress in the wardrobe. Feel free to take a look. She said as she settled into a chair upon entering the room. Then I shall retrieve it myself. Chu Xingyun replied casually, casting an inadvertent glance at Chu Lanying, the fourth miss, and Chu Kaiying, the sixth miss. Seventh sister, did you not wear some jewelry last time? Why are you not adorned today? Fourth sister wishes to have a look. Indeed, sixth sister is also curious. The jewelry is in the accessory box. Allow me to fetch it for you, Willow Catkins declared, rising to retrieve it. Let us accompany seventh sister. Chao remarked, oh, it seems there is some excitement at Chu Xiluo's side. Chu Xiluo commented, a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. Shall we go over? Yes, but timing is crucial. You go and ascertain the situation, then report back to me. Chu Xiluo waved her hand, dismissing Chao. Understood. After finishing tea and snacks with Willow Catkins, Chu Xiluo felt bored and decided to stroll outside. Who goes there? She questioned, glancing around as she wandered the streets. Suddenly, she felt a tap on her shoulder and turned to inquire. What a disappointment, to be accosted by such an unsightly woman, the person behind her. Upon seeing the birthmark on her left cheek, could not suppress a wave of revulsion. Perplexed, Chu Xiluo was about to speak when the person continued, what are you staring at? How dare you, with such an ugly visage, venture out and now regard me with such disdain? It seems I must teach you a lesson for your audacity. With that, he lunged at her. Chapter 217. Nangong Mo won with a swift turn. Chu Xiluo evaded his attack, channeling her spirit energy to retaliate. The man, taken aback by the rapidity of her evasion and counterattack, hastily conjured an elemental shield in defense. However, could it withstand? 1 second, 2 seconds. 3 seconds. In a mere 5 seconds, his shield shattered. Though it was but a fleeting 5 seconds, it was sufficient for him to escape. In truth, Chu Xiluo had no intention of seriously harming him. She merely sought to teach him a mild lesson, hence she only exerted a fraction of her strength in her counterattack. Given his current cultivation level, he could have evaded, albeit awkwardly, had he been perceptive. He would have recognized her formidable nature and ceased his aggression, lest she retaliate without mercy. Slowly, Chu Xiluo approached him, step by step. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. He could not fathom how a mid-level spirit master at the 9th star could evade the attack of a high-level spirit master at the 3rd star, let alone counter with such swiftness. Little did he know that Chu Xiluo had already reached the novice summoner master at the 9th star, surpassing him by an entire level, making her feats seem effortless. Were you not just so brazenly attacking me? Are you frightened now? Chu Xiluo inquired with a sardonic smile. Could he admit to his fear? He had only acted out of disgust at her unsightly appearance. Never anticipating her prowess, had he known, he would never have dared to strike her. Had he foreseen today's misfortune, he would have ensured a capable protector was at hand, but alas, the world offers no such foresight. Do you know who I am? Do I need to know who you are? Chu Xiluo retorted, I am Nangong Mo. With that, Nangong Mo regarded Chu Xiluo with newfound composure. In the imperial capital, who did not know of him? Nangong Mo? Your name? Chu Xiluo asked, perplexed. Indeed, now you know who I am. You would do well to apologize at once or else apologize. Such a thing is impossible. Moreover, is Nangong Mo not you? I am already aware. Chu Xiluo replied, regarding him as if he were a fool. Do you not comprehend what Nangong Mo signifies? Are you familiar with Nangong Aolon? He is my brother. Could it be that she, not being a native of the capital, was so obscure that outsiders had not heard of him? However, she must have heard of her brother. Nangong Aolon is your brother? Oh, I see now, but what does that have to do with me? You do not know who Nangong Aolon is? Nangong Mo asked in astonishment, struggling to grasp that someone from Xuanyun country was unaware of his brother. Oh, I need to know who he is? Furthermore, what he does has no bearing on me. Let us not digress. We were yet to settle matters from your surprise attack. You truly do not know? Are you even from Xuanyun country? Let me enlighten you. Nangong Aolon is the current young master of the Nangong family, the second greatest genius of Xuanyun country, and the most handsome man in Xuanyun country. Surely you know of the Nangong family, one of the 4 great families of Xuanyun country. Chapter 218. Nangong Mo. Nangong Mo regarded Chu Xiluo as if she were a curiosity. Astonished that she had never heard of Nangong Aolon, a figure known even to the oldest citizens and youngest children of Xuanyun country. Oh, is not the most handsome man in Xuanyun country Jun Mo Ran? Yet, since you are from the Nangong family, that is all the more reason. Chu Xiluo's eyes glittered with mischief. They are both equally renowned, and now that you know I belong to the Nangong family, I shall overlook your transgressions and you may take your leave. The audacity of her to directly address the Prince of Chen's name was astounding. Even he refrained from uttering it openly, as did her brother in private. Clearly, she was a girl unaccustomed to the ways of the world. You claim to overlook, yet I have not conceded to that. Well, you are truly ungrateful. Prepare to face the wrath of the Nangong family. Spare me your idle threats. I know not what your family's wrath entails, but rest assured, I am not in a temper to allow your departure. Did she fear the fury of the Nangong family? The answer was clear. No doubt if she could not fight, she could simply flee. What was there to fear? Yet, she could seize an opportunity to benefit from this encounter. What do you propose? Nangong Mo asked. Eyeing the assertive Chu Xiluo with trepidation, he had come to realize that his family background held no sway over her. Escaping was futile, and fighting was ill-advised. You see, after your sudden attack, my tender spirit has been wounded. What shall we do about this? Chu Xiluo feigned a pitiful demeanor, gazing at him with mock distress. Your tender spirit? After your earlier display of bravado, now you claim to be wounded. If your spirit is so fragile, mine must be in tatters. Though her intention seemed to be merely for material gain, she was not inclined to pursue further conflict with him. Then I shall give you this purple gold card. It contains 10 million gold coins. Surely this will soothe your wounded spirit. Nangong Mo emphasized the words wounded spirit. 10 million gold coins. If my fragile spirit remains unhealed, it will undoubtedly affect my cultivation. You know that only a remedy can cure the heart's affliction. Chu Xiluo accepted the purple gold card, continuing, truly, members of the four great families are exceptional. Their generosity is unmatched. Miss, that is 10 million gold coins. Not merely 1 million. Is 10 million gold coins not sufficient for you? You hail from a humble background, do you not? This is all I possess. He had to be cautious, for this was his entire fortune, reserved by his brother for emergencies. Had it not been for the inability to transfer funds from the purple gold card, he would never have relinquished it to her. Indeed, I understand it is 10 million. That is quite a sum. Yet my spirit remains unhealed. What shall we do? Chu Xiluo feigned distress. But I truly have nothing left. What can be done? He realized he had already conceded everything, and she was nothing but an insatiable woman. In truth, there are alternatives to gold, Chu Xiluo kindly suggested. There is nothing to be said. My family's status in the capital is well known. I am merely taking a stroll here, not venturing elsewhere. Naturally, I carry only money with me. What else would I bring? Regardless of what is said, I shall not provide anything. Chapter 219. Then please treat me to a meal. Is there truly nothing? Chu Xiluo continued to approach him and inquired, Indeed, even if you were to threaten my life at this moment, I possess nothing. Nangong Mo feigned calmness, gazing at Chu Xiluo with a look that suggested he was prepared to face death. Very well, if that is the case. Then Chu Xiluo paused, and Nangong Mo leaned in, eager to hear her verdict. However, as the silence stretched on, his heart grew anxious, waiting for her to continue. Then I can only request that you take me to Jin Seju for a meal. Otherwise my heart may never find solace. Upon mentioning Jin Seju, Chu Xiluo recalled its exorbitant prices. Just that morning, she and Lu Su had spent over 1,000 gold coins for breakfast there. Yet, the food was undeniably delectable. Although it could not compare to her own cooking, it was still quite satisfying. Reflecting on the fact that a meal at the best establishment in Chuling Town only cost around 200 gold coins made her realize that if Nangong Mo had nothing to offer, then surely he could afford to treat her, for she refused to believe he had absolutely no money or possessions. Besides, even if the Nangong family faced financial troubles, someone would surely step in to settle the bill after a meal. Is it truly just a meal that you desire? Nangong Mo asked uncertainly once more. Just moments ago, he had appeared ready to fight for his belongings, and now he was merely being asked to share a meal. Do you require anything else to mend your wounded spirit? Feigning surprise, Chu Xiluo remarked, finding amusement in his question. Did he not realize that his inquiry implied he still had something to offer? Nevertheless, having already provided him with 1 million gold coins, she decided not to press him further. Soon, they arrived at Jin Seju, and upon seeing Nangong Mo, the staff rushed to greet them, then glanced at Chu Xiluo in astonishment. Wasn't she the young lady who had just dined there this morning? How was it that she was now accompanying the illustrious second young master Nangong? The second young master was notoriously fond of beautiful women, yet this young lady appeared to be anything but. Despite their curiosity, they quickly ushered the pair into a private room. May I ask, young master Nangong, would you like the usual? The waiter inquired. Speak, what do you wish for? Nangong Mo directed his gaze at Chu Xiluo. Please bring me your menu. Chu Xiluo replied to the waiter. Certainly, miss, please take a look. The waiter presented the menu to her. Chu Xiluo perused the menu, occasionally calling out dishes. Cold shredded duck, braised white eel, braised yellow eel, black bean catfish hot pot, roasted carp, braised soft-shelled turtle, stir-fried carp, stir-fried prawns, soft-fried tenderloin, soft-fried chicken, assorted sausages. That will do for now. I can't possibly eat more. By the way, do you want anything? After finishing her order, She kindly handed the menu to Nangong Mo upon hearing Chu Xiluo order nearly 20 dishes and then state that it was enough for her. Nangong Mo was taken aback. Did she intend to consume all of this by herself? Chapter 220. Then please treat me to a meal. Miss, are you truly capable of finishing all of that alone? Nangong Mo asked timidly, sighing. Chu Xiluo had yet to respond when Nangong Mo immediately instructed the waiter, hurry and bring the dishes as the young lady has requested. Is it merely 30,000 gold coins? I've already given 1,000,000, what's an additional 30,000? It's just food after all. Besides, she is not someone I need to worry about supporting. The most important thing is that she finishes her meal promptly and departs without causing me further trouble. Come in, young Master Nangong, please enjoy some tea, your dishes will be out shortly. The waiter set a teapot on the table. Understood, just be quick about it. You may leave, Nangong Mo instructed, and as he looked up, he found Chu Xiluo already sipping tea. Did she not notice that the host had yet to partake? Was she unaware that she should pour him a cup? Did she lack manners? Nangong Mo silently criticized her. Truthfully, Chu Xiluo had no intention of pouring him tea. He was not hosting her voluntarily, and they were not familiar with one another. Besides, the tea was right there on the table. She could serve herself. Ah, so the young lady also appreciates tea, Nangong Mo observed, surprised that she could articulate the essence of the tea so well. Young Master Nangong, you jest that I know little about tea. I merely felt inspired by the description that aptly suited this tea. Miss, you are too modest. The fact that you could express yourself so eloquently indicates that you possess understanding. Haha. Chu Xiluo decided to remain silent. She sensed that no matter how she explained herself, Nangong Mo had already formed the impression that she was a connoisseur of tea. Any further clarification would only lead others to assume she was being humble, and excessive modesty could easily be misconstrued as pretentiousness. Thus, she simply smiled awkwardly and continued to sip her tea. However, after a quarter of an hour, this peaceful scene was disrupted. Young Master Nangong, these are the dishes you ordered, and there are more to come. The waiter announced before swiftly exiting. This is our order. She was the one who ordered everything. He had not even chosen a single dish. Young Master Nangong, these are all on your tab, so you won't mind if I begin without consulting you. Will you? You won't mind if I share with my spirit companions, will you? Of course, my tastes are simple, unlike someone of your stature and refinement. Chapter 221. How ravenous! Upon hearing Chu Xiluo's words, Nangong Mo had intended to join her in dining. But he awkwardly set his chopsticks down, watching as she and her 3 adorable companions relished their meal. Soon, a plate was cleared, and as Chu Xiluo glanced at Nangong Mo, she noted that he remained seated. Watching them eat, truly, he was suffering in silence for the sake of appearances. However, she had no intention of inviting him to join. After all, if he did not eat, she and her 3 precious companions would have more to savor. So she merely cast him a fleeting glance before continuing her feast. With each passing moment, the plates before them vanished, consumed by Chu Xiluo and her companions. Mao Qiu, Yu Er, and Qi Feng. As Nangong Mo observed their voracious appetite, he could not help but wonder how long they had been starving. Here was a seemingly delicate young woman, though her abilities likely surpassed his, and 3 tiny spirit companions. Mao Qiu was no larger than a palm. Yu Er was merely a few inches tall, and Qi Feng was the size of a small leopard. Devouring food with such fervor that it was incomprehensible. She must have known her appetite well. Hence the vast order. Otherwise, surely it would not suffice. A quarter of an hour later, the waiter returned to their private room. Noticing the empty plates on the table, 3 lines of black appeared on his forehead as he glanced at Nangong Mo and then at the young lady and her small companions. Clearly, young Master Nangong had not eaten, and all the food had been consumed by this young woman and her tiny companions. Miss, these are the dishes you ordered. They have all been served. Should you require anything further, feel free to call for me. The waiter had previously addressed Nangong Mo, but now he recognized that the young lady was the focus of attention and thus spoke directly to Chu Xiluo. Yes, we will finish our meal first, and if we need anything we shall call for you. Chu Xiluo made it clear that he could leave as she was about to eat. Very well then, I shall take my leave. The waiter, understanding her implied message, exited discreetly. Nangong Mo, here is a dish for you. I wouldn't want you to say that you treated me to a meal while you ate nothing, merely watching me enjoy myself. That would not reflect well on you. Chu Xiluo kindly offered him a plate of food. Nangong Mo's lips twitched involuntarily as he replied, I shall pass, Mississippi, you enjoy it. Do not mind me. But it would be rather inconsiderate of you not to partake. Chu Xiluo pressed, feigning concern. Why would it be inconsiderate? He wondered, perplexed. She was enjoying herself so thoroughly that I have given her my food, and yet she claims it is inconsiderate of me? Of course it is. If you do not eat, and it becomes known that the host consumed nothing while merely watching, who would invite you to dine in the future? That would deprive me of many dining opportunities. Chu Xiluo looked at him as if he were foolish, kindly explaining her reasoning. Nan Gongmo was left speechless, realizing that her concern was rooted in the fear of being left without anyone to treat her to a meal in the future. However, given her eating habits, it is safe to say that there would be no more than 100 individuals in the capital who could afford to dine with her. Chapter 222. The speed of a glutton. Do not worry, my dear, for here it is just the two of us. If you do not speak of it, neither will I, and thus no one shall ever know. Initially, I found the birthmark on the left side of her face rather terrifying. But upon closer observation, I discovered that it was not as unsightly as I first thought. Unbeknownst to him, his voice had softened considerably. Chu Xiluo gestured towards the door and said, the moment the waiter entered. He was already aware of this matter. It is no longer just between you and me. A third party is now in the know. Then shall I begin to eat now? Nan Gongmo spoke once more. Even if you consume all that remains, the waiter will surely believe that it was I who ate it. Chu Xiluo replied innocently, although she had been conversing with Nan Gongmo. She was continuously indulging in food, while her three little treasures were merrily feasting as well. What shall we do then? Nan Gongmo realized that no matter what he said, Chu Xiluo would always find a way to counter him. Since this was the case, it was better to directly inquire about her intentions. It is quite simple to say, waiter. Chu Xiluo called out a bit louder. Miss, how may I assist you? The waiter promptly appeared in their private room. The dishes I ordered do not suit young Master Nangong's palate, so please fetch a portion of his usual favorites. Upon hearing this, the waiter glanced at Nan Gongmo, who nodded in agreement, and promptly took away the 3 empty plates, marveling at the speed with which Chu Xiluo consumed her food. It had only been a mere quarter of an hour since he entered, yet she had already finished 3 plates. A quarter of an hour later, the waiter returned with 4 dishes that Nan Gongmo favored, and he calmly began to eat in front of the waiter, clearly indicating that the reason for his previous lack of appetite was simply that the food did not appeal to him. Watching Nan Gongmo's behavior, Chu Xiluo suddenly found him rather endearing at times, particularly in this moment. What are you staring at? Nan Gongmo asked. Have you suddenly fallen in love with me? Just a moment ago, I thought you were somewhat charming, but now your words have completely shattered that image. Chu Xiluo lamented. Charming? You dare to call me charming? I am a man, do you understand? Nan Gongmo exclaimed in exasperation. That I know you are a man. Otherwise you wouldn't be a eunuch, would you? Since you recognize that I am a man, how could you still describe me as charming? Surely you are doing this on purpose. What is a eunuch? Despite her tone, it was clear she recognized it was not something pleasant. All right, I concede, I should not have described you as charming. In any case, you do not appear charming at all right now. Hurry and eat, lest your food grows cold. With that, Chu Xiluo returned to her meal. However, Chu Xiluo soon noticed that, amidst their conversation, a significant portion of the dishes before her had mysteriously vanished. It was needless to say who was responsible for this feat. Chapter 223. Xiaolon 1. As Nan Gongmo observed the sudden disappearance of the 3 spirit pets, he felt no surprise. He had initially assumed that Chu Xiluo's spirit pets were already tamed beasts she had purchased. Their sudden disappearance was likely due to being summoned back to the Pet Collection Institute via her contract jade. Young Master Nangong, eat. Why are you looking at me? Chu Xiluo remarked, lifting her gaze to find Nan Gongmo watching her intently. Oh right? He resumed his meal. A quarter of an hour later, Chu Xiluo had polished off all the dishes she had ordered and contentedly leaned back in her chair, letting out a satisfied burp. Upon glancing at the table before Nan Gongmo, she noted that he had barely finished half of his 4 dishes and could not help but inwardly lament the slowness of his eating. Fortunately, he was not dining with anyone else. Otherwise, at this rate, he would only be able to sip soup. Now that she had eaten her fill and had the funds, it was time for her to take her leave. Young Master Nangong, thank you for your hospitality and the generous compensation. It has brought me great comfort, and my wounded spirit is now completely healed. I shall take my leave now, so please enjoy your meal at your leisure. With that, Chu Xiluo stood and departed. Have you all finished your meal? We are about to eat. They had been waiting for their young miss to join them. Xiaolon, are you truly letting your young miss eat this? Chu Xiluo questioned. Miss, do not blame me. When I went to the kitchen to fetch the meals, this was what they provided. Xiaolon retorted dismissively. Who told the young miss she is unappreciated? The servant serving the eldest young master, the eldest young lady, and the 3rd young lady eat better than her. Even the servants of the illegitimate daughters enjoy finer meals. How dare you, vile servant? bully Su heir just because she is easy to talk to. I shall speak to the head of the family and see if the Chu family truly allows the legitimate daughter to eat such fare. Chapter 224. Xiaolon 2. In truth, those who had consumed the special grade fasting pills would not experience hunger for 100 years. The reason for eating now was merely a pursuit of culinary delights. Otherwise, life would be rather dull without the thrill of cultivation. However, since the food was unappetizing and she would not feel hungry, it was only natural that she would abstain from eating. Please spare me. Miss, I truly did not swap the meals. The kitchen simply provided me with these. Xiaolon pleaded with Chu Xiluo, realizing that if she were to report to the head of the family, the higher-ups would surely protect their family's reputation by claiming that the servants had exchanged the meals. That is merely your excuse. How am I to know if that is indeed the case? Chu Xiluo regarded Xiaolon with skepticism. Even if we had 10 lives, we would never dare to replace the young Mrs. Meals. Upon noticing that Chu Xiluo's demeanor softened slightly, Xiaolon hastily assured her that, "Is that so? Then how am I to trust you?" Chu Xiluo had already sensed Xiaolon's dissatisfaction with serving Su heir. Since there was discontent, it was necessary to train her properly. As for taking her to confront her so-called grandfather, that was merely to intimidate her. In truth, sending anyone would yield the same result. It was better to train these two maids well. That I swear I have never swapped the young Mrs. Meals. Xiaolon declared without hesitation, "If your oath does not align with the truth, you will face the consequences of heavenly retribution." Yet, Xiaolon swore her oath and remained present without issue. "You have only sworn not to have swapped the meals. What about the rest? There is another one. What was her name? Go fetch her as well." Chu Xiluo continued. Xiaolon glanced at Chu Xiluo and then at Lu Su, realizing that Lu Su did not object, indicating that their young miss had tacitly approved of whatever actions Chu Xiluo wished to take. She then turned to Summon and Xia. "Miss, they truly have not done anything to harm us." Lu Su interjected. "Only because they have not harmed us yet. Since they do not sincerely wish to serve you, they may eventually harm you for their own gain. Moreover, now that we are in the Chu family, we need people to assist us. Regardless of who is sent to serve you, it will be the same. Therefore, it is better to train them both well. Constantly switching them out would be a hassle." "Miss and Xia has arrived," Xiaolon announced. "And Xia, is it? Do you know why I called for you?" Chu Xiluo inquired, her gaze cool as she regarded her. "I do not know why you seek me, young miss, but if it concerns the meals, I also swear to the heavens that I have never swapped any of the young Mrs. Meals." And Xia replied, head bowed, maintaining a dignified demeanor, "Miss, we swear that as long as you are our mistress, we shall remain loyal to you and regard you as our master." Seeing Lu Su preparing to fetch the family head, Xiaolon and Xia quickly swore their allegiance, as loyalty only required while serving. Chu Xiluo questioned. Chapter 225. Jun Mo Ran protecting his own young miss. "You cannot make it difficult for us lowly servants. If those above us were to suddenly reassign us to serve another master, we would find ourselves in a precarious position even if we remained loyal to you." Xiaolon replied, her expression troubled. "Humph, you wish to leave and serve others? Very well. In that case, swear again that regardless of who your master may be in the future, you shall not divulge any information regarding Chu Xiluo, Lu Su, Sun Huiyin, or any related matters. As long as you remain as Chu Xiluo's servants, she shall be your sole master. Now that you are loyal, it remains to be seen if you can fulfill this role in the future. I, Xiaolon and Xia, swear that as long as I am a servant of Chu Xiluo, I shall regard her as my master, remain loyal, and never betray her. Even if I serve another in the future, I will not disclose any information regarding Chu Xiluo, Lu Su, Sun Huiyin, or any related matters. Very well, since we are now allies, I shall allow you to keep these meals. You may leave now." Chu Xiluo gestured toward the food that had just been mentioned, which she found unworthy of her attention but was still preferable to the meals they had been served, so they cheerfully accepted and withdrew. Lu Su. "Understood, young miss," though Nangong Mo had changed his clothes. He had forgotten to tidy his hair, leading Nangong Aolan to immediately notice that her younger brother was unlike his usual self today. "Oh, it is nothing, elder brother, I shall take my leave now. I am quite tired after a day spent outdoors." Nangong Mo deftly evaded Nangong Aolan's inquiries and proceeded directly to his own courtyard. "You all go investigate what transpired with the second young master today," commanded Nangong Aolan to the shadow guards after observing Nangong Mo's departure. Xiaozhu inquired, "Your Highness, what is the matter?" Jun Mo Ran responded, "Today someone spotted Miss Chu." Xiaozhu continued, "I saw a man harassing Miss Chu." Noticing Jun Mo Ran's lack of reaction, Xiaozhu pressed on, "Who dares to toy with my Luo Luo? Bring him in to clarify this matter." In an instant, Jun Mo Ran unleashed an icy aura. furious that someone would have the audacity to harass his Luo. Very well. This is unacceptable. Xiaozhu sensed Jun Mo Ran's wrath and promptly withdrew to summon the man who had seen Chu Xiluo. Realizing it was wise to distance himself lest he become the target of the prince's ire. Explain in detail what you witnessed regarding Luo today. Jun Mo Ran coldly instructed the newcomer. The individual felt the chilling atmosphere of the room and Jun Mo Ran's frigid tone, trembling as he began recounting the events of the afternoon. How audacious of Nan Gongmo to dare to harass Luo, even laying a hand on her shoulder and launching a surprise attack. He is doomed. Go and cripple his abilities. Jun Mo Ran pressed for more details, fully aware that in this world where strength reigns supreme, the pronouncement of Nan Gong Xiao's incapacitation was far more merciless than a mere death sentence. The man stammered. Miss Chu, with a nimble leap, evaded the second young master's assault and immediately counterattacked. Truly worthy of my Luo, her reflexes are unparalleled. How foolish of Nan Gongmo to attempt an ambush. Jun Mo Ran encouraged. Continue, master. Could you refrain from interrupting my account? The man silently lamented. Too fearful to voice his thoughts lest he be dismissed, fearful for his life, Nan Gong Xiao divulged his name, as well as that of his elder brother and their family. However, upon hearing this, Miss Chu merely replied, "Who are you to me? I do not recognize you." Once Luo did not even know him, it was hardly surprising she would not recognize the members of the Nan Gong family. Oh, and she demanded a compensation of 1 million gold coins. Truly Luo is adept at managing finances. She secured a fortune with a mere request. Jun Mo Ran praised Chu Xiluo once more. Then, the second young master happily acquiesced to Miss Chu's request and escorted her to Jin Seju for a meal. Half an hour later, Miss Chu emerged from Jin Seju, her countenance radiant with joy. While Nan Gongmo exited with a sullen expression after finishing his account, the man finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Given that he had ultimately pleased Luo, he deemed it fitting that the arm which dared to touch her should remain unusable for 100 days. Upon hearing of Chu Xiluo's joyful departure, Jun Mo Ran, in a fit of mercy, decided Nan Gongmo's fate would be altered from that of a cripple to merely enduring 100 days without the use of his right hand. After all, the Nan Gong family was one of the 4 great clans, and although Nan Gongmo's talent and strength were lacking, he had a doting elder brother who was a favored member of the younger generation. Thus, inflicting injury on Nan Gongmo would require some effort. For Jun Mo Ran, it was merely a minor inconvenience, but for Luo's sake, he would not hesitate to confront any trouble, danger, or even life-threatening circumstances. One day, without seeing Luo prompted Jun Mo Ran to check on her. He dispatched someone to carry out his earlier orders and made his way to the Chu residence. Familiar with the estate, having previously provided Chu Xiluo with a detailed map, he discreetly arrived at her courtyard. Employing his spiritual energy to scan the area, he quickly located Chu Xiluo's room and entered through the window. To his surprise, she was in the midst of a closed-door training session, oblivious to his presence. If she were indeed facing an enemy, she could be in peril, Jun Mo Ran mused, frowning as he seated himself on a nearby chair to guard her. Chu Xiluo, upon entering her room, had intended to concoct a color-fast potion within the confines of her bracelet space. However, realizing they were in the imperial capital, teeming with formidable individuals, she opted to send her spiritual energy in instead of her physical form. Wary of drawing unwanted attention. As for why she did not react to Jun Mo Ran's arrival, it was because she had subconsciously deemed him a trustworthy individual, thus failing to register any danger from his aura. Meanwhile, the oblivious Nan Gongmo was luxuriating in a hot spring with the beautiful Yen Air, blissfully unaware of the misfortune that awaited him. "Yen Air, come and help your husband scrub here." "Yes, right there, a bit harder," he exclaimed, reveling in her ministrations while his hands roamed her body. "Darling, please refrain from moving. I can't scrub your back properly if you do," Yen Air coyly protested, half reclining against him. "Such a little vixen, you have ignited my desires. What do you intend to do now?" Nan Gongmo teased, his hands exploring her curves, eliciting soft gasps from her. Amidst the steam of the hot spring, Yen Air's already alluring visage became even more enchanting, prompting Nan Gongmo to lift her and position himself. Entering her with fervor, "Yen Air, you truly understand your husband. You are worth every bit of my affection," he proclaimed as they engaged in passionate activity, the air thick with amorous tension. Moments later, Nan Gongmo instructed Yen Air to assist him in dressing, revealing his preference for intimate encounters with his concubines in the hot spring. Yet he never allowed them to spend the night in his chambers. "Indeed, I still favor beautiful women. After her departure from Jin Seju, my gloom was undoubtedly due to the loss of that 1,000,000 gold coins." Meanwhile, waiting outside, Xiao Lin finally saw someone emerge. His mission was merely to injure Nangong heir Xiao, not to harbor any deep-seated vendetta. Thus, he chose to refrain from interrupting Nangong Mo's revelry, opting instead to wait until he was done before taking action. Nangong Mo exited the bathing chamber. He was suddenly assaulted by a streak of blue light he barely managed to dodge. Yet before he could regain his composure, another attack was launched in his direction. He knew that if he could hold out just a little longer, help from the Nangong family would soon arrive. Both he and Xiaolin were aware of this, but the disparity in their strengths meant that Nangong Mo could not withstand the blow. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his right arm. Having succeeded, Xiaolin quickly fled, aware that he needed to escape before the Nangong family's elite arrived as expected. Shortly after Xiaolin's departure, Elder Nangong and the family had arrived. Upon finding no trace of Xiaolin, Elder Nangong scanned the vicinity with his spiritual energy before pursuing the direction he sensed him heading. Jun Mo Ran had anticipated such developments, thus ensuring Xiaolin's safe withdrawal, leaving only a hint of excitement in the process. Mo heir, are you all right? The family had inquired upon assessing his son, noting only a wound on his right arm. Though still concerned, Father, I am fine. That person seemed intent solely on injuring me, not taking my life. Upon reflection, Nangong Mo realized that if the assailant had truly wished to end him, they would have unleashed their full power during the ambush. Send for the Apothecary Association to summon a pharmacist to tend to Mo heir, commanded Nangong Aolan upon his arrival, quickly assessing the situation. Since Mo heir is unharmed and Lan heir has arrived, I will leave him in Lan heir's capable hands. With that, the family had departed. 2/4 of an hour later. How is he? Nangong Aolan inquired. The pharmacist reported. The second young master is unscathed except for a minor injury to his right arm with these herbs and ointments. He will recover fully in 100 days. 100 days? I barely sustained a scratch on my arm. Why must it take so long? Nangong Mo exclaimed, aghast at the prospect of being unable to use his right hand for an entire 100 days. Elder brother, I refuse to endure 100 days of recovery. Please summon another pharmacist, he pleaded, reverting to the role of a child in front of his elder brother, who had always cared for him since their mother was absent during their childhood. Nangong Aolan gently brushed aside Nangong Mo's left hand, saying, all right, now that you are injured, you should rest and recuperate at home. Your right hand is the only one that is hurt, so your cultivation of spiritual power will not be hindered. Big brother, you don't care about me anymore. Nangong Mo retorted in a spoiled manner. It is precisely because I have been too kind to you that you have turned out this way. Regardless, your words are futile now. Just obediently practice at home. After saying this, Nangong Aolan exited Nangong Mo's room. Keep a close watch on the second young master. Do not allow him to leave the Nangong residence. It is uncertain who orchestrated this matter. Could it be that the intention was merely to injure Mo's right hand? Today it is just an injury, but tomorrow it could be a matter of life and death. In Xuanyun Kingdom, only a handful of forces possessed the audacity to send people to harm others within the Nangong family. Yet, would Jun Mo Ran leave a trail behind in his actions? Naturally, he would not. Thus, Nangong Aolan's investigation yielded no results. As for Nangong Mo, he felt that today must have been an ill-fated day, for he had lost 10 million gold coins, been swindled out of a meal, and now had sustained an injury to his right hand that would take 100 days to heal. In the room of Chu Xiluo, Jun Mo Ran was certainly unconcerned about the matters of cultivation. However, he did have one question. Why was there not a single fluctuation of spiritual energy around Luo while she was in seclusion? Although he questioned it in his mind, he refrained from disturbing Chu Xiluo and continued to watch over her. Time passed, and it had been 7 days since Chu Xiluo entered seclusion. When she finally opened her eyes, she was startled to find another person in her room, and her first thought was, a flower thief. The television dramas about flower thieves always depict a man barging into a woman's boudoir to abduct her, right? Well, she forgave herself for overthinking. First, she was well aware that she was not particularly beautiful in her current state. And second, this person had been there for quite some time and had not taken her away. Upon closer inspection, she felt he resembled Jun Mo Ran, but wasn't he at his royal manor? How could he be here? Jun Mo Ran. Chu Xiluo called out uncertainly. In her recollection, Jun Mo Ran had only been so unkempt when he had come to find her in Mofeng Forest. Was this the same case? Ah, Luo recognized me. In truth, Jun Mo Ran had known the moment Chu Xiluo opened her eyes. However, when she first looked at him, she regarded him as a stranger. Before slowly and uncertainly calling his name, this deeply hurt him. No matter how Luo changed, he could always recognize her at first glance or by her aura. Yet Luo, after just a few days apart, could not recognize him. It truly is you. How long have you been in my room? Noticing the stubble on his face, Chu Xiluo realized he must have been there the entire time, or else he would not have looked like this. I have been here since the day you entered seclusion. So you haven't left for 7 days? No wonder you've become like this. After saying this, Chu Xiluo took out a mirror to show him. Jun Mo Ran looked at the scruffy figure in the mirror and finally understood why Luo had failed to recognize him earlier. He had almost not recognized himself either, however. He looked much better than he had in Mofeng Forest. Why did you leave in such a hurry? It's just a bit of stubble and wrinkled clothes. Everything else is fine. Besides, it's not like you haven't seen me in worse states, Chu Xiluo internally scoffed. Miss Chu, you've come out of seclusion. Upon seeing Chu Xiluo's emergence, Sun Huiyin and Lu Su hurried over to her side. Have you been well these past few days? In the past, when she was absent, they had no way to assist with any matters. Now that she was present, they should face everything together. If Lu Su were to be bullied by the Chu family, it would be as if they were bullying her. It's nothing, Mississippi, you need not worry. I have not disturbed anyone in the Chu family, so they will not treat us poorly. Lu Su reassured Chu Xiluo. That's good. Some individuals do not care whether you have disturbed them. Rather, they will sacrifice or exploit you for their own purposes. Others may seek to vent their frustrations on you. Lu Su was already caught in the schemes of many, yet she remained unaware. Behind Lu Su, and Xialan were astonished to hear their young lady refer to this girl as Miss. They suddenly understood that this girl was their young lady's master, and they needed to show her even greater respect. Seventh sister. After chatting for a while with Lu Su, Chu Xiluo heard several female voices from behind. Servants in Xialan, pay their respects to the second young lady, fourth young lady, and sixth young lady. Oh, so it's second sister, fourth sister, and sixth sister. What brings you all here today? Lu Su stood up to greet them. Chu Xingyun, second young lady, Chu Lanying, fourth young lady, and Chu Kaiying, sixth young lady, glanced at the unfamiliar person beside Lu Su. A hint of disdain flickering in their eyes. Chu Xiluo truly could not hold her own. She was associating with such an unattractive woman. Seventh sister, who is this? Aren't you going to introduce her? Chu Xingyun thought lowly of Chu Xiluo, though she did not express it outwardly. Sisters, this is a sister I met outside before. You can call her Chu Fu Luo. Chu Xiluo continued Lu Su's introduction, revealing the name. No wonder your names are so similar. It must be fate that you both are friends. Indeed, second sister speaks correctly. Knowing her is truly a matter of fate. I am very fortunate to have met her. By the way, may I ask what brings you here today? Lu Su continued. Though she had only met them thrice, she was somewhat familiar with their character of only visiting when they had something to discuss. Well, third sister mentioned 3 days ago that she wanted to host a flower appreciation gathering at home. We have come to invite seventh sister to go shopping for clothes and accessories to attend tomorrow. Otherwise, it would be rather shabby for us to host a banquet at our own home. Chu Xingyun spoke on behalf of the three. Is that so? Then let's go together. Lu Su replied. Then let's set off now. Chu Xingyun affectionately linked arms with Lu Su. Initially, she thought the clothes and accessories from last time were the private savings Lu Su had left behind, but to her surprise, she had frequently sent her 2 maidservants to Jinseju to buy food for her. Everyone in the capital knew the prices at Jinseju. Since she was so wealthy, why not let her sisters help her spend some? Lu Su discreetly withdrew her arm and instructed. Wait a moment, second sister Xialan, you stay at home and take care of the madam. All right, sisters, we may leave now. After saying this, she moved to Chu Xiluo's side to accompany her. Seeing Lu Su withdraw her arm and refuse to link arms, Chu Xingyun could not help but scoff internally. Just a lowly wild girl. Did she think this young lady was eager to link arms with her? Chu Xiluo, Lu Su, and Xia shared a carriage, while the other young ladies of the Chu family each took their own carriages toward Jinxiavetsuer. From now on, you can call me Luo Jia. Every time Chu Xiluo saw Lu Su struggling with how to address her in front of outsiders, she felt a sense of helplessness. In truth, she had always regarded her as a sister. Even though her current body was not older than Lu Su, she had lived 2 lives, and her combined age was greater. Thus Lu Su could only call her sister, primarily because she did not want to be seen as a younger sister. Miss, how can this be? You are the master. Lu Su insisted that I have always treated you as my sister. And since you are the daughter of my wet nurse, naturally, you are my sister. Miss, how about this? In front of outsiders I will call you Chu Jia, but when it is just us I will still call you Miss. Lu Su said with difficulty, as she had already acknowledged her as the master, which meant she would be her master for life. All right, since Su insists, then so be it. Chu Xiluo did not mind this small matter. After all, it was just a title. At that moment, and Xia was even more shocked than when she first learned that Chu Xiluo was Lu Su's mistress. Just now, the young lady had referred to Sun Madam as her wet nurse. And the mistress was actually Sun Madam's goddaughter, and no wonder they had only heard the young lady refer to Sun Madam as her godmother. They all knew that Sun Madam was the young lady's wet nurse. But then they realized that the three of them had deceived everyone in the Chu family. Finally, after the shock subsided, and Xia regained her composure. Although you and Xiaolan are not very willing to serve us. Since you have sworn an oath, we will trust you. I have always been one to treat my own people well. So here, take this. Chu Xiluo observed in Xia's reaction upon realizing her identity, first shock. Then a swift return to calmness which pleased her immensely. What is this? And Xia accepted the bag Chu Xiluo handed her, glancing inside to discover it was a spatial bag. She used her spiritual power to scan it and found it had a size of 10 square meters. She was immediately thrilled. A spatial bag of 10 square meters was worth 100,000 gold coins. For them as maidservants, their monthly pay was only 100 gold coins. They could not even afford a 1 square meter spatial bag. Thank you, miss. Now that I am aware that Chu Xiluo is the true seventh young lady of the Chu family, Anxia naturally addresses her as Mississippi. Well, there's no need to elaborate on that. You can continue as before, for now Sewer is your lady. Chu Xiluo dislikes pretentiousness and prefers not to be thanked excessively when giving gifts. As for her future actions, as long as she takes them, she will certainly keep them in mind without needing to be reminded. With a wave of her hand, she indicated to Anxia that there was no need for further discussion. Then, Chu Xiluo took out a spatial ring and handed it to Lu Su. Sewer, this is for you. You shall use this from now on. What about this spatial pouch, miss? Lu Su inquired. Why do you even need to ask? Keep it for yourself. Whether you give it to someone else or discard it. It's entirely up to you. However, it would be best not to throw it away. I was merely speaking casually, as it is worth something. But gifting it to someone is certainly acceptable. Chapter 232. The funds are only enough for personal purchases. 3. Lu Su. The miss is teasing her again. Nevertheless, Lu Su quietly acknowledged the spatial ring as her own and placed the spatial pouch inside it. After a brief moment, the carriage came to a stop. And Chu Xingyun, Chu Laning, and Chu Kaiying had already disembarked and were waiting outside. Once Lu Su alighted and spotted them, she spoke. Sisters, since you arrived first, why didn't you go in ahead? Just look at how scorching the sun is outside. It was we who invited the seventh sister to join us. How could we possibly leave her behind and enter first? Chu Xingyun replied. Indeed, now that the seventh sister has come down, let us all go in together. Chu Laning and Chu Kaiying echoed. Very well then, sisters, please lead the way. I shall follow behind. Lu Su politely remarked. Soon the group entered the Zhenxia pavilion. Upon noticing the number of young ladies that had arrived, the shopkeeper summoned several attendants to serve them. Seventh sister, have you spotted any garments that catch your eye? The clothes at Zhenxia pavilion are all quite exquisite. I have yet to decide on one myself. What about you, sisters? Lu Su inquired. That we are still browsing as well. So where shall you sisters go to look next? Lu Su continued to ask. That we are going to check the new arrivals at Zhenxia pavilion. What about you, seventh sister? I'll head over there to take a look. I won't accompany you sisters for now. Lu Su gestured towards the area where Chu Xiluo was. From the moment she entered Zhenxia pavilion, Chu Xiluo did not join Lu Su and the others as she preferred solitude. Alright then, attendants, please show us your latest arrivals at Zhenxia pavilion. Chu Xiluo, attendants, you have a second floor here? Indeed, Zhenxia pavilion comprises 3 floors. The first floor sells clothing, the second floor features jewelry, and the third floor offers exquisite items. An attendant meticulously explained to Chu Xiluo. Zhenxia pavilion provides a full range of services. Chu Xiluo thought as she continued to browse the first floor with the attendants. Miss. Lu Su approached Chu Xiluo with Anxia in tow, gently calling out. Did I not instruct you to address me as sister when we are outside? Chu sister. Lu Su promptly corrected herself. Well then, have you found anything appealing? Chu Xiluo inquired. That I haven't had a proper look yet. They kept following me just now, which was rather awkward. Then let us walk around together and see what we can find. Chu Xiluo suggested, leading Lu Su on a tour of the first floor. Attendant, please bring me some paper currency. Each item in Zhenxia pavilion was numbered, so after their stroll, Chu Xiluo had already determined her desired styles and instructed the attendant. Miss, here are the paper and writing tools. The attendant swiftly provided what Chu Xiluo needed. Sewer just found a few items. Please jot them down. Certainly. Lu Su quickly wrote down her selections and Chu Xiluo took the paper to add her own choices. That should suffice. Please wrap these up for us. She then produced a purple gold card and handed it to the attendant. Very well, ladies, please wait a moment while I prepare your items. The attendant accepted the list. Internally marveling at Chu Xiluo's generosity, Upon witnessing Chu Xiluo produce a purple gold card, Anxia was taken aback, having heard that only the eldest young master, eldest young lady, and third young lady of the Chu family possessed such a card. Chapter 233. The funds are only enough for personal purchases. For before long, the attendant returned with the items Chu Xiluo had requested, along with the purple gold card. Miss, here are the garments you ordered. The total comes to 236,000 gold coins. The shopkeeper has stated that you will henceforth be a gold card client of Zhenxia Pavilion, so we will waive the 6,000 extra. After speaking, the attendant presented Chu Xiluo with the gold card from Zhenxia Pavilion. Thank you, shopkeeper. We are now off to the second floor. Of course, allow me to escort you upstairs. The attendant led Chu Xiluo and her companions to the second floor. As on the first floor, Chu Xiluo guided Lu Su around the second floor, and soon they had purchased the items they had admired. Attendant, please take us to the third floor. Chu Xiluo instructed. Certainly, ladies, this way please. Upon reaching the third floor, Chu Xiluo noted that its area was smaller than both the first and second floors, and it appeared to have significantly fewer items. 100 green crystal stones? Chu Xiluo mused as she examined the prices displayed. Crystal stones? What are those? Could you explain what crystal stones are? Chu Xiluo inquired, displaying her eagerness to learn. Crystal stones are a type of mineral that is highly beneficial for cultivators. They come in 3 qualities: green crystal stones, blue crystal stones, and purple crystal stones. 1 purple crystal stone is equivalent to 1,000 blue crystal stones, or 10,000 green crystal stones, the attendant kindly clarified for Chu Xiluo. What do crystal stones look like? Chu Xiluo pressed further. Please hold on a moment, I will fetch one from the shopkeeper for you to see. The attendant quickly made his way to the shopkeeper. Miss, this is a green crystal stone. The attendant returned, presenting a transparent green stone to Chu Xiluo. Then does that mean the blue and purple ones are blue crystal stones and purple crystal stones, respectively? Indeed. Alright, now I understand. Thank you. You may return this green crystal stone to your shopkeeper for now. I will continue to browse. So this is what crystal stones are. It seems I have some of these in my purple pavilion as well. Miss, these items require crystal stones for purchase, don't they? Since we currently have none, perhaps we should refrain from looking. Do not worry. Feel free to browse. Chu Xiluo declared, pulling out a green crystal stone and waving it before Lu Su. These crystal stones had remained untouched in her spatial ring, and now that she held one in her hand, an indescribable sensation washed over her. However, she could indeed feel the energy contained within. As the attendant had mentioned, it would aid in cultivation. Miss, you actually possess green crystal stones? Why did you ask earlier? Enough of that. I rarely have crystal stones, so let us be prudent when making purchases later. After saying that, Chu Xiluo led Lu Su around the third floor. Attendant, what is this? Chu Xiluo pointed at an item before her. Chapter 234. The funds are only enough for personal purchases. 5 Quite right. Chu Xiluo continued to examine the teleportation talisman. Miss, this requires a blue crystal stone. Lu Su exclaimed upon glancing at the price tag. How exorbitant. Miss, the production of teleportation talismans is generally quite challenging, and the success rate is low, which naturally drives up their price. The attendant explained with a smile. The destination is random, however, if you were to break it in the imperial capital, you would not remain at the same location. Very well, I will take 5 of them. Chu Xiluo stated, producing 5,000 green crystal stones for the attendant. Certainly, I will prepare them for you. The attendant responded. Seeing Chu Xiluo produce 5,000 green crystal stones left Lu Su astonished. Indeed, the miss was quite wealthy. In truth, Chu Xiluo's spatial ring contained only 10 blue crystal stones and 5 purple crystal stones, along with a few miscellaneous stones whose purposes she was unaware of. Quickly, the attendant returned with the teleportation talismans, and Chu Xiluo handed one to Lu Su. Take this for self-defense. If you ever find yourself in danger, be sure to crush the teleportation talisman. Understood, miss? Lu Su accepted the talisman without hesitation and placed it into her spatial ring. Miss, there is one more point to note. Under certain special circumstances, teleportation talismans may fail. The attendant continued. Fail? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Can I return it now? This is utterly ridiculous. I apologize. Miss, but all items sold on the third floor are non-refundable once purchased. Oh dear, what situations could lead to failure? Let us hope I do not encounter such circumstances. Ideally, the teleportation talisman should not need to be used. For instance, in a secret realm or certain sealed spaces, etc. Indeed, sisters, have you all made your selections? Lu Su inquired. Yes, what about you, seventh sister? Xuanyun looked at the attendant beside them, noticing he was empty-handed, and asked. Seventh sister, have you settled your bill for the items you purchased? I have already paid that. I am aware that you sisters invited me along to treat me, especially since you took quite a few items from me last time. However, I was concerned that you might spend too much, so I took care of it myself. Upon hearing Lu Su's words, Chu Xiluo couldn't help but smile inwardly. The girl had indeed begun to exhibit a cunning side. Meanwhile, Chu Xingyun, Chu Laning, and Chu Kaiying were nearly caught off guard by Lu Su's statement, almost biting their tongues in disbelief. Who said anything about footing the bill? We are asking you to cover our expenses. Seventh sister, you have misunderstood. Before Chu Xingyun could finish her sentence, Chu Xiluo interjected. Is it possible that the second miss genuinely feels indebted and wishes to give something to Lu Su? If that is the case, Lu Su, you should not refuse the goodwill of the second missus. Go ahead and select some items. Chapter 235. The funds are only sufficient for personal purchases. Very well. Sister Chu, since the second sisters are so courteous, let us proceed to choose some items. Lu Su graciously linked her arm with Chu Xiluo's and walked inside. Observing Lu Su's movements, Chu Xingyun hurriedly stepped in front of her, blocking her path, and without a moment's hesitation declared, "We have no intention of giving you anything." Realizing her blunder, she quickly corrected herself. What I meant to say is that we have already selected items for seventh sister. Look, this is what I chose for you. She then produced a bag from the waiter and handed it to Lu Su, casting a discreet glance at the other two. I see. Thank you, second sister. Lu Su accepted the item without hesitation and handed it to Xia. Indeed, seventh sister, we have all chosen something for you. Look, this is what fourth sister or sixth sister selected for you. After which, they each presented Lu Su with a bag. The items had been chosen, but as for those items, Chu Xingyun intentionally left her statement unfinished, hoping Lu Su would fill in the gap. However, after a prolonged silence, Lu Su did not respond, prompting Chu Xingyun to grit her teeth and continue. It's just that when we arrived at Zhanxia Pavilion, we were overwhelmed by the exquisite selections and ended up choosing far too many items. Chu Xingyun glanced at Lu Su again, believing she had made her point clear enough for Lu Su to understand what she needed to do. After all, they were sisters. Why discuss borrowing or lending? It's rather too formal. As long as I have it, I will certainly pay for my sisters. Lu Su regarded them with a look that suggested they were being overly formal. Then we must first thank seventh sister. The total for the items we selected amounts to 182,000 gold coins. Upon seeing Lu Su had taken the bait, Chu Xingyun felt a surge of satisfaction. Second sister. Actually, I hadn't finished my earlier thought that I said I would pay for all my sisters. However, I have purchased many items today, and thus my funds have been exhausted. Some of the later items were gifts from Sister Chu. Lu Su feigned difficulty while looking at the four of them. Chu Xiluo mentally applauded Lu Su's acting skills, while also observing Chu Xingyun, Chu Laning, and Chu Kaiying, realizing that their monthly allowance was merely 2,000 gold coins. Yet they had the audacity to make such extravagant purchases. It seemed their plan was to avoid spending a single coin themselves and instead make them pay the bill, but whether they could make her their scapegoat depended on her willingness to comply. Hearing Lu Su claim she had no money, Chu Xingyun, Chu Laning, and Chu Kaiying felt a wave of resentment towards her. If she had no funds, why didn't she mention it earlier? Clearly, she wanted to see them embarrassed. However, when Lu Su later addressed Chu, it appeared she was subtly hinting that they should ask her to pay for their own expenses. Chapter 236. Write an IOU. After all, she had no standing in the Chu family, and offending the three of them would not bode well. The three of them then turned their gazes towards Chu Xiluo in unison. It must be said that sometimes Chu Xingyun, Chu Laning, and Chu Kaiying's imaginations ran wild. In response to their gaze, Chu Xiluo cast a calm glance at them and said, "Since Lu Su and I are so familiar, this matter is easily settled." Upon hearing Chu Xiluo's words, Chu Xingyun, Chu Laning, and Chu Kaiying's eyes gleamed with hope, and they quickly expressed their gratitude. Then we must first thank Miss Chu. Chu Xiluo waved her hand to signal them to pause, continuing, "I hadn't finished my previous thought. You all understand that even brothers must be clear about accounts, right? Therefore, I can help you cover the 182,000 gold coins, but you must write me an IOU including a repayment date." What, write an IOU? Chu Xingyun, Chu Laning, and Chu Kaiying exclaimed in unison. They had intended to simply take the money without any strings attached, planning to declare that Miss Chu had gifted it to them should anyone inquire later. They hadn't anticipated that Chu Xiluo would require them to write an IOU. Having an IOU changed everything. Yet, they knew they weren't particularly close to Chu Xiluo, so they turned to Lu Su and said, "Seventh sister, do you think we could forego the IOU? After all, we are sisters. Do we need to worry about repayment?" "Sisters, it's true that we are family, but Sister Chu." Lu Su hesitated, recalling that Chu Xiluo had mentioned, even brothers must be clear about accounts. Lu Su firmly believed that her sisters would repay her, so an IOU was merely a formality that it would be no trouble for you to write one. Lu Su glanced between them and Chu Xiluo, feeling conflicted. Chu Xiluo replied, "What do you think, Miss Chu? Is there any issue? If there isn't, I can have the waiter prepare some paper and ink for you." Soon they concocted various excuses to dismiss the items they had just selected. Upon noticing the 3 bags Xia was holding, which had been claimed as gifts for Lu Su, they realized they had gained nothing while being expected to provide gifts. "Seventh sister, we initially intended to buy these for you. But unfortunately, we currently lack the funds. We shall save the gifts for another time." They then signaled to a waiting maid behind them that in truth, the Chu sisters need not act this way. If they genuinely wished to gift Lu Su something, a simple IOU would suffice, as the few items did not require an exorbitant amount of gold. Furthermore, the shopkeeper had just provided her with a gold card, allowing for discounts. Chu Xiluo gazed earnestly at them. Chapter 237, Let them return empty-handed. What do you mean, not an exorbitant amount? The least expensive items at Zhanxia Pavilion start at 10,000 gold coins, with their monthly allowance being only 2,000 gold. It would take them 5 months of savings to afford just a few items. Moreover, they had no intention of making their selections modest. They aimed to make Lu Su their unwitting benefactor. However, Lu Su remained silent, while Chu Xiluo spoke up. "Miss Chu, you need not worry. I have known Lu Su longer than you, and I am well aware that she struggles to decline the goodwill of others. Therefore, if you genuinely lend her money to buy something, how could she refuse such generosity?" She seemed to be doing this on purpose, always countering her words, yet, upon witnessing Chu Xiluo's expression, which conveyed that she was merely trying to inform them about their 7th sister, she dismissed the notion that it was intentional. "Sewer, your smile could light up the room." Chu Xiluo teased, "How could they possibly compare to you? Given what you just said, I shall forgive you for your previous transgressions. However, I am in a good mood today. When you last went out before your retreat, they came to me, admiring my attire from the princess's banquet, requesting to see it again. Before I knew it, they had borrowed it, and now they expect me to pay for their purchases. How naive." Lu Su rambled on beside Chu Xiluo, who found herself unperturbed, delighted to see Lu Su so lively compared to her demeanor in Chuling town. "Ah, my dear Sewer, you are quite vengeful. I must be careful not to offend you, lest I hear your grievances in my dreams." Chu Xiluo jested, "Miss, you know very well I would never act in such a manner. Yet you still tease me." "All right, enough about Sewer, I have faith in you." Chapter 238. Chu Xiluo then turned her attention to the silent Xia beside her, saying, "I have always treated my own well. So Xia, as long as you remain under my care, I will treat you kindly. Even if you are no longer under my service in the future, as long as you uphold your vows, I shall not trouble you, understanding that there is no need for such formality." "Very well, miss." Though Xia responded affirmatively, her demeanor remained somewhat reserved. However, Chu Xiluo recognized that she needed time to adjust. "Getting accustomed is key. I was the same when I first followed Miss." Lu Su chimed in, patting Xia on the shoulder. "Since Miss has declared her a sister, I shall also regard her as one. Eldest sister, 4th sister, 6th younger sister." Chu Jie, the 5th Miss, greeted them with a nod. Chu Xingyun, Chu Laning, and Chu Kaiying, already in a sour mood due to their unsuccessful outing with Lu Su, redirected their frustrations towards Chu Jiayi upon her greeting as 5th younger sister, "Here to witness our misfortune." Chu Xingyun sneered, "2nd sister, you misunderstand. I simply happened to be out and ran into you all." Chu Jiayi was inherently astute. Upon hearing those words, she instantly comprehended that her companions and Chimei Lu Su had encountered some misfortune that day, and unfortunately, she had crossed paths with their ire. "2nd sister, my mother is still awaiting my return to fetch the physician, so I must take my leave." Chu Jiayi discerned that their tempers were particularly volatile this time and resolved to depart. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed against her cheek. "Are you delighted by my misfortune today? How dare you retort? Did I permit you to leave? It seems that our recent absence from your life has made you forget that I am your 2nd sister." Chu Xingyun continued to interrogate her coldly. "2nd sister, I did not." Chu Jiayi clutched her stinging cheek, resolutely stifling her tears. She had grown accustomed to their occasional cruelty, and was well aware that shedding tears would only exacerbate her plight. "What, does it seem like I'm bullying you, 2nd sister? Feeling wronged?" Chu Xingyun glanced at Chu Xiluo and the others behind her, dismissing them, Lu Su and Chu Xiluo, entirely, and proceeded to chastise Chu Jiayi. After all, today they had already seen their true colors, so there was no need for pretense any longer. In their eyes, Lu Su and Chu Xiluo's failure to procure the items they selected from Zhanxia Pavilion was a slight against them. A blatant disregard for their worth. Chapter 239. Chu Xiluo. Meanwhile, Chu Xiluo and her companions observed the scene but did not rush over. Instead, they slowed their pace, lingering behind. Who is that person? Chu Xiluo inquired. She is Chu Jai, the fifth miss of the Chu family. Chu Xiluo believed herself not to be a sentimental person, one who would rush to aid anyone merely because they were vulnerable. However, through her brief acquaintance with Chu Xingyun, she had gleaned a 6 or 7 part understanding of her character. As for this Chu Jishuer, I have only recently joined the Chu family. Is it truly permissible for the family to physically assault their own kin? Chu Xiluo casually remarked as she approached Chu Xingyun's side. Chu sister, you misunderstand. I have perused the family rules of the Chu clan, which clearly state that harming one's siblings privately is forbidden. Is that so? Upon witnessing that earlier scene, I was led to believe that the Chu family condones such fratricide. Chu Xiluo intentionally sauntered alongside Chu Xingyun. After all, she is merely an uncherished individual. Even if she were to report this, it is unlikely anyone would heed her. With that, Chu Xingyun cast one last glance at Chu Jai and Chu Xiluo before striding away. Lu Su, Chu sister. Let us proceed. Do you still doubt me? Are you fearful of them? Of course, she was not afraid that in her eyes. They were merely clowns. As long as they dared to confront her without regret, she had no qualms about revealing to them why the flowers bloomed so vibrantly. I naturally trust you. Let us go, Chu sister. The following day, Shuer, what flower is the centerpiece of today's flower appreciation banquet? Chu Xiluo inquired with curiosity, as she held a general fondness for flora, devoid of any particular favorites or aversions. As long as they were aesthetically pleasing. It seems to be the dragon maiden flower. Lu Su recalled what Chu Xiluo had mentioned 3 days prior. The long-lost Chinese treasure, the dragon maiden flower, replied Chu Xiluo. Lu Su, it is nearly time for us to depart. However, by the time Chu Xiluo and Lu Su arrived, many guests had already gathered. Who is that young lady? Upon seeing Lu Su and Chu Xiluo approach, several individuals inquired, for while they recognized many young ladies and gentlemen from the noble families of the imperial city, these two were unfamiliar to them. Why has Chimei only just arrived? Look at how many are waiting to meet you. Come, let us hurry. With that, she reached out to take Lu Su's hand. Who are you? Chu Xiluo, who had been trailing behind Lu Su, was taken aback when she suddenly caught sight of Chu Xiluo. Chapter 240. The flower appreciation banquet commences. As Chu Xiluo uttered this sentence, Chu Xiluo turned her gaze towards her, only to discern that her tone suggested recognition, despite Chu Xiluo having no recollection of her. Furthermore, the way she regarded her seemed rather unfriendly. Had she offended her in some manner? Chu Xiluo continued to sift through her memories, attempting to place this individual, yet her tendency to overlook the inconsequential made it difficult for her to recall when or where she might have encountered her. Have we met, my lady? Chu Xiluo inquired, fixing her gaze on Chu Xiluo. Not at all. I mistook you for an acquaintance from the past. Chu Xiluo scrutinized Chu Xiluo, finding her unattractive and lacking in talent. Especially within the Chu family. It would be a trivial matter to humiliate her. Chu Xiluo felt a surge of irritation. She remembered their last encounter vividly, recognizing her from just a glimpse, yet this girl appeared oblivious to the events that had transpired. If one were to say that Chu Xiluo bore grudges, it was certainly true throughout her life. No one had dared to compete with her, yet here was someone who had the audacity to claim her possessions. Is that so? I presume that the third miss truly recognized me. Although Chu Xiluo claimed not to know her, the look in her eyes betrayed a familiarity that hinted at some unpleasant history between them. One that Chu Xiluo could not quite recall. Since you are a friend of Chimei, you shall accompany us, Chu Xiluo declared, her tone patronizing. Thank you for your kind offer, third miss, but I am merely an ordinary individual. Being in your esteemed company would only diminish your status, so I shall decline. Declining is not an option. Your refusal would only serve to embarrass you further. What do you mean by such words? Now that you are here, you are naturally our guest in the Chu family. Do not be so coy. Let us go. With that, she turned and led Lu Su ahead towards the group of noble youths. As Lu Su approached, many gazes fell upon her in admiration. However, jealousy was absent, for after all, third Miss Chu was more beautiful than the lady beside her, and any jealousy would naturally be directed towards her. Nevertheless, a number of young men began to take an interest in Lu Su, believing that while third Miss Chu was out of their league, perhaps this companion was not. So it is the seventh miss. Greetings, I am. Many young men upon seeing Chu Xiluo depart approached Lu Su while Chu Xiluo was left neglected. Yet Chu Xiluo was content to enjoy her solitude, sipping tea as she observed Lu Su being swarmed by several young men. Is it merely a matter of appearance? Look at how those men flock to her like bees to a flower. One young lady remarked enviously. Indeed. She possesses only a modicum of beauty, and her abilities appear lacking as well. The seventh Miss of the Chu family, I've never heard of her before. She seems to be just an uncherished young lady, another chimed in. Initially, they had not envied Lu Su, but upon witnessing her sudden popularity, their hearts began to stir with jealousy. Chapter 241. Another offering arrives. Had Chu Xiluo not overheard their remarks, it would have been one thing, but since she had, she felt compelled to respond. Around her, several individuals turned to gaze at Chu Xiluo, and the ones who had spoken earlier approached her with indignation. However, upon seeing her looks and abilities, they regarded her with disdain. Who do you think you are? Just an obscure, unattractive woman. It seems that beauty is indeed a hereditary gift, one that cannot be envied. Thus I have never envied anyone's looks. As for whether some might feel envy, I doubt it. We are all legitimate daughters of our families. Why would we envy someone who is not favored? How laughable. Indeed, I agree that you would not envy the seventh Miss, but I distinctly heard someone remark, she is merely a pretty face. Am I mistaken? At the mention of her own words, the young lady who had spoken earlier grew furious and raised her hand to slap Chu Xiluo's face, exclaiming, "You wretched girl, I'll teach you to defame me." However, just as her hand was a mere inch from Chu Xiluo's face, Chu Xiluo swiftly seized her wrist, coldly meeting her gaze. "What do you intend to do? Release my hand at once." The girl felt an inexplicable fear as she held Chu Xiluo's piercing stare. "What am I doing? I should be asking you what you intend to do," Chu Xiluo retorted icily. Meanwhile, the commotion attracted more onlookers. "You best release me and apologize, or I might consider taking further action," the girl warned. "What might that entail?" Chu Xiluo countered, "Or else prepare to meet your demise." "So you are threatening me?" "I absolutely detest being threatened. It makes my heart ache." "Indeed, I am threatening you. Now let me go." "Ha! Are you not a bit too naive? This is the Chu family, not yours. You threaten me here, yet since you've wounded my heart, you owe me compensation." Xiao, I am your invited guest. Look how she treats me. This young lady, would you kindly release her so we can discuss this civilly? Chu Xixiao interjected, addressing Chu Xiluo. "Release her?" "Certainly, but she threatened me and wounded my heart, so she must compensate me before I do." "What? You dare demand compensation from me? Do you think you are someone of importance? I am the legitimate daughter of the Rong family." Chu Xiluo retorted, "If you do not let go, be prepared to face the wrath of the Rong family." "Seventh sister, quickly ask your friend to release Miss Rong's hand." Observing Chu Xiluo's lack of respect towards her, Chu Xixiao instructed Lu Su to intervene. Chapter 242. More money arrives. Third sister. I cannot ascertain whether Chu Xi is considering my feelings. She has always despised being threatened. Once threatened, her emotions become unstable, and she demands compensation to soothe her wounded pride. Lu Su had been standing there for quite some time and had certainly heard Chu Xiluo's earlier remarks. Naturally, she would not undermine her. Chu Xixiao urged, "You should go and speak to her. If she still refuses to release Miss Rong, then I shall have no choice but to expel her from this gathering." At that point, do not claim that third sister lacks consideration for seventh sister. Although Chu Xixiao appeared to be addressing Lu Su, her words were intended for Chu Xiluo, urging her to relinquish her hold on Rong Qianruo. However, would Chu Xiluo comply? Despite Rong Qianruo's lesser beauty compared to Lu Su, she was still far more enchanting than Chu Xiluo. Witnessing such a beauty's hand being held captive naturally incited dissatisfaction among many men, who echoed Chu Xixiao's sentiments, saying, "Indeed, third miss, please escort her away. We do not wish to associate with such a woman." Chu Xi. Lu Su, witnessing the unfolding scene, was at a loss for what to do. "Are so many of you ganging up to bully a weak woman like me?" Chu Xiluo coldly addressed the men. "We are not bullying you. You are the one tormenting Miss Rong by holding onto her hand. Release her, and we shall overlook this matter." I hold her hand tightly because she was about to strike me. Should I have stood idly by and allowed her to hit me? Was I not justified in my actions? At last finding her voice, Rong Qianruo hastily interjected, "Indeed, since Miss Rong did not strike you, you ought to relinquish your hold." If she wished to strike me, would that not be her prerogative? If I intended to kill you and had already drawn my sword yet failed to strike, would you simply let me go because I did not harm you? Chu Xiluo inquired, gazing at the man who had just spoken. Who would release someone intent on taking their life, even if that person's attack did not cause them harm? That is different. Miss Rong merely intended to strike you, and you speak of life-threatening matters. The essence is the same, only the degree differs. Besides, she threatened me earlier. I am most fearful of threats. Once threatened, my heart races, my emotions waver, and it disrupts my training. In light of this, would it be wrong for me to seek compensation to soothe my wounded heart? The crowd fell silent. Let go of me. As Rong Qianruo perceived the silence of the crowd, realizing they could not counter Chu Xiluo, she removed a hairpin from her hair and offered it to her. Ha! Is this your attempt to appease a beggar? Do you think this trinket will mend my wounded heart? Chu Xiluo examined the hairpin she had received. Behold, this is from Zhensha Pavilion and costs 40,000 gold coins. Rong Qianruo exclaimed in exasperation. Does one require 40,000 gold coins to dismiss a beggar? Is that so? I see, however, to me this item is akin to a beggar's fare. The surrounding crowd gasped at Chu Xiluo's audacious remark about a 40,000 gold coin item being mere beggar's fare. Humph, take this if you wish, I have no need for it. Chapter 243. A compromise. It seems you no longer desire this hand. With that, Chu Xiluo tightened her grip. It hurts. Let go. I will give it to you. Was that so difficult? By the way, if you have any questions regarding this matter, you may consult him. Chu Xiluo pointed towards the approaching Nangong as the others turned to look in the direction Chu Xiluo indicated. They saw Nangong Mo making his way toward them. Young Master Nangong? Is that you? Nangong Mo acknowledged Chu Xiluo's greeting. Indeed, it is I that this Miss Rong has wounded my tender spirit. Please inform her of the appropriate course of action. Upon hearing the exchange between Chu Xiluo and Nangong Mo, the crowd fell silent. Did this young lady share a close acquaintance with the second young master of the Nangong family? If Nangong Mo could hear their thoughts, he would surely grit his teeth in frustration, for they shared a bond worth over 10 million gold coins. Realizing that Rong Qianruo had offended Chu Xiluo, and that she was about to face repercussions, he approached her and said, "Let us split the compensation 50-50. I will help you negotiate for more." This was a significant sum. Previously she had taken 10 million gold coins from him, and now he found himself short on private funds. Thus, he reluctantly proposed, "Let us go for 40-60. Chu Xiluo countered 30-70. Nangong Mo insisted, "The minimum I can accept is 40-60. I'll ensure she compensates you adequately without causing you further trouble." Chu Xiluo pondered the situation. Indeed, it would be challenging to extract a sizable sum from Rong Qianruo, and the likelihood of her seeking revenge afterward was high. If Nangong Mo could fulfill his promise, then conceding to him for a 40% share would not be unreasonable. "Very well, you shall take 40, and I will take 60. Thus, the two of them, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, quietly finalized their agreement. I have just shared everything with you. You are now aware. Since you understand, kindly release Miss Qianruo. I will discuss the compensation with her," Nangong Mo stated. The crowd was enlightened. It turned out that the second young master of the Nangong family had asked Chu Xiluo to release Miss Rong. "Show some consideration for young Master Nangong. Should she fail to compensate me, I will certainly seek you out." Chu Xiluo smiled amiably at Nangong Mo before finally releasing Rong Qianruo's hand. Upon hearing Chu Xiluo's words regarding the absence of compensation, Nangong Mo felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing he must ensure Rong Qianruo provided the necessary funds, he swiftly called her to a secluded corner and discussed matters with her. Chu Xiluo was unaware of their conversation and had no desire to know, for shortly after, Rong Qianruo presented her with a purple gold card to by the way, return the hairpin I lent you. As she was about to leave, Rong Qianruo remembered the hairpin worth 40,000 gold coins that she had given to Chu Xiluo. "Wasn't that also part of your compensation?" Chu Xiluo accepted the purple gold card from Rong Qianruo. Glancing at its contents, which revealed a staggering 6 million gold coins, quite impressive, albeit less than what Nangong Mo had, yet considerably more than she had anticipated. After receiving it, she felt no lingering concerns. "Were you not dismissive of it? Claiming it was for beggars? If you desire it, consider it a gift for the beggar." Rong Qianruo insinuated that Chu Xiluo was akin to a beggar, and it was clear to Chu Xiluo that she had hit a nerve. "Thank you, Miss Rong. You truly are a generous soul. To bestow a hairpin worth 40,000 gold coins so freely is indeed a commendable act. Should you wish to offer such splendid gifts again, I would gladly wait at your doorstep, even if it meant playing the beggar." Chapter 244. The Dragon Lady Flower. A beggar is merely a professional title. Why should she take offense? In modern times, many earn more as beggars than white-collar workers. Moreover, she had no qualms about money. That hairpin is a gift for you, dear beggar." With that, Rong Qianruo stormed away from Chu Xiluo, her anger palpable. Initially, she had intended to use reverse psychology to retrieve her hairpin, having already surrendered her entire savings. Now 40,000 gold coins represented a considerable sum for her, and she was taken aback by Chu Xiluo's audacity to label herself as a beggar. "Anxia, Xiaolon, come here." Chu Xiluo disregarded Rong Qianruo and called for the two Miss Chu Xi. Anxia and Xiaolon responded. "This is for you." Chu Xiluo handed the hairpin she had just received to Anxia and retrieved another from her space to give to Xiaolan. This is a reward for your diligent care of Lu Su. It is not to be dismissed as a gift for beggars that I am not so extravagant as to shower beggars with such wealth. Many servants present were envious of Chu Xiluo's generosity, wishing they could be on her good side, especially considering that first-tier maids earned merely 100 gold coins a month, while she had just bestowed a hairpin worth 40,000 gold coins. Chu Xixiao, witnessing the resolution of the situation, remarked, "Well, now that matters are settled, everyone may disperse. Soon I shall take you all to see the Dragon Lady Flower." She cast a glance at Chu Xiluo, upon hearing Chu Xixiao's words. The crowd began to disperse, but just as Chu Xiluo and Lu Su were about to leave, Chu Xixiao called out to her, "Seventh sister, do not leave just yet. Let us sisters have a cup of tea together." "Very well." Lu Su glanced at Chu Xiluo and seeing her agreement accepted the invitation, noticing that several other young ladies from the Chu Xi family were also present. "Seventh sister, I am not reprimanding you, after all. It was our Chu Xi family that invited them. I hope such incidents do not recur, as they reflect poorly on our family. You are a part of the Chu Xi family and should consider our reputation." Third sister speaks wisely. "I acknowledge my oversight this time. As long as no one provokes me again, I shall conduct myself appropriately." Chu Xiluo interjected before Lu Su could respond. "It would be best if you thought this way. Those who come here are all from prestigious families, so do not assume that knowing the second young master of the Nangong family means you can act without fear." Upon witnessing the arrogant demeanor of Chu Xiluo, Chu Xixiao felt compelled to issue a warning to her. "I am aware. If others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. Rest assured, third miss, as long as you are aware of your own standing, it is sufficient. Otherwise, do not blame me for lacking consideration for the seventh sister and expelling you." Third sister. Before Lu Su could speak, Chu Xixiao interjected, "Enough, seventh sister. Do remember that you are the seventh miss of the Chu family, not just an anonymous individual outside. Everyone please take a seat. This tea is brewed from the petals of the Dragon Lady flower that I just prepared. Do sit down and enjoy a cup." "Thank you, third sister." The Dragon Lady flower tea was a first for them. They had only heard tales of its petals being collected for brewing. This time, not only did it leave a lingering fragrance, but it also greatly aided in cultivation and focused the mind. Generally, children of lesser favor like them would not have the opportunity to savor it, and no need for thanks. After all, seventh sister is also a legitimate daughter, and this is her first time attending the Dragon Lady flower banquet. So it is only fitting that we make her happy. The implication was clear. This tea was primarily for the seventh sister, while the rest merely benefited from her presence. Upon hearing Chu Xixiao's words, a glint of coldness flickered in Chu Xiluo's eyes. Was she trying to stir up animosity toward Lu Su? Indeed, she noticed the jealous glances others cast at Lu Xiu. "So this tea is so precious. And the third miss is treating us with it." Lu Su is truly fortunate. However, the third miss must possess a significant quantity of Dragon Lady flower petals. "Lu Su, you are being treated with this tea due to your status as a legitimate daughter. While you, in fact, do not possess any Dragon Lady flower petals. As a legitimate daughter with superior talent, that is why our father would bestow upon me a few petals." The implication was that I am a legitimate daughter, while you are not, and my talent surpasses yours. Your envy and jealousy are of no consequence. Having never tasted Dragon Lady flower tea, they were unaware of its flavor and effects. Only after sampling it did they realize, even as a legitimate daughter, jealousy still lingered. "Let us go. The tea has been consumed, and we shall proceed to view the Dragon Lady flower together." With that, she instructed someone to gather the other young gentlemen and ladies, and they made their way toward the Dragon Lady flower. Soon, Chu Xiluo beheld the Dragon Lady flower tree. Its leaves were oval or elongated oval in shape, adorned with grayish-yellow fine hairs along the central and lateral veins, while the underside was densely covered with silvery gray. Soft hairs. The blossoms and leaves open simultaneously, drooping gracefully, presenting large and beautiful milky white flowers with a delightful fragrance. This Dragon Lady flower was indeed much larger than the modern descriptions, approximately 5 times the size. Even from 100 meters away, she could already catch a whiff of its floral aroma, and it exuded a rich spiritual energy. Observing the cultivator seated beneath the Dragon Lady flower, could it be that, like the Zhu fruit, the spiritual energy was particularly abundant during its blooming? Indeed, Chu Xiluo had hit the nail on the head this time. "Everyone, ahead lies our Chu family's Dragon Lady tree, and the flowers blooming above are the Dragon Lady flowers," Chu Xixiao pointed out, indicating the blossoms that were 60 square centimeters in size. "This is the Dragon Lady flower, and even from 100 meters away, we can already detect its enchanting fragrance, not to mention the spiritual energy here seems to be tenfold stronger than outside. Indeed, it is just as described. Today I have spoken with my father, allowing you all to cultivate here for an hour, to experience the legendary dragon lady flower of our Chu family. Chu Xiluo declared. Really? Thank you, third miss. For not only allowing us to see the dragon lady flower but also for granting us the opportunity to cultivate here. Yes, third miss, you are indeed beautiful and kind. Hearing so many praises directed at Chu Xiluo made several young ladies envious. Was it merely because her family possessed a magical flower? What was so remarkable about that? However, the guests paid no mind to such sentiments and promptly sat down to begin their cultivation. An hour of cultivation with 10 times the spiritual energy equated to 30 hours of regular practice. Chapter 245. Lu Su and the aphrodisiac. One among those present were only these young gentlemen and ladies. Chu Xiluo was allowed entry solely because of Lu Su's influence, while servants like Xia and Xiaolon waited outside. Time seemed to pass swiftly during cultivation, and before they knew it, an hour had slipped by. Chu Xiluo led them away from the vicinity of the dragon lady tree. Chu sister, I feel a bit dizzy, Lu Su exclaimed. Let me see. Chu Xiluo grasped Lu Su's hand and examined her. An aphrodisiac. Lu Su had indeed fallen victim to an aphrodisiac, who had administered it to her. She had been by her side the entire time. Who could have slipped it to her unnoticed? Third miss, Lu Su suddenly feels unwell. I will take her down to rest. Noticing Lu Su's face beginning to flush uncontrollably, Chu Xiluo turned to Chu Xiluo and spoke. Seventh sister is unwell. How could this happen? Quickly, let her rest. Chower, take the seventh miss to rest. Chu Xiluo commanded urgently upon hearing of Lu Su's discomfort. Thank you, third miss. Chu Xiluo expressed her gratitude to Chu Xiluo before leading Lu Su and Chower away. Unaware that behind her, Chu Xiluo wore a cold smirk. The dragon lady tree requires 3 months from budding to full bloom, during which the spiritual energy within 100 meters of the tree is thrice that of ordinary places. And at other times the surrounding energy is also slightly more abundant. However, during the 7 days after blooming, the spiritual energy increases tenfold. The blooming period lasts for 7 days before it withers. You take care of the seventh miss here. I will head down. Chower soon brought Chu Xiluo to a room and then departed. Xia and Xiaolon promptly approached to open the door, allowing Chu Xiluo to assist Lu Su inside. You guard the door, Chu Xiluo instructed them. Yes, Miss Chu. And Xia closed the door and stood guard with Xiaolon. Miss, I feel a bit hot, Lu Su said, her cheeks flushed as she looked at Chu Xiluo. Lu Su, you have been affected by an aphrodisiac. Bear with it. I will prepare an antidote for you. In truth, the antidote for aphrodisiacs is specific, yet the kind Lu Su had fallen victim to was a low-grade poison. Easily countered with a basic detoxification pill. However, upon checking her inventory, it became clear that she was short one essential herb for concocting the detoxification pill. Miss, I feel so hot. I am in discomfort. Lu Su, aware that her condition stemmed from the aphrodisiac, struggled against it but found herself unable to resist. As Lu Su's consciousness began to fade, Chu Xiluo swiftly struck her to render her unconscious before turning to exit. Keep watch and ensure no one enters. With that, she made her way toward the estate's main entrance. Soon, Chu Xiluo departed from the Dragon Lady Mountain Manor, riding the Qifeng toward the imperial capital. Chapter 246. Lu Su and the aphrodisiac. Half an hour had passed since she left. They had not seen her. The Dragon Lady Mountain Manor was not a place one could enter at will. It would be wise to leave early. Upon hearing that it was Chu Xiluo's friend, the guard's eyes glimmered with an unrecognizable light, quickly concealed but noted by the watchful Chu Xiluo. If you don't believe me, call Xia out, she knows. What Xia? We have no such person here. Leave at once or we shall not be polite. Realizing that her initial courteous approach was met with resistance, Chu Xiluo understood that someone must have instructed them not to let her in. Yet, Lu Su awaited her antidote. Oh, you still wish to be rude to us? Brothers, throw this troublemaker out. With that, they began to attack Chu Xiluo. 6 individuals, 1 intermediate great spirit master at 5 stars, 1 intermediate martial master at 3 stars, 2 intermediate great spirit masters at 9 stars, and 1 intermediate martial master at 9 stars. The one who spoke was a senior great spirit master at 3 stars. Thus, for Chu Xiluo, a junior summoning master at 9 stars, they posed little threat. Chu Xiluo easily evaded their attacks and swiftly unleashed a torrent of water elemental spiritual energy in their direction. Bang banged at the 6 individuals promptly collapsed to the ground. If you do not wish to die, cease this at once. With that, Chu Xiluo continued toward the room where Lu Su was resting. As she walked away, the fallen guards exchanged puzzled glances. How could they possibly have been bested by a junior great spirit master? Was the world truly turning fantastical? However, their questions would remain unanswered. Meanwhile, Chu Xiluo quickly arrived at the door of Lu Su's room, only to find Xia and Xiaolan missing. Hesitating at the entrance, she paused, listening to Lu Su's moans from within. Lu Su, take the detoxification pill. Upon seeing Lu Su consume the detoxification pill, Chu Xiluo began to carefully inspect the room, discovering that aphrodisiac incense had been elite. In a wonder, she had sensed something amiss upon entering. It also explained why the unconscious Lu Su had awakened. Clearly, someone had been there recently, but who would want to harm Lu Su? She had been obstructed at the door, and Xia and Xiaolan had been sent away, and now someone had come in to light the aphrodisiac incense. Miss? Seeing that Lu Su had regained consciousness, Chu Xiluo smiled and asked, "Are you awake?" "Yes, miss. Why do I feel like there is something in the room that makes one?" Lu Su shyly replied. "Yes, there is aphrodisiac incense here. Come, let us move to the adjacent room." "What a potent aphrodisiac! Has someone administered me an intoxicating potion only to follow it with a seductive fragrance? Who, pray tell, seeks to ensnare me?" Upon entering the adjacent room, Lu Su expressed her ire vehemently. Chapter 247. Whose conspiracy is this? We shall bide our time here. The grand performance arranged by those who wish you harm is surely about to commence. Chu Xiluo replied with an air of calm. Really? Now that she is well, could there still be a spectacle? Rest assured, there will indeed be one. Moreover, if all goes as anticipated, we should soon discover who is plotting against us. By the way, where are Miss Xia and Xiaolan? After being affected by the potion, Miss must have instructed them to keep watch over her. Yet where are they now? They have likely been dispatched. Just as expected, they soon saw someone approaching. "Your Highness, please change your attire in that room." A maid indicated the chamber Lu Su had recently occupied. "Understood. There are matters requiring my assistance, so I shall take my leave for now." With that, she pushed open the door and entered. "Miss, it is indeed Prince Xiang." Lu Su was taken aback to see Jun Mo, as she had initially assumed that the individual administering the seduction would be merely a random miscreant. She did not anticipate it to be Prince Xiang. What of it? He is but a mere stallion, unworthy of my sewer. My sewer deserves a man who will love her exclusively for a lifetime. Chu Xiluo observed Lu Su with a knowing glance. Mississippi, enough with the sentimentality. Now that Prince Xiang has entered, he must have realized the nature of the aphrodisiac, which merely heightens desire without leading one to lose their true self. Thus, when he finds the room devoid of women, influenced by the fragrance, he will inevitably seek someone to satiate his cravings. Just as Chu Xiluo finished speaking, the door from next door swung open, and Jun Mo swiftly made his way toward the earlier direction. In a mere moment, he returned, an alluring woman in his embrace. "Your Highness, I beseech you, release this humble servant. Were you not waiting for me to emerge?" Jun Mo replied with a sardonic smile. "Your Highness, you misunderstand. I merely came to check if you had changed. Do not weave such falsehoods. Do you think this prince is easily deceived? Since you have ignited my desires with the aphrodisiac, you shall be prepared to extinguish the flames. Do not struggle. Perhaps if you serve me well, I may even grant you some pleasure." Otherwise, upon hearing Jun Mo's words, the woman in his arms ceased her resistance, pressing against him closely, and spoke softly. "Your Highness, I am but a lowly third-ranked maid, merely tasked with waiting for you." She was acutely aware that escape was futile. Should anyone discover her entanglement with the prince, she would likely face execution. Now, her only hope was that the prince would be pleased enough to spare her life. Oh, and who issued you such orders? Who dares to orchestrate this? It was Sister Chun Nan. She instructed me to await your arrival, and if you had not emerged within a quarter of an hour, I was to notify her. Given your compliance, I shall ensure you are well taken care of," he declared, lifting the maid and striding into the room. "Yue, place this into the incense burner." Chu Xiluo produced a white pill, holding it delicately in her palm, while Yue coiled the pill with her tail and slithered toward the neighboring room. "Miss, is that your new spiritual beast? I had thought it merely a bracelet you wore." Chapter 248. Whose conspiracy is this? Chu Xiluo replied, "Indeed it is named Yue, a jade red serpent. Now let us depart from this place." "Miss, did you not mention that a grand spectacle was to unfold? If we leave now, we shall miss it." Lu Su inquired, puzzled that it has already been a quarter of an hour. "Miss, fear not. I have just received word that the plan is proceeding as scheduled. It would be best if the plan is progressing smoothly. All concluding matters must be in order." However, as Chu Xiluo meandered through the manor, she found no sign of Xia or Xiaolan. Given the nature of the conspiracy aimed at Sewer, their presence would surely thwart the spectacle. Since they could not be found, she resolved to enjoy the beauty of Longnu Mountain Manor instead. "Miss, there is the second miss." Lu Su pointed to a figure not far ahead. It seems the performance is about to commence. Let us delay our approach momentarily. Upon seeing Chu Xingyun making her way toward the courtyard where Lu Su had recently rested, Chu Xiluo speculated whether she intended to ensnare Su. Meanwhile, Chu Xingyun, accompanied by a maid, arrived at the very courtyard where Lu Su had just been. Sounds of moans and gasps echoed from within. And although Chu Xingyun had not personally experienced such encounters, she could surmise what transpired inside. Who indeed would dare engage in such acts at this moment? Moreover, among the guests present, there were no married couples. Thus, they must be indulging in an illicit affair. Contemplating this, she reached for the door, but hesitated with no one else around. If the individuals inside possessed greater power and she intruded upon their clandestine activities, would they not silence her? With that thought, Chu Xingyun retreated, heading toward the more populated areas. I was just about to visit third sister. What is that sound? Chaoer exclaimed, following swiftly behind. Chaoer accompanied Chu Xingyun toward Chu Xiluo. Chapter 249. So it was her. Mississippi just now, in the room where 7th Miss rested. Chaoer whispered conspiratorially in Chu Xiluo's ear, though despite her lowered voice, several nearby overheard her words. Ladies and gentlemen, I must take my leave for a moment. With that, she departed with Chaoer. Those who had overheard Chaoer's remark were naturally intrigued, as gossip often served as the spice of life for such gatherings, and they consequently followed Chu Xiluo. Soon, they arrived at the door, and upon hearing the moans from within, Chu Xiluo felt her cheeks flush involuntarily. Was this not precisely what she desired? Wasn't 7th sister resting due to dizziness? How could such sounds emanate from within? Chaoer, open the door for me. Chu Xiluo feigned confusion. As you wish, miss. Chaoer stepped forward and gently pushed the door open. Indeed, what a shameless woman. She possesses only a modicum of beauty, yet she resorts to seducing men at the slightest opportunity. Indeed, I never would have expected such behavior from her. I suspected she had the look of a seductress. Lu Su's voice unexpectedly rang out, catching everyone off guard. They turned in unison to regard her. 7th Miss is here. Who could the individuals inside be? This fueled their curiosity further. Meanwhile, as Chu Xiluo observed Lu Su approaching, her expression shifted momentarily before returning to composure. However, that fleeting moment did not escape Chu Xiluo's notice, and she regarded her with a knowing look. Ah, so 7th sister is here. I was just beginning to suspect someone was taking advantage of your delicate condition. Thank you, 2nd sister, for your concern. I merely rested for a while, and upon feeling better, I stepped out to look for my 2 maids, only to join Chu's sister in the search. Her explanation clarified her earlier absence while also justifying her sudden reappearance. As she spoke, Chaoer had already opened the door, and the individuals inside, now interrupted, paused to regard the newcomers. It is indeed Prince Yang. Someone blurted out in the awkward silence. Xiao, allow me to explain. I have been set up. Upon recognizing Chu Xiluo among the newcomers, Jun Mo Ran hastily rose to clarify his position. However, he neglected to realize that he was entirely unclothed at that moment. Prince Yang, perhaps you should don some attire first, Chu Xiluo coolly advised, turning her face away. Oh Xiao, you must hear me out. Jun Mo Ran glanced down at his state and felt the heat of embarrassment wash over him as he hurriedly retrieved his clothes from his spatial ring, all the while pleading for Chu Xiluo's forgiveness. Xiao, please listen. I was ensnared in this plot. I did not willingly engage with her. Once clothed, Jun Mo Ran approached Chu Xiluo with a sincere expression. Prince Yang, you come to our Chu family seeking to propose marriage, yet you find yourself in such a compromising situation with a maid at this very moment. What does this say about our family's honor? I shall be informing father of this incident. With that, she swiftly exited the room. Though the situation did not unfold as she had planned, she now possessed a valid reason to reject him.